Welcome to the New World. Here, danger and opportunity coexist, survival and exploration are eternal themes. This is a journey of evolutionary transformation like no other. Onward, candidates. Su-mo was jolted awake, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. What was once a familiar bedroom had transformed into a dense, primordial jungle. The cacophony of chirping insects and the distant roars of beasts served as relentless reminders that Su-mo had entered an inexplicably real world. New world? Candidates? Huh. Shaking his head, still resonating with remnants of mechanical tones, Su-mo took a deep breath, fully rousing himself from a state of lingering confusion. The palpable reality and the lurking dangers of the jungle made him acutely aware that this was not the time for self-pity or fanciful musings. As the chilling mechanical voice had indicated, exploration and survival were the only themes at hand. Suppressing his myriad doubts, Su-mo began by assessing his situation. Sporting shoes, jeans, a hoodie. At least I'm not completely bare. Instinctively reaching for his pockets, he found them empty, sighed slightly, then crouched down to tighten his shoelaces. Just as he tucked his pant legs into his socks when his gaze suddenly froze. A bright silver bracelet had inexplicably appeared around his left wrist. A golden finger? A system item? Seemingly sensing Su-mo's gaze, the bracelet flickered slightly, and a translucent light screen materialized before him. Survival Task 1. Find or construct a temporary shelter. Survival Task 2. Find or create a source of fire. Survival Task 3. Locate a water source sufficient for 3 days of survival. The pale blue light screen displayed these 3 simple lines of information in their entirety. Undeterred, Su-mo studied it for a moment longer, discovering that he could open or close the light screen with a double tap. Yet the bracelet offered no further useful information or functionalities. Great, not only was there a lack of introductory details, but there were also no task rewards. He had expected some sort of system golden finger, only to find it was merely a useless taskbar. Suppressing his disappointment, Su-mo looked up at the sky, where glimpses of soft sunlight filtered through lush green leaves. A gentle breeze rustled through the jungle, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Based on the weather patterns from his previous life, it seemed to be a season between spring and autumn. The weather was pleasant, and life abounded. It was indeed an opportune time for exploration. Su-mo casually picked up a few stones and pocketed them, then searched for a suitably sized rock and stick before setting off in a random direction. Though he possessed no experience in wilderness survival, Su-mo understood the fundamental requirements. A shelter for rest, a fire source for warmth and to ward off beasts, and a water source, essential for life. With these 3 critical conditions met, he could then safely search for food. Among these, water was not his most pressing concern at the moment. Droplets of dew still clung to the surrounding flora, clearly indicating that this primordial jungle was not lacking in moisture. At the very least, Su-mo would not face a water shortage before sunset today. Thus, his immediate priorities were securing a temporary shelter and a source of fire. Using the stick he had collected, Su-mo laboriously cleared a path through the dense underbrush. Keeping his hands tucked within his sleeves, each step taken with utmost caution. Despite his precautions, his exposed neck and face were still marred with several red scratches. In a primordial jungle, the threat of ferocious beasts was relatively minor compared to the unknown dangers posed by venomous insects and serpents, as well as the fear engendered by an unfamiliar environment. Thud, thud, thud. As Su-mo struck the nearby tree with his stick, he noticed a spotted snake over a meter long swiftly slithering away, and only then did his tense body relax. This was not the first snake he had encountered on his journey. Fortunately, most had been startled away by the noises he made. Marking the tree with a scratch, Su-mo gazed skyward, realizing that the sun had risen directly overhead without him noticing. Based on his experience, it seemed he had already been walking for an hour or 2. Estimating his distance by the frequency of his markings, he surmised he had traveled just over a kilometer. Gazing at the monotonous expanse of the jungle, which appeared endless, Su-mo found it increasingly difficult to quell the unease bubbling within him. Taking a deep breath, Su-mo refocused on the bright silver bracelet on his wrist, and the pale blue light screen reappeared before him. Staring blankly at the 3 tasks, Su-mo steeled himself and set forth with renewed determination. He believed that whatever unknown force had transported him from Earth to this so-called New World and designated him as a candidate, was surely not intended to lead him to his demise. He was far from being in a dire situation. Step, step, step. Faint sounds of small objects hitting the ground reached his ears from afar, and Su-mo instinctively tightened his grip on the stick, turning to look. Through the thick underbrush, he caught glimpses of several shadows moving up and down in the distance. Obstructed by the foliage, he could not make out the details clearly, but he sensed they were likely some medium-sized beasts. After some hesitation, he decided to approach cautiously for a closer observation to discern the species. Selecting a rock the size of a brick from the surroundings, Su-mo carefully advanced in the direction of the beasts. As he drew nearer, approximately 10 meters away, he finally discerned the true nature of these creatures. Were they deer, one large and two small, a total of 3 deer of unknown breed. The largest one stood over 2 meters tall, its massive, forked antlers glinting ominously in the sunlight. Glurp! Su-mo instinctively swallowed, not out of fear of the colossal stag, but rather because he finally understood what the 3 deer were incessantly bouncing about for. They were actually after a fruit tree. No, a grove of fruit trees. Su-mo's gaze shifted to the distance, where fruit trees laden with green, succulent fruits were scattered invitingly. Beneath the trees, the wild deer were either munching eagerly on the juicy fruits or leaping up to nibble at the ones hanging above. This was not just a grove of fruit trees, it was a habitat for a herd of wild deer. Though Su-mo could not identify the specific species of the fruits, the state of this small group of deer indicated that they were undoubtedly edible. Hiding in the jungle, Su-mo observed quietly for a moment, refraining from rashly approaching. This was a completely unfamiliar new world. Just because the deer on Earth were gentle did not mean that these deer-like creatures were similarly non-aggressive. Life is singular and precious. Given his disadvantage in size and numbers, Su-mo chose to observe cautiously and proceed with care. Chapter 2. Discovering the river. After a cautious observation, Su-mo carefully circumvented the activity center of the deer herd, heading towards a solitary fruit tree that stood apart from the group. Growing at the edge of the orchard, this tree was no taller than 5 meters, with a stout trunk, small branches, and round leaves, reminiscent of an apple tree. However, the green fruits hanging from its branches were oval-shaped and did not resemble any fruit Su-mo was familiar with. The lower fruits had long been ravaged by other animals, leaving only remnants on the ground, either the remains of what they had consumed or decayed, rotting fruit. Only a sparse number of green fruits remained at the top of the tree. Su-mo gently tapped the trunk a few times, attempting to startle any snakes or insects residing within, then tucked the wooden stick behind him and adeptly began to climb the tree. Despite the roughness of the bark, Su-mo found it quite strenuous to reach a thicker branch in the middle of the fruit tree due to a lack of physical exercise. With no suitable means of carrying tools, he plucked the green fruits without concern for the others and tossed them directly into the underbrush below. After stripping the tree of all the pluckable green fruits, Su-mo finally exhaled in relief, sitting atop the branch and surveying the surroundings from a higher vantage point. The towering trees of this primeval jungle loomed large, with many reaching heights of over 10 or 20 meters. And the flat terrain allowed for an expansive view, filled only with leaves as far as the eye could see. Just as Su-mo was about to lower himself down after seeing no significant finds, a sudden flash of light caught his peripheral vision. He straightened abruptly and turned to look in the direction of the glimmer. There, through the overlapping leaves swaying in the gentle breeze, a flickering reflection danced in the sunlight. The river! Su-mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without further hesitation, he flipped himself down from the tree. First, he broke off a few slender branches to clear away the excess leaves. Then, he gathered the more intact green fruits from the ground and strung them onto the branches. After creating 4 clusters, totaling around 40 fruits, he slung them over his shoulder and hurried towards the stream. From the tree, it appeared to be a short distance, but after walking approximately 500 or 600 meters, Su-mo finally heard the distinct sound of rushing water. Following the sound, he navigated through the jagged, treacherous rocks until a small river, over 2 meters wide, came into view, flowing gently before him, as midday approached. The heat intensified. Carrying nearly 40 pounds of green fruits had left Su-mo panting, but as he approached the riverbank and felt the cool air surrounding him, he instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Water is the source of life. While the green fruits could provide hydration, a stable water source was indispensable for the long term. Not to mention, having access to the river would allow him to devise ways to fish or catch shrimp, even if he could not hunt the wild deer. After refreshing himself with a splash of water to wash away the heat and fatigue, Suemo sat on a stone by the riverbank, holding a freshly washed green fruit. Instead of consuming it immediately, he cut off a piece the size of a fingernail and placed it in his mouth. The anatomy of wild deer differs from that of humans. Fruits harmless to deer might not be safe for humans. Moreover, this was a foreign world with a fruit he had never encountered before, so Suemo, adhering to the principle of caution, decided to sample a small bite first. As he slowly chewed, an intense sourness flooded his mouth. Was this fruit unripe? Why was it so tart? Suemo grimaced as he struggled to swallow, feeling as if his teeth were about to sour from the experience. He had never been fond of overly sour foods. Even if this fruit was not poisonous, such acidity would only leave him hungrier. Pondering for a while, Suemo gathered some leaves and grass, wrapping the remaining green fruits together in hopes of ripening them further. If that failed, he would have to see if cooking them could reduce the sourness. He then placed the last fruit in his pocket for future consumption, planning to take small bites over time to moisten his lips while also testing for toxicity. Why now? It was noon, with the sun blazing overhead. After a brief period of tidying up and resting, Suemo selected a flat, elongated stone from the riverbank and began to shape it into a knife. Not far from the opposite bank of the river, he cleared a relatively level patch of ground to start gathering vines, roots, and dry twigs in preparation for making fire by friction and constructing a temporary shelter. The banks of the river were strewn with stones and silt, and in the absence of any logging tools, these materials were undoubtedly the most convenient for construction. Suemo planned to utilize local resources to build a temporary shelter right there. Lacking relevant experience, he did not expect it to be aesthetically pleasing or comfortable. He merely aimed to survive the night. After crafting some rope, Suemo found 2 sticks, one curved and flexible, with both ends tied with rope to serve as a bow, and the other straight and sturdy, which he sharpened at one end and smoothed with his stone knife to create a drill rod. With the help of the stone knife, a rudimentary bow drill was assembled. Once the drill rod was strung, Suemo gently turned it, feeling satisfied as he found a piece of dry wood and drilled a hole at its edge. He placed some shredded leaves and feathers around the hole to serve as tinder and confidently began to drill for fire. 5 minutes passed, and Suemo stared at the unchanging tool, his once confident expression now somewhat stiff. 10 minutes later, with a frown, he observed wisps of smoke emerging from the drilled hole, shaking his slightly sore right arm as he continued to drill. Crack! As Suemo persisted in his efforts, the taut bowstring suddenly snapped in two. The rope was not strong enough. Rubbing his painfully sore arm, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Without fire, survival in the wilderness was nearly impossible, especially in a completely unfamiliar, primitive jungle of a foreign world. Suemo took out a green fruit and bit down hard, allowing the intense sourness to fill his mouth and jolt his senses awake. He resumed his attempts to create fire. The rope frayed, the sticks broke, and only smoke emerged without any sparks. What was easily accomplished in videos or novels on Earth now seemed insurmountably difficult for Suemo. Failure, failure, and more failure. Huff, huff, huff. Suemo knelt on the ground, trembling hands delicately cradling a bunch of dry grass and leaves. His mouth, already blackened from the smoke, gently blew towards the barely visible sparks, as wisps of smoke spread. The flickering sparks grew brighter until, with a pop, they ignited into flames. Suemo stared, dumbfounded, at the flames that rose before him. Momentarily unable to react, it was only when the heat of the fire registered that he jolted into action, hurriedly placing the dry twigs and branches nearby onto the flames. The tiny fire surged dramatically. Feeling the rush of heat against him, Suemo stood frozen for a moment before pounding the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "To hell with this fire-making." Chapter 3. System activation. The sun hung high in the sky, surveying all that lay beneath. Suemo sat beside the fire, gnawing on a roasted green fruit with a grimace. It was not the sourness that troubled him this time, but rather the heat. Surprisingly, while still quite acidic, the fruit had become palatable once roasted, unlike the previous vinegar-like taste, due to the unexpected amount of time and energy expended in his fire-making endeavors. Suemo was determined to find shelter before nightfall. Having learned a hard lesson about the difficulties of building a fire, he did not underestimate the task of constructing a dwelling, despite never having done so before. While he had never built a house, who hadn't he played house as a child? With this thought in mind, Suemo reduced his original plan for a 20-square-meter earth and stone cottage to a single person-sized shelter. However, he quickly discovered that he had underestimated the complexity of construction. By the time night fell, having spent most of the day and part of the night, he had barely managed to raise the walls to a height of 50 centimeters. If not for the impending darkness and the need for a change of approach, he would have likely spent the night exposed to the elements. Ultimately, the makeshift shelter he constructed from stones and wood was cramped, leaving only a straw-filled earthen bed and a small earthen stove in one corner. The roof was a rudimentary triangular structure made of tree trunks and palm leaves, barely sufficient to keep out the rain. Suemo felt apprehensive about the roof collapsing on him while he slept, as the light faded completely, the stars twinkled, and the moon hung high. Darkness enveloped everything. The chorus of bird and beast calls echoed eerily through the jungle, enhancing the sinister atmosphere of the primeval forest. Inside the shelter, the earthen stove in the corner crackled with flames, casting a warm glow that flickered with the breeze that wafted through the dark doorway. Suemo sat on the straw bed, his hands moving skillfully as he wove rope, yet his gaze was vacant, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Night fell swiftly, and his biological clock, accustomed to a different routine, struggled with the early hour. With no choice but to occupy himself, he pondered the myriad thoughts he had suppressed during the day. Just yesterday, he had been living a mundane life in a modern society, and now he found himself thrust into a primitive existence of subsistence farming. Who was he to seek answers from? Fortunately, he did not consider himself entirely unlucky. At least he had secured a stable food and water source to sustain his basic needs. Though the struggle for fire had been arduous, he had ultimately succeeded and built a makeshift shelter. Wait. Fire, water source, sheltered. Suemo suddenly paused, realizing he had seemingly forgotten about the luminous silver bracelet that had issued his tasks. Aside from assigning 3 tasks, the bracelet had not revealed any other functions. Aside from the initial reluctance to let go, occasionally checking in, as time passed, and with the distractions of building a shelter and kindling a fire. The tasks associated with the bracelet had long been cast aside by Suemo. The silver bracelet's 3 tasks, kindling a fire, securing a water source, and establishing a shelter, seemed to have been completed by him as well. With this thought, Suemo instinctively reached for his left wrist. The bracelet was still there. Illuminated by the flickering glow of the fire within the room, Suemo's gaze was firmly fixed on the gleaming silver bracelet adorning his wrist. A faint blue ethereal interface materialized before his eyes once more, but the content had undergone a transformation. Beginner tasks completed, auxiliary functions activated. Next step, what is this? Without the benefit of a smart voice prompt, I must manually proceed to the next step. Silently grumbling, Suemo tentatively raised a hand to tap the next step button on the interface. Boom! An inaudible rumble reverberated, and the pale blue interface shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into countless blue specks that vanished into the darkness. Just as Suemo registered a question mark in his mind, a point of blue light abruptly emerged from the surrounding darkness, rapidly expanding into a water-blue planet. It was Earth. As if governed by an unseen force, the Earth magnified in Suemo's vision. Asia, Huaxia, the divine capital. Beneath the towering edifices of steel and concrete, a young man clad in a hoodie and jeans navigated through the bustling crowd, reaching the end of the street before disappearing around the corner. The throng of people and vehicles, the towering skyscrapers, all of it came to a sudden halt, subsequently shattering and fading away, leaving only the young man who turned the corner, advancing step by step into the darkness. Was this the scene from yesterday afternoon, after I finished my interview and was on my way home? Yet Suemo furrowed his brows, fixating on his own figure ambling through the darkness, distinctly recalling how he had returned home normally, indulging in games, reading novels, and ultimately sleeping. There had been no anomalies, had there? Had he truly been drawn into this world yesterday afternoon? Indeed, this could explain why he had woken up here clothed, despite having slept naked the previous night. But what had happened to his phone? Was it confiscated? How could the vividly real experiences from yesterday afternoon to evening be accounted for? Before Suemo could piece it all together, the scene before him began to dim. A blue-green planet emerged within his field of vision, steadily enlarging. It seemed as if some intangible presence was observing the Earth from a lofty vantage point. From boundless snow-capped mountains to vast grasslands, then to desert oases and forested highlands, it finally focused on an island shaped like a maple leaf amidst the vast ocean at the land's edge. An island? Could it be that I find myself upon this isle? Just as Suemo pondered this, the scene abruptly shattered, transforming into a tidy system panel. The panel was exceedingly simple, with the leftmost column listing character, forum, exchange, and auxiliary. From top to bottom. In the center was a miniature representation of Suemo above his character. The names Suemo and level 0 were displayed on either side. Below, the indicators read Breezy 25C and 2100 hours 00. To the right, his character attributes were outlined. Race, Earthling, talent, none skills, none physique, 6 spirit, 5 8 energy, 0 survival points, 0. The home page of the panel evidently defaulted to the character interface. Sumo's gaze briefly scanned the talent section before swiftly shifting to the second page labeled Forum. At that moment, Suemo was eager to comprehend the various functions and information available on the forum. As his gaze shifted, the system panel automatically fluctuated, seamlessly transforming into the forum page. The forum maintained its characteristic simplicity, with Sumo's avatar and name displayed prominently at the top, alongside 4 lists: follow, collect, blacklist, and group. Below were numerous forum posts. The most comprehensive beginner's guide, a detailed introduction to the basics of the otherworld and the system's functions. Zhang Chunsheng, fellow countrymen, look here, follow me and I'll add you to the group. Li Kai. Ultimate house building tips, follow and save to avoid getting lost. Wang Yang, wilderness survival techniques, a step-by-step guide to thriving in the otherworld. Zhao Changxi, spring water purchase and various food items. Supporting survival point transactions, Sun Yin. The forum's functionality was straightforward. After a brief exploration, Suemo quickly grasped the general concept. The overall structure mirrored that of a popular social media platform, with the top 10 posts reflecting current trends, updated according to real-time popularity. The remaining posts rolled slowly, pausing as his gaze lingered. Chapter 4. Forum and Auxiliary Functions. After a moment's contemplation, Suemo clicked on the first post, titled Beginner's Guide. Greetings, Earth compatriots. I am Zhang Chunsheng, fortunate enough to awaken a few days earlier than most. Firstly, let me introduce our current situation. Based on the information I have gathered, we have been drawn into this otherworld by an unknown entity, a deity, a civilization. Whether it is a divine game or an unknown trial remains uncertain. Our only option now is to strive to survive, explore, and unravel the mysteries. Some individuals may have awakened a few days earlier due to their physique, while the rest of us awakened together today. Currently, the number of people online in the forum stands at 1,025,682. This estimate is based on the number of individuals browsing this post. I will update this figure every hour for reference. The age range is primarily between 18 and 45. Those beyond this range, please contact me privately. Some individuals awakened early due to their physique. That certainly gives them a considerable advantage, Suemo thought with a twinge of envy. His surprise rekindled upon seeing the forum's population. Over 1 million people have already engaged with the forum. This figure reflects only those who successfully completed their beginner tasks and activated their systems on the first day. Suemo speculated that the actual number might be tenfold, continuing to read further. Due to the lack of detailed introductions for various system functions, all effects must be explored individually. Thus, I will share and summarize some information I have personally tested and collected. First, the character panel. This world possesses elements of extraordinary evolution, as evidenced by the initial prompt and personal attribute panel. Every individual's starting level is 0, and attributes will decrease due to various negative states such as labor, hunger, or injury, while achieving full rest will restore them to a maximum of 10. This indicates that during our transdimensional journey, our bodies have been altered by some force, placing everyone at the same starting line. As for talents, the information currently available is insufficient, and updates will follow. Survival points are related to the exchange and auxiliary functions, which will be explained in detail below. The notion of bodily enhancement was something Suemo had sensed previously. After all, he was quite aware of his own physical condition. With a lifestyle of late nights, binge eating, and a lack of exercise, he now only felt somewhat fatigued after a day of strenuous labor in this new world. As for the extraordinary evolution and talent descriptions, whether due to incomplete data or other factors, the post did not delve deeply into these topics. Sumo speculated that this was likely because it was still the first day, and no one had yet encountered extraordinary phenomena. He hadn't observed any extraordinary occurrences himself today. Not wanting to dwell on it, Sumo briefly skimmed the subsequent sections detailing the forum's functionalities before swiftly moving on to focus on the introductions for the exchange and auxiliary features. In the exchange, to sell items, one must spend 10 survival points to purchase a trading slot. Each trading slot contains a space of 1 cubic meter and can only list one type of item, with the quantity not exceeding the space limit. Once an item is listed, changing the item type midway requires either selling out the current item or allowing the system to deduct half of the inventory to forcibly delist it. Once listed, items can be traded either through bartering or by paying survival points, with bartering incurring no additional fees, while the survival points transaction incurs a 30 fee. Currently, each person may only purchase one trading slot. This encourages individuals to barter while simultaneously discouraging the use of trading slots as personal storage. Sumo pondered the various restrictions detailed in the post. Trading slots were akin to inventory slots in an online game, where one slot could not hold different items. Initially available items would likely be relatively rare. Imposing limitations on trading slots undoubtedly aimed to prevent individuals from misusing them as storage during outdoor activities. Of course, there were potential loopholes to exploit. One could prearrange with a trusted individual to use the trading slot as a transfer point while collecting resources in the wilderness. However, having traversed to another world devoid of legal or moral constraints, and being separated by great distances, finding trustworthy individuals to share resources with was no easy task. Thus, this idea swiftly dissipated in Sumo's mind, having been swiftly dismissed. The functions of the exchange, aside from imposing restrictions on trading positions, bear a striking resemblance to those of online shopping platforms. In addition to a detailed introduction to the functions of the exchange, the post also summarizes some useful tips for selling goods in accordance with the exchange's rules. Among these tips, Sumo particularly focused on the techniques for product recommendations. The recommendations on the homepage are based on 2 criteria. One is popularity, and the other is random selection. Furthermore, in addition to the main product list on the homepage, there exists a recommended list of followed products. It is essential to promote one's goods amidst the vast expanse of the exchange to ensure they gain visibility. This necessitates either increasing one's followers or collaborating with individuals who have a substantial following to post promotional content. At the end of forum posts, links to products can indeed be added. It is no wonder that the forum is filled with educational posts, guides, and sharing threads. As Sumo scrolled to the end of the post, he indeed found a link to a product selling mole meat. This somewhat alleviated his confusion. Logically speaking, after undergoing a series of significant changes, a typical forum should be inundated with various expressions of frustration, complaints, and pleas for help, all of which are relatively negative in nature. However, based on Sumo's prior browsing, it appears that posts offering various tips and sharing information dominate instead. From both a humanistic and logical perspective, this is quite irrational. With the prospect of profit, it seems reasonable that individuals would post to amass followers and generate traffic as avenues for monetization. In a normal, law-abiding society, the internet is rife with hostility. Yet in this otherworldly realm, everyone appears to have transformed into helpful and benevolent individuals. With a slight sigh, Sumo then turned his attention to the introduction of the auxiliary functions. There are only 3 auxiliary functions: recycling, identification, and manufacturing. The recycling function is akin to a system shop, allowing for the acquisition of survival points through the recycling of collected materials. However, given the current scarcity of various resources, the recycling function primarily serves to provide initial capital for everyone. Valuable materials are traded or exchanged within the exchanged. It is noteworthy that recycled materials seem to follow a rounding rule. Moreover, not all materials can be recycled for survival points. The post explicitly states that only self-collected materials of certain value can yield survival points. Some individuals have attempted to laboriously dig up soil for half a day, only to find that while they could recycle it, they received merely 2 or 3 survival points in return, which is hardly worthwhile. Identification, as the name implies, requires spending a certain amount of survival points to obtain attribute information. The higher the value of the item to be identified, the more survival points it costs. This is undoubtedly a crucial skill for survival in this other world, albeit somewhat reliant on monetary investment, at the very least. For Sumo, who finds himself in an untamed jungle, as long as he makes proper use of this function, he need not worry about starving or succumbing to poison. The identification fee generally hovers around twice the recycling fee, making it sensible to recycle large quantities of items with unclear value before identifying them. Regardless of whether it is for identification or recycling, one must physically touch the item to utilize these functions. As for the manufacturing function, it has yet to be developed, and the post does not provide detailed information about it. Manufacturing. After thoroughly browsing the post, Suemo casually followed the poster, Zhang Chunqing. He then directed the system to the manufacturing interface. Indeed, the entire interface was barren, devoid of any information. It seems that relevant tools or blueprints are required to unlock it. Drawing upon his experience from games and novels back on Earth, Suemo made some wild guesses before navigating to the recycling interface. The recycling interface was exceedingly simplistic, featuring only a large button in the center labeled Select Recycling Items. To the right, there was a message bar titled Recycling Tips. Following the post guidance, Suemo produced a green fruit and selected the recycling option. Chapter 5. Recycling green citrus. No additional prompts appeared. A blue light flashed, and the green fruit in Suemo's hand vanished in an instant. Recycling successful. Obtained 3 survival points. 3 survival points? Is this green fruit really that valuable? According to the post's description, a common wild fruit weighing approximately 1 pound would only yield 1 survival point. Some special herbs with medicinal properties could fetch a higher price. The green fruits generally appear larger, with the smallest ones Suemo picked weighing around 7 or 8 taels, while the largest exceeded a pound. The one he just recycled, he estimated, was roughly a pound. This undoubtedly indicates that this sour, difficult-to-swallow green fruit possesses significant medicinal value. Jackpot. Reflecting on the entire grove of green fruits, Suemo was filled with excitement and selected 3 of the largest green fruits for recycling. Recycling successful. Obtained 13 survival points. In total, he had garnered 16 survival points, reserving 10 points to purchase a trading position while the remainder would be allocated for identification. Suemo decided against recycling any more of the fruits, as the recycling price of 3 survival points suggested that selling them could potentially yield greater profit. Next, he navigated to the Identification interface and selected the Identification option. Identification successful. 5 survival points deducted. As a system message flashed across the screen, a model and information about the green fruit gradually appeared in the center of the display. Name: green citrus. Description: fruit of the green citrus tree. Tolerant of light and cold. Leaves repel mosquitoes and pests, while the fruit's sourness stimulates appetite and aids digestion, detoxifying and killing bacteria. No wonder today's bowel movements were so smooth. Suemo sighed. But then a look of pain crossed his face as he muttered in frustration. I can't let those wild deer trample my green citrus any longer. I need to devise a plan to deal with them tomorrow. The medicinal value of the green citrus is extremely high and currently in short supply. Most individuals are camping in the wilderness, suffering from mosquito bites. Just speaking of Suemo, his exposed skin is already covered in itchy welts. Not to mention the detoxifying and antibacterial properties of the green citrus fruit. Everyone is currently in a primitive state of slash-and-burn agriculture, commonly consuming raw water and food. While this may be manageable in the short term, over time, one fears that they might become infested with various parasites. At that point, the green citrus will be a life-saving remedy. The only regret for Suemo is that he had been too focused on fruit picking during the day to pay attention to the leaves. He would have to collect some leaves tomorrow. Glancing at the dark doorway, Suemo abandoned the idea of venturing out to gather leaves at present. In comparison to the simplicity of the auxiliary function interface, the exchange interface is considerably more intricate and comprehensive. The homepage displays an array of vibrant product information. Each product section resembles that of a popular shopping application, showcasing images of the items above and succinct descriptions below. At the very top of the entire interface is a search bar, below which are the sub-interfaces. Homepage, followed, and personal. Suemo scanned through the various products and was slightly taken aback to find that water, as a vital resource, was neither scarce nor in high demand in the exchange. Instead, meat, wild medicinal herbs, and various homemade weapons and tools sold out almost instantaneously, provided their prices were reasonable. Following that were ordinary wild fruits and vegetables, which attracted a multitude of buyers as long as they were reasonably priced. Lastly came basic resources like wood, water, and minerals. It makes sense. Those who can access the system must have at least a 3-day supply of water, rendering it less valuable at present. Suemo pondered briefly and grasped the underlying rationale. After gaining a basic understanding of the various product categories and their prices in the exchange, Suemo navigated to his personal interface, located the shop section, and selected to purchase a trading position. Purchase successful, 10 survival points deducted. The trading position has been unlocked, and the shop section now displays a prominent plus sign. Suemo clicked on the plus sign, and a simple selection bar promptly appeared. Name: Sumo Stall Number 501,563. Type: Street Stall Area 11 Products not listed. Over half the individuals have purchased trading positions and open shops. Suemo was slightly astonished. The shop number serves as a unique identifier for products, sorted by the current quantity. This implies that more than 500,000 people not only completed the initial tasks to activate the system on the first day, but also acquired resources exceeding 10 survival points. The name is system-generated and can be modified. After selecting products for listing, one can add descriptive information and set payment methods and pricing based on quantity. After some contemplation, Suemo decided to rename his shop to Worry-Free General Store. Subsequently, he selected 10 green citrus of similar size to list, opting for 2 payment methods simultaneously. Product: green citrus. Description: sour and astringent, stimulates appetite and aids digestion, detoxifies and kills bacteria. Quantity: 10. Payment: 15 points each. Food, weapons, tools, fishing gear, etc. preferred for exchange. Pricing the green citrus at 15 survival points was a well-considered decision. The introductory post for new users provided a thorough explanation of the value of survival points. Using logging as an example. Currently, cutting down a tree valued at 1 survival point typically requires about an hour of labor, if one were to log all day, excluding time for rest and meals. The maximum survival points one could earn in a day would be around 10. Therefore, exchanging the work of 2 days for a single green citrus is something most people could accept. Suemo did not intend to list all the green citrus. After all, he was uncertain whether he could sell them all in one night, which might hinder his ability to list green citrus leaves during the daytime. Compared to the highly valued fruits, the leaves might sell even better. It is worth mentioning that the names and images of the products are automatically generated by the system upon listing and cannot be altered. However, the product descriptions can be added by the seller, allowing for the possibility of exaggeration or deception. The Novice Guide particularly emphasizes this point. Therefore, when purchasing unfamiliar products such as medicine or food, one should not rely solely on the product descriptions. It is advisable to conduct one's own assessments. Once the fruits are listed, Suemo returns to the product interface to see if there are suitable items for exchange. Product: mole meat. Description: an omnivorous creature, edible, with a slightly gamey flavor. Quantity: 58 gene. Payment: exchange for medicine, weapons, tools, and various handmade goods. The product display features a plump, long-tailed rodent the size of a piglet, prominently positioned at the top of the homepage, being sold by Zhang Chunxing, the author of the Novice Guide. Although Suemo meets the exchange conditions, he finds himself regrettably uninterested in the meat of serpentine or rodent-like creatures. Product: wild red flower grass. Description: medicinal herb, internally purges heat and detoxifies, externally stops bleeding and reduces inflammation. Quantity: 254 plants. Payment: 3 points per plant. Exchange for food, weapons, various tools. Selling by the plant? Suemo frowned slightly. From the picture, the individual plants appear small, and 1 or 2 would be of little use to achieve any effect. He suspects he would need 10 or more. The price seems rather excessive. Suemo shook his head, choosing not to linger, and instead browsed through other items. Skipping over various oddities, a large seashell suddenly caught his eye. Product: Qinghua seashell. Description: large, non-toxic flesh, delicious flavor, rich in trace salts. The shell can also be used as cookware. Quantity: 13 pieces. Payment: 6 points each. Exchange for medicinal herbs, weapons, various tools. Chapter 6. Bulk purchase. From the image alone, this seashell is about the size of a standard clay pot. The flesh contained within must weigh at least 8 or 9 taels. This price is not unreasonable. Currently, meat items in the trading post are scarce. Typical wild meats, such as wild boar, rabbit, and fish, are priced but unavailable. Those still listed are either exorbitantly priced or consist of bizarre meat types. Suemo estimates that the Qinghua seashell must have just been listed, lost among a vast array of products, resulting in few people noticing it. Therefore, without further consideration, he scrolled down to check the seller's personal information. Li Haoyang, appearing to be around 30 based on his profile picture. Sumo opened his chat box and promptly pasted the image information of the Qingning fruit. Brother, for a fruit weighing 1 jin and 2 taels, would you exchange 3 Qinghua seashells, each containing about a jin of meat? What do you think? Sumo selected a slightly larger Qingning fruit for the exchange. Not long after sending the message, before he could await a response, a notification from the shop's backend chimed. Successfully sold Qingning fruit 1, acquired 10.5 survival points. Sumo pondered whether Li Haoyang felt the deal was unbalanced, and thus opted to buy the Qingning fruit from his own shop with survival points. However, upon examining the transaction record, he was surprised to find that the buyer was Zhang Chunxing. Before Sumo could think further, the notification chimed again. Successfully sold Qingning fruit 9, acquired 94.5 survival points. The transaction record still indicated that the buyer was Zhang Chunxing. Had he confirmed the efficacy of the Qingning fruit and purchased them all at once? The descriptions of products in the trading post may not necessarily reflect reality. While passing off inferior goods as superior is somewhat forgivable, encountering those who sell poison as food is perilous. If one were poisoned, they could only blame their own carelessness. This was emphasized in Zhang Chuanqing's novice guide. Thus, Sumo quickly understood the reason behind Zhang Chuanqing's 2 purchases. TSK, it is indeed impressive that a senior who activated the system early and composed a novice guide is so affluent. To spend 150 survival points at once on medicinal herbs, one can only imagine the extent of his savings. Nevertheless, this fortunate turn of events directly benefited Sumo after deducting the 30 transaction fee. He received 105 survival points. Coupled with the remaining balance, his survival points soared to 106. The Qinghua seashells could also be traded using survival points. Noticing that Li Haoyang had yet to respond, Sumo directly spent 18 survival points to make a purchase. Purchased Qinghua seashell 3, deducted 18 survival points. A blue light curtain abruptly appeared before Sumo. As the blue glow dimmed, a faint briny scent began to waft through the air. 3 seashells, approximately the size of clay pots and adorned with green floral patterns, materialized before him. Sumo picked up one shell, weighing it in his hand, estimating it to be around 5 to 6 jin. Upon prying open the shell, he observed the tender, glossy flesh within, clearly fresh. Sumo was not surprised. Live creatures cannot be traded directly in the trading post. He prepared to activate the system's identification function, but noticed a message notification from the back end. Zhang Chunxing sent a message. Zhang Chunxing? Sumo's expression shifted slightly, filled with curiosity, as he opened the chat box. Little brother, how many Qingning fruits do you have left? And what about Qingning tree leaves? I am looking to purchase in bulk. Zhang Chunxing was aware of the effects of Qingning tree leaves, which did not surprise Sumo after all. The system treats all information equally, and the details revealed through identification are consistent. However, the request for a large quantity caught him off guard. Ultimately, Qingning fruits are medicinal fruits that do not store well. Having purchased 10 at once, Zhang Chunxing should have enough for a while. Indeed, as expected of a prominent figure who awakened early, it remains unclear whether it is his own strength or the backing he possesses that is so formidable. Regardless, it indicates that he is undoubtedly a significant player. After a moment's contemplation, Sumo formulated a response. The leaves will need to be harvested tomorrow in the orchard, but I still have some fruits available. However, I plan to use them to exchange for weapons and equipment. Currently, Sumo's most pressing need is undoubtedly for self-defense weapons, not to mention the group of wild deer in the orchard awaiting resolution. One never knows when other ferocious beasts might appear in the wilderness. Weapons are exceedingly scarce in the trading post, making them difficult to acquire even with money. A current T0, with Zhang Chunxing seemingly possessing substantial resources. Sumo decided to reveal the existence of the Qingning fruit orchard to enhance his own value. Sure enough, not long after sending the message, Zhang Chunxing quickly replied, "Orchard? Little brother, you are fortunate. Thus, look for Yang Feng's stall in the trading post and check how my stone wooden spear fares. If you are satisfied, we can continue our discussion." Stone wooden spear. Sumo blinked, transitioning to the trading post to search for the name Zhang Chunxing provided. In the blink of an eye, a simple shop information appeared on the central screen. The shop owner appeared to be a young man in his 20s with a buzz cut. On the sparse shelf hung a single item. Product: stone wooden spear. Description: a long spear made from stone wood, incredibly hard. Quantity: 1 piece. Payment: 3 Qingning fruits. The specified exchange quantity and product clearly targeted Sumo's trade. However, 3 Qingning fruits? Even if weapons are in short supply, is a wooden spear worth 50 survival points? Am I being taken advantage of? Suemo clicked on Zhang Chuanxing's personal information again, confirming that he was indeed the individual with over 1 million followers who authored the Novice Guide. After a moment's consideration, he decided to proceed with the exchange for 3 Qingning fruits. Merchant agreed to the transaction, received 1 stone wooden spear. The transaction completed successfully, and amidst the flickering blue light, a spear, approximately 1.5 meters in length and entirely dark, suddenly appeared before Suemo. The spearhead was sharply tapered and gleamed darkly, reflecting the flickering firelight. At first glance, the spear, particularly its head, hardly appeared wooden at all. Instead, it resembled a metal spike. Clearly, this spear is of exceptional quality, with the head meticulously polished. Feeling reassured, Suemo opted to conduct one more identification. Identification successful, deducted 6 survival points. Name: Stone Wooden Spear. Description: a premium spear crafted from stone wood by candidate Yang Feng. Taking 5 hours to polish, incredibly hard and exceptionally sharp. The identification fee exceeds that of the Qingning fruit. Furthermore, the system has issued a high evaluation. Suemo realized that not only was the price of the spear not high, but it was also considerably lower than expected. Zhang Chunxing had undoubtedly offered a favor. After some thought, Suemo found Zhang Chuanxing's chat box again and replied, "The spear is excellent, Brother Zhang. Feel free to state your terms." "Good, little brother is so straightforward. I won't dilly-dally. I need you to provide me with 1,000 jin of Qingning fruits and 1,000 jin of Qingning leaves, in exchange for materials and survival points." Zhang Chuanxing's reply was swift, clearly awaiting Suemo's response, and even attached a list of materials. Upon opening the list, Suemo noted the following: wild boar meat, 10 points jin; rabbit meat, 10 points jin; wild mountain onion, 4 points jin; wild mountain pepper, 4 points jin; wooden beds, wooden tables, wooden chairs. A plethora of items, encompassing basic necessities and currently scarce materials. From this list alone, it is evident that the strength and resources behind Zhang Chunxing are formidable. Chapter 7. Group Chat. However, Zhang Chuanxing's appetite is equally substantial. He directly inquired in terms of thousands. According to Suemo's preliminary estimates, the yield from the Qingning fruit orchard is approximately 5,000 jin. The yield of leaves is more challenging to gauge, likely around 2,000 to 3,000 jin, or even less. Furthermore, considering the rampant wild deer, the yield is likely to be reduced by at least a third. After a brief contemplation, Suemo responded, "The orchard is not large. I can initially provide 500 jin each of fruits and leaves, maintaining the price for the fruits at 10 points jin, while the leaves will be 10 points jin. Further cooperation will depend on the actual situation. Certainly, however, if the exchange is conducted using goods, both parties will adhere to the post-tax price. What do you think?" Zhang Chunxing was exceedingly straightforward, leaving Suemo, who was mentally prepared for haggling, somewhat taken aback. It appears that the current utility of the Qingning fruit is far greater than I had anticipated. Nevertheless, Suemo had no intention of altering the price and directly stated, "May our collaboration be enjoyable." During the daylight hours, Suemo had harvested a total of 43 Qingning fruits. After consuming some and accounting for those collected and sold, he had utilized 21, leaving him with 22. He selected 10 fruits of similar size to relist, modifying the trading method to accept only weapons, clothing, fishing baskets, and other production tools, ceasing transactions in survival points. As for the remaining 12 Qingning fruits, Suemo planned to first trade with Zhang Chunxing for some basic supplies, as large-scale transactions would have to wait until the following day. After expending 3 Qingning fruits to exchange for some fundamental materials from Zhang Chunxing, the small room was now filled to the brim. Suemo began to inventory and organize his supplies, starting with food. He had 3 Qinghua clams, 1 pound each of wild scallions, mountain pepper, and wild boar fat. Currently, the food supply was sufficient, and lacking effective preservation methods, Suemo refrained from exchanging for other meats. These were all edible items, and Suemo meticulously assessed them one by one. Name: Qinghua clam. Description: a mollusk that thrives along the southeastern coastal regions. Widely distributed and easily harvested, known for its high yield and succulent flesh. Name: wild scallion. Description: commonly found on hillsides and grasslands, possessing a unique aromatic flavor that enhances appetite and helps prevent cardiovascular diseases. Name: wild mountain pepper. Description: thrives in warm, moist soil, with larger fruit and a milder spiciness. The Qinghua clams were previously purchased, and this assessment confirmed their non-toxicity. The wild scallions were relatively small, with the longest reaching only about 30 centimeters in length, roughly the thickness of a little finger, indistinguishable from the wild scallions on Earth. As for the wild mountain pepper, it resembled the square green pepper. These two vegetables were perfect for seasoning the clams. Lastly, the pig fat stored in a bamboo tube was also examined with caution, ensuring its safety for consumption. Once assured of the edibility of these items, Suemo placed them next to the stove, intending to cook them later. Aside from these ingredients, Suemo had only exchanged for a wooden spatula, a small stone pickaxe, a bamboo basket, and a bundle of approximately 100 meters of hemp rope. The wooden spatula and stone pickaxe were somewhat rough compared to a spear, but Suemo found them serviceable. However, the fishing basket and other production tools that he had been longing for were not acquired. As for furniture like tables and chairs, they were not an immediate necessity for Suemo, and given the limited space in the room, he opted not to exchange for them. After neatly arranging these tools in a corner, Suemo took the water he had prepared with palm leaves and began cleaning the clams and vegetables. Due to the limited amount of stored water, Suemo used it sparingly. After simply rinsing off the surface dirt from the ingredients, he proceeded to chop them into pieces. He placed a cleaned clam on the makeshift stove he had built outside during the day and roasted it inside and out. Then, he heated oil in a pot, added the scallion segments to salt, followed by the green pepper, and finally introduced the chopped clam meat for a stir-fry. The rich aroma wafted through the air. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he added water to simmer the broth and thicken the sauce, then fashioned a simple torch using a wooden stick, wrapping one end with hemp rope and coating it with pig fat before successfully igniting it. Suemo stood outside, finding a place to insert the torch for illumination, the faint glow lighting up the surrounding area in the pitch-black night, adding a touch of warmth to the long-deserted primordial forest. Glancing at the pot, which was bubbling away, Suemo estimated that it should be nearly done. He sliced a few pieces of Qingning fruit for seasoning and then carefully lifted the pot with his sleeve. The stir-fried clam meat. No, it should be called the Qingning pepper clam stew. The clam meat was already tender and flavorful, and combined with the scallions and peppers, the aroma was elevated to new heights. After simmering the broth to capture all the essence within the meat, the fragrance alone made Suemo's taste buds tingle. Using chopsticks, he picked up a piece of clam meat, took a gentle bite, and the juices burst forth, offering a rich, savory taste that was both indulgent and exquisite. Culinary delights have always been the first remedy for the soul. Without concern for the heat, Suemo squatted on the ground, his chopsticks moving swiftly, merely blowing on the food to cool it down, and soon, a luscious piece of clam meat disappeared in an instant. In no time, the entire pot was empty. Suemo indulged to his heart's content, contentedly patting his belly. Sitting outside the door, he digested while reopening the system. In stark contrast to the solitude and darkness outside, the forum was still buzzing with activity. Scanning the top 10 trending posts, Suemo pondered briefly before clicking into a thread in the Huaxia Compatriots group. Greetings, fellow compatriots. This post aims to create a platform for our fellow citizens of the People's Republic of Huaxia to communicate, explore, and support each other. Long live the People's Republic of Huaxia. Plateau Chat Group. Click to join. Mountain Chat Group. Click to join. Hilly Chat Group. Click to join. Basin Chat Group. Click to join. Coastal Chat Group. Click to join. The post was exceedingly simple, categorized solely by terrain types. Suemo recalled the starting screen of the system, realizing he seemed to be on an island. Looking at the categories, he directly chose to join the Coastal Chat Group. As the screen flickered, to Suemo's surprise, he was not directly admitted into the group. Instead, a dialog box popped up. How much is a cup of Imperial Jade liquor? Must I provide a password? Suemo momentarily felt bewildered but quickly regained his composure. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he replied, 180 per cup. Which country and which people does the term Walla international students refer to? The Ming Emperor Zhu Qizhen. Who caused Yingzheng to fail in unifying the world? The first two questions were fairly standard, and the answers came to Suemo's mind automatically. However, the last question was rather tricky. Suemo had to think for a moment before answering. Su Fu, you have successfully joined the Huaxia Coastal Group 3. Chapter 8. Discovering Animal Gathering Grounds. As the final question was answered, the screen transitioned, revealing a chat window labeled Huaxia Coastal Group 3. Before Sumo on the left was the chat box, while the right displayed the number of group members and their avatars. This was a group of 100, with only 23 members currently visible. Su Ruiqing. A newcomer has arrived. Welcome. Li Quan. Brother, where are you from? Chiyu. Welcome, new little brother. The group chat contained only about 20 people, but only 4 or 5 were genuinely active. Sumo ignored the meaningless greetings from others and clicked on the profile of the last person to speak, a girl named Chiyu. Well, how should I put it? She had a round face that was quite delicate, and her petite stature made her look cute. Quite appealing, but she simply did not align with Sumo's aesthetic. What a disappointing outcome. Glancing at the group members, he noticed that she was the only female. The gender ratio was quite skewed. With no desire to linger in the group, Sumo directly posted the information about the Qingning fruit, looking to acquire clothing fabric, fishing baskets, fishing nets, and other production tools. Is there anyone willing to trade? Li Quan. You rascal, coming in here just to advertise, kick him out. Dog emoji. He Xiaojiang. Everyone in this group is from the coastal area, and we're all lacking fishing gear. Suduching. This fruit is practically a miracle remedy for us coastal dwellers, brother. Can I purchase it with survival points? The Qingning fruit's antibacterial and detoxifying properties indeed attracted some lurking members. However, perhaps due to the coastal nature of the group, fishing gear was the most urgently needed production tool, and no one expressed a desire for exchange. Only a few showed interest in purchasing, but they merely suggested trading with survival points. Sumo replied to each inquiry, politely declining those who proposed transactions involving survival points before exiting the coastal group. Returning to the forum post, through the process of joining the coastal group, Sumo discovered that joining various chat groups had no restrictions beyond being a specific Huaxia individual. Hence, he thought it wise to join several other groups for additional channels of information regarding the outside world. Different terrains and unique local products awaited. With this in mind, Sumo began with the Plateau chat group and proceeded to join others sequentially. A cool breeze wafted through, making the flames of the fire outside flicker erratically. Observing the nearly extinguished fire, Sumo moved his slightly stiff body, realizing it was already early morning. The internet knows no day or night, he muttered softly, remembering the many tasks awaiting him tomorrow, and lost interest in lingering in the group. After tidying up a bit, he returned indoors. He added some firewood to the stove to ensure it would last until dawn. Sumo then lay down on the hay-made bed, contemplating today's harvest while planning for tomorrow, forcing himself to drift into slumber. Regrettably, despite joining so many groups, he had yet to acquire any fishing gear. Tomorrow he needed to repair the roof, perhaps even build a larger room? It would be a pity to drive away those wild deer. If only he could domesticate them. He needed to gather some Qingning fruits and leaves first to complete the trade with Zhang Chunsheng. The first night in this new world was far from restful for Sumo. His mind swirled with various thoughts, drifting in and out of sleep as dawn approached, despite his head feeling heavy and splitting. Sleep eluded him. He opened the system to check the weather and time. Gentle breeze at 20 C, 5:06:21. The sky was only faintly illuminated, yet within the depths of the jungle, darkness still lingered. Sumo sat on the bed, lost in thought for quite some time before finally shaking off the drowsiness that had enveloped her. Dragging her somewhat heavy body, she ventured outside, guided by the dim light of dawn, to gather a few smooth, large leaves. She then made her way to a pit she had dug previously, where she relieved herself. After clearing her stomach, she swayed back to the shelter, replenished the nearly extinguished fire pit with firewood, and sliced a few pieces of lime with a stone knife. With the small bamboo bucket she had exchanged from the mountain ranges in hand, she prepared to go fetch water. After a simple wash with the lime slices, Sumo settled on a large rock by the riverbank, lost in her thoughts once more, before finally swaying back with the water bucket to the shelter. Whether it was due to a restless night or having eaten too much before bed, Sumo felt no appetite at all, and thus delayed making breakfast, opting instead to continue improving the shelter. Having already established the framework yesterday, she set about stacking stones along the exterior today. After a busy half-day, stacking the stone wall to about 2 meters high, Sumo felt satisfied. A simple coffin-like structure would suffice for sleeping. She harbored no other desires. Strapping on her backpack, wielding a stone and wooden spear, and carrying a small stone pickaxe, she prepared to check on the deer in the orchard, while also gathering some edible wild vegetables and mushrooms along the way. The light was dim, Once she entered the dense forest, the trees further obscured the light, rendering it even darker. Sumo made an effort to follow the path she had taken yesterday, using her spear to tap around her, startling any hidden snakes. Most deer are crepuscular creatures, preferring the early morning or dusk for activity. Cautiously, Sumo approached the orchard, where, through the gaps in the leaves allowing a faint glow, she discerned no signs of the deer. In the dusky orchard, only the low murmurs of snakes and insects could be heard. Had the deer already ventured out? Pondering this, Sumo no longer concealed her movements, boldly entering the depths of the orchard. As expected, the deer she had observed during the day were nowhere to be seen. After a moment's hesitation, Sumo didn't take advantage of their absence to harvest the orchard indiscriminately. Instead, she intended to trace their tracks and ascertain their specific range of activity. The forest was thick and lush, indicating that the wild deer had been active in this area for quite some time. There were distinct signs of trampling on the grass. Following the trail was not difficult, and soon she heard a cacophony of animal noises, mixed with the sound of flowing water. Sumo scanned her surroundings and found a vantage point. Clearing away some brush for a better view, before her lay a tranquil little lake, where not only the deer she had been tracking gathered, but also various other animals peacefully frolicking by the water's edge. Wild boars, capybaras, wild ducks. With the faint light, Sumo even spotted several large bovine creatures in the distance. This water source was evidently a gathering place for the surrounding wildlife. Estimating the area, she realized she was positioned just downstream from where she had previously gathered water. Braised wild boar meat, charcoal-grilled duck, stewed beef. Sumo swallowed hard, suppressing her excitement, feeling as though she was on the verge of achieving her culinary freedom. Chapter 9. The domestication plan, despite her observations indicating that the habits and diets of these deer mirrored those of deer from her previous life. Being herbivores with low aggression, the significant size difference still made Sumo hesitant to approach recklessly. The future certainly held promise, yet careful planning was essential in the initial stages. Her immediate priority was to deal with the wild deer and seize control of the lime orchard before considering anything else. Thus, after a brief observation, Sumo refrained from acting impulsively and quietly retraced her steps back to the orchard. Seizing the opportunity while the deer were absent, she delved into the orchard, locating the most fruitful lime tree, and began harvesting its leaves in earnest. The sun hung high in the sky, casting bright light across the land. Sumo, with a pair of approximately 30-centimeter-long antlers slung around her neck, her backpack stuffed to the brim, struggled under the weight of a bulging sack in her hands as she trudged back to the shelter, stopping every few steps. The antlers were collected from the orchard, while the sack had been acquired at the trading post. It had saved her much effort, albeit its craftsmanship was rather crude. Even so, it was quite expensive, costing around 10 survival points each. She had gritted her teeth to exchange for 5. After all, this was only the second day since most had awakened in the new world. And crafting a sack by hand was no easy feat. Glancing up at the bright yet gentle light, Sumo lost track of whether this was her 7th or 8th trip. Upon reaching the shelter, she casually tossed the antlers aside and slowly set down her backpack. Trembling, she approached the water bucket and drank deeply. Then, without hesitation, she collapsed on the ground, feeling utterly drained, with not a single hair on her body willing to move. After 7 or 8 trips, carrying the load had nearly taken the life out of her, especially given her prolonged lack of exercise. Were it not for the trading post restrictions, which incurred significant losses every time she shifted items in and out, Sumo would have preferred to transport them via trading space for greater ease. Nevertheless, her haul was substantial. Just as the wild deer returned to the orchard, she managed to bring back nearly 1,000 pounds of lime leaves. Particularly, several of the shorter fruit trees in the depths of the orchard had been stripped bare. After lounging on the ground for quite some time, Sumo felt a bit of her strength return. With great effort, she sat up and began to assess her harvest. Although the lime orchard was wild and untended, perhaps due to the species or environmental factors, the yield per tree was quite high. Based on her observations, trees standing about 3 to 5 meters tall yielded approximately 30 to 50 pounds each. These trees constituted the majority of the orchard and had also suffered the most damage from the deer. In contrast, trees between 5 and 10 meters tall typically produced 80 to 100 pounds. They yielded well but were fewer in number. Sumo estimated there were fewer than 20 of such trees in the orchard. As for those towering above 10 meters, Only one tree in the very center of the lime orchard reached just over 10 meters, perhaps closer to 15, bore a bountiful harvest, weighing over 100 pounds. However, due to its height, Suemo had not attempted to climb it this time. Her primary target during this harvesting spree had been the trees most vulnerable to the deer, those around 3 to 5 meters tall. After a meticulous count, she discovered that she had stripped 20 or so trees bare, yielding over 650 pounds of limes and less than 300 pounds of leaves. This meant that nearly half of the leaves had been ravaged by the deer, roughly calculating. This amounted to nearly 10,000 survival points. This was all her hard-earned money. The thought of those wild deer feasting on her precious resources made her heart ache. No, she had to deal with those wild deer immediately. Gritting her teeth, Suemo resolved to eliminate the wild deer today. Given her current attributes and weaponry, confronting the deer head-on was certainly out of the question. While it was feasible to drive them out of the orchard, Suemo desired more than that. These wild deer represented a significant fortune for her. Based on her observations, the herd comprised roughly 13 or 14 individuals. The largest stag measured over 2 meters in length and likely weighed around 300 kilograms. Considering the current market price for wild boar meat, averaging about 10 points, a mature deer could yield approximately 1,500 points based on half its weight. Coupled with the even more valuable deer blood, bones, and antlers, the conservative estimate for a mature deer surpassed 3,000 survival points. In comparison to the limes, this herd of deer truly held immense value. Of course, this was contingent upon successfully capturing the entire herd. Since discovering the deer yesterday, Suemo had been contemplating this matter. Following another day of observation, she finally began to formulate a plan. The nearly 1,000 pounds of leaves she had gathered in the morning would serve as a crucial component in executing her strategy. Suemo opened the system panel's message board, located Zhang Chuanqing's avatar, clicked on it, and typed, "Brother Zhang, I've gathered some leaves and would like to exchange them for thorny fences. Can you craft them?" Sumo's plan was straightforward: to find a suitable area near the orchard for enclosure, surrounding it with thorny fences, while also enclosing the orchard itself, creating a connection between the two. Finally, she would devise a method to make a considerable commotion, driving the deer from the orchard into the designated enclosure. While the approach may seem clumsy, it was the most effective and rational means Suemo could conceive to capture the entire herd without incurring personal harm. Of course, if Suemo were to undertake this task alone, she could gradually accomplish it. However, time was of the essence. Each day of delay was a waste of her precious resources. Using ordinary bushes to create a simple barrier would likely result in the deer escaping with a single charge. Thus, she specifically sought to have Zhang Chuanqing custom-make thorny fences, which would provide a temporary barrier against the deer escaping, facilitating further reinforcement later on. After sending the message, Zhang Chuanqing did not respond immediately. Glancing at the time on the panel, it was still only around 9 o'clock, and she assumed he was busy, so she paid it no mind. She then turned her attention to the trading post's backend, beginning to address the inquiries regarding her shop. Due to the nature of the barter system established, transactions cannot be completed automatically. When a buyer possesses items that meet the criteria and submits them, an order will be generated that requires manual confirmation from the merchant before the transaction can be deemed successful. Consequently, Suemo first examined the order notifications in the backend and discovered 3 pending orders. The first was a fish basket made of vine, approximately 1 meter long, for which the seller requested 3 lime fruits in exchange. The craftsmanship appeared somewhat rudimentary, prompting Suemo to reconsider and initiate a new order offering 2 lime fruits instead. The process of creating such a fish basket is rather straightforward, and anyone with a modicum of manual skill could easily craft it, were it not for his current need and his reluctance to expend time making one. Suemo would likely not have been inclined to part with even a single lime fruit. The second order was for a straw raincoat, woven from grass materials, without a straw hat, for which the seller requested 10 lime fruits. Upon clicking on the buyer's profile, Suemo discovered that the seller was a woman in her 30s or 40s, namely Tian Tian, whose appearance was unremarkable and lacked distinguishing features. Frowning in contemplation, he promptly sent her a message. "Your asking price is rather steep. If you include a finely crafted straw hat and straw sandals, I would be willing to offer you 5 lime fruits." Suemo was not negotiating capriciously. In his estimation, the value of lime fruits represented the earnings of an ordinary person over a day's labor. A rudimentary raincoat, if prepared in advance with dry grass, would likely take Suemo about half a day to weave. The processes for crafting a straw hat and sandals might be somewhat more complex, yet he surmised that they could be completed in no more than 2 or 3 days. The remainder of the price constituted a fee for craftsmanship, as well as a premium due to the current scarcity of handmade goods in the market, an entirely reasonable proposition. After sending the message, Suemo did not await a response and instead turned his attention to the final order. The last order indeed caught Sumo's eye. It was a request for an exchange involving clothing. The buyer sought to trade a rain jacket for 10 lime fruits. Upon examining the image, Suemo noted that the rain jacket was a typical thin red hooded coat suitable for spring and summer. Commonly found on e-commerce platforms, the exterior appeared soiled, and there were 3 distinct scratches on the chest area, 2 short and 1 long, suggesting some form of claw marks. This led Suemo to speculate whether the buyer had suffered an injury and urgently required antiseptic supplies. After all, reality is not fiction, and those capable of activating the system in a short span are certainly not foolish. At this stage, it was evident that the most scarce items in the entire trading market were not water or food, but clothing. Essentials like salt and sugar, necessary for daily human consumption, while rare in the trading market, could occasionally be found along with some substitutes. However, clothing, which everyone possesses, was exceedingly hard to come by, after all. Since arriving in this bizarre, untamed new world, one could find ways to satisfy their needs for water and food. Yet modern textiles, with their insulating and protective qualities, were unique and fundamental for survival. No one could guarantee what the weather would be like in the future. Thus, even individuals from warm regions rarely part with their personal clothing. Upon viewing this order, Suemo did not hesitate for even a moment and immediately confirmed the transaction. As the order was confirmed, a flash of blue light materialized, revealing the somewhat tattered and aged red rain jacket before him. Upon examination, Suemo discovered that the jacket was indeed quite thin, comprised of only 2 layers of fabric, presumably a sun-shielding outer layer intended for summer wear. Fortunately, the buyer appeared to be of a larger build, as the jacket hung loosely on Suemo's frame. To his surprise, the claw marks on the chest of the jacket bore no traces of blood, indicating that the buyer did not seem to be injured. Just as Suemo contemplated whether to contact the buyer for clarification, a notification from the system vibrated, and Zhang Chunxing replied to his message. Thorny fences? I have indeed discovered some thicket of thorns, but gathering them to construct a fence can be hazardous. Would a wooden fence suffice? 1 pound of lime fruit leaves in exchange for a 2 1-meter thorny fence would require approximately 400 pieces. Upon reading Zhang Chunxing's response, Suemo did not hesitate and promptly made an offer. Hazardous? That merely indicates the price is insufficient. The process of constructing the fence was exceedingly simple, a task that any average person could accomplish, and it was not overly time-consuming. Though gathering thorns could indeed result in minor injuries, the high price Suemo proposed would effectively alleviate Zhang Chunxing's concerns. According to their previous agreement, the market price for lime fruit leaves was around 15 points per pound. This meant that the transaction represented a significant value of 6,000 survival points. No problem, however, I need to first assess the thorny area. Have you encountered any large predators? Is the situation urgent? Indeed, it wasn't long before Zhang Chunxing responded. Ideally, everything should be ready by tomorrow evening. The thorny fence should be secured with wooden cross braces in the center, and tied with 2 lengths of hemp rope at both the top and bottom. Additionally, you will need to prepare a separate trading account to list the fence individually, allowing for immediate transactions. Sumo's plan was to use the completed thorny fence, directly secured between 2 trees at the perimeter of the fruit grove. Utilizing the convenience of the trading platform would allow him to avoid unnecessary transport, enabling him to trade for a fence section and immediately secure it in place. This would facilitate a swift and efficient enclosure of both the fruit grove and the selected breeding area with thorny fencing. Of course, this was a temporary measure. For long-term security, he would need to reinforce the enclosure once the deer breeding plan was successfully established. After detailing his specific requirements, Zhang Chunxing responded promptly, I will first construct a sample. Once you approve it, I will commence large-scale production. I also need to coordinate personnel to provide you with an accurate delivery timeline. All right, I await your news. After coordinating with Zhang Chunxing, Suemo listed 500 pounds of lime fruits and continued to address the messages in the back end. The majority of incoming messages were from individuals wishing to exchange survival points or wild fruits and vegetables for lime fruits, with no unexpected acquisitions. After sifting through the offers, Suemo ultimately exchanged 2 pounds of lime fruits for 1 pound of salt acid fruit. Salt acid fruit, also known as salt bamboo wood, bears red fruits. It absorbs salt from the soil and secretes it in a saline solution, which, upon evaporation, leaves salt crystals adhering to the fruit surface. Salt acid fruit not only replenishes the body's necessary salt intake, but also has properties for phlegm reduction, lung nourishment, and renal disinfection, making it immensely valuable in its current rarity. During this time, the buyer of the fish basket accepted Sumo's revised offer, while the buyer of the raincoat had yet to respond. Sumo was not anxious and continued to browse the various goods available in the trading platform. After selecting over 10 sellers of hemp rope, he ordered approximately 2,000 meters of it, and before he knew it, midday had arrived. Having neglected breakfast, Sumo now found himself ravenously hungry. The shelter was too cramped. With 5 large bundles of lime leaves and over 100 pounds of lime fruits occupying the space, there was hardly room to move, let alone prepare a meal. Thus, Sumo expended some effort to construct a makeshift stove outside. Once the stove was assembled, he lacked the motivation to cook. He retrieved the blue flower shell from yesterday, quickly cleaned it, and combined it with salt, acid fruit, and lime leaves for a hasty stew. While it was not particularly delectable, the meat from the shell along with half a pot of broth was entirely consumed. After satisfying his hunger, just then, Zhang Chunqing sent a timely message. "Brother, the sample of the thorny fence is ready. Please check the order information in the backend to review the sample. If everything is satisfactory, I will mobilize hundreds of workers to expedite production." Hundreds of workers? Sumo raised an eyebrow, realizing that Zhang Chunqing was subtly revealing his capabilities. If true, being able to mobilize such a number of people just 2 days after most had awakened was indeed impressive. However, for Sumo, Zhang Chunqing's strength was advantageous. Sumo opened the backend to confirm the order. And after a dazzling flash of blue light, a thorny fence standing 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, secured with wooden cross braces and tied with hemp rope at both ends, materialized before him. The thorns were tightly arranged, with each length of rope leaving a meter of slack on either side. What particularly impressed Sumo was the space left at the intersection of the cross braces, allowing him to effortlessly lift the fence. What a considerate design! Sumo silently commended the craftsmanship and then attempted to lift the fence to gauge its weight, estimating it to be around 40 pounds. The weight was somewhat more than he had anticipated, but still within his capacity to manage. Sumo took out his stone pickaxe and selected a spot between 2 trees, approximately 1 meter apart, and dug a hole about 10 centimeters deep. Carefully, he inserted the fence into the hole, securing the rope on either side to the trees. He then filled in the hole and compacted the earth. Finally, he found a large stone and struck it down upon the fence. With a resounding thud, the stone bounced off the ground, yet the fence remained steadfast, with only a few thorns shedding. Sumo regarded this with satisfaction. After all, wild deer were not akin to large boulders. Even if they charged despite the pain, it would be challenging for them to escape as long as the structure remained intact. As for the possibility of deer leaping over the fence, the dense foliage of the forest would hinder their ability to gain momentum for such a jump. Sumo felt that the 2-meter height was more than adequate. After numerous trials, the thorny fence met all of Sumo's requirements. After confirming with Zhang Chunqing, he placed the remnants of the shellfish meat into the fish basket as bait. Then, he hoisted the backpack, equipped with a stone pickaxe and a wooden spear, and once again ventured out with the fish basket. Facing the blazing sun, Sumo first positioned the fish basket by the riverbank and took the opportunity to wash his face refreshingly. Feeling invigorated, he made his way towards the fruit grove. At noon, when the heat reached its zenith, deep within the lime fruit grove, several deer of varying sizes lounged lazily, embodying a serene leisure. Even when a few alert bucks caught sight of Sumo's approach, they merely gazed casually without taking any further action. After observing for a moment, Sumo discerned that the herd was behaving normally, showing no signs of disturbance from his earlier clearing of the 20 or so fruit trees. This realization eased his mind. He then opted not to draw closer and instead chose to walk eastward towards the grove. The lime trees were predominantly shorter in comparison to the other trees within this jungle. Upon exiting the grove, Sumo's vision darkened slightly. The primitive jungle he inhabited was densely populated with a tree species known as the white catalpa. These trees were robust, tall, and exceptionally sturdy, serving primarily as building material and fuel. Lacking other notable value, The location Suimo had temporarily chosen for his breeding farm was primarily selected for its proximity to the shelter, facilitating regular oversight and future modifications. Additionally, it was adjacent to the fruit grove, allowing for easy herding of the deer. The shelter he constructed was situated southeast of the grove, thus he had predetermined the breeding farm's location to be on the eastern side of the grove. Upon reaching the outskirts of the grove, Suimo conducted a preliminary survey of the terrain. He then opened the system marketplace, confirming a transaction for the pre-generated order of hemp rope. With a flash of blue light, a substantial bundle of hemp rope, roughly the thickness of a pinky finger, materialized before him. This was a transaction method he exploited, wherein he exchanged items through the market, requiring manual confirmation to complete the trade. By generating the order in advance and confirming it upon arrival at the destination, he could avoid the physical exertion typically associated with transporting materials. The custom thorny fence he arranged with Zhang Chunxing was similarly facilitated by this rule. Armed with the hemp rope, Suimo commenced his land enclosure plan. He selected appropriate trees at suitable intervals and tied the hemp rope around their trunks at approximately 1 meter high. This not only served as a marking mechanism, saving time for the subsequent placement of fences, but also provided an additional layer of stability once the fences were installed, using the pre-tied ropes to create a taut span between the trees. The area Suimo had envisioned for the breeding farm was roughly 2 acres. In reality, he estimated that even a single acre could comfortably support a dozen or so deer. However, considering the wild nature of the herd, a smaller space would likely lead to collisions with the fence, and given the current scarcity of food for the deer, he decided to double the area, at least for the initial days. The deer could roam freely within the confines of the farm, foraging for sustenance. Selecting trees and tying the hemp rope was a straightforward task. The only challenge lay in continuously monitoring the marked areas to avoid significant deviations. Additionally, he had to be vigilant, repeatedly striking nearby trees to ward off potential snake or insect bites. As the sun blazed overhead, time passed steadily, and Sumo's plans progressed systematically. After utilizing the 5th bundle of hemp rope purchased from the marketplace, his enclosure efforts finally concluded. Glancing at the system's time, he realized he had unknowingly spent an hour and a half. Meanwhile, Zhang Chunxing had been persistently processing orders for the fences. It appeared that their work was proceeding quite smoothly as well. After a brief respite and replenishing his hydration, Suimo picked up his stone pickaxe and wooden spear to continue his labor. Using the spear as a measuring tool, he excavated small holes approximately 10 centimeters deep at the appropriate intervals among the marked trees to facilitate the future placement of the fences. Compared to marking the trees, which required constant adjustments to distance and range, digging the holes was relatively simple. However, the repeated bending and standing took its toll, leaving Sumo's back weary and stiff. The only inconvenience in his plan was the necessity of pre-marking the land, which required ongoing adjustments. Once this primary issue was resolved, the remainder of the task involved repetitive labor. After digging the holes, it was a matter of confirming orders in the back end, receiving goods, placing fences, and repeating the process. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the light within the jungle grew increasingly dim. The thorny fence surrounding the breeding farm was only halfway completed. This was not due to Sumo's inefficiency, but rather Zhang Chunxing's supply lagging behind. Nevertheless, considering that they had only finalized the plan that morning, achieving half of the required fencing before nightfall was commendable. Based on Sumo's estimates, it was likely that they would not need to wait until the following evening. If Zhang Chunxing expedited his work slightly tonight, they would probably meet the agreed-upon quantity. As constructing the fences was not as labor-intensive as Sumo's outdoor efforts, allowing for nighttime work indoors, Sumo checked the time and noted it was just past 5 o'clock, although daylight persisted outside. The dense canopy of trees rendered the jungle quite dim. Not wishing to continue, he tidied his tools and turned towards the shelter. On his return journey, Suimo deliberately detoured to the fruit grove to reassess the deer situation. Indeed, as dusk approached, he observed that the deer had ventured out to forage. After a tiring afternoon, he felt no inclination to gather fruit and leaves while the herd was away. A brief observation sufficed before he headed home. Upon returning to the shelter, Suimo added a few pieces of wood to the dying fire in the stove. He then set up the shell pot, adding a handful of lime leaves, preparing to brew some herbal concoctions. Although he had been cautious, he had still managed to sustain several small cuts on his hand and face while erecting the thorny fence in the wilderness. Safety was paramount. Despite their minor nature, Suemo decided it was prudent to apply some lime leaves to disinfect the wounds. After treating his injuries with the prepared herbal remedy, he sent a message to Zhang Chunsheng, informing him that he need not initiate any further orders as the back-end orders were nearing capacity. He also took the opportunity to purchase a pound of wild boar jerky for tonight's dinner. After a long day, Suemo was reluctant to engage in any elaborate cooking, opting instead for the simplicity of a large pot stew. After hastily finishing his dinner, he began to take stock of the day's expenditures. He had purchased hemp rope 5 times, all at the cost of 1 survival point for 3 meters, exchanging lime fruit for a total of 250 meters of rope, costing him 6 pounds of lime fruit. He estimated that marking the breeding farm's boundaries had consumed approximately 220 meters of rope. As for the thorny fence, Suemo checked the order records in the back end and found he had transacted with Zhang Chunsheng a total of 68 times. Excluding the initial sample, this amounted to 67 meters of fencing, requiring an additional 68 pounds of lime fruit. Including various incidental expenditures, his total consumption for the day amounted to 76 pounds of lime fruit. Based on Sumo's observations, the progress of the fencing for the breeding farm appeared to be about halfway complete. The remaining amount should not exceed 100 pieces of fencing, indicating that the entire breeding farm would require around 180 pounds of lime fruit. When converted to survival points, this was less than 3,000 points. Estimating the lime fruit grove's area, Suemo concluded it was no more than 1.5 acres, likely not exceeding 2 acres. Based on the breeding farm's consumption, it would also remain under 3,000 points, aligning closely with Sumo's initial price estimation. Thus, after the final transactions were completed, he would still have nearly 300 pounds of lime fruit leaves remaining. Resources were still abundantly available. Chapter 12. Herding the deer on the 3rd day in the New World. Morning dawned with the first light of day. Suemo awoke from his slumber, shaking off the lingering drowsiness. He could hear what seemed to be the sound of water. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 6 o'clock. Goodness, he had slept nearly 12 hours. He vaguely recalled that after tallying the accounts the previous evening, he had spent some time on the forum and in group chats before falling asleep without realizing it. On the second night in the New World, perhaps due to the fatigue of the previous day, his sleep had been exceptionally restorative. Brushing off the straw clinging to his clothes, Suemo moved his limbs slightly to awaken his body and swiftly got out of bed. The outside world was already brightening, and upon glancing at the nearly extinguished embers in the stove, he hurriedly searched for some dry straw to rekindle the fire. Once he had added fuel and set water to boil, Suemo took care of his personal needs and, while washing at the river, suddenly remembered that he had yet to check his fishing basket from the previous day. After a quick rinse, he waded through the water to the spot where he had placed the basket, gently shaking it in the water. Splash, water splashed everywhere, revealing a bountiful catch. Breakfast was secured. Dragging the basket to the shore, Suemo began to tally his haul. 4 palm-sized crucian carp, 7 or 8 fist-sized river crabs, and a dozen small fish about the size of his fingers. He promptly prepared the fish and crabs in the river, then crushed the entrails and small fish with stones, placing the remains back in the basket as bait. After setting the basket back into the water, he retained the cleaned fish and crabs to take back for cooking. Using his usual method, he prepared a large pot stew. Whether due to the unpolluted waters or the native species, the lack of seasoning did not detract from the exquisite flavor of the dish, making Suemo's mouth water. After thoroughly enjoying his meal, he boiled 2 more pots of water, storing it in bamboo tubes. He then gathered his weapons and tools and set off towards the breeding farm to commence his work for the day. The sun blazed fiercely, casting its heat upon the earth. Unbeknownst to him, noon had arrived. Deep within the grove, the deer frolicked as usual. Outside the grove, with the last hole successfully completed, the preliminary work for the lime fruit grove was now finished. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Suemo took a hearty gulp from a bamboo tube beside him, exhaling a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to his growing proficiency, by not even 10 in the morning, the enclosure at the breeding farm was entirely completed. After the construction of the breeding farm, Suemo hurriedly proceeded to the orchard to begin preliminary marking work. Initially, Suemo harbored concerns that the deer might be disturbed by his activities. However, in reality, his worries were unfounded. It seemed the deer were unperturbed by his presence, perhaps perceiving him as no threat due to his size. Aside from a few curious glances from the wild deer at the outset, there were no abnormalities. They allowed Suemo to measure and mark the orchard without interference. Estimating the time, Suemo grew anxious about completing the enclosure before the deer ventured out. He decided against returning for lunch, opting instead to buy a piece of roasted jerky from Zhang Chunxing to satisfy his midday hunger before resuming his diligent work. As the day progressed, the sun transitioned from glaring to gentle. With only about 50 meters left to encircle the orchard completely, Sumo's excitement mounted, envisioning the deer as fish in a barrel once the enclosure was finished. He estimated the orchard's area to be approximately 1.5 acres. Although irregular in shape, the perimeter he was enclosing would not exceed 100 meters, meaning he had successfully enclosed the majority of the orchard. As he approached the final stretch, anxiety crept in about potential unforeseen circumstances. To mitigate this, Suemo decided to wrap some jute rope around the last 50 meters to prevent any startled deer from bolting at the crucial moment. After securing the rope, he carefully assessed the situation of the deer and quickened his pace in placing the enclosure panels, inserting each one into the ground to form a closing barrier, with the rope to be secured last. Time slipped away rapidly, perhaps due to the ample space of the orchard and the cover provided by the trees. The deer remained calm while Suemo completed the thorny enclosure. After taking a breath of relief, he deftly secured the panels. Success! Tying the last rope firmly, he felt a surge of joy wash over him. And even his typically composed demeanor could not suppress a triumphant fist pump. All the effort, resources, and meticulous planning had culminated in this moment. With the thorny enclosure established, the only exit now connected to the designated breeding farm. The deer within the enclosure had effectively become caged birds, caught in a trap. Next, all that remained was to drive the deer from the orchard into the breeding farm. Seeing that daylight was still ample, Suemo decided to press on and complete the task in one go. He had already devised a plan for driving the deer. With the considerable disparity in size and numbers, utilizing tools was humanity's greatest advantage. Suemo planned a two-step approach. First, to create a loud commotion to startle the deer. Due to limited materials and primitive conditions, he resorted to the oldest method, setting off firecrackers to generate noise. To ensure the noise would be substantial, his second step involved using fire as an auxiliary means of driving them. Opening the system, he accessed the back end to retrieve the bamboo pole order he had previously arranged with Zhang Chunxing. Suemo purchased a significant quantity of bamboo poles, arranging them in a circle around the orchard, leaving only the path to the breeding farm clear. Additionally, to prevent potential fires from causing extensive damage, he spared no expense acquiring numerous wooden barrels and water from Zhang Chunxing, stacking them beside the bamboo poles for immediate fire control. Once everything was prepared, Suemo swiftly returned to the shelter to retrieve a fire source and ignited the bamboo piles one by one. The crackling sounds echoed as the bamboo ignited, and as the flames consumed the hollow sections, the nodes would explode with a series of pops. The cacophony, combined with the rising temperature from the flames, sent the deer in the orchard into a frenzy. Positioned at the rear of the orchard, Suemo seized the moment, picking up a half-burned bamboo pole and hurling it into the center of the deer herd. This sudden disruption sent the startled deer scattering in all directions. Surrounded by the roaring flames of the firecrackers, the only clear path led towards the breeding farm. As expected, the frightened deer bolted towards the breeding farm in a panic. Watching them disappear into the orchard, Suemo finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He did not rush to extinguish the flames, but first secured the gate between the orchard and the breeding farm before gradually dousing each fire. The breeding farm was now thoroughly established. Chapter 13. Future plans. Suemo had strategically placed the firecracker piles far from the fruit trees and in areas with sparse vegetation. Therefore, aside from a few fruit trees charred by the flames, there was no significant damage. After cleaning up the fire sites, he placed the remaining barrels and water outside the breeding farm for the deer to drink. Observing the situation for a moment, Suemo noted that perhaps due to the size of the breeding farm, the deer appeared relatively calm upon entering, without any signs of distress. However, he remained vigilant, calculating that it was around the time the deer typically ventured out. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he reinforced the outer perimeter of the breeding farm with the remaining thorny panels while continuously monitoring the deer. As dusk approached and the light in the woods dimmed, seeing no unusual occurrences, Suemo tidied up his tools and returned to the shelter. He first washed up by the river and checked his catch in the fish basket. Today seemed to promise a bountiful harvest. To his surprise, the roughly 1-meter fish basket yielded a delightful surprise. In addition to a dozen crabs and several small crucian carp, he had caught a 30-centimeter-long catfish, along with a handful of shrimp. What a windfall! Filled with joy, he prepared the fish and crabs, discarding the entrails back into the fish basket as usual. He placed the small fish and shrimp into his backpack, carrying the 30-centimeter catfish back to the shelter with delight. Tonight would be a barbecue feast. The crispy-skinned, tender catfish, glistening with oil, paired exquisitely with lime juice and a sprinkle of scallions. Suemo savored each bite. His lips coated in flavor. He devoured several grilled river crabs. Unable to stop until he had eaten 4 or 5, after the meal, he enjoyed a bowl of crucian carp and shrimp soup to cleanse his palate. Pure bliss, with such an abundant catch. There was more than enough for one meal. Suemo quickly fashioned a simple rack to smoke the remaining 5 crucian carp and 7 or 8 crabs, saving them for tomorrow. After tidying up the fish and crabs, Suemo began his inventory for the day. Of the 600 thorny panels ordered from Zhang Chunsheng, over 100 remained. The establishment of the breeding farm consumed a total of 161 panels, indicating that the overall perimeter was around 160 meters, covering just over 2 acres. The orchard consumed slightly fewer panels, totaling 143, not because its area reached 2 acres, but due to the irregular distribution of the wild fruit trees. When enclosing the orchard, Suemo had encircled each tree, leading to increased consumption of panels due to the winding layout. Furthermore, after driving the deer into the breeding farm, he reinforced the enclosure with an additional 35 panels. In total, Suemo had utilized 339 panels from the 600 ordered from Zhang Chunsheng. With over 200 remaining, he planned to use some for the double-layer reinforcement of the breeding farm while reserving the rest for placement around the shelter. Arriving in this new world meant starting anew. With the establishment of a breeding farm, cultivating crops was naturally the next step. Suemo intended to clear a plot of arable land outside the shelter, initially planting some herbs and vegetables. Once grains such as rice and wheat became available in the trading post, he would then transition to cultivating staple crops. The establishment of the breeding farm had cost Suemo over 600 pounds of lime fruit. During the previous harvest of lime leaves, only a few dozen pounds of fruit remained, while he had kept the leaves untouched. The leaves were easier to store than the fruit, and he planned to use some for attempting to make mosquito-repellent incense, while others would be turned to ash for rebuilding the shelter. Lime fruit possesses antibacterial and detoxifying properties, ensuring its value as a hard currency for the foreseeable future. With a fruit orchard at his disposal, Suemo need not worry about insufficient survival points. The lime leaves, known for their mosquito-repelling and insecticidal effects, could be converted into ash for constructing his home, effectively mitigating the nuisance of pests. The primary motivation for this decision stemmed from a forum where a notable figure had successfully built a small brick kiln, producing red bricks. This individual generously shared a detailed tutorial on constructing the kiln and had begun experimenting with firing blue bricks. Following this tutorial, many others had started attempting to build their own kilns, leading to a burgeoning market for various quality red bricks. This development was a crucial factor in Suemo's determination to rebuild the shelter. He had grown weary of the cramped confines of his coffin-like home. Unfortunately, reality was not a game, and the system lacked comprehensive features, notably the absence of a one-click building function. Alongside rebuilding the shelter, he also needed to focus on reinforcing the breeding farm and the deer domestication plan. Merely confining the wild deer within the breeding farm did not equate to successful domestication. Based on Suemo's observations, among the group of wild deer in the breeding farm, there were 3 adult bucks with antlers. The remaining ones are 5 adult female deer without antlers, along with 7 juvenile fawns. Among the 3 male deer, one is a particularly imposing stag, its size reaching an impressive 2 meters, with antlers extending over 30 centimeters. The other 2 stags are somewhat smaller, yet still boast a height of around 1.5 meters. One possesses a full set of antlers, while the other is currently shedding its antlers, with the velvet already halfway grown. This is also the reason why Suemo, despite the deer herd entering the breeding ground, does not dare to approach them lightly. For Suemo, the foremost task is to eliminate the 2 fully antlered stags that pose the most significant threat to him. He has devised 2 plans for the upcoming period concerning the breeding ground. The first is an elimination plan, aimed at capturing and exterminating the 2 most threatening stags. The second is a taming plan, which involves prolonged feeding and domestication of the remaining deer, gradually weeding out their wild instincts. Rebuilding shelters, cultivating arable land, reinforcing the breeding ground, luring and killing stags, and taming the deer herd. These 5 tasks will be the focal point of Sumo's work in the days to come. Rebuilding and cultivating land are long-term endeavors and, comparatively speaking, are not particularly urgent. However, the threat posed by the 2 stags is the most pressing issue for Sumo at present. After all, the primary function of the thorny barrier lies in its ability to inflict harm on the charging deer. Rather than providing sturdy confinement, given the size of the stags, should they disregard their injuries and charge with full force, the stability of the thorny barrier may not withstand the impact. After carefully outlining his plans, Sumo resolved to address the threat of the stags the following day. Chapter 14. Volcanic ash and cement under the shroud of night. The primordial jungle was so dark that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Sumo sat at the entrance of the shelter, fiddling with the cooking stove while perusing the order information in the background. There were still over 200 orders for barriers that had yet to be confirmed. Sumo still had nearly 200 pounds of green lime fruit remaining in his shop. Since unconfirmed orders do not deduct from the inventory, he intended to retain these barriers for reinforcing the breeding ground and for safeguarding the shelter during land cultivation. Thus, after coordinating and communicating with Zhang Chunxing, Sumo was not in a hurry to confirm receipt. Otherwise, it would require effort to transport them back and forth, incurring additional transportation costs. Apart from the barrier orders, Sumo primarily focused on the trading orders initiated by others. Handmade bamboo mats for 2 green lime fruits. The bamboo mat was reasonably smooth. Accepted. A homemade stone axe for 3 green lime fruits. The axe blade was adequately sharpened, and considerable effort had been put into the handle's connection. Accepted. Worn cotton socks for 1 green lime fruit. This is absurd, but not accepted. Sumo only accepted barter transactions and specified that he would only exchange for weapons, clothing, and handmade goods. At the very least, all successfully initiated orders had been validated by the system. Therefore, except for a few unreasonable exchange requests, Sumo generally agreed to most orders and completed the transactions. After a flurry of activity, a large heap of items accumulated at the entrance of the shelter, mostly consisting of living necessities like tables, chairs, and mats, as well as tools for daily use, such as wooden shovels and stone picks. Among them, the most noteworthy was the stone axe, which was the most exquisitely crafted piece, serving as a reliable weapon for self-defense when needed. Although some individuals in the forum and trading post had already discovered iron, copper, and other metal ores, this was only the 2nd day since arriving in the New World, and the conditions for smelting iron were still lacking. Therefore, stone and wooden products were predominantly used. After processing the background orders, Sumo modified the trading conditions in his shop, adding herbs, grains, vegetables, fruits, and seeds for exchange. This was to prepare for future land cultivation. Returning to the forum, Zhang Chunxing's beginner's guidepost still held the top position. Upon clicking in, Sumo noticed that the number of participants had unknowingly surpassed 360,000. This indicated that nearly 3 million individuals had activated the system and entered the forum. Something felt amiss. It was already the evening of the 2nd day, yet only 3 million had joined. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that even 10 million would activate the system within 7 days. Why was Sumo only calculating the number of individuals within a week? This was due to the activation conditions of the system: water, fire source, and shelter. If someone failed to meet these conditions within 7 days, they would likely perish in this primitive wilderness. However, the notion that only 10 million out of over 7 billion people globally could activate the system seemed implausible to Sumo unless the majority were unfortunate enough to be born in a desert. It was improbable that such a small number of individuals had emerged. Therefore, the reality was that the number of humans who had truly arrived in the New World was not large. Were they released in batches, or were they merely the unlucky fortunate ones? With the key information being too scarce, Sumo could not make any judgments. Shaking his head, Sumo dismissed the errant thoughts in his mind and refocused on the forum. Currently, the most popular posts on the forum were those sharing various survival techniques, such as building houses, creating brick kilns, firing pottery, and sharing wilderness survival skills. The most outrageous post Sumo encountered was one teaching how to handcraft a weaving loom. Remarkably, the poster had successfully crafted a rudimentary textile machine within just 2 days and was now seeking cotton and silk. The forum was filled with numerous experts, each showcasing their diverse skills and sharing extremely practical tips. Individuals like Sumo, who possessed no particular expertise, could only wait for these experts to produce their goods so they could engage in extensive purchasing. The depths of the forum were too intricate for Sumo to navigate confidently. After briefly skimming the house construction techniques, he shifted to group chats. The group chats were organized by terrain, but apart from nationality, there were no other restrictions on joining. SUMO, initially hoping to gather information through multiple channels, had joined all the terrain-based group chats. However, perhaps due to survival conditions, the coastal group was bustling with activity due to its abundant marine resources, ensuring ample food supply. Consequently, it was the liveliest of all group chats. Regardless of the time he opened the chat, there were always people conversing in the coastal group. Thus, Suemo often favored chatting and engaging in banter there. Li Quan, hey, I feel that building a brick kiln or a lime kiln isn't as good as directly constructing a blast furnace. If we can successfully smelt iron, won't it be more profitable than bricks and lime? Suemo, indeed. Chiyu, don't get ahead of yourself. You're not a professional, yet you want to smelt iron in a blast furnace. You probably don't even know how to build one, right? Chiyu, not to mention that no one here has discovered iron or copper mines yet. Where will you get the coal for burning the furnace? Suemo, that makes sense. He Xiaojiang, yes, smelting iron using traditional methods isn't that simple. We ordinary folk should follow the strategies shared in the forum, even if it takes longer. The key is to be cautious. Suemo, wise words indeed. As soon as Suemo entered the coastal group, he found several individuals engaged in a heated argument, initially unaware of the context. Both sides were stoking the flames of conflict. After scrolling up through the chat history, he discovered that Su Duching had found a substantial amount of volcanic ash and was preparing to follow the guide to construct a lime kiln. He planned to burn shells and oyster shells to produce lime, then mix it with volcanic ash to sell as cement. This sparked a discussion within the group, which gradually devolved into a debate about iron smelting. Cement? That sounds promising. Suemo was preparing to build a brick house and initially thought of mixing yellow clay with wood ash, then collecting some shell ash to replace cement. Little did he expect that fortune would come knocking at his door. With someone in the group discovering volcanic ash, mixing volcanic ash with quicklime and water results in cement. Although he had yet to secure limestone for burning quicklime, the coastal region was abundant with shellfish. Shell ash could easily be used as a substitute for limestone. Why dream of iron smelting when cement is the way to go? Suemo immediately joined the Anti-Iron Smelting Alliance in the group. Suemo, currently, everyone is living in thatched huts and mud houses, with harsh living conditions, and there is a strong desire to renovate their homes, blah blah blah. Suemo, to sum it up, Brother Su Duching, when can we expect cement? I'm in urgent need over here. Su Duching, the requirements for a lime kiln that burns shells are not high. I've almost finished building it today and will test it tomorrow. By the way, what have you been busy with these past few days? I've been wanting to buy some of your green lime fruits, but unfortunately, the trading conditions you set in the system don't meet the requirements. And you haven't replied to my messages. Chiyu, my brother is quite the busy person. I also sent over a dozen messages, but it seems like he hasn't seen them. Rolls eyes. Chapter 15. The deadly pit, seeing the conversation in the group suddenly turn against him. Suemo couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his brow and quickly explained. Suemo, I apologize, everyone. I recently discovered a group of large creatures and have been busy dealing with them these past couple of days. Today, I've finally resolved the situation. So, if anyone needs green lime fruits, feel free to send me a private message, and I will set up individual trading points for everyone. How Fu Run, TSK. As if we're not being given survival points, you make it sound like we're taking advantage of you. Li Quan, large creatures, wild boars, or what? Chiyu, yeah, why are you making us guess? What's the situation? How Fu Run, if you want to buy, then buy. If you don't, then don't. Why the sour comments? Suemo promptly blocked the person making sarcastic remarks and proceeded to address the trading demands within the group. Particularly, I engaged in an extended conversation with Su Duching, and we mutually followed each other. Subsequently, I idled in other groups until the late hours of the night before finally succumbing to slumber. The night passed in silence. On the fourth day of the new world, morning arrived. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays that enveloped the earth. It was only then that Suemo stirred from his slumber, groggily glancing at the clock to find it was already 9 o'clock. Startled, he jolted awake, realizing he had overslept due to his late-night activities in the groups. He hastily got out of bed. Forgoing his morning routine, Suemo made his way to the breeding farm, jogging slightly, and upon careful observation, he noted that the deer herd, while somewhat restless, exhibited no other signs of distress. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was evident that the decision to use thorny barriers was undoubtedly the right one. The deer were reluctant to challenge the thorny fence, given that they were crepuscular animals, accustomed to being active during dawn and dusk. Suddenly confined to a mere 2 acres, it was natural for them to feel agitated. Fortunately, the scenario Suemo had feared did not materialize. After a moment of careful observation, he leisurely turned towards the riverbank to freshen up. After a quick wash, Suemo checked the fish basket. Today's catch was still commendable, with 7 or 8 carp and several river crabs and shrimp. Having woken up late, Suemo was not particularly hungry and decided to wait until noon to eat. He returned to the shelter, fetched 3 wooden barrels, filled them with water, and placed the fish inside for safekeeping. Only then did he return to the breeding farm to commence his tasks for the day. Today's assignment was simple. First, to reinforce the thorny barriers of the breeding farm, and then to select suitable locations for modifications in preparation for the upcoming seduction and capture of the male deer. Perhaps due to increasing proficiency, it took him just over an hour to complete the fortification of the barriers. After a meticulous examination, Suemo chose to modify the section of the barrier closest to the dominant stag's activity zone. He first reduced the height of the inner 3 thorny barriers from 2 meters to approximately 1 meter 20 to 30. This height would allow the larger dominant stag to easily leap over, while making it difficult for the smaller wild deer to do so. He then transformed the outer fixed barriers into movable gates, attaching 2 lengths of hemp rope to each gate for remote observation. Subsequently, he delineated a separate area of 3 by 3 meters around these movable gates using thorny barriers. Finally, he began digging pits within this area to set traps. Suemo's plan was straightforward. It was utterly impossible to confront the dominant stag without sustaining injuries. Therefore, he had to rely on strategically placed traps. Despite the guidance from experts on forums, Suemo found it challenging to grasp the intricacies of the sophisticated traps. Thus, he opted for the simplest yet effective trap, the pitfall trap, also known as the death pit or spike pit. This involved excavating a deep pit filled with sharp spikes, covered with grass, ensuring that any unfortunate creature that fell in would have no chance of survival. Such traps are strictly prohibited in areas frequently traversed by humans, as they pose a danger not only to prey but also to hunters. However, in the current context, it was a valuable tool in Suemo's plan to deal with the dominant stag. Setting up the pitfall was not particularly difficult, but quite labor-intensive. Theo ensnare a large stag measuring 2 meters. The pit needed to be at least 2 meters deep. To be safe, Suemo dug a pit measuring 2 meters and 50 centimeters. Fortunately, the soil in this area was soft and not overly hard. But even so, it took him until 1:30 in the afternoon to complete the excavation, having broken 2 wooden shovels before finally succeeding with a stone shovel, not rushing to place the spikes. Suemo first returned to the shelter to have lunch. He then contacted several merchants at the trading post to arrange for the purchase of bamboo poles approximately 1 meter in length. He planned to sharpen part of them into wooden spikes to place in the pit, while turning another portion into bamboo strips to lay over the trap for camouflage, topped with grass to disguise it. Once the trap was completed, he cleared the excavated soil to the side. With a wooden ladder in tow, he made his way to a slightly distant area to dig another identical pitfall trap. It was imprudent to use the same trap twice within a short time, as the scent of blood would deter any other male deer from approaching. Hence, Suemo aimed to eliminate 2 male deer in quick succession by digging another pit in a separate location. He worked diligently until after 4 o'clock, when the second pit was finally completed. Taking a moment to rest and rehydrate, Suemo began the next phase of his plan, setting the bait. For bait, he chose the lime fruit, a favored delicacy of the deer. The fact that they had established their habitat in the fruit grove attested to their fondness for lime. Moreover, after nearly a day without consuming lime, and with no access to water, the deer, especially the dominant stag, were likely quite thirsty. Thus, in Suemo's view, lime was the optimal choice for bait. He harvested over 10 pounds of lime fruit from the grove, smashed a few with stones, and scattered them within the barrier to release their enticing aroma, thereby luring the dominant stag closer. The remainder was crushed, with half placed atop the trap, leading away from the barrier. To consume the fruit, the wild deer would have to traverse the trap. Additionally, Suemo retrieved a barrel he had left nearby the previous night, pouring half of its contents around the barrier and reserving the other half beside the trap for double assurance. With the bait set, all that remained was to wait patiently. The breeding farm spanned over 2 acres, and during Sumo's endeavors, no wild deer approached. Now, he could only wait for the fragrant lure to waft through the air and attract the deer. For precaution, he took up a stone spear and a 4-meter-long bamboo pole, climbing into a nearby tree close to the barrier's entrance to await the arrival of the deer. This way, even if the attracted deer were not the dominant stag, Suemo could still drive them away from the tree with the bamboo pole. Time ticked by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The sun hung low in the west, gradually descending towards the mountains. Seated in the tree, Suemo scrolled through the forum and participated in group chats, feeling neither bored nor overly anxious. During this time, a young deer was lured in, but Suemo quickly drove it away with the bamboo pole. After that, there was silence. As dusk approached, Suemo pondered whether the lime fruit had lost its allure. Just as he was deliberating the need for a change, a cacophony of hooves echoed in the distance. The deer had arrived. However, contrary to Sumo's expectations of the dominant stag or other male deer, the entire herd came forth, led by the dominant stag. As they followed the sweet scent of the fruit, the leading stag quickly reached the smashed lime fruit. Recognizing the familiar aroma, the long-deprived deer herd stirred with excitement. The dominant stag let out a series of calls, prompting the previously restless herd to come to a halt. Only one other large male deer, with sharp antlers, hesitated, reluctant to approach under the long-standing intimidation of the dominant stag. Seeing this, the dominant stag took its time to enjoy the sweet, fragrant fruit on the ground. The remnants of the fruit had dried considerably, losing their appeal, and after a few bites, it was soon consumed. Clearly unsatisfied, the dominant stag continued to follow the enticing scent further. Alas, the anticipated sweet fruits were nowhere to be found, replaced instead by the detested thorns blocking its path. Life had become exceedingly miserable. Ever since the terrifying flames and strange noises had disturbed them, their once familiar forest had become overrun with prickly thorns. This not only restricted the entire herd to a limited area, but also prevented them from venturing out for water. Now, having finally come across the sweet fruits they once relished, they were thwarted yet again by these insufferable thorns. The thorns ahead seemed lower than those encountered before. The dominant stag craned its neck, peering ahead, and through the barriers and trees, it vaguely discerned not only the sweet fruits but also a source of fresh water. Those accursed obstacles! The dominant stag expressed its frustration with a couple of calls, then took a few steps back before gradually retreating, for the sake of the sweet river water and the delectable fruits. With a powerful leap, it surged forward. Thud! The resounding crash of a heavy object hitting the ground was followed by a mournful cry from the stag. The remaining deer, puzzled, echoed the cries in confusion. They could not comprehend why, after their leader had approached the sweet fruits, it erupted in a wail. After a brief moment of agitation, the second largest male deer could no longer contain itself. It too stepped back and leaped. This is bad. At this moment, Suemo, perched in the tree, was filled with joy, but his expression shifted dramatically upon noticing that this male deer was also preparing to leap over the barrier. He swiftly pulled on the hemp rope in his hands, tightening the control over the gate, which closed abruptly. Unfortunately, despite Sumo's quick reflexes, he was still a moment too late. The male deer had already vaulted over the thorny barrier, landing squarely on the dominant stag, which was already struggling in the trap. The chorus of cries from the two deer echoed through the forest, as the previously ensnared stag succumbed to its wounds under the weight of the male deer. In a panic, the male deer used the fallen stag's body to propel itself out of the pit. Sumo's plan to capture the dominant stag had succeeded. It had met its demise in the pitfall trap. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when a second stag, nearly as large as the first, leaped over the fence and fell into the trap. The lethal pit that Suemo had devised was originally designed to accommodate the size of a single wild deer. Neither its depth nor its width was sufficient to ensnare two stags of similar stature. Indeed, after the second stag fell into the trap, it managed to use the first stag as a stepping stone. Placing a hoof atop its head and successfully leaping out of the pit, Suemo had intentionally enclosed the trap's location with a fence, creating a 3 by 3 meter area, while the pit itself measured approximately 2 by 2 meters. Thus, even though the stag escaped the pit, its movement was severely restricted, leaving it in a state of discomfort. Yet, the presence of this stag hindered Sumo's ability to enter the lethal pit and retrieve the first stag's carcass. Faced with limited options, Suemo contemplated either opening the fence to allow the stag to return to the breeding grounds, or leaving the hard-earned corpse of the first stag unattended while confining the second stag to await its slow demise from hunger. Naturally, he had to consider the possibility of the stag making a desperate last stand. Alternatively, he could devise a method to eliminate the second stag outright. Perched upon a tree trunk, Suemo gazed down quietly at the stag, which was curled up in a corner of the fence, incessantly calling out. As he observed carefully, he pondered potential solutions. The forest was dense, with lush foliage. The thorny fence was primarily fixed to the surrounding large trees, and the tree upon which Suemo stood was one of those supporting the fence around the lethal pit. Thus, from his elevated vantage point, he had a clear view of the entire situation within the trap. The first stag, having sustained multiple injuries, had already succumbed, while the second stag remained curled in a corner of the pit. Continuing to wail, Suemo furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the second stag's condition. Sensing something was amiss, initially, he assumed the stag's incessant cries were a result of fear, but the continuous, somewhat pained wailing suggested otherwise. The stag's position was directly opposite Suemo's, and from this angle, he could only see its back. After a brief observation, he descended from the tree and climbed another large tree that was directly above the stag. Indeed, standing directly over the stag, Suemo could see that its front hooves were curled, with a few traces of blood visible, evidence of injury sustained from stepping on the first stag's head. Moreover, there were large patches of blood seeping from its abdomen, indicating wounds inflicted by the sharp spikes within the pit when it fell. This stag was gravely injured and could hardly move. Recognizing the situation, Suemo felt a sense of relief. The task ahead was manageable. He descended the tree, retrieved a large stone from the forest, and climbed back up. Suemo aimed high, positioning himself behind the incapacitated stag, and hurled the stone with all his might. With a resounding thud and a pained scream, the stone struck the stag squarely on the head. Observing that the stag was now barely clinging to life, Suemo took further precautions by affixing a bamboo pole to his trusty stone spear. He crouched down and aimed the pole at the stag's eye, thrusting it forcefully and twisting it. The already fading stag gasped its last breath. With that, the two most formidable stags in the breeding grounds had been vanquished. Henceforth, Suemo could move freely within the breeding grounds, allowing for prudent planning and cultivation. Chapter 17. Division and storage. While the demise of the two most threatening stags was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, the pressing issue of how to dispose of their carcasses loomed over Suemo. The first stag measured over 2 meters in length and stood approximately 1 meter 20 to 30 centimeters tall, weighing an estimated 300 kilograms. The second stag was slightly smaller but still weighed over 200 kilograms. Not to mention, the heavier stag remained deep within the pit, requiring a strategy to extract it. It was already past 5 o'clock, and darkness was fast approaching. To transport them to the riverside for processing before nightfall was an unrealistic aspiration for Suemo. As for slaughtering them on site, Suemo frowned at the thought. With nightfall imminent, the bloodshed from 2 adult stags could very well attract other large predators. It was already the 4th day since arriving in this new world. Whether it was the rumored beginner's safety period or some other factor, Suemo had noticed a stark contrast in the atmosphere. While he had previously spent time in the trees browsing forums, today many users reported encountering various dangers. Given that he possessed a breeding ground and an orchard with a stable food source, Suemo was unwilling to risk it all for the sake of 2 stags. Yet, relinquishing several hundred kilograms of venison was out of the question. As for utilizing the system's trading post for transportation, that was even less feasible. Although the trading post had its loopholes, it was bound by rules. One of the most crucial stipulations was that one could not list goods exceeding their physical capacity. The system did not specify individual limits. It seemed to operate on an idiosyncratic assessment. However, it was clear that the 2 stags, weighing 200 to 300 kilograms, fell within Suemo's physical capacity. After careful consideration, he resolved that the best course of action was to first divide the meat on site and then store it directly. The pit provided an ideal storage location. After all, once the meat was divided, there would be no place to store it at the shelter without worrying about the scent-attracting dangers. It would be wiser to procure some ice blocks and cellar the meat after processing. Of course, safety precautions were paramount. Through the trading post, Suemo contacted several sellers of ice blocks located in the snowy mountains. He also purchased over 20 homemade torches, which he placed around the perimeter of the trap's enclosure. Once nightfall arrived, these would serve not only as illumination but also as a deterrent against potential threats. He filled all the water buckets he had purchased the previous night. Finally, he returned to the shelter to gather tools such as stone axes and knives. Beginning his work in the lethal pit, Sumo carefully descended the wooden ladder and began removing the bamboo spikes from within. Once he deemed the area safe, he turned his gaze toward the first stag's carcass. Upon touching it, he deducted 8 survival points and successfully identified the stag's information. Name: red-tailed deer. Description: male red-tailed deer possess antlers, while females do not. They typically live in herds, feeding on various dry grasses and tender shoots from young trees and shrubs. Red-tailed deer reach sexual maturity at an early age, usually around 1.5 years, and can live up to 25 years as adults. Their meat is tender and delicious, easily absorbed by the human body. Antler velvet nourishes the blood, replenishes essence, and enhances vitality. Deer tails boost energy and immunity. Antlers are salty and warm, benefiting the body's fire and replenishing essence and blood. Deer tendons strengthen bones and nourish blood. Deer blood is a potent tonic for restoring vitality and detoxifying. Perhaps due to the inherent differences between animals, the system's identification of the red-tailed deer was remarkably detailed, particularly in its extensive description of the deer's value, which painted it as a treasure from head to toe. After a cursory examination of the identification information, Sumo felt an increasing excitement within. He first stripped off all his clothing, placing it aside to avoid staining it with blood. Then, he retrieved 2 wooden barrels and made incisions on the necks of both stags to begin the bleeding process. To save time, he bled the stags while simultaneously descending into the pit to eviscerate the first stag. Hot blood splattered over him, but with his nakedness, Sumo paid it no mind. He placed the intestines into one barrel and removed the other organs, placing them into another. After processing the entrails, time constraints prevented him from skinning the deer, so he wielded his knife with vigor, swiftly severing the limbs and body of the first stag. Blood soaked the ground beneath him, the pungent scent causing his stomach to churn. Buckets filled with deer blood surrounded Sumo, wiping his eyes with the only spot on his arm that remained blood-free. He carried the filled barrels and the dismembered stag out of the pit. Once the pit was completely cleared, he spread a layer of previously excavated soil across the bottom. This not only leveled the pit, but also helped to bury some of the blood scent. He then confirmed receipt of the ice blocks he had ordered from the trading post, laying them thickly around the perimeter of the pit. The ice blocks were laid in abundance. A chill permeated the area. Sumo sneezed several times in quick succession, bracing against the cold to continue his work. With the surrounding area now covered in ice, the 2 by 2 meter pit had shrunk to approximately 1 by 1 meter. He relocated the filled barrels and the dismembered stag back into the ice pit and continued to divide the second stag. As darkness deepened, torches flickered along the fencing outside the trap. Inside, Sumo had lit a bonfire, providing warmth and illumination. By the time the sky was completely dark, he had finished butchering both stags and was engaged in final preparations. With the last of the ice blocks poured in, the ice pit was thoroughly sealed. Aside from a half-formed deer leg and a bucket of blood, all the venison was securely encased within the ice pit. The night was thick, filled with the sounds of chirping insects and distant animal calls. Although he had encountered no threats during the butchering process, Sumo remained on edge. Contemplating the potential dangers he might face on his return journey, Sumo accessed the system, attaching the identification information of the red-tailed deer and contacting Zhang Chunxing. Brother, I just slaughtered 2 red-tailed deer weighing around 300 kilograms. Do you need any venison? As night fell, most had returned to their shelters, and Zhang Chunxing was no exception. He quickly responded, "Wow. Impressive, brother. The red-tailed deer is a treasure. I want as much as you have. All right, I have just finished the storage and am still outside. We can trade tomorrow." A sneeze. Sumo continued in response. "I have saved a deer leg and some deer blood here, intending to eat them when I return, but it feels unsafe to travel at this late hour. Brother, could you kindly help me by storing them for now? When I return, we can trade, and you can keep half to verify the goods." Chapter 18. The outbreak of a large-scale crisis transporting a substantial amount of deer meat through the loopholes in the trading system with Zhang Chunxing's assistance is something Sumo dares not do. After all, human hearts are inscrutable, and the distances that separate them can be vast. Even the slightest chance of betrayal from Zhang Chunxing would leave Sumo powerless. However, using a considerable quantity of deer meat as bait while paying a small price for Zhang Chuanqing's help is entirely within Sumo's capacity to bear. Indeed, as Sumo anticipated, Zhang Chunqing readily agreed. No problem, little brother, you're still outside at such a late hour? Please take care and stay safe. I fear that at least tens of thousands have perished in the wilderness today. So many people. Zhang Chunqing has long held the top position in the forum, and virtually everyone who engages with the forum pays attention to him, thus possessing far more information than the average person. Upon seeing Zhang Chuanqing's message, Sumo recognized the necessity of his cautiousness. He traded the deer leg and deer blood to Zhang Chunqing. Bare and braving the cold, Sumo endured the chill as he repeatedly washed the blood off his body with cold water. Only after the blood had been completely removed did he don his clothes again. He carried his garments and stone spear in a backpack, wielding a torch in one hand while holding a stone axe with the other as he made his way towards the shelter. As for the other tools, he left them at their place to deal with tomorrow. With the ice cellar for storage and the thorny fence surrounding it for protection, Sumo felt no anxiety about the safety of the deer meat. However, during the walk towards the shelter, Sumo was on edge, every rustle of the wind causing him to tense up. Fortunately, he returned to the shelter without incident. A sneeze. After sneezing several times, Sumo rubbed his slightly congested nose. Realizing that he might have caught a cold, he did not rush to trade back the deer blood and meet with Zhang Chunqing. Instead, he first completely surrounded the shelter with thorny fences. Feeling a bit more at ease and finally relaxing. Although he had encountered no dangers on the way, the alarming news brought by Zhang Chunqing, coupled with the tense atmosphere on the forum, necessitated that he ensure his defenses were adequate. After everything was in order, Sumo resumed his trade with Zhang Chunqing. As expected, Zhang Chunqing was very straightforward, leaving only a small portion of deer blood behind while the deer leg remained untouched. It was returned in its entirety, and he even offered Sumo a little advice. Little brother, I want to keep the deer leg, as I have no need for it. However, the deer blood can replenish and alleviate fatigue, so I shamelessly kept some. Moreover, I noticed that your deer leg still has the hide attached, which is quite a pity. If you need assistance with skinning, feel free to reach out to me. Due to time constraints, Sumo had not had the opportunity to skin the deer and had merely butchered it into large pieces. Consequently, the half-deer leg he had saved still bore its skin. At this stage, compared to the consumable deer meat and blood, the most valuable resource from the deer for Sumo was indeed the hide. After all, he currently possessed only one set of clothing and had no bedding. Moreover, having worn it for 3 to 4 days, it had surely become rather unsanitary. However, time was of the essence, and Sumo could not afford to take his time with skinning. Fortunately, deer hides, unlike other materials, do not require perfection. Even if incomplete, they would suffice for personal use. Tomorrow, he could take his time to skin it properly and find a way to sew it back together. A complete deer leg weighs around dozens of pounds, and Sumo currently held only half, which still weighed about 20 to 30 pounds. Sumo first placed the deer blood in a pot, adding some sour fruit and lime juice to boil. Then he began processing the deer leg in his hands. By the time he finished cutting the deer leg, the deer blood was also ready. The cooked deer blood was heavily salty and fishy. But fortunately, the sour fruit and lime juice helped to temper the flavor. The deer blood has restorative properties, being a warming substance. Given Sumo's suspected cold, it was undoubtedly the most suitable remedy in the absence of any specific medication. Thus, despite feeling somewhat nauseous, he persevered and consumed a large bowl. After hastily eating some lime fruit to alleviate the taste, it took him quite a while to recover. At this point, his appetite had completely vanished. However, he still needed to process the cut deer meat. Otherwise, even if it did not spoil by morning, it would surely attract flies and mosquitoes. Using his usual method, he set up a rack over the stove for smoking. By the time he completed all his tasks, it was already deep into the night. Sumo glanced at the system time. 9:01 p.m. After tidying up briefly, feeling the chill, he reignited the previously unused stove in the shelter. Sitting on the straw bed, he gazed at the empty doorway, feeling a slight unease that might have been psychological. After some thought, he modified the thorny fence a bit more and securely fastened it in the doorway. Only then did he feel reassured enough to open the system and begin browsing the forum messages. Previously, Sumo had sensed a heavy atmosphere on the forum, and coupled with Zhang Chuanqing's warning, he had prepared himself for the worst. However, upon seeing the latest messages on the forum, he was still taken aback. The most recent trending posts were no longer the usual guidance or tutorial threads, but rather an array of distress calls and discussions about various dangers. Seeking bleeding control medication, bitten by a tiger while cutting trees, bleeding profusely from the arm, desperate to purchase bleeding control medicine. Su Guoqing, help! Our shelter is surrounded by a pack of wolves. I asked the esteemed experts for advice. Zhao Ansheng, farewell, dear strangers of my kin. May you live well. Li Tao, 3 days of safety? A large-scale crisis has erupted. At least 10,000 casualties in a single day. Zhang Chunxing. Su Mo was uncertain whether his discomfort stemmed from the cold or from the excessive blood he had encountered today. But he felt as though the forum was awash in crimson. Curling up slightly, he was just about to click on the analysis post that Zhang Chunxing had sent to understand the specific situation when a message notification suddenly came through. Temporary chat messages from strangers do not prompt notifications, they simply appear. Only messages from people Su Mo had mutually followed would trigger a notification. Su Mo had very few people he followed. Besides Zhang Chunxing, he had only added a few individuals from the coastal group who frequently engaged in conversation. Curiously, he opened the notification and found it was from Su Duching in the coastal group. Brother, can you trade me some more lime fruits? I was bitten by something while beachcombing today and now feel lightheaded, as if poisoned. Lime fruits have antibacterial and detoxifying effects. It is reasonable to think of lime fruits when suspecting poisoning. However, Su Mo was unsure how effective the detoxifying properties of lime fruits truly were. Su Duching was the main provider of cement needed for Su Mo's future construction, so he could not afford to lose him easily. Chapter 19. A Nightmare? To be cautious, Su Mo not only traded 5 pounds of lime fruits to him, but also added a pound of deer blood. Brother, this deer blood also has detoxifying properties. I am sending it over to you as well, please check it. As soon as the message was sent, Su Duching replied, Little brother, did you misprice this? Why is it only this little survival point? Since it was a gesture of goodwill, Su Mo marked both items at the lowest possible price. Not a mistake, just a small token of my goodwill. I hope you recover quickly. I'm looking forward to the cement for my house. Alright, I want to say much and thanks. Just wait and see how I perform. After chatting briefly with Su Duching, Su Mo received some unexpected news. Heo Furin from the coastal group had died. This afternoon, someone discovered that Heo Furin's avatar in the group had turned black, and messaging him resulted in a system prompt indicating death. It was surprising that someone who had been subtly mocking him in the group just yesterday was gone today. It truly left Su Mo feeling a mix of emotions. Additionally, someone else in the group had also been injured. A person named Zhang Rue, whom Su Mo was not very familiar with. When Su Mo first joined the coastal group, there were only around 20 people. With many more joining later, it had now reached full capacity at 100. Some liked to chat actively, while others preferred to remain silent. Zhang Rue was one of the less chatty members. Had he not been injured today and sought help in the group, he might have remained silent even longer. Su Mo did not remember when he fell asleep. Inside the narrow shelter, the only sounds besides the crackling of the burning firewood in the stove were the piles of lime fruit leaves in the corner. In a daze, Su Mo felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him. Instinctively, he pulled at his blanket, only to find it empty. Opening his eyes, he first glanced at the stove. The flames flickered in the wind. Dimming slightly, hesitating whether to get up and add more wood, Su Mo's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the doorway. The thorny fence he had modified securely blocked the entrance. Blinking in disbelief, it appeared as though a large dark figure was standing at the entrance. A figure? A shadow. Su Mo focused intently and was instantly terrified beyond measure. It was not just any shadow. It was unmistakably a standing black bear. It was grinning at Su Mo through the fence. Oh no! Su Mo jolted awake from his nightmare, sitting up abruptly in bed. Feeling a surge of numbness, he glanced toward the entrance. It was calm and still. The fence remained intact. There were no shadows. Nor was there any black bear. Nevertheless, Su Mo found herself still haunted by lingering fears as she sat in the corner, unable to regain her composure for a long while. It was merely a nightmare. Thankfully, just a nightmare. Taking a deep breath to clear her congested sinuses, Su Mo exhaled in relief and glanced at the system clock. It was barely past 4 in the morning, and the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. The fright had completely robbed her of any desire to sleep. and she dared not venture outside lightly. She fiddled with the cooking fire, lost in thought for quite some time. Suemo resolved that as soon as dawn broke and she dealt with the venison, she would immediately commence construction of her shelter. She certainly did not wish for the events of her nightmare to manifest into reality. Waking in the dead of night to find something seated at the head of her bed, grinning widely, such a scene sent shivers down her spine at just the thought of it. With time still on her side and sleep evading her, Suemo decided to log into the system's backend to tidy up her orders and take stock of her supplies. The orders for fences had dwindled to just over 80 pieces due to various consumptions over the past few days, remnants of what Suemo had set aside for clearing land. Apart from the fence orders, the only other transactions in the backend were various vegetable and fruit exchanges for lime fruit. Given the limited space of the shelter, large-scale trading was not feasible. Thus, Suemo planned to systematically review the backend orders, marking those that were necessary, and either reinitiating or outright canceling those that were unsuitable. As for particularly precious items, she would confirm the transactions directly. After sorting through everything, Suemo identified the following valuable herbal plants worthy of immediate exchange. Herbaceous plant, ½ pound. This herb is known for its diaphoretic and diuretic properties, as well as its ability to alleviate coughs and respiratory distress, making it a crucial herbal remedy Suemo urgently required. Most importantly, the ½ pound she acquired came with budding seeds. Suemo had traded 3 pounds of lime fruit for this ½ pound. Wild ginger, 2 pounds. The benefits of wild ginger need no elaboration. It too can prevent and treat colds and has the capacity to remedy vomiting and diarrhea. Wood root, 5 pounds. This shrub has roots that promote blood circulation, reduce swelling rapidly, and combat inflammation. Specifically for treating wounds, it is a plant Suemo had never heard of before, seemingly a specialty of this new world. Notably, it grows at an astonishing rate and is not particular about soil quality. These were the most valuable herbal plants Suemo had received thus far, if not for the significant utility of lime fruit, which possessed remarkable antibacterial and disinfectant properties, comparable to modern penicillin in a context where wild food consumption was prevalent. She would not have been able to procure these items. Beyond these, the back-end orders contained a plethora of vegetables and wild fruits, but their quantities were substantial and not urgently needed at the moment. Therefore, Suemo decided to wait until daylight to exchange them. Having completed her order processing and noticing that it was still early, Suemo turned to the forum to pass the time. As for chat groups, who would be awake at such a late hour to engage in conversation? Luckily, apart from the myriad of distress calls on the forum, there remained technical threads for Suemo to reference and learn from, alleviating her boredom somewhat. Time slipped away steadily. It was only when daylight began to break that Suemo tidied herself up, removed the fence fixed at the entrance, and stepped out of the shelter. Officially welcoming the 5th day in this new world, as she emerged, Suemo cast a cursory glance around, only to halt abruptly in her tracks. A section of the hastily erected fence from the previous night lay collapsed, spanning about 2 meters. Not only that, but the cooking station outside was also in disarray, with the smoked meats and fish mysteriously vanished. Indeed, a beast had infiltrated the shelter last night. It was not a dream? Suemo's body stiffened, momentarily blurring the lines between illusion and reality. Slowly retreating back into the shelter, she grasped her spear-like weapon and conducted a thorough inspection of the surroundings. Once she confirmed there were no lurking beasts, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. First, she checked the cooking area. The venison and fish jerky were indeed gone. What puzzled her was that the scene was left so pristine, with not a single bone fragment remaining. Could it be that the beast that entered had a habit of taking its food with it? With a hint of unease, Suemo proceeded towards the fallen section of the fence. Upon examining the extent of the damage to the thorny barrier, a shocking revelation emerged. The thorny fence had not been violently breached. Rather, it had collapsed due to the rope securing it being severed by some force. This clearly indicated a level of intelligence capable of executing such an act. A chill ran down Suemo's spine, intensifying her sense of dread. An unknown intelligent creature? Or perhaps another human? A profound sense of crisis enveloped her heart instantaneously. Chapter 20. Zhang Chuanxing's strange attitude and unknown entity lay hidden in the shadows, observing her every move. As Suemo gazed into the depths of the dense forest, she felt an overwhelming presence of lurking dangers. Perhaps it was the overwhelming exposure to blood yesterday, compounded by the effects of her nightmare that had caused her previously suppressed anxieties to explode forth. Under immense pressure, she nearly succumbed to a mental breakdown. Inhale. Taking a deep breath, Suemo realized that in her current predicament, she could not allow herself to be paranoid or to frighten herself. Living alone in the primitive jungle, facing danger was not terrifying. What was truly frightening was succumbing to self-doubt and overthinking. Should she perhaps bring a young deer from the farm to keep his company? In the solitude of the primal jungle, having a pet would undoubtedly alleviate her loneliness and, to some extent, heal her spirit. Suddenly, a startling thought struck her regarding the farm. Last night, her shelter had been invaded by an unknown creature. What about the farm, the place designated for slaughter? With that thought in mind, Suemo hurriedly gathered her gear and set off towards the farm. The farm was in close proximity to the shelter, and given Suemo's frequent visits, a path had already been cleared. After only a few steps, she spotted the thorny fence in the distance. First, she arrived at the storage area for the venison, discovering that the outer fence was intact. The frozen pit showed no signs of damage, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, she remained vigilant, circling the outer fence to closely inspect the surrounding traces. To her bewilderment, it appeared that there had been no signs of other animals in the area where the venison was stored last night. This left Suemo puzzled. The thorny fence could only protect against medium to large beasts, yet the primitive jungle was home to many smaller omnivorous creatures, such as snakes, rodents, foxes, wolves, and leopards. The absence of any traces from such animals was indeed curious. Every path taken leaves a trace. Suemo meticulously examined the area, unsure whether her lack of experience was to blame or if animals simply had not frequented this spot yesterday. Regardless, she found no clues whatsoever. With a faint sense of confusion, she cautiously circled the entire farm, taking in the surroundings. The outer thorny fence remained in good condition, showing no signs of damage. However, she did spot a large pile of feces outside the fence, which she suspected was left by some large beast. Had a large creature indeed visited the farm last night? Peering through the gaps in the farm's outer fence, Suemo scrutinized the internal situation. The herd of deer appeared to be intact, albeit slightly restless. They did not seem to reflect signs of having been threatened by a large predator. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo gathered 20 pounds of fruit from the orchard and a few buckets of water, depositing them within the farm for the deer. After having slaughtered 2 male deer the previous day, she had neglected to provide for the herd, which had likely gone without water for 2 or 3 days and could only rely on dew for hydration. After placing the provisions, Suemo intended to bond with the deer herd, but to her surprise, the moment she approached, they bolted in panic. Unlike before, when they regarded her as a mere curiosity, now their fear had transformed her from an intriguing stranger to a figure of dread. She pondered whether the residual scent of blood from the 2 male deer she had slaughtered, though cleaned, still lingered. Shaking her head, Suemo dismissed her speculations. Since the farm was secure, she returned to the area designated for the venison. Preparing to process it all, having arrived, she set about uniformly handling the venison. Using a wooden spatula and a stone axe, she broke apart the sealed ice blocks, categorizing the neatly cut pieces of venison. Suemo first estimated the quantity. The red-tailed deer, being a medium to large species, weighed approximately 200 to 300 kilograms each. After removing the heads and entrails, the total weight of the venison, bone-in, amounted to around 600 pounds. The red-tailed deer primarily consisted of lean meat, with only a slight amount of fatty tissue around the abdomen. As for the blood, since Suemo was no professional butcher, the process had not been expertly executed, resulting in a total salvage of less than 30 pounds of deer blood. The calculation for venison is based on the sika deer, which has a meat yield of approximately 50-70, with blood accounting for about 4. As for the rest, Suemo kept only the heart and the penis, leaving the remainder for Zhang Chunsheng. She first laid out the venison to dry and thaw in the sun before gradually removing the hide. Due to her lack of expertise in skinning, the deer hides came out in uneven patches. Once the skinning was complete, she set the hides aside for further processing. The head was decapitated, the tail removed, and both the heart and penis were preserved. After nearly half a day's work, she finally completed the final processing. After a brief cleanup, she promptly contacted Zhang Chunsheng. Brother Zhang, I've just finished processing the venison. I can provide you with about 500 pounds. As for the blood, I wasted quite a bit, leaving only around 20 pounds. so I'll give you 10 pounds of that. Aside from the heart, penis, antlers, and tail, everything else is yours. Zhang Chunqing had been eagerly awaiting this news and had reached out to Suemo several times throughout the morning, so he replied almost instantly. Over 600 pounds of meat. Good heavens! The size of these red-tailed deer is comparable to that of large moose and elk. You're amazing, brother. Thus, my dear brother, I shall not deceive you. Currently, the market price for game meat hovers around 10 points. While deer meat, being somewhat special, I will uniformly acquire at 12 points as for deer blood. I can offer a price of 20 points per pound. Regarding other items, the good things have already been claimed by you. The scraps are not worth much, and I will uniformly acquire them at 6 points. Zhang Chunqing's sincerity is questionable. With a substantial quantity of deer meat ready for sale, Suemo naturally prepared in advance. Indeed, the market price for game meat is approximately 10 points, but it consists mainly of rat meat, snake meat, and hedgehog meat, hardly reliable. Even rabbit meat can fetch 12 points, not to mention decent wild boar meat. Once it appears in the marketplace, it is snatched up instantly. After all, times have changed. The wilderness has become significantly more perilous, and meat prices have correspondingly risen. Not to mention that the deer meat Suemo intends to sell is bone-in, and deer bones are a precious medicinal material. While trading typically involves haggling, this is not the appropriate way to negotiate. It is evident that he does not genuinely wish to finalize the transaction. Yet, Suemo is also somewhat perplexed. From his previous encounters with Zhang Chunqing, he had always been quite generous. Moreover, from the multiple contacts throughout the morning, it is clear he is quite eager for this batch of deer meat. How could his attitude shift so abruptly, revealing a face of a scheming merchant? Has his true nature been exposed? Chapter 21. The emergence of the extraordinary. Despite his inner confusion, Suemo remains unperturbed. Whether generous or conniving, the deer meat market favors sellers, and he is not worried about selling. His intention in contacting Zhang Chunqing was to facilitate a bulk sale, and their previous collaborations had been quite pleasant. Since he lacks sincerity, Suemo can simply sell it on the open market. After the series of events from last night until now, Suemo is already mentally exhausted and is disinclined to engage in further disputes with Zhang Chunqing. He directly responds, "The price is too low. I will sell it in the market. No, brother." This time, the response was not instantaneous, indicating that Zhang Chunqing did not anticipate Suemo's straightforwardness. After a moment's hesitation, he replies, "It is like this, my brother. I have encountered some unexpected changes and am unable to gather a large amount of survival points and resources at the moment. Could you possibly give me a little time? Furthermore, brother, regarding the remaining fence order from our previous transaction, could you expedite the settlement?" Suemo's brows furrowed into a frown. The order for thorny fences was previously agreed upon by both parties. Each order was confirmed to facilitate Suemo's rapid setup and reduce transportation time. After a series of expenditures, only 70 to 80 orders remain, valued at approximately 70 to 80 pounds of green lime fruit. Is this true? What kind of upheaval could cause Zhang Chunqing, who possesses a vast amount of resources and has nearly fully activated his system, to lack these resources? However, Suemo does not intend to delve deeper. Human hearts are inscrutable, and in an environment akin to the apocalypse, who knows what the other party is thinking? Just as he is about to respond to Zhang Chunqing to sever their ties completely, another message arrives, halting Suemo's actions. "If you are willing to agree to my terms, I have information regarding the extraordinary that I can provide as compensation." Extraordinary? Extraordinary. Although many have speculated about the existence of the extraordinary based on the system panel and the miraculous experience of awakening in a parallel world, during his time in this new world, there has been no information regarding the extraordinary. Moreover, in daily life, aside from the system's inexplicable nature, the surrounding environment and wildlife have been quite normal. Thus, Suemo had long relegated the notion of the extraordinary to the depths of his mind. He never expected that Zhang Chunqing would hold information about the extraordinary. Who does not desire to be exalted? Who does not wish to possess immense power, capable of moving mountains and boiling seas? In reflection, if one possesses the extraordinary, any mysterious and unknown creature or formidable beast would be easily dealt with. Merely contemplating this ignites a fervor within Suemo's heart. Yet, he does not lose his composure entirely. After a moment of careful consideration, he replies, "I can reserve 300 pounds of deer meat, at most for 3 days, in exchange for your information on the extraordinary at 20 points per pound." 300 pounds is a bit low. Add 10 pounds of deer blood. Agreed. In mere exchanges of words, the two swiftly reach an agreement. Aware of the impact of the extraordinary information, Zhang Chunxing does not withhold any further details. After their negotiation, he promptly responds. The confirmed information I currently possess is that there are wondrous flowers and fruits in the wilderness, resembling the miraculous spiritual fruits from modern television novels. Consuming them can significantly enhance physical attributes and awaken talents. Accompanying this message are two images. Name, flame fruit, description. A fruit imbued with miraculous energy. Consuming it can awaken extraordinary powers and slightly enhance physical attributes. There is a risk of bodily explosion, so please consume with caution. Name, no dark flower, description. A flower containing miraculous energy. Consuming it can awaken extraordinary powers, but there is a risk of bodily corrosion. So please consume with caution. The flame fruit appears like a burning tomato, while the no dark flower resembles a darkened morning glory. Their functions differ only slightly, yet both entail certain risks. Consuming the flame fruit may render one unconscious for a period. Upon awakening, one will gain the talent of fire, capable of igniting and controlling flames. As for the no dark flower, even through the screen, Su Mo can sense the hesitation at the end of Zhang Chunxing's statement. It is evident that those who consumed the no dark flower encountered issues. After waiting for a moment without further information, Su Mo cannot help but inquire. Is it only through such spiritual flowers and fruits that one can awaken their talents and access the extraordinary? I can only tell you that this is a confirmed path to the extraordinary. Zhang Chunxing's words seem to imply something left unsaid, suggesting perhaps an additional price outside of their transaction. Although Su Mo still harbors some doubts, he observes that Zhang Chunxing is unwilling to elaborate, and thus he refrains from pressing the matter further, at the very least, based on the system's identification images he provided. The path to awakening the extraordinary through consuming wondrous flowers and fruits appears to be genuine. Then let us collaborate joyfully. Concluding the conversation, Su Mo is left with a lingering sense of unreality. Is the extraordinary truly so simple to attain? Or are there other complexities involved? The information he possesses is far too scant, and he remains unaware of what the extraordinary truly entails. He can only keep his doubts buried deep within. For now, he must truly seek out similar spiritual flowers and fruits. This also signifies that Su Mo's current plans will need to be altered. The crisis is imminent, and given Su Mo's present situation, venturing out to search for traces of the extraordinary has become urgent. It is no longer feasible to remain solely focused on development. He will likely need to dedicate substantial time to exploration in the future. Indeed, since discovering the green lime fruit and settling here, Su Mo has yet to leave this area since arriving in the new world. Even the small lake and other creatures he previously discovered were only observed from a distance, never explored. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Mo returns to the task at hand. According to their agreement, he sets aside half of the deer meat for Zhang Chunxing, while the remaining half must be dealt with promptly. The deer meat belongs to a seller's market, so selling is not a concern. However, before selling the deer meat, he must first clear out the shop and settle the fence orders. Su Mo hurriedly returns to the shelter, receives the fence orders one by one, and cleans up the marked vegetable and wild fruit orders. Once he has consumed the previously harvested over 650 pounds of green lime fruit and completely cleared the shelves, he considers the task complete. Looking at the ample supplies piled outside the shelter, Su Mo feels an indescribable sense of satisfaction. After clearing the shelves, he returns to the area where the deer meat is stored. Taking his time before listing it, instead, he opens the coastal group chat, preparing to share the news with familiar faces. Su Mo, a large quantity of deer meat for sale, about to be listed. First come, first served, so act quickly. By noon, the group chat is bustling with activity, and as soon as Su Mo sends his message, a flurry of responses erupts. Li Quan, what deer meat? Is it the regular kind of deer meat? Shiyu, wow, you actually hunted a deer. To be honest, I've never eaten deer meat. I've heard the texture is very tender. Yin Kaiwen, I'm sick of seafood and wild vegetables every day. IVE tried to grab meat at the trading post several times but failed. Brother, you are amazing. How did you manage the transaction? Chapter 22. Overexertion. A single stone creates ripples across the surface. Many who usually lurk in the background are drawn out by Su Mo's announcement. Su Mo does not linger, swiftly attaching a picture of the red-tailed deer, then replies in the group, Su Mo, for survival point transactions. The uniform price is 18 points per pound for pure meat and 20 points per pound for rib meat. Sumo, for barter, please message me privately for more details. Sumo. Additionally, let me inform everyone, this is an internal price for the group. I will list it in 5 minutes, and in 10 minutes, I will change the price if you wish to trade with survival points. Be prepared, as time waits for no one. The deer meat is not a concern for sale. Individual sales are more tedious, thus naturally higher in price. Bulk transactions and discounts for group friends are more economical. Su-Dutching. Can I trade green lime fruit for survival points? I would like to buy some more. Sumo. If you need green lime fruit, please message me privately. I will see how much I can list separately. In the shop's backend, only one type of item can be listed at a time. For barter, Sumo can utilize the predefined trading rules in the counterpart's shop for direct exchanges of green lime fruit. However, for survival point transactions, he must list the items for sale. To prevent any delays in selling the deer meat and avoid wasting time, Sumo first assesses the quantity of green lime fruit requested in the group, then lists them according to demand. The coastal inhabitants, with the vast ocean at their backs, are not only blessed with an abundance of marine resources at their disposal, but even the simple act of boiling seawater to extract coarse salt can lead to substantial profits. Some even go so far as to sell seawater directly, which is quite absurd. Consequently, the people of the coastal community are all robust and extraordinarily wealthy. However, prolonged consumption of seafood has exacerbated the issue of parasitic infections among these residents. Upon witnessing the much-anticipated opening of lime fruit trading by Sumo, many rushed to purchase large quantities. Out of the 100 or so members in the community, more than half sought to acquire lime fruit from Sumo, with some requesting as much as 5 to 10 pounds, while others started at a minimum of 1 pound. Fortunately, the orchard adjacent to the breeding farm made it convenient for Sumo to harvest. Otherwise, the remaining stock would not suffice to meet the current demand. Under the blazing midday sun, which radiated abundant light and heat, Sumo finally concluded processing the orders from the community. A total of 115 pounds of lime fruit was sold, yielding 1207 survival points after deducting transaction taxes. Surprisingly, the venison sold for less than 100 pounds, while all the offal was completely sold out. Sumo pondered this discrepancy. Perhaps it was due to the coastal residents' lack of a need for salt and seasonings that made offal more appealing. The price for the offal was uniformly set at 6 points per pound. Overall, the sales of venison and offal brought Sumo more than 1,600 points in profit. In total, the recent transactions with the coastal community garnered nearly 3,000 points of survival value for Sumo. With the addition of previous scatter transactions, Sumo's survival point balance had now reached an impressive 3,108 points, establishing him as a significant player. After addressing the purchasing matters within the community and conducting a brief tally of his gains, Sumo proceeded as planned to adjust the prices of the venison listed in the system. Venison was set at 20 points per pound, while pork ribs were priced at 23 points per pound. Reflecting an approximate 10% increase, Sumo's price adjustments were not arbitrary. They were carefully calculated based on market conditions and the current income levels of most individuals. Considering the prices of the most inexpensive wood and stone in the market, a typical person engaged in logging or quarrying might earn about 1 to 2 survival points per day. Thus, 20 points equated to at least half a month's worth of labor for a person to afford a pound of venison. However, this calculation does not take into account the advantages provided by the system, particularly the appraisal function. Generally, a person utilizing the appraisal function and exploring for herbs and fruits could expect to collect 3 to 5 points in a day, with the potential for extraordinary fortune if rare herbs or fruits were discovered. Therefore, from this perspective, with a little effort over 3 to 5 days, one could indeed afford a pound of meat, making it remarkably inexpensive, if not too cheap, especially when considering that even in modern society, some individuals might not enjoy meat even once a week. Once the venison was listed, despite not promoting it beyond the coastal community, it quickly attracted buyers in the trading post. Sumo chose not to intervene further and continued to manage his affairs. He refroze the remaining 300 pounds of venison and returned to his shelter. There, he organized the vegetables and herbs acquired from previous trades, drying those that needed it and storing others in a cool place. While processing these materials, Sumo took the opportunity to spread the previously harvested lime fruit leaves out to sunbathe. Fortunately, the location of his shelter was well chosen, situated near a river in an open area with ample space. Otherwise, he would have had no place to dry so much. At 18 noon, he prepared a lavish meal featuring venison and various vegetables, treating himself generously. The feast comprised 4 dishes and a soup, including fish and meat. The braised pork ribs, with their tender and crisp bamboo shoots, paired perfectly with the rich venison bones. The mountain pepper stir-fried venison trimmings, fatty remnants specifically saved for oil extraction, were delightfully seasoned, masking any gamey flavors with their spicy aroma. The remaining dishes included fragrant fried fish and stir-fried oysters, in a world reminiscent of an apocalyptic wilderness. Only such culinary delights could soothe the spirit. After relishing a sumptuous meal, Sumo took a brief respite before diving back into work, reinforcing the defenses of his shelter. Following last night's crisis and the invasion of unknown creatures, his sense of security had diminished significantly. With nearly 80 thorny barriers still available, he set about repositioning the previously placed barriers for double reinforcement. Moreover, to prevent any creatures from climbing trees into his yard, Sumo took it upon himself to cut down nearby trees that could easily be felled, while meticulously clearing the lower branches of those that were more difficult to chop down. With a 2-meter-high double-layered barrier firmly protecting the shelter, Sumo still felt it was inadequate. He went on to install the remaining thorny barriers around the outer wall of the shelter, effectively enveloping the entire structure in a protective layer of thorns, which left him feeling satisfied with his efforts. With double-layered defenses and dual insurance in place, the thorny barriers also allowed Sumo to work at night within the confines of the barriers. Thanks to the extraordinary information provided by Zhang Chunqing, Sumo revised his schedule to take advantage of daytime hours for exploration when the outdoors were relatively safe, while reserving nighttime for returning to the shelter to pursue his construction plans for a brick house. Setting aside 6 to 8 hours for rest, he dedicated the remaining time to work, striving for efficiency and simultaneously preparing for impending crises with sheer determination. Chapter 23. The Alliance of Flames with the completion of the shelter's fortifications. All the thorny barriers had been entirely utilized. Although the area within the shelter was rather confined, the space delineated by the barriers was quite expansive, encompassing nearly half an acre in Sumo's design. Part of this area was earmarked for rebuilding, while another portion was designated for a vegetable garden to cultivate precious herbs and vegetables. Given that the fortifications had consumed much of the afternoon, and darkness would soon descend, Sumo opted not to venture out again. Instead, he returned to the breeding farm to replenish water for the deer herd before continuing his work in the small yard, clearing trees and weeds and leveling the ground. Situated near the river, the area around the shelter was relatively sparse in trees, but covered in weeds and strewn with rocks. Sumo first felled the large trees in the yard one by one. Clearing their roots thoroughly, he then proceeded to methodically remove the weeds and relocate the stones. As the sun set and the moon rose, Sumo found himself sitting beside the stove in the dimly lit yard, savoring the wild greens alongside the fragrant roasted deer leg, the flavors lingering on his palate. After several days of intense labor, Sumo felt not only an increase in strength, but also a notable rise in his appetite. Opening the system, he checked his character attributes. Sumo, level, 0 race, earthling talent, none skills, none physique, 7, maximum value 10, somewhat fatigued. Mentality, 4, maximum value 10, unusually strained. Energy, 0, survival points, 6,268 compared to before. His physique had indeed increased by 1 point, yet there remained a considerable distance to the normal maximum of 10 points for an earthling. Conversely, his mental state had not only failed to improve but had declined, which Sumo rationalized as reasonable. He was acutely aware of his mental state. A normal human, suddenly thrust from a modern world into a primitive jungle, starting anew, living in solitude for an extended period, compounded by the fright experienced last night. It would be odd if his mental state were entirely stable. To cope, Sumo had thrown himself into strenuous labor, using physical exhaustion to suppress any errant thoughts. Otherwise, being alone in the depths of the forest, everything could seem like a monstrous apparition, and he could easily frighten himself to death. Aside from his attributes, the complete sale of the venison had officially pushed his survival points over the 6,000 mark. This outcome had been anticipated, and thus did not surprise him. Were it not for the trading post's 30 tax on survival point transactions, he suspected his total would have already exceeded 10,000 points. Enjoying the deer leg, Suemo briefly reviewed his attributes before turning his attention to the forum messages. The very first message caused him to gasp in astonishment. The light of evolution? The emergence of the extraordinary. The Alliance of Flames is officially established. Yang Feng. Just that morning, he had learned of the extraordinary information from Zhang Chunxing, and by evening, someone had already emerged to form a faction. Furthermore, the name Yang Feng sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. With a hint of curiosity, Suemo clicked on the post to read more. To all fellow humans and extraordinary beings, my name is Yang Feng. Before arriving in this new world, I, like many of you, was just an ordinary member of the masses. Unexpectedly transported to this unfamiliar realm, I too faced a perilous environment, filled with fear and uncertainty. Struggling to survive in this world akin to an apocalypse, I endured days of hunger and despair. Since yesterday, a large-scale crisis erupted, claiming the lives of thousands in this foreign land. Some cried out in desperation. Others said their painful goodbyes, and some, in utter hopelessness, recklessly vented their negative emotions. The plight of the creatures around us is mirrored in our own suffering. Often more acutely felt, I witnessed this with my own eyes. Yet my heart aches, desiring to take action, but finding myself powerless to ensure even my own survival. Perhaps by the grace of fortune, or perhaps by the strength of my will touching the heavens. I have been fortunate enough to awaken extraordinary powers, gaining the ability to manipulate flames, taking the first step onto the path of evolution ahead of my fellow compatriots. Fire symbolizes the light of hope, the flame of civilization. In ancient times, our ancestors, the Swerin, wielded fire, ushering in the brilliance of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. Though I, Yang Feng, may lack the wisdom of my ancestors, I possess their heart. I aspire to be a pioneer, igniting the flame of hope in this untamed new world. Together with my compatriots, I propose the formation of the Alliance of Kindling, to reconstruct civilization in this alternate realm and to stoke the embers of progress. Therefore, I solemnly promise that all who join this alliance shall receive my unwavering guidance on the path to awakening the extraordinary. I extend this heartfelt invitation to all fellow compatriots to join in this grand endeavor. What a stirring piece of writing! It begins by fostering empathy through the portrayal of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Then, through the lens of the fortunate, it draws parallels from the past to inspire passion in the present, culminating with the allure of gain. Perhaps it is a matter of perspective, or perhaps a sign of mental unrest, but Suemo found himself unmoved by this post, sensing an unsettling resemblance to brainwashing common in pyramid schemes. Of course, this may stem from his own disinterest in joining any alliance. The human heart is a mystery. Relying on others is as precarious as depending on mountains that may crumble. Even if one becomes extraordinary, traversing mountains and rivers to resolve personal crises is no easy feat. It is far better to rely on oneself than to hope for assistance from others. Upon perusing Yang Feng's profile, Suemo finally discerned the source of his prior familiarity. Yang Feng was indeed the designated traitor in the transaction between Zhang Chunxing and Suemo concerning the Stonewood Spear. The Kindling Alliance is the brainchild of Zhang Chunxing. Suemo furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether the unforeseen changes mentioned by Zhang Chunxing earlier pertained to this matter. Is Zhang Chunxing the true mastermind behind the Kindling Alliance? Or did Yang Feng separate himself after awakening the extraordinary? He contemplated reaching out to Zhang Chunxing for clarification, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. What does it matter? Since he had no intention of joining, he would simply focus on living his own life. After savoring a hearty meal of venison, Suemo glanced at the time. It was just past 7 in the evening, still early enough to resume his work. The land in the courtyard had been mostly cleared and leveled. Suemo planned to purchase some bamboo from the trading post, intending to construct several bamboo racks and shelters in the yard for the temporary storage of herbs like lime leaves and grass, as well as some precious seeds. As for building the bamboo racks, it sufficed to have hands. The critical aspect was to ensure they were sturdy and well protected from rain. Suemo aimed to create a double-layered bamboo rack, with the lower level lined with bamboo boards for storing fruits and vegetables, while the upper level would serve for the outdoor drying of herbs. Additionally, he had customized a few detachable bamboo shelter roofs from the trading post. These roofs would be supported by 2-meter-long bamboo poles, with burlap as the covering, reinforced with a dense layer of palm leaves for rain protection. After testing with water, Suemo found the overlapping palm leaves surprisingly effective against moisture. Were it not for the thorny barricade he had secured atop his shelter, he would have considered purchasing some palm leaves to cover the roof as well. Chapter 24. Discovering the Sea. On the sixth day in this new world, dawn broke with a gentle light. Suemo awoke from his bed in the shelter, rubbing his slightly dazed head, and checked the system for the time. Sunny 18C. 7:06:31. It's already past 7. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he lingered in a stupor for a while before finally rising, due to the previous night's invasion by an unknown creature. His sleep had been restless, leaving him feeling groggy upon waking. It wasn't until he stepped outside and was met by the cool breeze that he suddenly remembered he had washed his clothes the night before and was now unclothed. He hurried back into the shelter, quickly donned the garments that had been drying on the stove, and was pleasantly surprised to find them warm from the overnight heat. After ensuring everything was in order, he inspected the reinforced barricade surrounding the shelter, finding no signs of further creature invasions. With a sigh of relief, he took care of his physiological needs before heading to the river for ablutions. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he noticed the overturned wooden barrels and suddenly recalled that he had left several buckets of river delicacies there. A day without attention had left the buckets emptied by unknown beasts. And even the fish basket he had left in the river had been washed away. Though slightly regretful, he dismissed the thought and set to tidying up the remnants of the barrels. After a brief wash, he returned to the shelter, feeling a lack of appetite due to the early hour and his poor sleep. He boiled a few bamboo tubes of water, packed them into his backpack along with some dried venison, and prepared to set out. Today, Suemo intended to embark on a formal exploration, seeking the elusive spiritual flowers and fruits, while also thoroughly investigating his surroundings and attempting to locate the sea. Based on the starting imagery provided by the system, it was clear that he was situated on an island. However, having never ventured far from his birthplace, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the ocean. After organizing his backpack, he decided to follow the river's course for his exploration. This way, should any unforeseen events arise, he would at least have a reliable path back to the shelter. Upon exiting the shelter and securing the gate, Suemo first checked on the deer herd at the breeding ground, bringing along a few buckets of water to prevent the animals from falling ill due to dehydration. Observing that the vegetation within the breeding area was still sufficient to sustain the deer for several days, he continued on his way. He walked leisurely, identifying familiar plants with system assessments, collecting useful specimens while noting those that were not immediately beneficial. As he meandered, he arrived at the small lake where he had previously discovered a bounty of edible mushrooms. To his surprise, his backpack was already full of various fungi. Previously, he had rushed through, focused on work, and had scarcely had time to gather mushrooms. Now, having resolved to explore, he found his pack filled before even leaving the dense forest, though it seemed a pity to discard them. Returning to the shelter felt unnecessary. After some thought, he found a shaded spot nearby to store the mushrooms before continuing his exploration. Suemo found himself on higher ground, where the river cascaded down a small waterfall of about 4 to 5 meters. The water pooled below, forming what he initially considered a small lake, though he estimated it to be roughly a kilometer in diameter. At dawn, the wild creatures were active, and without the deer herd, other animals frolicked at the water's edge. Today's primary goal was exploration, so Suemo refrained from disturbing them and continued downstream along the lake's edge. As he descended from the high ground and rounded the lake, the surrounding scenery opened up considerably. The dense trees gave way to lower shrubs and grass, with patches of exposed sandy soil and rocks. While he continued to assess plants with the system, he refrained from collecting unless he encountered particularly valuable medicinal herbs, mostly marking them for future reference. Cautiously following the river, he proceeded with his stone-wood spear to probe ahead, mindful of potential dangers hidden in the underbrush of this untouched wilderness. One could never be sure what deadly creatures might lurk within. This dense thicket was vast and sloped downhill, making his journey somewhat arduous until he finally emerged from the shrubs by midday. Under the blazing sun, he estimated he had only traversed a mere 10 kilometers. Upon exiting the underbrush, his view expanded significantly. Beyond the sparse trees and grasslands lay stretches of exposed gray-white rock. Within a few hundred meters of the forest's edge, he could still see patches of sandy soil, but further away, it was an endless expanse of gray. The river, now emerging from the thicket, had narrowed into a gentle stream. A breeze swept through, an unmistakable scent of salty, Unfiltered air filled his lungs, rich with the essence of the sea. The briny, humid air invigorated Suemo, making him feel as if the ocean was just beyond the horizon. Not in haste, he sought a clear area, retrieved his water and dried venison from his pack, and prepared to address his midday meal. As he munched on the jerky, he mentally calculated the distance and time for the journey ahead. The trek from the shelter to this spot was approximately 10 kilometers. Having descended and navigated for the first time, he had taken his time with plant assessments. He estimated that if he retraced his steps, it would take no more than 3 hours. Given the weather over the past few days, night typically fell around 6 o'clock. After considering the time, he noted the large expanse of scattered gray rocks in the distance. Suemo quickly finished his jerky, gulped down a generous mouthful of water, and refilled his empty bamboo tube with stream water for later use before continuing along the rocky path. Beyond the gray-white stones lay nothing but piles of rubble, making the terrain even more challenging than the thickets he had just traversed. Without uttering a word about ascending and descending, one must tread carefully, constantly testing the stability of each foothold. This vigilance is crucial to avoid the misfortune of slipping and tumbling into a chaotic pile of rocks or being lacerated by sharp stones. In this uncharted territory, no paths are discernible. Suemo summoned strength in both arms, gripping a massive slab of gray limestone, and laboriously climbed upward. This location afforded a vantage point. From here, he gazed into the distance, where the magnificent expanse of the ocean revealed itself at the horizon. The sea was now within reach. Chapter 25. Natural Salt Flats and the Shipwreck by the Sea. Standing atop the colossal rock, Suemo was suddenly greeted by a breathtaking view. The waves surged toward the shore, splashing white frothy crests that echoed with a thunderous roar. The sea breeze caressed his face, carrying with it a briny scent. In the distance, where the water met the sky, a blazing sun hung high, casting a golden hue over the entire surface of the sea. What surprised Suemo, however, was the absence of the anticipated sandy beach. Instead, the coastline was lined with variously shaped, trapezoidal slabs of dark gray rock. Each rock was adorned with a thick layer of particles resembling white snow. What is this? The discovery of the ocean undoubtedly brought Suemo joy. Yet the sight of these layers of gray-black stones quickened his heartbeat. Hastily descending from the boulder, he approached an oval rock about a meter in length. As he reached out to touch the white particles, he activated the system's identification feature. Name: coarse salt. Description: formed through the tidal phenomenon of seawater, deposited upon natural volcanic rocks, and created through prolonged exposure to sunlight and sedimentation. These coarse salt grains are mildly toxic yet edible. As Suemo had surmised, the white particles covering the volcanic rock were indeed natural salt grains. With some boiling and filtering, they could be refined into salt suitable for human consumption. Suemo estimated that there were likely thousands of these volcanic rocks along the coastline. With minimal construction, this area could easily become a salt production site for him in the future, providing a stable and lucrative source of sustenance. Although he did not find extraordinary materials on this expedition, uncovering the ocean and discovering such a vast expanse of natural salt flats exceeded Suemo's expectations. Even if distance posed a challenge, making the salt production site operational in the short term was unlikely. Nevertheless, the thick deposits of salt on these thousands of volcanic rocks represented a significant bounty for Suemo. It could be said that he returned with his hands full, having traversed the rocky terrain in less than an hour. And with time still on his side, Suemo leisurely wandered along the salt flats toward the sea, standing at the water's edge and gazing at the magnificent ocean that stretched seamlessly to the horizon. Suemo felt a sense of liberation wash over him. With the salt flats, combined with the deer herd from the breeding ground and the rich plant resources in the dense forest, Suemo's basic survival needs were now thoroughly satisfied. The 4 fundamental requirements for human existence, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, were adequately met. Food was no longer an issue, and he could now focus on diversifying his diet and enhancing flavors with spices. As for clothing, there were already reports on the forum of cotton being discovered, and some individuals had even begun to raise silkworms. It was foreseeable that coarse linen garments would soon flood the market. With ample survival points at his disposal, Suemo had no concerns about acquiring necessities. The last areas requiring thoughtful consideration were housing and transportation. Suemo had long devised plans for rebuilding shelters and was gradually implementing them. Additionally, constructing roads for ease of travel was part of his future plans and would require gradual execution. Most pressing, however, were the issues of the extraordinary and safety. Unknown creatures, large predators, and lurking toxins posed a threat that could claim Sumo's life. Therefore, attaining extraordinary abilities was of paramount importance for his future. Lost in contemplation of his plans, Sumo unknowingly wandered to the edge of the salt flats until his vision was suddenly obscured. Looking up, he was startled to find a massive triangular stone pillar leaning at an angle, looming before him. Nearly 3 meters tall, its imposing form completely blocked his line of sight in such an untraveled region. The appearance of a peculiar giant rock was not surprising. Just as Sumo was about to circumvent it, a gentle breeze swept by. It seemed to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Suddenly, a cascade of mud and dust fell from the towering triangular stone. Alarmed, Sumo quickly stepped back to avoid being struck. Dust swirled in the air, and inadvertently tasting the gritty particles, Sumo sighed at his misfortune. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the area where the stone had crumbled and instinctively prepared to retreat. However, that fleeting glance caused his expression to shift dramatically, rendering him momentarily speechless as the gray stone fell away. The true nature of the slanted triangular pillar was unveiled. A palm-sized, rusted metal surface emerged before Sumo's eyes. His body stiffened and trembling. He struck the exposed surface of the suspected rusted iron with his stone spear. Clang! Clang! The unmistakable sound of metal reverberated across the desolate coastline, sending tremors through Sumo's body, and he nearly dropped his spear. What he initially thought was a triangular stone pillar was, in fact, half of a metal shipwreck, half of which lay buried beneath the earth. This was the remnant of a ship belonging to an unknown civilization. Was it left behind by another human civilization that, like Sumo and his companions, had been inexplicably drawn into this world? Or was it the relic of a native unknown civilization of this realm? The unexpected revelation overwhelmed Sumo's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his thoughts, dismissing his myriad speculations. He began to strike the surface of the suspected shipwreck with his stone spear. As chunks of gray stone fell away, they revealed a similarly rusted metal surface. Confirming that the stone pillar was indeed half of a metal shipwreck, weathered by time, Sumo no longer hesitated. He found a spot to climb and ascended to the elevated portion of the shipwreck, which he suspected to be either the bow or stern. From this vantage point, he began the meticulous task of clearing away the mud and stones, preparing to enter the ship's cabin and explore. This shipwreck, with its exposed length of approximately 3 meters, suggested that the entire structure was likely around 6 meters long. Judging by the deteriorated state of the metal, Sumo estimated that it had been weathered here for at least 50 years. Of course, lacking professional expertise, he could only make a rough estimate based on past experience. The true duration remained a mystery. This half of a shipwreck, subjected to the relentless forces of wind and rain, exhibited signs of petrification on its surface. The deeper he dug, the harder the soil became, making it increasingly difficult to remove. After nearly 2 hours of effort, Sumo finally located the passage leading from the deck to the ship's interior. Upon clearing the entrance, Sumo refrained from rushing inside. Given the prolonged entombment of the ship, he needed to ensure the air within was not stagnant. Additionally, he had to consider the possibility of venomous creatures lurking inside. He planned to smoke out any potential threats before venturing in. He also intended to purchase some wooden planks and bamboo poles from the trading post to construct a simple shelter nearby. Sumo decided to spend the night in this location. Chapter 26. Where are my over 6,000 survival points? Due to the unexpected discovery of a shipwreck from an unknown civilization, Sumo spent 2 hours merely clearing the debris from its surface. The afternoon sun was now past 3 o'clock. Returning to his shelter would require navigating the rocky terrain and thickets, which would take at least 3 hours. Rather than risking a nighttime journey back, he opted to camp on site. The shipwreck was situated along the coast, affording an unobstructed view, surrounded by rocky terrain. Sumo had previously scouted the area and noted that aside from some bird droppings, there were no signs of large predators. This suggested that wild animals rarely roamed this part of the forest. Constructing a temporary shelter for the night posed no issues. With ample resources at his disposal, Sumo ordered some prefabricated wooden and bamboo structures from the trading post. He quickly erected a wooden shelter beside the shipwreck. The nearly 3-meter-high ship provided cover, alleviating any concerns about strong coastal winds dismantling his dwelling. While building the shelter, Suemo also kindled a bonfire. The rocky terrain offered little in the way of dry wood or foliage, so he opted to spend some survival points to purchase half a unit of timber from the trading post. He placed some of the wood at the entrance of the passageway he had uncovered in the shipwreck and lit a fire. The smoke would permeate the cabin, ensuring that any lingering poisonous snakes or insects would be driven away. Time passed swiftly as Suemo busied himself. By the time he completed the shelter, the sun had fully set on the horizon. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly 6 o'clock. The cabin had been adequately smoked, so he cleared the wood blocking the entrance to allow fresh air inside. He then took out some deer jerky and water from his backpack, along with some pottery purchased from the trading post, and set about preparing dinner. The market had recently seen an influx of pottery, albeit of generally poor quality. However, they were still suitable for short-term use as Suemo had already replaced his previous cooking utensils with pottery. After hastily preparing his meal, the smoke in the ship's cabin had mostly dissipated. Suemo organized his tools, lit a torch, and ventured into the interior of the ship. To his astonishment, the space within the cabin was remarkably vast. Suemo descended into the ship's cabin, illuminating his surroundings with the torch in his hand. This space corresponded to the bow of the ship, encompassing an estimated area of nearly 10 square meters. The height from floor to ceiling was approximately 2.5 meters. Judging solely from this cabin, the sunken vessel was far from just 6 meters in length. It likely stretched towards 20 or 30 meters. What lay exposed above the surface was merely a minuscule fraction of the whole. This appeared to be a storage compartment within the wreck, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of various items. Upon a cursory inspection, Suemo discovered that aside from an array of rusted metal tools, the most abundant items were numerous oak barrels piled in the corners. To his pleasant surprise, perhaps due to the ship's hull providing some shelter, the metal tools inside the cabin, such as iron chains and axes, exhibited minimal rust. These tools were sharp and could be put to use immediately after a bit of rust removal and polishing. With these implements, Suemo felt as though he had transitioned directly from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. He picked up an iron axe, roughly half a meter in length, and could hardly contain his excitement as he swung it vigorously. Such a significant find right upon his descent filled him with heightened anticipation for the exploration ahead. However, upon closer inspection of each tool, Suemo felt a twinge of disappointment. Aside from the iron tools, most other items had completely rotted away. For instance, a conspicuous pile of rope-like objects nearby had disintegrated into a mass of decay. Additionally, the numerous barrels were surrounded by bags that seemed to contain food supplies. As Suemo approached for a closer examination, he discovered that the bags had rotted away, and the contents, resembling rice, had turned to mere husks. When he casually grasped a handful, it crumbled into powder with little effort. The oak barrels in the corner were similarly compromised. The outermost layer had succumbed to decay and crumbled at a mere touch. Only a dozen or so remained relatively intact, but their insides had long been hollowed out by insects. Ironically, the most valuable items in the entire storage compartment were those iron tools. Undeterred, Suemo made his way to the entrance of the storage room, which was a wooden door. Although locked from the outside, the door had been extensively worm-eaten before its complete deterioration, crumbling at a touch. Utilizing a wooden spear, he easily punctured a passage through it. To Suemo's astonishment, the corridor beyond the storage room was not empty, but rather led to a cramped 4-person dormitory. The crew's quarters were directly connected to the storage room. What an odd design. Silently criticizing this arrangement, he pressed on with eager anticipation for further exploration. Unfortunately, the greater his hopes, the more profound his disappointment. The dormitory was exceedingly cramped, furnished only with 4 bunk beds and 2 tall iron cabinets positioned between them. From the overall size of the beds and the layout of the room, it was reasonable to infer that the principal race of this unknown civilization bore a resemblance to humans, at least in size. It was likely that this was yet another human civilization. The bedding and bedboards had similarly decayed, leaving nothing usable. The cabinets, which had been the sole source of Suemo's anticipation, contained nothing but some utensils and clothing. Did they not possess any recreational items? After a thorough search, he could not help but silently bemoan the lack of anything for entertainment. With a sense of resignation, he pried open the wooden door and continued his search. Outside the crew's dormitory lay a desolate corridor, which led to a staircase ascending to the deck. Suemo surmised that this area was likely situated in the middle of the ship's hull. The staircase likely led to the exterior above ground. So he did not pursue it further. Upon reaching the opposite end of the corridor, he forcefully opened the wooden door leading to another room. Not rushing in, he paused to allow the air within to circulate before cautiously entering with his torch. A quick scan of the room's layout confirmed his intuition. This was the captain's quarters. The space was modest and sparsely furnished, containing a single bed against the wall and a set of iron cabinets along with wooden tables and chairs. What caught Sumo's particular attention was an open notebook resting on the wooden table, accompanied by a black wooden box positioned beneath it. Rather than hastily searching through other items, Sumo approached the table, carefully illuminating the notebook's pages with his torch. To his immediate dismay, he realized that the text was not in any language he recognized, appearing as chaotic symbols akin to a scribbled mess. Although somewhat disappointed, he managed to temper his expectations and gently touched the surface of the notebook. Contrary to his fears, it did not crumble at his touch. The familiar texture of the paper sent his heart racing. What material was this made from? A faint sense of curiosity arose, yet it did not deter him from his exploration. Quickly, he activated the system's appraisal function. Insufficient survival points, appraisal failed. Where did my 6,000 plus survival points go? Upon opening the system's main page, he clearly saw that the balance read 6,138 points. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he found himself utterly perplexed. How could over 6,000 points not be enough for an appraisal? In a state of shock and confusion, Sumo opened the appraisal interface and found a message prompt. Do you confirm the expenditure of 13,567 survival points to appraise this item? Insufficient survival points. Appraisal failed. Notice, due to the special information recorded on this item, you may choose to appraise the item information separately or the content individually. What the heck? A 10,000-point appraisal fee. What kind of astonishing treasure is this? Could it be that luck has smiled upon me, and I have stumbled upon some kind of artifact? Sumo swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement as he opted to appraise the information about the notebook first. Appraisal successful, 100 survival points deducted. Much to Sumo's disappointment, the appraisal fee for the notebook itself was not exorbitant, indicating that the high cost was due to the content recorded within. As the notification of a successful appraisal rang out, his gaze returned to the system interface, eager to examine the notebook's specific information. Name: Anda's personal notebook. Type: extraordinary. Object description: due to being carried for an extended period by Anda, it has absorbed the essence of a high-tier professional, thereby possessing certain extraordinary abilities. Function: regrowth. After consuming one page of the notebook, it will regenerate a blank page 24 hours later. Millennium preservation. The notebook will remain imperishable for 1,000 years. Anda? Extraordinary object. High-tier professional. This is an extraordinary artifact. Though its functions may seem somewhat trivial, the system's appraisal description hinted at a wealth of information. Firstly, extraordinary items are referred to as extraordinary objects within the system. Furthermore, the mention of high-tier professionals suggests that the extraordinary system of this civilization is likely quite rich and well-developed. It is certainly not as simplistic as Zhang Chuanxing's assertion that one could become extraordinary merely by consuming some magical flowers or fruits. Of course, while the functions of this notebook may appear lackluster, what is crucial for Sumo is the content recorded within. After all, the appraisal fee for such an extraordinary object is merely 100 points, while the content is valued at over 10,000 points. It seems that the key to unlocking the extraordinary lies within the pages of this notebook. Given that the notebook possesses the function of being imperishable, Sumo was not concerned about it crumbling to dust upon contact. With confidence, he picked up the notebook and swiftly flipped to the first page, opting to appraise its contents individually. Appraisal successful, 10 survival points deducted. The value of the first page was not high. Judging by the appraisal fee, it likely did not contain significant information. After the system's prompt, a blue light flashed, and the exotic script transformed into familiar block characters. What the hell? After all this effort, I find that the black box merely contains a rather mundane notebook. Good heavens! Is this some kind of dark omen, urging me to leave my last words? As he continued reading, the initial disappointment turned into a series of complaints, revealing the character of its owner and their civilization's moral framework. The following lines read, "Dear future friends, please forgive my rudeness. This is the 7th day since I arrived in this strange world. My shelter was attacked by a giant bear, and I have been wandering outside for 3 days. I do not know how much longer I can survive. I finally stumbled upon a black box. But it contained nothing like the extraordinary objects or technologies mentioned on the forums. It was just an ordinary notebook. Oh, what a cruel joke the heavens have played on me. Perhaps this is a sign that my time is short. Urging me to leave my final words? Very well, I shall diligently record my daily life from now on. The first page contained little, aside from a venting of frustration. However, a valuable piece of information was that the owner of the notebook was not a native of this world, and they had access to forums for communication. Additionally, there existed something in the wild known as a black box, which could potentially yield extraordinary objects or technologies, though it might also contain commonplace items like this notebook. Turning to the second page, Suemo found even less content, only a brief line of text. After some contemplation, he decided to proceed with the appraisal. Appraisal successful, 100 survival points deducted. This line of text must contain precious information. Suemo quickly scanned downward. Why has the appraisal function been cancelled? Why was there no warning prior to the system update? The identification function is actually going to be cancelled? Suemo was taken aback. After all, considering Suemo's circumstances, most modern humans on Earth are largely ignorant of the various grains. If it were not for the ability to utilize the system's identification function to discern toxic species, humanity on Earth would likely be reduced by more than half. According to the notes of the author, the identification function was abruptly cancelled on the 7th day after he arrived in this other world. But what is this 7-day period based upon? If it is calculated from the earlier awakenings, it should have been updated long ago, which is evidently not the case. Therefore, it must be based on the day when the majority of people awakened. Today marks the 6th day, which means that after tomorrow, the identification function on this side could also potentially be cancelled. This is dreadful. If that is the case, it would dramatically alter Suemo's subsequent plans. Unfortunately, the relevant content on the second page is rather sparse, consisting merely of a venting message. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo decided to extract the feather quill attached to the notebook and transcribe the unverified information uniformly into the back of the notebook. He intended to complete the transcription first before proceeding with the identification step by step. This way, after the identification is complete, he could refer to the contents for studying and translating this alien script. He aimed to avoid the predicament of encountering similar written records after the identification function disappears, only to be at a loss on how to proceed. Under the dim light of the torch, Suemo swiftly transcribed page by page. Fortunately, the notebook is an extraordinary artifact, equipped not only with a feather quill, but also devoid of concerns regarding the consumption of ink and paper. The notebook comprises over 100 pages, yet the actual content is rather limited. After approximately an hour of effort, Suemo completed the transcription. Flipping back to the third page, he continued with the identification reading. Identification successful, deducting 500 survival points. The content on the third page holds greater value, yet it does not contain the information regarding the system that Suemo desires. Rather, it resembles an experimental record. 100 milliliters of active animal blood, mouse blood, crossed out, rabbit blood, crossed out, wild boar blood, crossed out, wild boar heart blood. Active animal blood should consist of the heart blood of medium to large animals, representing the most vital parts of their life force. 50 milligrams of active plant powder, perilla, crossed out, angelica, crossed out, cinnamon twig, crossed out, ginseng, Angelica sinensis. Active plant powder should be of the warming and nourishing type, with the potency increasing with age. Magical potion plant, X, 500 ml of morning dew. The records on this page are quite scattered. After a rough organization, Suemo realized that this should be a formula for some extraordinary potion. Judging from the various records, the author of the notes likely obtained a general formula, with specific details confirmed through extensive experimentation. The only unfortunate aspect for Suemo is that the specific effects of this potion are not recorded here. Chapter 28, Catastrophe, Lord, and Professional. Suemo flipped through several more pages, discovering that most were experimental records akin to potion formulas. The identification fee for a single page ranged from 500 to 1,000 points. Given Suemo's current reserves of survival points, it seems he would not be able to identify many pages. After a brief contemplation, Suemo did not rush to identify these formulas. Instead, he planned to first identify and translate the textual records, thereby obtaining useful information as soon as possible. He flipped to the 9th page before encountering another substantial block of text. SUMO opened the system, first confirming the identification fee, and after ensuring it was not a formula. He chose to identify it. Identification successful, deducting 290 survival points. Compared to the previous textual records, the survival points deducted for this page were significantly higher, and SUMO eagerly continued reading. Ha ha ha. 13 days, 13 days. A full 13 days, and I have finally succeeded in becoming a potion master, becoming a professional. Hee hee. I must be the first professional in my clan, right? Those who have forcefully consumed potions to gain extraordinary powers must still be basking in their self-satisfaction, believing themselves to be superior. Huh. But those who have not become professionals through a transfer certificate or extraordinary artifacts are merely ordinary people who have grasped some peculiar energy. Alas, tomorrow marks the second 7 days since I arrived in this world. I wonder if the system will secretly update again in the middle of the night. The last update canceled the identification and altered the trading rules. I wonder what function it will target this time? The forum or crafting sigh? Speaking of which, I haven't extracted any crafting stations or blueprints from the black box. Even if the crafting function changes, it has nothing to do with me, as long as the forum function remains open for communication. Time to sleep. I need to get up tomorrow and seek revenge on those giant bears. The last update not only canceled the identification but also altered the trading rules. The system's crafting function requires extracting crafting stations and related items from the black box to be activated. Although the content of this page is somewhat chaotic and disjointed, it still provided SUMO with a wealth of useful information, of course. What intrigued SUMO the most was the mention of the potion master as a professional. Though the author of the notes did not elaborate further, after flipping through a dozen more pages filled with what appeared to be potion formulas, SUMO finally found another textual record. Identification successful, deducting 350 survival points. It has been over 30 days since I became a potion master, yet I still haven't found the final main ingredient to promote to a second-tier professional. Could it be that the misty blue only grows in the depths of the white mist? With my current reserves of solar stones, I fear I won't get far before being corroded by the white mist. Succumbing to becoming a mist demon. This potion master profession is quite a trap. Leveling up is so difficult. Those combat professions are much better. Martial artists can level up through battles, while psychics can continuously develop their own abilities to advance. The Lord profession, needless to say, simply involves developing one's territory peacefully every day. Alas, if only I could find a heavenly crafting stone to become a lord as a side job, then I wouldn't have to hustle every day. Should I just go seek out the nearest lord? The identification has been cancelled, crafting has become exclusive to lords, and now even trading has been abolished. Is the next step the cancellation of the forum? The conditions are becoming increasingly harsh. Not only is the seasonal disaster fog perpetually shrouding the wilderness, but there are also occasional severe natural disasters. Could this truly be nothing more than a cruel game devised by the gods? Ha! Who would have thought that the once glorious professionals have now fallen to become pitiful wanderers? The lord profession has risen to be the darling of the world. I wish to become a lord too. No, I must pull myself together. I've heard that beyond the continent, over the boundless ocean, there are not only no seasonal disaster fogs but also abundant sources of solar stones and heavenly crafting stones. Since life is already quite difficult inland, perhaps I should venture out to sea. Today marks the first day at sea. Prull is truly a nauseating scoundrel of a merchant. A 20-meter steel ship dares to charge a price of 250,000. It's simply the work of a heartless maggot. No, the entire Hall clan is repulsive. No wonder they were loathed in the original world. How foolish of me to have once felt pity for them. Damn it! Even worse, they spread rumors inland, enticing people to venture into the ocean, and they disseminate false information. There is no disaster fog in the ocean, but countless deep-sea monsters await. Humph. Once I promote to a high-tier professional, I will surely eliminate this loathsome lot. I've heard that someone discovered an island filled with solar stone deposits at sea. I wonder if this is just another falsehood spread by those Hall people. More and more individuals are venturing into the ocean, and there are rumors that the seasonal disaster fog moves with the migration of species. I hope that is just a false rumor. However, the monster attacks at sea have indeed become increasingly frequent and ferocious. Sigh. I hope that the information regarding the heavenly crafting stone I received this time is true. I have now successfully advanced to a 7th-tier professional. And if I cannot find a heavenly crafting stone to become a lord as a side occupation, I might as well seek refuge with a more reliable lord. I am truly fed up with this nomadic existence. The notes abruptly conclude here. In reality, rather than a diary, it is more akin to a record of potion formula experiments. The notebook comprises 109 pages, yet only about 20 pages genuinely recount the author's experiences. Moreover, the content is highly disjointed and fragmented, resembling the occasional grumbling of the author. Nevertheless, these fragmented contents have also brought Suemo immense gains. Their value has entirely depleted Suemo's current reserves of survival points. After a brief period of organization and summarization, Suemo conducted a simple synthesis of the notes' content. Based on the timeline from the notes, the first 7 days saw the system update in the middle of the night, canceling identification and altering trading rules. From the 14th to the 30th day, a calamity known as the seasonal disaster fog emerged in the inland areas of the New World, accompanied occasionally by other severe natural disasters. Meanwhile, the overseas regions were besieged by relentless attacks from creatures known as deep-sea monsters. In order to navigate the fog, one requires a resource called Solar Stone. Otherwise, they risk losing their sanity and devolving into mist demons. After 30 days, the system once again updated, completely abolishing the trading function, and it seems the forum function may also be on the verge of cancellation. The crafting function will shift from being a universal feature to becoming exclusive to the Lord profession. This outlines the potential changes that may occur in the system and the world over the forthcoming period. Furthermore, the extraordinary professions are divided into two main categories, professionals and lords. There exists a diverse array of extraordinary professions, with the notes mentioning various types such as martial artists, potion masters, and psychics, among others. This particular profession necessitates transitioning through a vocational credential or an extraordinary artifact, possessing comprehensive occupational knowledge and ascension regulations. The Lord is similarly a type of professional, albeit with unique characteristics. Firstly, it is suspected that they may engage in part-time cultivation alongside other extraordinary professionals. Secondly, based on descriptions in the notes, Suemo speculates that in the future, a fog disaster will erupt, and only the Lord's domain can effectively defend against the seasonal fog calamities. Ordinary shelters, as well as those of professionals, lack such capabilities, thus leaving individuals with the options of either relying on solar stones for survival or choosing to align themselves with the Lord. Moreover, it appears that one can only transition into the Lord profession through a peculiar artifact known as the Heavenly Craft Divine Stone. Chapter 29. Inexpensive solar stones, seasonal fog calamities, and deep-sea monsters. The notes divulge an abundance of crucial information, and time is of the essence. Suemo's subsequent plans require prompt adjustments and preparations. IT is a tangled web that must be unraveled gradually. Closing the notebook in hand and reinserting the quill, Suemo securely stowed the notebook. He then shifted his gaze towards the wooden chest beneath the table. The chest measures approximately 1 meter in length and about 80 centimeters in height. Suemo lifted the chest, weighing it in his hands. Its weight did not correspond with its size, likely not exceeding 10 Jin. The chest was not locked, with only a twisting mechanism at the opening. Despite harboring little hope, Suemo nonetheless attempted to twist it. As anticipated, it did not open. There was no need for brute force or appraisal. This chest is also an extraordinary artifact, specifically a potion-making tool exclusive to the alchemist profession. It was meticulously crafted by artisans at the behest of the note's author, Anda, who sought out extraordinary items. To utilize it, Suemo must first transition into the alchemist profession. With his survival points dwindling and having noted Anda's brief mention of this artifact, Suemo was not in a hurry to appraise it. After ensuring there were no further discoveries, he proceeded into the ship's final cabin through the captain's quarters back door. This room serves as the core of the vessel, housing the engine room. The space is modest, occupied by two massive, decayed steel machines. Unfortunately, as a liberal arts student, Suemo lacked expertise in mechanical principles. After a cursory observation, he could only ascertain that these machines were purely mechanical in nature, devoid of any circuitry, resembling internal combustion engines but lacking a casing. Having weathered the test of time, these two machines were already corroded and inoperative. After a thorough search, Suemo found a set of maintenance tools but nothing else of value. This was, of course, within his expectations, as the only truly valuable items in the engine room were these two obsolete machines. After inspecting the engine room, Suemo wasted no time. hastily gathering the maintenance tools and the wooden chest before retracing his steps out of the cabin. As for the other tools, he would gradually transport them later. Upon returning to the newly constructed temporary wooden hut, Suemo set down his belongings and added some firewood to the nearly extinguished campfire before beginning to organize his thoughts. Tomorrow marks the 7th day since his arrival in this new world. Although it remains uncertain whether the civilization Anda belongs to will encounter challenges akin to those faced by Earth's human civilization, it is prudent for Suemo to prepare in advance for similar circumstances. The 7th day is a significant milestone. At that time, the system will abolish the appraisal function and adjust the trading rules. The impact of the appraisal function on humanity is indisputable. How will one navigate the complexities of survival in the wild without the benefit of this function? After a moment of contemplation, Suemo resolved to spend time compiling and backing up information regarding the flora and fauna from the forum and the trading post in the span of 7 days. The convenience of the appraisal function has led most individuals to casually appraise unfamiliar plants and animals. When encountering valuable or rare species, some boast about them in posts while others attach appraisal information when listing items in the trading post. Since everyone possesses the appraisal function, there has been little concern over the potential leakage of this information. Consequently, aside from what one personally encounters or knows, most individuals do not take special note of various species. Suemo was no exception. Therefore, to guard against the loss of the appraisal function and the inability to identify species, he planned to announce this information on the forum, urging all humanity to collaborate in collecting and organizing data to establish a comprehensive compendium of flora and fauna for the New World. Akin to the Compendium of Materia Medica, this initiative is not a manifestation of altruism on Suemo's part. Rather, it is a recognition that the vast array of species information in nature cannot be effectively gathered by one individual alone within the limited span of a single day and night. There would inevitably be many omissions, and encountering unrecorded species would still lead to confusion. The cancellation of the appraisal function affects all of humanity on Earth, not just Suemo personally. Enhancing the compendium's information benefits everyone. After careful consideration of the pros and cons, Suemo concluded that announcing the cancellation of the appraisal function and rallying humanity to improve the compendium would yield more advantages than disadvantages. Aside from the appraisal function, Suemo did not intend to disclose other information. First, regarding the adjustments to trading rules, while the notes did not provide detailed records of these alterations, Suemo still planned to return to the shelter the following day and trade a significant portion of the green limes harvested from the orchard. If time permitted, he even contemplated slaughtering another deer for trade. This would simultaneously yield a considerable number of survival points, allowing him to appraise the remaining formulas and experimental records in his notes. Furthermore, it would provide ample resources to stockpile various supplies in the trading post as a precaution. This constituted Suemo's short-term plan: to announce the cancellation of the appraisal function, collect and organize the flora and fauna compendium, and gather resources to supplement his survival points for appraising the notes, ultimately seeking information on transitioning to the alchemist profession. Additionally, he aimed to amass supplies to prepare for the adjustments in trading rules. Taking out the newly acquired artifact notebook, Suemo meticulously supplemented and refined his plans, addressing any gaps before beginning to implement them gradually. Opening the system, he refrained from hastily posting on the forum. Instead, he navigated to the trading post interface, attempting to search for information regarding the solar stones and the heavenly craft divine stone, which were repeatedly noted in his records, to see if he could uncover any hidden treasures. The solar stone is documented in the notes as a resource for action during the impending fog disaster. In contrast, the heavenly craft divine stone is an exclusive artifact for transitioning into the Lord profession. Initially searching for the heavenly craft divine stone, Suemo was unsurprised to find that it was absent from the trading post. With the appraisal function currently in effect, it is challenging to uncover such items easily. With a glimmer of hope, he re-entered Solar Stone and clicked Search. The system interface quickly transitioned. To Suemo's astonishment, while not a single heavenly craft divine stone was found, there was an overwhelming abundance of solar stones available for trade, all at remarkably low prices. The first listing for solar stones indicated a price of merely 1 survival point per cubic meter. Not for a single unit, but an entire cubic meter of solar stone for just 1 survival point. It was as if solar stones were being sold as if they were ordinary building materials. Moreover, there were not just a few merchants selling solar stones, but dozens at the very least. Could this truly be the precious and extraordinary solar stone mentioned in Anda's notes? A relic worth tens of thousands, if acquired for 1 or 2,000, would be considered a steal. However, with tens of thousands of such relics being sold for nearly the price of a cabbage, even a fool would recognize these as forgeries. With a hint of skepticism, Suemo clicked on the item details. Chapter 30. Announcement of Information. Item. Solarstone. Description. A peculiar mineral formed for unknown reasons. It radiates light to disperse fog during overcast weather. Quantity. 1 cubic meter. Price. 1 survival point cubic meter. The product included an image showing the solar stone, which appeared golden and roughly the size of a fist. Although the notes did not describe the solar stone's exact appearance, based solely on the product description, Suemo was 99% certain that this was indeed the solar stone, which would prove invaluable during the forthcoming fog disaster. He also understood why the solar stone was priced so low. Its utility appeared somewhat niche and impractical. While some regions may experience unfavorable weather resulting in foggy conditions, fog typically dissipates quickly or remains thin enough not to impair vision, rendering the purchase of solar stones an extravagant expense. Consequently, the singular and specialized function of the solar stone relegated it to being sold as an ordinary building material. Presently, only Suemo was aware of the potential for a fog disaster, and that solar stones were necessary for defense. This exemplifies the tremendous advantage and benefit derived from the disparity in information. Regrettably, the appraisal notebook had depleted Suemo's reserve of survival points. He could only keep a keen eye on all merchants selling solar stones within the trading post. To his surprise, an abundance of solar stones existed in the trading post, and presumably, many more in private collections. In that moment, Suemo found himself hesitating over whether to announce the cancellation of the appraisal function. It was evident that once he posted, it would likely create a sensation throughout the forum, drawing the attention of all. Every move would attract scrutiny, making it apparent that he was acquiring solar stones. Even if those merchants were oblivious, they might eventually deduce the value of the solar stones. Should that happen, the price of solar stones would undoubtedly soar, and his subsequent acquisitions would become significantly costlier. After much contemplation, Suemo suddenly found himself taken aback, letting out a quiet sigh, almost blinded by immense profit. Given the current disparity of information, the benefits of the sunstone are undoubtedly substantial. However, even if the seasonal fog disaster mentioned in the notes were to truly occur, it would only manifest 15 to 30 days later. When acquiring it, one merely needs to find a suitable justification, even if the price temporarily surges. Yet, as long as the value of the sunstone remains unknown to the masses, the currently insignificant price will inevitably decline once more. Moreover, hoarding sunstones is destined to be a protracted endeavor. Having grasped this critical insight, Suemo no longer hesitated and promptly opened the forum to begin composing a post. This marked Suemo's inaugural post, and there was no rush to disclose the information. Initially, he consolidated all the verified information regarding flora and fauna into a single post, serving as a dedicated thread for the creation of a botanical and zoological compendium. After meticulously compiling the statistics, Suemo clicked publish and proceeded to formally edit the post containing the information. To rapidly ignite the forum's interest. An enticing title was imperative. Being a humanities student, Suemo had long been exposed to the relentless barrage of mass media. Effortlessly crafting attention-grabbing titles, he directly adopted the sensational style of UC. Shocking, unknown civilization emerges. Humanity on Earth may face extinction. Suemo. While the title may appear somewhat exaggerated, the content was chosen to be an honest account. Greetings to all fellow Earthlings. Not long ago, I stumbled upon the remnants of an unknown civilization. Within the ruins, I discovered several metallic tools and fragments of written records. Image. From these metallic tools, it is evident that this unknown civilization possessed a complete industrial system and intelligence rivaling that of humanity. The remnants of the written records, after systematic authentication and deciphering, revealed an astonishing array of information that could potentially impact the fate of all humankind. Firstly, this unknown civilization is not native to this land, but rather, like humanity, was transported here by a mysterious entity from its original world. They, too, have systems, forums, and trading functions. They can even consume spiritual fruits to awaken extraordinary abilities. All of this bears a striking resemblance to our current situation. Secondly, the remnants of the written records mention that on the 7th day after their arrival in this new world, a silent update to the system will occur. At that time, the authentication function will be completely abolished. As of now, We are already on the 6th day since the mass awakening of humanity upon discovering this new world. During these 6 days, the authentication function has undeniably aided humanity, particularly in distinguishing between toxic and safe food sources. I cannot ascertain whether these remnants are intended to intimidate future generations or are merely a jest, and of course, it is possible that their experiences may not manifest in our reality. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, I have decided to disclose this information, leaving its veracity to be judged by time. Prevention must commence now. The wilderness is fraught with peril, teeming with countless unknowns. The authentication function can unveil these mysteries. But if it is abolished, can we no longer survive? No, certainly not. However, it is foreseeable that many will perish in the wild, unable to distinguish toxic plants, and others may miss out on rare herbs due to ignorance. To prevent such occurrences and safeguard the flame of our humanity, we must take action. Ancient Huaxia had the legendary Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs to discern their properties, resulting in the Shenong Binchao Jing. Furthermore, Li Shizhen traversed the vast expanse, seeking various herbs and medicines, leaving behind the timeless masterpiece Binchao Gongmu. Now, my fellow compatriots in this new world, we need not traverse mountains and rivers, nor risk our lives to test every herb. In the coming day, we can utilize the still existing authentication function to identify and collect various animals and plants around us. Together, we shall strive to perfect and create a comprehensive compendium of flora and fauna for this new world. Should humanity endure a millennium hence and our civilization persist, we shall become the Shenong of this new era. Below is the link to the compendium I have currently compiled. Please lend a hand to enhance it. Click here to proceed. After posting, there was no immediate fervent response. Sumo was not surprised, as he was not one of the technical luminaries on the forum who garnered massive attention with every technical post. However, Sumo had an alternative strategy. Although his following was modest, Zhang Chunxing, the foremost figure in the forum, had garnered nearly universal attention. If he were to promote Sumo's post, it could swiftly ignite the forum. As for whether Zhang Chunxing would assist in publicizing the post, Sumo was not concerned. After all, this was a matter beneficial to all humanity, not to mention the tremendous profits concealed behind the remnants of the unknown civilization. As long as Zhang Chunxing was not foolish, he would not risk offending Sumo over this issue. Just as Sumo was about to consult Zhang Chunxing, a series of system notifications suddenly rang out. Chapter 31. Surge in Attention, Selling Sea Salt. Upon opening the system messages, Sumo realized he no longer needed to seek Zhang Chunxing. He had come to him instead. Not only Zhang Chunxing, but also several acquaintances from coastal groups bombarded him with messages. It was to be expected, as most of his followers were familiar faces from coastal groups, and given that it was evening, they were likely either chatting in the group or browsing the forum. It was only natural for them to see his post promptly. Not rushing to reply to his acquaintances in the coastal group, Sumo first opened the message from Zhang Chunxing. Brother, what kind of ruins did you discover? Besides the information regarding the cancellation of the authentication function, is there anything else? What do these alien civilizations look like? Are there remnants of their structures? Did you find many iron tools, and can some be sold? Sumo had included images of some metallic tools in his post, so Zhang Chunxing did not question their authenticity. Instead, he expressed keen interest in the remnants of the alien civilization that Sumo had described. Naturally, Sumo would not disclose the entire truth to Zhang Chunxing, opting instead to present a prepared response. Since you asked, Brother Zhang, I won't hide it from you. While I refer to them as ruins, I only found a handful of metallic tools and snippets of written records. All the information I have is detailed in the post. I am uncertain what kind of alien civilization it is. The number of iron tools is too limited, so I do not plan to sell them for now. Once I find more similar ruins and have surplus iron tools, I will prioritize selling them to you. My brother. By the way, Brother Zhang, my following is too few. Could you help me share this to let more people see it and spread the word quickly? As soon as Sumo sent the message, Zhang Chunxing responded almost immediately. I see. This matter is beneficial to everyone. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have helped share it. Zhang Chunxing seemed to accept Sumo's explanation with ease. Sumo was not surprised by this, nor did he mind whether Zhang truly believed it. Having maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with Zhang Chunxing, he subtly conveyed additional information. Also, Brother Zhang, have you resolved your issues over there? I plan to deal with all my resources tomorrow, recoup my funds, and stockpile supplies in anticipation of future uncertainties. I've resolved everything completely. I will also organize my resources today, prepare a list, and we can discuss the transaction in detail tomorrow. As expected, they were both intelligent individuals who understood each other swiftly. Suemo chatted a bit more with Zhang Chunqing about the Fire Alliance and learned that the alliance had no connection to him, as if both parties had peacefully severed ties. With 1,000 miles between them, the authenticity of information remained unverified. However, since it did not concern him, Suemo was merely curious and indifferent. After concluding the conversation with Zhang Chunqing, he responded to his acquaintance's messages. With the evidence of iron tools, everyone had no doubts about what Suemo had said. Instead, they were filled with curiosity about the ruins of the alien civilization. Some expressed astonishment, while others inquired about purchasing iron tools. Some astute individuals sought to extract more information from Suemo. He replied to each message, providing explanations where necessary and diverting attention where needed. With Zhang Chunqing's promotion, the post rapidly gained traction, soaring to the top of the trending list. Ironically, the more Suemo replied, the more messages piled up, prompting him to stop responding altogether. Instead, he focused on compiling the various flora and fauna contributions made by others. That night, with Suemo's post igniting the entire forum, countless individuals were destined to lose sleep. An avalanche of posts concerning alien civilization, system update, and cancellation of authentication function emerged like mushrooms after rain. Most were analytical or speculative in nature, of course. There were also those claiming to have discovered alien civilizations posting their findings. Amidst the blend of truth and falsehood, discerning fact from fiction became a matter of individual discernment. Yet, after spending the night compiling the flora and fauna, Suemo had no time to attend to anything else. After a night of effort, Suemo's follower count skyrocketed, surpassing 5 million and continuing to surge at an astonishing rate. The back-end messages were overflowing, and he had long since chosen to ignore them, having blocked messages from those who were not followers. On the 7th day in this new world, as dawn broke, Suemo, having endured the night, promptly packed his belongings, preparing to return to the shelter. Upon stepping outside and seeing the expanse of white before him, he suddenly recalled that the resources he could sell were not limited to just lime fruits and venison. The coarse salt, white and crystalline, is indeed a form of hard currency in the current market. To make the round trip from here to the shelter would be a considerable waste of time. Thus, Suemo resolved to first process this batch of coarse salt before returning to the sanctuary. He set down his backpack and swiftly contacted Zhang Chunqing on the forum. Brother Zhang, I have a batch of coarse salt here that can be consumed long-term with slight filtration, or used in emergencies. Are you interested in purchasing? Along with the message, Suemo attached the authenticity information. It wasn't that he was unwilling to seek other buyers, but rather he needed to offload a significant quantity. And among the capable businessmen he knew, Zhang Chunqing was the only one. Zhang, likely having been sleepless through the night, replied promptly, "Oh, so it's sea salt, brother. You're by the sea. I'll buy it. How much do you have? We'll trade as before. Goods for goods at pre-tax price, and survival points at post-tax price." Along with the message, he also attached a list of materials. Since Suemo had not yet returned to the shelter and did not intend to trade materials, he didn't take a close look at the list and simply replied, "I estimate there are several thousand to over 10,000 pounds. The exact quantity will need to be confirmed after collection, but I'll trade this batch of coarse salt for survival points. The price of sea salt is the lowest among similar salts, but your batch is of excellent quality. I can offer you 18 points per pound post-tax. However, I currently don't have enough survival points and can only purchase 3,000 pounds. If you're not in a hurry, I can gather more this afternoon and buy the entire amount." The average daily intake of salt per person is around 5 grams. 1 pound of salt, if rationed, can last over 3 months. The main salt-producing regions in the market are near the coast. Although there are many people by the sea, they lack the conditions for large-scale salt production, resulting in very limited actual output. Most coarse salt available in the market is laden with heavy metals, and some unscrupulous individuals even profit by selling seawater. Therefore, the price of coarse salt varies between 15 to 25 points depending on quality. Zhang Chunqing's offer was neither high nor low, but to expedite the sale would inevitably mean sacrificing some profit. After a brief contemplation, Suemo agreed. After confirming the deal, he exchanged a large number of burlap sacks from Zhang Chunqing and began to package the coarse salt. Due to its natural formation, the yield of coarse salt from each volcanic rock was quite unstable, ranging from 2 or 3 pounds to over 10. Fortunately, The packaging process was not difficult as Sumo worked diligently, filling sack after sack with the coarse salt. Sweat streamed down his forehead in torrents in just an hour. He was exhausted to the point where he could hardly stand upright. Sumo had arranged with Zhang Chunxing to trade approximately every 100 pounds. They had already completed 12 transactions, and Sumo's account now held over 15,000 survival points. However, he had only harvested less than 1/10 of the entire salt field, with total earnings expected to exceed 100,000. Yet, it would likely take an entire day to collect all the salt. The question before Sumo was whether it was still necessary to return to the shelter. Chapter 32. The method of transitioning to a potion master. The shelter is situated in an area with excellent geographical conditions. Nestled by mountains and water, with fruit orchards and deer farms, and the woodland could be transformed into arable land. Additionally, a nearby small lake could potentially be converted into a fishery in the future. Therefore, Sumo planned for long-term development. The initial accumulation of resources and resource development would take place at the shelter. Although this location has natural salt fields and shipwreck remnants, it is unsuitable for long-term growth, and Sumo intended to use it only as a temporary subbase. He would gradually develop and construct it only after the infrastructure was improved and the roads were accessible. After careful consideration, Sumo decided to maximize his efforts in harvesting coarse salt for the morning before returning to the shelter in the afternoon to stockpile resources. Having made his decision, Sumo briefly checked his balance of survival points and felt invigorated to continue collecting the coarse salt. Time flew by, and before long, the sun blazed overhead. Sweat poured out, soaking his clothes. With no one around, Sumo decided to strip down completely, wringing out his wet clothes before putting them back on. The damp fabric clung uncomfortably to his skin, prompting him to squirm a bit. The toil was worth it. From the early dawn until now, just past noon, Sumo had harvested over 6,800 pounds of coarse salt. He sold 3,000 pounds to Zhang Chunxing at 18 points per pound, netting a profit of 37,800 survival points after deducting the transaction tax. The remaining 3,800 pounds were sold through advertising at 19 points per pound, yielding an additional profit of 26,600 survival points. As for the last 1,800 pounds of coarse salt, Sumo decided to sell it slowly at the trading post. Looking at the system interface displaying over 64,000 survival points, Sumo felt no inclination to continue collecting. After resting for a while, he prepared to return to the shelter with his prearranged belongings. With the coarse salt sold out, he anticipated a reserve of nearly 90,000 survival points. Once back, he planned to collect some lime fruits, easily pushing his survival points over 100,000. Sumo also calculated the current market supply of sunstones, estimating around 30,000. Although not all sunstones were priced at 1 survival point. With some listed at 2 or 3 points, he felt confident that collecting them all would not exceed 50,000 survival points. The remaining points would be sufficient to procure a substantial quantity of other materials. In a bid to return to the shelter quickly, Sumo decided not to waste time on meals. He purchased some jerky and water from Zhang Chunxing, confirming their safety before placing them in his backpack for the journey. After organizing his belongings, he took one last look at the glistening salt field and the decaying shipwreck. With his notebook in hand, the alchemical box slung over his shoulder, and his backpack carrying several iron tools. He set off with a light load. He turned around and retraced his steps, carefully navigating the rocky terrain and re-entering the thicket, continuing upstream along the river. Having traversed this path before, it was relatively safe. With nothing pressing, Sumo took out his notebook and began evaluating the potion recipes and experimental records contained within. The first page featured a potion formula, while the following pages detailed Andar's experimental process in concocting potions. There was no critical information to be found, and after a cursory glance, Sumo hurriedly moved on. It was not until he reached the 8th page that he encountered something noteworthy. This page contained a hexagonal diagram, with each vertex marked by a mysterious symbol resembling a flower. Inside the hexagon, 6 lines radiated from the symbol toward a small figure in the center. This was Sumo's gaze shifted downward to the sole line of text beneath. Drawing this magic circle on the ground with the awakening potion truly allows for a transition to a potion master. IVE finally managed to concoct this batch of awakening potion. It must succeed. What? This is the method for transitioning to a potion master? A sudden realization struck Sumo, prompting him to quickly flip to the next page. Indeed, the following page contained the notes written by Andar after successfully obtaining the Potion Master title. filled with excitement. However, could the so-called magic circle drawn by Andar really be correct? Despite the supporting information that followed, Suemo felt a twinge of doubt upon seeing the crude and abstract lines. He needed to find a way to confirm. With skepticism, Suemo scrutinized the so-called magic circle and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could he reevaluate the items he had already identified? After all, during the first assessment, the system merely acted as a translator, unlike other items that provided detailed descriptions after identification. Would reevaluating this so-called magic circle or the previously recorded unknown formula yield a more comprehensive description? Motivated by this thought, Suemo reached out to touch the magic circle illustrated in his notebook and reopen the system, selecting to evaluate it once more. Evaluation successful, 150 survival points deducted. It worked. And the deduction was minimal. With eager anticipation, Suemo examined the newly obtained information. Name: Life Alchemy Magic Circle. Description: the exclusive promotion magic circle for the Potion Master profession. By inscribing this circle on the ground with different tiers of life awakening potions, one can achieve the transition and advancement of the Potion Master profession. It truly is the method for transitioning to a Potion Master. Not only does the transition require this magic circle, but future advancements will also necessitate it. After successfully reevaluating, Suemo quickly flipped to the page detailing the unknown potion formula and assessed it again. Evaluation successful, 100 survival points deducted. As expected, the evaluation was successful. Suemo eagerly scanned the specific information. Name: First Tier Life Awakening Potion. Description: an exclusive awakening potion for the Potion Master profession, made from active animal blood, active plant powder, and any magical herb, combined with morning dew collected at 7 o'clock. Note: the potion produced from different animal blood, plant powder, and magical herbs will grant varied abilities upon awakening. The extraordinary abilities of the Potion Master profession are indeed derived from the characteristics of the potion. This implies that each Potion Master possesses unique extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the morning dew has a specific timing requirement. Thankfully, this evaluation provided this crucial information. Otherwise, even if he gathered all the necessary materials later, he would have been unable to concoct it. With the awakening potion formula and the life alchemy magic circle in hand, Suemo had fully gathered the methods for transitioning to a potion master. Suemo repeatedly immersed himself in observation, only reluctantly shifting his attention to other formulas after committing all the content to memory. Time flowed imperceptibly. It was not until the surrounding vegetation gradually flourished, with towering trees replacing the low shrubs and thickets, that the familiar small lake re-emerged in his sight. Only then did Suemo completely finish the appraisal of the entire notebook's contents. Chapter 33. Bulk procurement of materials. Among the numerous pages of formulas and experimental records, only 12 contained actual prescriptions. Of these, 7 were the formulas for awakening potions corresponding to the 1st to 7th tiers of the alchemist profession. The remaining 5 comprised lower-tier healing potion formulas, a Sundust potion formula, as well as mid-tier underwater breathing potion and resistance alleviation potion formulas, along with a potion formula known as the Key to Beasts. As for higher-tier formulas, they were notably absent from the notebook. The lower-tier formulas pertained to practitioners of the 1st to 3rd tiers, predominantly consisting of common herbs, with only the main ingredient being a specific magical herb. The healing potions, as their name suggests, were effective in treating the internal and external injuries of lower-tier practitioners. The Sundust potion possessed a rather unique function. It was concocted primarily from sunflower petals and could disperse fog disasters for a short duration, resembling a magical version of the Sunstone. Moreover, what caught Sumo's attention was that perhaps in an attempt to develop a standard healing potion, Andar had conducted over a dozen experiments on the healing potion formula, striving to substitute magical herbs with common ones, yet all ended in failure. When it came to mid-tier potion formulas, both the primary and auxiliary ingredients were unfamiliar magical herbs to Suemo. The resistance alleviation potion effectively mitigated the body's resistance generated after consuming magical potions. The Key to Beast potion, despite its peculiar name, was actually a growth potion exclusive to mid-tier magical beasts. Having thoroughly appraised the effects of the 5 potion formulas, Suemo found each potion's function intriguing, yet it also sparked another doubt within him. As a high-tier alchemist, were the recorded magical potion formulas somewhat scant? Is not the alchemist profession specifically dedicated to the study of various potions? Or did Andar simply fail to document the majority of the potion formulas in the notebook? with insufficient information. Suemo could not ascertain the truth and could only wait until he successfully transitioned to an alchemist to further investigate. Carefully securing the precious notebook, Suemo began to concentrate on his journey. Traversing through the thicket and along the perimeter of the small lake, the familiar surroundings allowed Suemo to relax his mind completely. He quickened his pace. As per his usual routine, he first headed to the breeding farm to check on the deer herd. Despite being away for just a day, the 2.5 acres of woodland had been ravaged, yet the deer remained unharmed. However, after carefully inspecting the breeding farm, Suemo noticed that only a small portion of tender grass shoots remained in the woodland. The food reserves for the deer were evidently running low. It seemed he would need to add another task of gathering fresh fodder to his daily routine. After replenishing the deer with several buckets of water, Suemo did not rush back to the shelter, but instead diverted to the fruit grove to begin collecting lime fruits. Compared to his 4-hour journey to the seaside during exploration, the return trip was remarkably swift, taking only 3 hours due to no delays. With it still being before 4 o'clock, Suemo resolved to gather a batch of lime fruits before heading back to the shelter. Without the influence of the deer herd, the wild lime grove, while untamed, yielded a considerable harvest. Within less than an hour, Suemo managed to collect over 500 pounds of fruit, even after accounting for the time spent transporting them back to the shelter. As dusk began to settle, Suemo, utterly exhausted, glanced at the time, which was already past 6 o'clock. Estimating that he had gathered a sufficient quantity, he finally called it a day, dragging the nearly 100 pounds of lime fruits toward the shelter. Struggling back to the shelter, he casually tossed the burlap sack he was dragging aside and slumped down beside the stove outside the shelter. He first gulped down a mouthful of the deer blood he had prepared in advance. Sitting on the ground and taking a moment to recuperate, he gradually regained his strength. After a night of boiling and a day filled with travel and continuous labor, had it not been for the sustenance of the deer blood upon returning to the shelter, Suemo would have long since been unable to persevere. Opening the system, he first checked his survival point balance, which had reached 66,040 points. When Suemo prepared to return to the shelter at noon, his account had already exceeded 60,000. The trading post had listed another 1,800 pounds for sale. After deducting the over 9,000 points spent on the journey and the appraisal of the notebook's formulas, selling everything should have brought him around 80,000 survival points. Now, with only 66,000 remaining, it appeared that the 1,800 pounds of coarse salt listed at the trading post had likely sold less than half. Upon accessing the trading post's back end, he was taken aback to find the shelves utterly empty. Huh? Where is my salt? The moment Suemo, fatigued from sleepless nights and exertion, felt a jolt of alertness. He quickly opened the transaction records, only to discover that just as he had accessed the trading post back end, a person named Yang Feng had directly purchased all the remaining salt from the trading post. Checking his account balance again revealed an exact total of 79,340 survival points. Confirming that it was not a system glitch, Suemo let out a sigh of relief. However, he had not anticipated that the individual who cleared out his shelves would be Yang Feng. The Ember Alliance, Sumo's gaze took on a playful glint. Ever since he announced the news last night, the Ember Alliance had remained silent until now, suddenly making a large procurement of supplies? Had they discovered something, or was it merely a coincidence? From the moment of its establishment, the Ember Alliance, led by Yang Feng, had ignited the forum with an extraordinary post, attracting countless followers. Although Yang Feng had yet to disclose the exact number of members within the Ember Alliance or the number of extraordinary individuals, Suemo did not dare to underestimate them as the first extraordinary force of humanity on Earth. The notebook clearly indicated that the alien civilization to which Andar belonged was technologically advanced. With a plethora of practitioners, and even special lord professions were not lacking. Although he was unsure of the precise timing, the remnants of such a vast alien civilization had persisted on the island where Suemo resided. Not to mention the inland regions. Similarly, as the first extraordinary force of humanity, would the Ember Alliance not encounter similar remnants? It seemed highly improbable. Moreover, Suemo speculated that Zhang Chunxing, currently attracting the most attention, likely possessed information that was far more complex than it appeared. Talents from all over the world were as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Despite holding a plethora of resource information, Suemo remained wary of anyone who could rise amidst such a cataclysmic world. Nevertheless, he had no intention of forming a faction or vying for the title of humanity's first. He merely wished to focus on his own development. Living well in the present was paramount, especially in an environment where various impending disasters loomed, and survival was the theme of the moment. Setting aside his myriad thoughts, with a substantial reserve of survival points, Suemo began to sweep the market for goods. First, he targeted the sunstones. Aside from a few exorbitantly priced ones, he cleared the rest in one fell swoop. Piles of golden stones surged forth from the blue light. Landing on the designated area Suemo had planned in no time. A mountain of golden stones had formed in the small courtyard of the shelter. Within the trading post, only a handful of sellers remained. Pricing their sunstones at 10 points or more, around 20 points in truth, had Suemo not wished to attract too much attention, the sunstones priced at 10 or 20 points would have seemed like a windfall to him. During Suemo's procurement, sellers continued to list more items. As long as the prices remained reasonable, he bought them all without hesitation. Due to the sheer volume of his purchases and the need to leave space for other supplies in the courtyard, Suemo decided to place the sunstones outside Point 1 Golden Hill after another sprang up, encircling the fence of Suemo's shelter, creating a magnificent sight. As the number of listings dwindled and prices began to soar past 10 points. It was evident that some had realized it was Suemo making bulk purchases. Some sought to hoard their goods, while others aimed to fleece him. Noticing this, Suemo ceased his acquisitions. Instead, he boldly posted a buying request on the forum, purchasing sunstones at 10 points per unit in large quantities, as well as various herbs, clothing, and handcrafted items. Please list them. After posting, Suemo disregarded it and began sifting through transaction records to tally his gains. His massive procurement of sunstones had resulted in a total acquisition of 383 units. The area surrounding the shelter had been transformed into a small mountain range. A total of 38,753 survival points had been expended, with the bulk of the expenditure occurring during the last 2,000 units, nearly all acquired at around 10 points each. With the sunstone procurement now concluded, it would need to pause for some time before prices could return to a reasonable level. Suemo then shifted his focus to continue his purchasing spree. Ginseng, angelica, aconite, 5-leaf ginseng, cordyceps. All herbs listed in the potion formulas, provided their prices were not excessively high, were swept clean by Suemo 39, 000.35, 212.27, 985. As his survival points dwindled rapidly in tandem, he continued until his account balance barely surpassed 20,000 points. Only then did he cease his shopping spree, as the trading post had very few herbal supplies remaining. This was not the end. Chapter 34. Living Aliens? With just over 20,000 survival points left, Suemo decided against further expenditures. It was likely that the system would update tonight, potentially altering the rules of the trading post. Suemo intended to retain a portion of his survival points to prepare for any possible changes. Thus, in the remaining endeavor of gathering supplies, Suemo intended to barter the limes he had collected that afternoon with Zhang Chunxing for resources. First, he conducted a rough inventory of the limes, which amounted to just over 1,200 pounds. When converted, this roughly equated to over 10,000 survival points, which was sufficient. Upon opening the system notifications, Suemo discovered several unread messages in the background, including one from Zhang Chunxing. Additionally, there were messages from Li Quan, Su Duqing, and others in the coastal group. Was something amiss? He clicked on Zhang Chunxing's message to check. Brother, do you have any limestone over there? I am looking to acquire a substantial amount. Are you busy? Why Haven T? You replied. I see you are buying solar stones in bulk. What other uses do they have? The initial message was sent around 4 in the afternoon. And Suemo guessed that he had been quite exhausted and disoriented during that time, which explained his failure to notice the notification. As for later, he had been preoccupied with gathering supplies and organizing the resources he had acquired, leaving him with little time to attend to messages. Zhang Chunxing's inquiry about his acquisition of solar stones did not surprise Suemo, however. Why was he seeking limestone from him? He certainly did not possess such materials. Was it a mistake? That seemed unlikely. Unable to unravel this mystery, Suemo directly inquired. I was busy and didn't see your message. Brother Zhang, why would you ask me about acquiring limestone? Oh? You don't know? TSK, your luck, brother. Zhang Chunxing replied promptly, indicating he had also been monitoring the system, though his tone carried a hint of envy. Before Suemo could grasp the crux of the matter, Zhang Chunxing sent another message. It seems you were hasty in your collection this morning and overlooked the fact that the sea salt contained dust. Initially, he had not paid much attention. But due to his habit of casually appraising items, he inadvertently identified it. TSK, brother, you've stumbled upon a small fortune. Following this message was an appraisal detail. Name, limestone dust, description. Formed from the weathered remains of marine organisms such as shells, corals, and plankton. This rock can be used for writing, painting, and as a building material. The sea salt actually contained limestone dust? No wonder the naturally occurring sea salt had such exceptional quality. It was due to the nearby limestone deposits, which had been naturally filtered by the sea breeze. But nearby limestone? Suemo pondered and felt that the grayish-white rocky area outside the thicket resembled a limestone source the most. Alas, why hadn't he thought to appraise it back then? However, the location would not vanish. As long as he confirmed its presence, there would be time to mine it later. After mentally noting this, Suemo expressionlessly continued to respond to Zhang Chunxing's message. Haha. It seems I must often visit the seaside to search for this limestone source. Indeed, limestone is currently in short supply, and prices are soaring in the market. Currently, there had yet to be a large-scale limestone trade. The market primarily consisted of shell and oyster shell ash, which was quite scarce. This thought. Suemo suddenly recalled not having checked on the volcanic ash from Su Daqing. Just then, Su Daqing had also messaged him. So he intended to chat with him shortly. While his mind wandered, it did not hinder Suemo's conversation with Zhang Chunxing, Sumo, situated in the coastal rainforest surrounded by perpetual mist. Used the excuse of needing to collect a large batch of solar stones for building and road construction to deflect Zhang Chunxing's inquiries about the solar stones, and the two proceeded into the trading phase. Regardless of whether Zhang Chunxing believed Sumo's explanation, Suemo himself certainly did. Among the resource lists sent by Zhang Chunxing, Suemo was particularly interested in the construction materials, red bricks and river sand. Setting aside the river sand, red bricks were currently a relatively scarce resource in the market. After all, everyone was in the wilderness. Who wouldn't want to reside in a safe and reliable brick house? However, the process of making bricks was not only challenging but also quite troublesome. Those unfamiliar with the technique would find it difficult to produce anything of quality even if they succeeded. The current output simply could not meet the consumption demand. The fact that Zhang Chunxing was willing to part with relatively high-quality red bricks piqued Sumo's curiosity. After some inquiries, Zhang Chunxing's response sparked Sumo's imagination. These were initially produced for our own use, but an unexpected event occurred after the firing. An unexpected event? TSK. It seemed Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng had indeed parted ways, and the process was likely not very pleasant. After multiple transactions, the two had cooperated quite harmoniously, and this time they swiftly finalized the trade price. Suemo exchanged 500 pounds of limes for 100 cubic feet of red bricks and 100 cubic feet of river sand. He placed the red bricks and river sand outside the shelter, as the interior was already filled with some solar stones and gathered medicinal herbs. Once the trade was completely concluded, Suemo surveyed the numerous small hills formed by the accumulated resources, his face alight with the joy of harvest. The moment of stockpiling resources was indeed the most delightful. After savoring the view for a while, Suemo reopened the system backend to check the messages from Li Quan and Su Daqing. Upon reading their messages, a peculiar expression crossed Sumo's face. The information sent by Li Quan and the others from the coastal group indeed pertained to the same matter. Yang Feng from the Flame Alliance wished to follow Suemo. It turned out that Li Quan and the others were all members of the Flame Alliance. The situation arose because Yang Feng had sent a private message to Suemo that afternoon. But as Suemo had blocked private messages, Yang Feng could not reach him. Thus, he had to find someone within their alliance group who knew Suemo, Li Quan and the others, to facilitate contact. TSK, what a situation. It seems even the Grand Alliance leader wishes to connect with us. After a moment of silent pride, Suemo first replied to the messages from the coastal group friends, then directly found Yang Feng in the transaction records to follow him and sent a message. Why apologies, Brother Yang, I've been busy all day and just saw the messages from Li Quan and the others. No worries, brother. I wish to trade a batch of limes with you and also seek information regarding the alien civilization. Yang Feng seemed to have been waiting for Suemo to follow him. As soon as the message was sent, Yang Feng responded almost instantly. However, it was evident that the trade was merely a secondary concern. The primary focus was likely the inquiry about the alien civilization. With no prior acquaintance, Suemo was not particularly interested in him and was preparing to respond casually. Unexpectedly, Yang Feng sent an image as if he had been ready all along in a dimly lit cave. A few torches flickered sporadically. The flames danced gently in the breeze, casting light upon a vast expanse of iron and earth debris. Amidst this wreckage, a dense cluster of shadowy figures gathered. Suemo's pupils contracted slightly. Living aliens? Chapter 35. System Update. Due to lighting issues, the image was quite blurry. However, the massive iron ruins and the multitude of shadowy figures were undeniably conspicuous, leaving no room for error. After all, in reality, people were separated by vast distances. Even if a few were coincidentally close, it was impossible to gather so many together. Moreover, it was clear that one could not fabricate genuine iron ruins. All indications pointed to this being a gathering place of an unknown alien civilization. Yet, a problem arose. According to the records in the Andar's notebook, as well as the iron shipwreck and various complete iron tools, it was evident that this alien civilization possessed a complete industrial system. But how could such a highly developed intelligent race allow their gathering place to devolve into ruins without intervention? The indistinct figures, though lacking specific features, seemed to exhibit behaviors more akin to a tribal gathering. This raised another significant question that Suemo had consistently overlooked during his exploration of the shipwreck: the issue of illumination. The light in the cave was exceedingly dim, aside from a few torches at the entrance. There were no other sources of illumination in this alien gathering place. The torches at the entrance appeared to serve more as a warning than for lighting. This also explained the image's blurriness. Suemo recalled with precision that there had been no lighting system within the shipwreck either. The notebook had been left open, clearly indicating it had been read. Was it due to the dark vision acquired upon becoming an advanced practitioner? Or did these aliens possess inherent night vision capabilities? After much contemplation, Suemo leaned towards the latter. It was simple. In comparison to Earth's humanity, even if he gained night vision upon becoming an advanced practitioner, his dwelling would still require a lighting system. After all, humans naturally yearn for light. Unless one were inherently a creature of darkness, one would not grow accustomed to the dark nor dwell in it perpetually. Having grasped this crucial aspect, Suemo observed the image once more. Whether it was a psychological effect or a genuine phenomenon, he felt that the densely packed shadowy figures in the image appeared somewhat off, as if a third leg had sprouted behind them, akin to a tail. Gazing at the image sent by Yang Feng, Suemo found himself engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, momentarily lost in contemplation. On the other end, Yang Feng could no longer wait. After noticing that Suemo had not responded for a considerable time, he sent another message to remind him. This is footage captured by a brother from the Alliance in a secret cave. Shortly after the image was sent, this brother sacrificed himself. Suemo, if you discover any unexpected information, please be sure to inform me. Upon reading this, Suemo comprehended Yang Feng's intentions. He sought to exchange information regarding the foreign civilization contained within the image in return for any insights that Suemo might possess. After all, the distance between humans on Earth was vast, and even if one knew the location of an alien civilization, gathering a group of extraordinary individuals to traverse the wilderness for exploration was nothing short of a pipe dream. At least for now, the extraordinary members of the Flame Alliance, who relied on consuming magical potions and spiritual fruits, found it nearly impossible to do so. The fact that the individual who discovered the ruins had perished meant that the image had lost its value in a short span of time. Hence, Yang Feng immediately reached out to Suemo, signaling that he also possessed information about the alien civilization and was eager to exchange insights. After carefully considering Yang Feng's message for a moment, Suemo replied, "The information I hold is rather limited. I have only discovered a couple of iron tools and several stone walls inscribed with written information. It pales in comparison to the vast ruins you and your team have uncovered. However, what I can provide is that this alien civilization seems to possess night vision capabilities and appears to have succumbed to a catastrophic disaster. Even if there are remnants of alien beings, their condition may not be normal." In the spirit of reciprocity, Yang Feng shared the image and Suemo offered his conjectures. Whether they were accurate could only be determined over time. After sending his message, Suemo noticed that Yang Feng took longer to respond this time, as if he was verifying information or pondering deeply. Suemo, not wanting to rush him, browsed through the scattered solar stones listed for sale in the trading post while waiting for a reply. After what felt like an eternity of about 10 minutes, just as Suemo was beginning to think that Yang Feng was dissatisfied with the information he provided, a response finally arrived. Brother, the information you provided is crucial. We should exchange more intelligence on this matter in the future. Additionally, we are looking to acquire a batch of lime fruits. May I inquire how many you have in stock? This message was accompanied by a list of supplies. Upon opening it, Su Mo noted that the format was quite similar to that of Zhang Chunqing's, though the listed supplies differed somewhat. Notably, it contained various medicinal herbs and over a dozen solar stones. The prices of the herbs were generally 1 to 2% below market value, while the solar stones were priced at 15 survival points each. It seemed they would need to negotiate further regarding the trade of supplies. Sumo did not shy away from addressing the matter directly. I have over 700 pounds of lime fruits available. I'll take all the herbs listed on your supply list, but the price for the solar stones is too steep. If you could reduce it to 10 points each, I would be willing to take them all. It's not that I'm unwilling to lower the price, Yang Feng replied, his tone seemingly resigned yet resolute. As you know, your sweeping purchases have caused the price of solar stones to skyrocket. I understand your urgent need for them, which is why I specially gathered a batch from the brothers in the alliance. I have no personal interest, but I cannot let my fellow brothers suffer losses. Yang Feng's demeanor suggested a sense of helplessness, yet his determination remained steadfast. Sumo was not inclined to take his words at face value. He chose to bypass the discussion on solar stones and proceeded with the trade of medicinal herbs. After some negotiation, Sumo exchanged 300 pounds of lime fruits for approximately 500 pounds of various herbs. Furthermore, Yang Feng purchased an additional 400 pounds of lime fruits at a price of 15 points each. Once the transactions were concluded, Sumo's survival points surged back to 25,000. Having traded away all his resources, he acquired a substantial quantity of herbs, solar stones, and other resources in return. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 9 o'clock, leaving him with nearly 3 hours until a potential system update. As he organized the various herbs in his yard, he awaited the arrival of midnight. 3 hours could feel fleeting or drag on interminably. The final half hour was particularly agonizing for Sumo, who could hardly focus on anything else, repeatedly checking the system for updates. As the system clock ticked from the last second of the 7th day to the first second of the 8th. The time struck midnight. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Sumo hastily opened the auxiliary functions interface. Among the 3 auxiliary functions, only recycling and manufacturing remained, while the identification function had been eliminated. With a resounding thud, although he had suspected this might happen, the reality struck him with a rush of adrenaline, leaving him momentarily dazed. The identification function was truly gone. This meant that the seasonal fog disaster, deep-sea monsters, and the unknown calamity that had led to the obliteration of the entire alien civilization would soon descend upon them. Not only Sumo, but countless others would surely spend this night in restless insomnia. Confirming the cancellation of the identification function, Sumo's notifications exploded once more. Zhang Chunqing, Yang Feng, and Yang Haichuan all sent messages in quick succession. At this juncture, Sumo had no time to check replies. Having confirmed the removal of the identification function, he quickly accessed the trading post to review the rules. Indeed, the trading post interface was completely bare, with an overwhelming number of goods vanished into thin air. Confounded, he opened the back-end shop and, after some exploration, discerned the crucial changes. The trading rules had indeed been altered. The primary modification was that the trading positions in the back-end shop no longer opened with 10 survival points, but required the physical construction of a shop that met certain standards. Upon successful certification by the system, the shop would assume the role of a trading position. The size of the shop would dictate the available space for listings. Only by constructing a complete shop and obtaining certification from the trading post could one engage in transactions within that shop. This was merely part of the alterations to the trading post rules. Furthermore, the trading post had completely abolished bartering. It now only supported transactions for survival points through shops, with the tax rate remaining unchanged at 30%. Additionally, a consignment feature was introduced in the back-end shop, allowing shop owners to set their commission rates for consignment sales. Individuals in the wilderness or without a constructed shop could select suitable shops for consignment. However, besides the 30% transaction tax, an additional 10% consignment fee would be deducted by the system, alongside varying survival point fees payable to the consignment shop. In essence, if a shop had exorbitant charges, the final survival points received from consignment could dwindle to around 50% of the initial amount. For humanity on Earth, the shift in trading post rules, while not as severe as the outright removal of the identification function, still wielded a significant blow. It forced everyone to construct shops within shelters, relegating all resources gathered in the wilderness back to their respective shops for trading. Otherwise, one would incur additional fees. It appeared that all other matters would need to be postponed until a shop could be established. Chapter 36. The dawn of class change. As for the materials for the shop, the system imposed no additional requirements, whether stone, earth, or wood. As long as they met waterproof and moisture-proof standards, they sufficed. With a clearer understanding of the trading post-S rule changes, Suemo finally exhaled the last breath of tension that had been held. The recent alterations to the trading post rules served to further prevent individuals from using it as a transport and storage tool in the wilderness, effectively standardizing trading methods. Though the impact on Suemo was considerable, it remained within acceptable limits. On a positive note, the restrictions on listing only one type of item had been lifted. As long as items could fit in the shop, they could be listed. After reviewing the changes to the trading post, Suemo meticulously checked the other system functions to confirm there were no further alterations. Satisfied, he turned his attention away from the cacophony of discussions and the barrage of notifications. After inspecting the surrounding barriers of the shelter and ensuring everything was intact, he re-entered and quickly succumbed to sleep. After 2 days and nights of fatigue, even with the boost from Dear Blood, Suemo could not hold out any longer. Whatever awaited him could wait until tomorrow's awakening. The sound of loud snoring filled the AI art. Suemo wished for a peaceful night's sleep. But fate had other plans. He fell asleep the instant he lay down, only to be awakened shortly thereafter by a dream in which a horde of bizarre, humanoid monsters surged against the shelter's exterior, launching relentless attacks. Inside the shelter, Suemo wielded an AK-47 in each hand, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Countless limbs and severed arms flew through the air, but the tide of humanoid monstrosities seemed endless. Crashing wave after wave without pain or hesitation. Time passed indistinctly, and just as Suemo sensed that his ammunition was running low, the monstrous tide, which had nearly breached the defenses, suddenly dissipated entirely. Confused, he beheld a colossal tiger emerge from the retreating horde, letting forth a thunderous roar directed at the dazed Suemo. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed into the heavens, shaking the very earth. A wave of tingling terror gripped him, sending chills down his spine and causing his hair to stand on end. Jolting the dreaming Suemo awake with a start, he sat up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, filled with fear and confusion. After a moment, he realized it had merely been a nightmare. Rubbing his throbbing head, Suemo prepared to check the system for the time. But just then, a resounding and fearsome roar echoed through the wilderness, the true and thunderous cry of a tiger resonating across the expanse. The might of the tiger sent ripples through the air, expanding outward in waves. In an instant, Suemo found himself momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by a fleeting amnesia, only to realize, upon regaining his senses, that he was drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. His limbs felt cold and utterly devoid of strength. A tiger had truly approached. Judging by the sound, it was alarmingly close to Suemo's shelter, perhaps even lurking just outside. Gathering his courage, Suemo gradually lifted his hands, rubbing his numbed legs in an attempt to restore some sensation. With a renewed sense of determination, he hastily retrieved a stone and wooden spear from the corner of the shelter, feeling slightly emboldened by the presence of a weapon. Regrettably, the iron tools he had previously stored were left outside, and had they been within reach, he would have felt considerably more secure. Reaching the entrance of the shelter, he peered through the gaps in the thorny barricade. Straining to glimpse what lay beyond, darkness enveloped the world outside, and in the wake of the tiger's roar, an eerie silence had fallen. The usual chorus of insects and animal calls had vanished entirely. The fearsome power of the tiger was palpable. Though he could not see the beast, Suemo dared not venture outside to investigate. The shelter, hastily constructed from mud and stone, was reinforced with a layer of thorny barriers, rendering it the safest refuge he could hope for. Inside, a mere tiger would struggle to breach its defenses, while venturing outside would be tantamount to courting disaster should the tiger be lying in wait. As for whether this tiger might be an extraordinary beast, Suemo could only silently pray and leave his fate to chance. He scanned the interior of the shelter, noting only a small pile of dry firewood beside the stove. With nothing else available to further barricade the thorny entrance in a bid to enhance his security, he painstakingly arranged the firewood around the door. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was just past 4 in the morning, meaning he had only managed to sleep for a mere 4 hours, leaving him severely fatigued. However, the tiger's ferocious roars had kept his nerves on edge, and he dared not attempt to sleep again. Clutching the stone spear tightly, he leaned against the wall, silently waiting for dawn, praying that the tiger was merely passing through. Time trickled by slowly. Aside from the initial 2 roars, there was no further disturbance. And Suemo, who had remained tense, gradually began to relax. His mind grew increasingly hazy. Thus, in a semi-conscious state of dozing and waking, he eventually found himself roused by the bright sunlight streaming in. Shaking his slightly throbbing head and rubbing his eyes, he was instantly alert. Without a moment's delay, he hurried to the entrance to carefully observe the outside through the gaps, confirming that no tiger was in sight. The familiar sounds of birds and insects filled the air once more, allowing Suemo to breathe a sigh of relief. Cautiously parting the thorns, he peered outside for a thorough inspection. Once he was assured of his safety, he boldly stepped to the entrance, seizing a rusty iron axe for protection, before proceeding to inspect the perimeter of the shelter. The fence surrounding the courtyard showed no signs of damage, but given the tiger's remarkable leaping ability, Suemo meticulously checked to ensure it could not jump into the yard from the nearby Sunstone Mountain. After the tumultuous night, Suemo was hesitant to venture outside, even avoiding the nearby river. In a secluded corner of the yard, he dug a small pit to attend to his physiological needs, afterward using the remaining water from a wooden bucket for a quick wash. Today, he had no intention of leaving the shelter. His most pressing task was to build a shop, a project he was determined to complete. However, after washing up and allowing himself to fully relax, he suddenly became aware of an unusually enticing scent of lime wafting through the air. In truth, this fragrance had lingered since the tiger had startled him the previous night. Having harvested a sizable batch of limes just yesterday, it was inevitable that the scent lingered in the yard. Moreover, Suemo had been too preoccupied with fear after the tiger's roar to contemplate it further. Now, with his mind finally at ease, he detected the peculiarity of the scent. Limes are not typically known for their strong aroma. Even when the flesh is exposed, their fragrance remains faint. Yet, this rich scent of lime unmistakably originated from outside and was unlike any ordinary lime. In a flash of realization, Suemo quickly retrieved a cherished notebook he always carried. Flipping through its pages, he paused on an experimental record containing a few lines of text. He focused intently, rereading the passage that stated, "The double-crowned red fruit king surprisingly alleviates the resistance produced by potion consumption. It seems I must pay special attention to anomalous fragrances from now on. Even ordinary plants, when gathered in clusters, may yield unexpectedly potent fruit-based potions." He pondered the significance of the peculiar scent and the potential emergence of fruit-based potions from clusters of wild plants. This was merely a note on an experimental formulation for a resistance-relieving potion, one he had skimmed over without much thought at the time. Yet now, in this context, coupled with the notes in his journal, even a fool would grasp the implications. The lime grove was on the verge of producing a potent fruit-based potion. Recalling the tiger's sudden roar from the previous night, he realized its source was indeed near the grove. Everything fell into place. However, Suemo was left pondering. If the tiger was drawn by the fragrant fruit, it would stand to reason that it had already claimed the Fruit King during the night. So why was the scent still so strong? Or perhaps the Fruit King had yet to mature, and the tiger was simply waiting outside the grove for the fruit to ripen. As for the thorny barricades Suemo had erected, he dismissed any notion that they would deter the tiger. The beast's leaping prowess was formidable enough to clear a 2-meter fence, and tigers were known to climb trees. The barriers were affixed to the surrounding trees, allowing the tiger to easily access the grove. The question now confronting Suemo was whether he should venture forth to investigate the potential potion. To transition into the role of a potion master, he needed 2 essential elements: the Life Refinement Array and the Life Awakening Potion. Suemo had already clarified and mastered the key aspects of the former through system identification. For the various ingredients required for the Life Awakening Potion, he had deer blood on hand to meet the need for active animal blood, and he had recently gathered a substantial amount of active plant powder. What remained were the potion itself and some dew. The opportunity to transition was right before him. Should he seize the chance? Chapter 37. The Lime Fruit King. Though Suemo had always maintained a cautious demeanor, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry with the understanding that life is singular, He was not devoid of an adventurous spirit in this untamed, foreign world filled with unknown races and creatures. Unexpected dangers lurked at every turn, and any small misstep could cost him his life. Not to mention the potential disasters and extraordinary monster outbreaks that could arise in the future. Only through extraordinary means and great strength could he confront these myriad crises and survive in this apocalyptic-like realm. The tiger's roar was indeed terrifying, yet the prospect of becoming a potion master was too tantalizing to ignore. How could Suemo lack the courage to at least take a look? Of course, having made the decision to venture out, he would also ensure he was well prepared. First, he assessed his current arsenal. The stone spear was indispensable, having been his constant companion. Although it had never been tested in battle, he wielded it with confidence. Next, he considered the metallic tools salvaged from a sunken ship. Having yet to remove the rust or polish them, he ultimately selected the iron axe, which, while not razor-sharp, could deliver powerful blunt strikes and potentially cause additional damage. The final consideration was for defensive tools. Suemo decided to carry a substantial number of torches for protection. A primal fear of fire is inherent in all creatures, and no matter how formidable a beast, it could not overcome its fear of flames. Yet, he understood that while torches could instill fear, their actual harm to wildlife was limited, serving primarily to create distractions. By carrying torches, Suemo intended to use them as a means of diversion should he need to retreat, buying himself precious moments to escape. With all his weapons and tools prepared, Suemo took a deep breath, shouldering a pack laden with torches and the iron axe, while grasping the stone spear in one hand and a lit torch in the other. He strode confidently from the shelter. The sun blazed high in the sky, and the woods were lush and shaded. Despite the bright day, the heat of the flames did little to dispel the chill coursing through Suemo's body. The shelter was not far from the lime grove, yet the journey felt fraught with tension. As he approached, the sounds of birds and insects gradually faded, replaced by an unnerving silence that sent his heart plummeting. This ominous quietude was a clear indication that the tiger had not yet departed. It was likely still lurking within the grove. With each careful step, Suemo became increasingly cautious. The grove was now just ahead, and after a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and pressed forward. The surroundings remained eerily silent, save for the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. The anticipated ambush by the tiger never materialized, and everything remained unsettlingly tranquil. Suemo dared not let his guard down just yet. Striving to control his quaking body, he refrained from stepping directly into the grove. Instead, he chose to circumnavigate its perimeter. Keenly observing the situation, Suemo cautiously navigated through the orchard. Approaching the junction between the breeding grounds and the fruit grove, he finally stumbled upon an alarming sight. The surroundings were in disarray, and a faint, fishy odor assaulted his senses. The perimeter fence near the breeding grounds lay in tatters, scattered across the ground, marred by streaks of blood, with an array of unknown scales strewn about, perhaps from a serpent? It was evident that a fierce battle had taken place here, likely between the ferocious tiger from the previous night and an unidentified serpentine creature. With great care, Suemo stepped over the debris, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the scales were roughly the size of a thumb. Lacking knowledge of serpents, he could not ascertain the snake's size merely from the scales. However, any creature capable of engaging in combat with a tiger must be formidable in its own right. The tiger possessed a keen sense of smell. Logically, as Suemo approached, if the tiger truly lingered in the orchard, it should have detected his presence by now. Yet, there was no sign of movement. Was it injured, or was there another explanation? Suemo could not determine this, nor could he deduce anything further at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to follow the trail of blood and scales, intent on delving deeper into the grove to uncover the truth. The battle from the previous night must have been brutal. As he ventured further, he observed distinct signs of impact on the surrounding fruit trees. Despite a lingering suspicion that the tiger had emerged victorious in the struggle against the serpent, the eerie silence enveloping the orchard felt distinctly unnatural. Thus, Suemo remained vigilant, carefully scanning the trees and underbrush for any lurking serpents that might launch a sudden ambush. Navigating through the low-hanging branches of the fruit trees, he approached what appeared to be the center of the grove, where the towering fruit tree, rumored to harbor the king of green limes, stood majestically. Yet, the area remained eerily still. Summoning his courage, Suemo gripped his iron axe and torch tightly. holding his breath as he advanced incrementally 0.20 meters, 0.15 meters, 0.9 meters. The unknown often breeds a fear more profound than reality itself. Several times along the way, he sensed unusual movements nearby, nearly turning back in panic. Only to realize it was a trick of his mind as he closed in. His heart raced even faster. The colossal fruit tree loomed closer, and he treaded increasingly cautiously, gently brushing aside the branches that obstructed his view. Peering beneath the giant tree, likely the lair of the tiger, he caught a glimpse. Just one glance, Fumo's body stiffened in shock. Had he not steadied himself with the axe, he might have collapsed on the spot. Beneath the tree lay not a reclining tiger but a massive python, its girth comparable to his waist. The serpent was coiled around the tree, its massive body concealed behind the trunk, and its enormous head, nearly half a meter in diameter, faced Suemo, exuding a predatory aura. Had the python emerged as the victor? No, that could not be right. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he leaned on the axe for support. Peering closer at the colossal serpent, the python's body, while wrapped around the tree, was not as imposing as he had imagined. Its massive head hung limply, bloodied and mangled, a clear indication of death. The area around the serpent was a chaotic scene. Drenched in crimson, with innumerable scales scattered about, it was unmistakably clear. The giant python was dead. With a sigh of relief, Suemo cautiously shifted to the side to gain a clearer view. The posterior half of the serpent had vanished, and a gaping wound marked its midsection, where its gallbladder had been removed. Only a small section of its body remained coiled around the tree, along with its severed head. Exhaling slowly, Suemo felt the tension ease from his shoulders. The true victor of the battle was evidently the tiger. Although the reason behind the tiger consuming only the gallbladder and a considerable portion of the serpent's body, leaving the rest behind, remained a mystery, he had no time to ponder further. The tiger's whereabouts were unknown, yet the king of green limes still hung high in the tree. If he did not act swiftly, he would regret it once the tiger returned. Having ensured there were no immediate threats in the vicinity, Suemo gathered his courage and approached the massive tree, directing his gaze upward. Despite the dense foliage obscuring his view, a radiant glow flickered through the canopy. Its brilliance reminiscent of tangible fruit fragrance. Such a conspicuous feature left no doubt in Sumo's mind. This was indeed the King of Green Limes, Chapter 38, the appointment of the Potion Master. A supernatural beginning, this green lime tree, positioned at the heart of the grove, was the stoutest and tallest among its peers, boasting a recent age. From his vantage point below, Suemo estimated its height to exceed 20 meters. Given its considerable stature, climbing it posed a challenge, and previously, he had harvested fruit from trees that were easier to scale. He had never anticipated that the King of Green Limes would reside upon this lofty tree. Now was not the time for reflection. Having pinpointed the location of the King of Green Limes, Suemo immediately sought a way to ascend. He had prepared for a potential confrontation with the tiger. Bringing only weapons and neglecting climbing tools like ladders, fearing unforeseen complications should he return for supplies, he resolved to rely solely on his own strength to scale the tree. Fortunately, through recent training, his physical condition and climbing skills had significantly improved. Though it was arduous, after several attempts, Suemo gradually made his way upward, and no matter how tall the tree was, it had its limits, and with Sumo's persistent effort, the King of Green Limes was now within reach. Compared to ordinary green limes, this particular specimen did not appear notably larger, only slightly bigger than an adult's fist, its skin a blend of green and yellow, while its interior glowed with a radiant green light. Cautiously approaching, he attempted to pluck it, and contrary to his expectations of a scorching touch, he was instead met with a gentle warmth. Merely holding the King of Green Limes enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of comfort. Alleviating the tension that had gripped him, with a gentle tug, he successfully harvested the fruit, carefully placing it in the backpack slung across his back, before making his way down the tree, step by step. Once his feet returned to the ground, he had no time to contemplate anything else. Gripping his iron axe and torch, he hurriedly turned to retrace his steps to the shelter, until he exited the grove. No threats materialized, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he sprinted away. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced, adrenaline surged. Only after securing the enclosure at the shelter did he allow himself a moment of respite. Back within the safety of the shelter, he secured the thorny gate and reverently withdrew the King of Green Limes from his backpack. Breathing in its rich fragrance, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He had indeed acquired the King of Green Limes, the most crucial ingredient for the life-awakening potion. Although this venture felt akin to a battle of wits against the air, it had been fraught with peril for Su Imo. The only regret was that he had risen too late that day, missing the opportunity to collect the morning dew at 7 o'clock. Otherwise, he could have concocted the potion and initiated his career change. After spending a considerable time in the shelter, appreciating the tranquility that surrounded him, he began preparing to brew the potion. For the life-awakening potion's formula, Su Imo had gathered active animal blood, including deer blood, wild boar blood, tiger blood, and leopard blood. The wild boar heart's blood had been procured from Zhang Chunqing the previous night, while the tiger and leopard blood were obtained from Yangfeng. Given the system's prior assessment, Su Imo understood that upon transitioning to a potion master, his extraordinary abilities would be contingent upon the composition of various potions. Thus, he had collected additional heart blood from other beasts while the identification feature was still active, ensuring a range of options for potion crafting. The agile deer boasted remarkable regenerative abilities, while the wild boar had tough skin and exceptional endurance. The tiger, needless to say, was ferocious and possessed extraordinary leaping prowess. As for the leopard, it was remarkably agile but slightly less fierce than the tiger. Among the 4 types of heart blood, Su Imo swiftly ruled out the leopard. Among the remaining 3, he hesitated, tempted by the deer's regeneration, yet acknowledging the wild boar's defensive capabilities as crucial. The tiger's strength, especially after the roaring battle and the subsequent confrontation with the serpent, was particularly appealing. After much deliberation, Su Imo ultimately resolved to use the tiger's heart blood as the primary ingredient for his potion. This decision was not solely based on the tiger's status as the king of beasts, but also due to the other primary ingredient, active plant powder, for which he intended to use a 6-leaf ginseng as the main component. This 6-leaf ginseng was the most precious among all the nourishing herbs he had collected, renowned for its potency. Its robust effects and remarkable life-sustaining properties could effectively substitute for the deer's regeneration and the wild boar's defense. Therefore, taking everything into account, Su Imo chose the tiger's heart blood as the primary ingredient. The method for concocting the potion was meticulously documented in his notes, and Andoa's experimental records would help him avoid various oversights. The next step involved preparing several primary ingredients in advance. Tiger blood could be used directly without much effort, while the ginseng required a series of processes, including steaming, drying, and finally grinding it into powder. With the acquisition of the King of Green Limes, Su Imo had no time to consider constructing a shop today. The entirety of the following day was spent meticulously preparing ginseng and organizing the myriad medicinal herbs scattered throughout the garden. At the same time, a vigilant watch was maintained against the potential threat of a tiger's ambush. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Su Imo finally completed the processing of the ginseng. Grinding it into a fine powder and placing it into a pre-prepared ceramic vial, awaiting the morrow's concoction, Su Imo fell into a slumber, enveloped in a mix of tension and anticipation. On the 9th day in the new world, at precisely 7:20 in the morning, Su Imo, in a state of undress, stared with bloodshot eyes as he cautiously placed the King of Lime fruit into a ceramic bowl before him. With a hiss reminiscent of iron meeting water, the entire King of Lime fruit seamlessly merged into the crimson solution within the bowl. In mere moments, the sanguine hue dissipated, replaced by a peculiar liquid radiating a verdant glow. Could it be a success? Lacking the means for identification and unable to match the color of the potion with that of the final concoction prepared by Anda, Su Imo remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the sole magical herb, the King of Lime fruit, had already been consumed. Regardless of the outcome, Su Imo was determined to proceed with the final step. He retrieved a notebook from beside him and meticulously confirmed that the life transmutation array he had carved beneath him mirrored the notes he had taken. With utmost caution, he lifted the bowl of green potion and began to drip it into the array's hexagonal pattern, bit by bit. The liquid flowed swiftly along the lines of the array, and once the entire bowl was emptied, the array itself was suffused with a verdant hue. Points of light began to rise. The array before him appeared to activate successfully, and without hesitation, Su Imo settled himself into the designated empty space at its center. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a blinding light erupted, compelling Su Imo to instinctively close his eyes. Almost immediately, a wave of icy, tingling sensations coursed through his limbs and body, enduring the overwhelming itch that felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his very bones. Suemo remained motionless at the center of the array. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Just as he felt he could no longer withstand the urge to scratch, the itch vanished like water, replaced by an intense heat. Opening his eyes instinctively, Suemo discovered that the array beneath him had reverted to its original state, the previous brilliance now seeming like a mere illusion. Was it over just like that? Had he truly succeeded in becoming a potion master? The notebook did not document the experience of successfully assuming the role, leaving Suemo in a state of bewilderment, frozen in place. Chapter 39. A life hanging by a thread. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness. Suemo, sitting naked at the center of the array, felt nothing of the sort. Instead, he was enveloped in a sensation of heat and power. Observing the stillness that persisted for a considerable time, he hesitantly opened the system interface to check his attributes. Suemo. Level: First Tier. Occupation: Potion Master. Race: Earthling. Talent: Agriculture. Racial talent: Increases production speed and yield by 10 when planting crops. Herb identification: Occupational talent: Enables rapid recognition of unfamiliar herbs' properties. Skills: Tiger Roar. Active skill: Consumes a certain amount of energy to unleash a roar, inflicting a degree of mental damage on the target. Robust. Passive skill: You possess a strong physique, significantly enhancing strength and self-healing abilities, along with the capacity for potion digestion. Dispersion. Active skill: Consumes a certain amount of energy to remove diseases, poisons, and other negative effects from the target. Life hanging by a thread. Passive skill: Allows you to retain a breath of life when faced with any lethal attack. Physique: 18, maximum value 100, status normal. Mentality: 21, maximum value 100, mental clarity. Energy: 210, survival points: 24875. Indeed, he had successfully assumed the role of a potion master. Through the attributes displayed on the system panel and his own understanding of the profession, Suemo comprehended the specific characteristics of being a potion master. It was not merely a profession focused on potion crafting, but rather one that involved continuous consumption of potions to achieve individual evolution and transcendence. TO sees the essence of all things to compensate for one's deficiencies. Akin to the ancient legends of ascendant cultivators in Huaxia who consumed elixirs for enlightenment. The 4 extraordinary skills he had acquired clearly reflected this. The Tiger Roar skill was derived from the heart's blood of the primary ingredient, the tiger. The Robust skill was a passive ability generated from the combined properties of tiger blood, ginseng, and the king of lime fruit. The Dispersion skill evidently stemmed from the king of lime fruit's bactericidal and detoxifying properties. As for the most precious skill, Life hanging by a thread, it likely originated from the combination of ginseng and the king of lime fruit, forming an exceptional life-preserving ability. The only aspect related to potion crafting was the innate talent for herb identification awakened upon assuming the role of a potion master. The awakening of his racial talent was merely a byproduct of advancing to a professional level. Through continuous reflection on his profession, Suemo also grasped the reason behind the persistent sensation of heat coursing through him. Compared to other professions, the potion master merely needed to consume corresponding tier awakening potions and employ the life transmutation array to facilitate ongoing advancement. However, after consuming the magical potions, there was a process of digestion and absorption. Once the potions were fully assimilated, no further enhancement potions could be ingested. This period marked the growth phase of a potion master, often referred to as the resistance phase. This explained why Anda was persistently experimenting with mid-tier resistance alleviation potions. The king of lime fruit inherently possessed resistance alleviating properties, and when concocted into an awakening potion, it similarly imparted this characteristic to Suemo's extraordinary skill, Robust. During the time Suemo spent attentively observing the attribute panel, he watched as his physique and mentality each increased by a point. Regrettably, he had not encountered any extraordinary fruits akin to the flame fruit. Otherwise, the awakened extraordinary abilities would likely have manifested as combat skills. Clenching his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within him, Suemo could not help but express a sense of inadequacy. Among the 4 skills, only 2 were active, and of those, 1 was auxiliary in nature. Although his life-preserving capabilities had been significantly enhanced, his active offensive capabilities were limited to the Tiger Roar skill. However, with Tiger Roar complementing Robust, Sumo's combat prowess was by no means weak. Not to mention that, moving forward, Sumo would need only to wait a while. All attributes would naturally increase to their maximum values after completely digesting and absorbing the awakening potions, at the very least. Now that he had successfully assumed the role of a potion master, Sumo felt confident that he could handle any ordinary threats without concern. While his attributes appeared somewhat similar to before, the difference, albeit slight, marked a profound divide between the extraordinary and the mundane. Now, on the 9th day in the New World, due to the fear of a tiger's sudden assault, Sumo had spent the previous day organizing medicinal herbs within the shelter. As a first-tier professional, feeling invigorated by the abundant power coursing through him, he recognized that all dangers had been alleviated, making it the perfect time to embark on significant renovations of the shelter. Donning his somewhat darkened yet freshly washed clothing, Sumo grasped an old, rusty iron axe and confidently stepped out of the shelter. Upon reaching the threshold, he was greeted by the symphony of birds and insects around him. And with a surge of excitement, he focused his energy in his dantian and let out a resounding tiger roar. Roar. The sound reverberated across the landscape, causing countless birds to plummet from the trees, snakes and insects to burst apart, and terrestrial creatures to bleed from their orifices. The world fell silent. The extraordinary tiger roar had such an effect with just a single bellow. Sumo noted that it had consumed only 20 points of energy, and he nodded in satisfaction before merrily making his way toward the fruit grove. Having fled in disarray the previous day, he had not found the time to tidy up the chaos in the fruit grove or check on the condition of the deer herd in the breeding ground. Therefore, Sumo resolved to first restore the fruit grove and check whether the deer had been affected by the earlier battle with the tiger. He approached the breeding ground, opened the gate, and surveyed the surroundings. Although the thorny fence remained intact, the deer herd, frightened by the proximity of the battlefield, had suffered casualties. 2 young fawns had been directly scared to death. The remaining deer displayed clear signs of distress, scattering in terror at Sumo's approach. Seeing this, Sumo's expression darkened. While the deer had previously been wary of him, they had begun to grow accustomed to his presence after he had fed them lime fruits and water a few times. They should not have fled in such panic at his approach. It seemed that he would need to provide more comfort and nourishment moving forward. Recognizing the situation, Sumo sighed softly and refrained from drawing closer. He dragged the 2 slightly decomposed fawn carcasses outside the breeding ground. Next, he headed to the fruit grove, collected several dozen pounds of lime fruit to feed the deer, and filled a few buckets with fresh water before turning back toward the lime fruit grove. At the center of the grove, silence reigned. The portion of the snake's corpse still lay in place, and it appeared the tiger had indeed sustained injuries, as it had not returned. Sumo first inspected the snake's remains, confirming that it bore no extraordinary energy and was merely an ordinary beast. He extracted 2 of its sharp fangs and removed its venom sac. Subsequently, he dug a deep pit beside the tree that bore the king of lime fruit and buried the slightly decomposed carcass within, hoping it would serve as nourishment for the tree, enabling it to continue producing its bountiful fruit. After dealing with the snake's remains, Sumo returned to the perimeter of the grove to repair the damaged fence. He then carried 2 deer carcasses towards the riverbank outside the shelter. Despite having endured a day and a night, the carcasses had begun to emit an unpleasant odor due to the weather, rendering them inedible. However, the deer hides and bones remained valuable to Sumo. Chapter 40. Inventory check and discovery of the black box. As a first-tier potion maker, Sumo had not only enhanced his physical constitution and strength, but had also significantly improved his body control. In mere moments, he completely dissected the 2 young deer, obtaining 2 intact hides. The hides would require further processing before they could be used properly. Sumo meticulously discarded the foul-smelling deer meat, tossing it into the river, and returned to the shelter with only the 2 sets of bones and hides. After dedicating an entire day to organizing the previous day, the vast assortment of herbs and vegetables accumulated in the courtyard had been sorted by Sumo. The herbs were categorized for storage, processing, and seed preservation. In total, there were 20 varieties of medicinal herbs, approximately 900 pounds, and 7 types of vegetables, totaling over 360 pounds. Additionally, there were 5,000 to 6,000 pounds of coarse salt awaiting collection by the seaside, along with 300 pounds of deer meat that had been forgotten to process outside the breeding ground. Moreover, there were over 4,000 cubic feet of solar stones, along with 100 cubic feet each of red bricks and river sand purchased from Zhang Chunxing, as well as 2 cubic feet of lime made from volcanic ash and shells acquired from Sudiching. Most herbs could be cultivated through methods such as seed preservation and division. Suemo intended to construct both a house and a shop before promptly clearing land near the shelter to plant suitable herbs. After all, with the awakening of his racial talent, it was imperative to plan and utilize it wisely. After setting the cleaned deer hides out to dry, Suemo eagerly began to plan the construction of the house and shop. First, he used wooden sticks and hemp rope to outline a square area of approximately 100 square meters in the courtyard according to the Pythagorean theorem. Seizing a shovel, he commenced digging within this designated space to lay the foundation. As a first-tier practitioner endowed with the passive skill strength, Suemo's physical prowess had significantly increased. Engaging in what once felt like exhausting labor was now effortless. Tasks that might take an ordinary person 3 or 4 days to complete were accomplished by Suemo in about an hour. Were it not for the time-consuming process of transporting soil, he could have easily finished in under an hour. Following this, he systematically proceeded with logging, piling, leveling the foundation, and other related tasks. With his extraordinary physical constitution, he completed the construction of a solid cement foundation for the roughly 100 square meters of land in just one morning. Unfortunately, the newly laid cement foundation required time to dry, preventing any further construction until at least the afternoon. As noon approached, Suemo intended to prepare a simple lunch to satiate his hunger before continuing his work. To his surprise, his appetite had significantly increased after his transformation. With no other choice, he hastily retrieved a deer leg from the meat set aside for Zhang Chunxing at the breeding ground. After cooking, the 3 to 4 dozen pounds of deer meat were consumed entirely, bones and all. Yet he still felt merely 8/10 full. His appetite had multiplied manifold. Feeling slightly anxious about future food supplies, Suemo pondered the necessity of dealing with the wild animals near the lake promptly, while shouldering an iron axe as he ventured outside the shelter to chop down trees. Since he had to wait for the foundation to dry before continuing construction, he decided to clear the large trees surrounding the shelter this afternoon, leveling several plots of land for cultivation, while simultaneously selecting quality timber for building. In truth, clearing land in the wild could be expedited by setting fires, which would save considerable time and effort. However, considering the precious medicinal herbs weighing over 1,000 pounds within the shelter, any accidental spread of flames could result in a catastrophic loss. Regardless, since becoming a potion maker, Suemo's strength had been growing every moment, rendering him practically inexhaustible. Thus, he resolved to personally chop trees, clear weeds, until the land to prepare for cultivation. With the shelter at the center, the river lay to the west, and the fruit orchard was situated in the southwest direction. The breeding ground was directly east of the orchard, and the shelter was in the southeast. Therefore, the area Suemo planned to cultivate was in the northern part of the forest directly north of the shelter. Crossing the small hill formed by the accumulation of solar stones outside the shelter, Suemo intended to push the northern forest outwards by about 10 meters for cultivation purposes. After making a rough plan, he swung the iron axe and began chopping down trees. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of felled trees echoed, resonating with the crash of timber falling. With Suemo's current strength, it took only a few swings before a large tree toppled. Logging, uprooting, and weeding. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. A gentle breeze brushed past, failing to dissipate the heat enveloping Suemo. As yet another tree fell, Suemo glanced around, noting he was nearing the planned boundary. Casually dropping the iron axe, he prepared to grasp the shovel for uprooting. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out, startling Suemo as he gripped the shovel. With both iron tools in his hands, how could the axe clattering to the ground produce such a sound? Curiously, he turned to look at the axe, and upon recognizing what lay beneath it, he momentarily froze in astonishment before his face lit up with joy. Beneath the axe lay a small, square, palm-sized black iron box. In an instant, Suemo recalled the black box that Anda had repeatedly mentioned in his notes. The black box, capable of appearing randomly in the wild, was a miraculous blind box, palm-sized yet potentially containing anything. Rare items, job transfer certificates, extraordinary objects, advanced technology, blueprints. If luck was on one side, it was not uncommon to uncover artifacts. Besides Anda's notes, just last night, someone had opened the black box to reveal a manufacturing table and blueprint. igniting a frenzy on the entire forum. The manufacturing table could activate the system's crafting functions, allowing for the creation of any item with the appropriate blueprints and basic resources. For instance, the fortunate individual from last night had opened a blueprint for a storage cabinet, which could continuously produce wooden two-tiered storage cabinets with merely the placement of timber. Although it was merely a basic furniture blueprint, it held immense value in the current context. This morning, Suemo had purchased a storage cabinet for his shop to store deer antlers and processed medicinal herbs. Little did he expect that just after becoming a potion maker, he would encounter a black box while clearing land. It was truly a double blessing. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, Suemo approached and gently lifted the lid of the black box. As a dazzling blue light flickered, when Suemo looked again, he found two metal models, one large and one small, quietly resting within the box. Technological items? Suemo was not disappointed by the model's palm-sized dimensions. Instead, he felt invigorated and reached inside the box, successfully retrieving a paper instruction that was the size of a thumb. As soon as this paper left the black box, it transformed into a beam of blue light that entered the system wristband on Suemo's right hand. Simultaneously, a system introduction appeared before Suemo's eyes. Chapter 41. Rail Production Table Name. Rail Production Table Description. This is a high-tech product constructed by an unknown advanced civilization, specifically designed for the production of railway tracks. Below the system description was a prototype image and usage instructions for the rail production table. After thoroughly reviewing the information, Suemo learned that the rail production table comprised two main components. The first part was an efficient furnace, cylindrical in shape, featuring a chimney at the top and three material intake and output ports below. 1 for energy input, 1 for input, and 1 for slag output. The last output port connected to the production table via piping, allowing molten steel to flow from the furnace into the production table to produce railway tracks. Each component had a display screen showing the quantity of ore and fuel required to create a set of railway tracks, as well as the time needed for production. The furnace and production table appeared to be seamlessly integrated, evidently containing advanced technology that could directly smelt iron ore and rapidly cool and shape it. The specific principles were not explained, only the usage instructions were provided. Notably, it was emphasized that the rail production table must be placed on a 5 by 5 square meter of clear ground within an hour of being extracted from the black box. Otherwise, the rail production table would vanish. The rail production table. Observing the system's description, Suemo was more intrigued by the efficient furnace than the prospect of producing railway tracks. After all, according to the information, any fuel such as firewood, coal, or oil could be casually tossed into the furnace to activate it. While different types of fuel would burn for varying durations, this did not hinder the furnace's ability to melt iron ore and automatically decompose slag. With just this furnace alone, Suemo was confident it would propel him swiftly into the Iron Age. Unfortunately, the description specifically mentioned that the furnace and production table were integrated. Damaging any part would render both inoperable. However, the railway tracks were not without merit, as the shelter's location was still a distance from the seaside. Even after his transformation, Suemo could traverse the two locations relatively quickly, yet it would still affect the development and utilization of the natural salt flats and nearby limestone resources. If railway tracks were established later, it would further facilitate the effective exploitation of seaside resources. The only issue was that Suemo had not discovered any metal or veins nearby. Thus, if he were to lay down tracks in the future, he would inevitably need to procure them from the trading post, which posed its own financial considerations. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo carefully replaced the lid of the black box and set it aside in the woven basket. At present, the utmost priority was to enhance the infrastructure of the shelter, and Suemo did not wish to let unexpected occurrences disrupt his plans. Currently, the shelter lacked ore for research and experimentation, and the production of railway tracks was not urgent. Thus, Suemo decided to conduct his studies later in the evening. Otherwise, he would be flitting from one task to another, ultimately accomplishing nothing. He continued to clear the land by felling trees. Throughout the afternoon, the towering trees surrounding the shelter fell in droves. Although the iron axe had decayed significantly, Suemo's remarkable strength yielded extraordinary results. After a day's labor, he ensured that there were no large trees obstructing the view within 10 meters to the north of the shelter. He also cleared the underbrush and wild grass from the ground, transporting the fresh weeds and leaves directly to the breeding grounds as sustenance for the deer herd. The felled trees had their branches and bark stripped away and were neatly stacked nearby to dry, ensuring that nothing was wasted, whether for construction or fuel. Furthermore, After thoroughly revitalizing the land, Suemo excavated a small channel from the upstream river to connect the arable land with the shelter for future irrigation and daily use. Had he not felt slightly fatigued after completing these tasks, and with dusk approaching, Suemo would have continued digging the water channel all the way to the breeding grounds to avoid the daily chore of transporting water there. Turning a patch of wilderness into cultivable land required sustained care. It was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. However, with his innate talent for farming, he could expedite the process significantly. Initially, Suemo planned to plant some hardy root vegetables and medicinal herbs, which would quickly enrich the soil after 2 or 3 rounds of cultivation. After that, he could transplant and nurture rare plants. As twilight deepened, Suemo ceased his labors and tidied up before hastily returning to the shelter with the basket. He first inspected the drying condition of the foundation, which had solidified considerably. At the very least, Suemo could walk upon it without leaving footprints. The foundation's integrity was crucial for the overall stability of the house, so prudently, Suemo decided to let it dry overnight and commence construction the following day. Surveying the yard, he ultimately selected a vacant spot on the west side for the placement of the railway production platform. Once the location was determined, Suemo carefully opened the black box and gently extracted the model of the railway production platform. To his astonishment, regardless of the underlying principle, the model-sized platform was surprisingly light. However, as soon as it was removed from the box and placed on the ground, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal structure approximately 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Simultaneously, the black box gradually dissipated into specks of blue light in the air. TSK, the system was rather stingy. Suemo had hoped to keep the black box as a storage container. Shaking his head, he approached to attempt to move the railway production platform. Unfortunately, despite summoning all his strength, as a first-tier occupational practitioner, he could only lift the platform slightly off the ground. He quickly and carefully set the platform back down, exhaling a breath of relief. Glancing at his attributes, he noted that after a day's growth, his strength had reached 25 points. It seemed that in order to relocate the production platform, he would need to wait until his strength reached around 50 points. Suemo had initially intended to experiment with the functionality of the railway production platform. However, upon searching for raw metal or in the trading post, he was surprised to find no one offering it for sale. After a moment of thought, he realized the reason. Less than 2 days had passed since the system update, and most people had yet to establish their shops and re-enable their selling functions. Moreover, given the current mining conditions, even if someone discovered a vein, the daily yield would be exceedingly scarce, likely monopolized by other powerful factions or individual workshops. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that no iron ore was available on the market. But there was no rush. After posting a request for metal ore on the forum, Suemo turned to prepare dinner. Today had been immensely fruitful. Not only had he successfully advanced to a first-tier practitioner, but he had also unlocked the railway production platform. With only 5 days remaining until the next 7-day cycle, Suemo needed to reassess his plans for the future. Living in a post-apocalyptic world, knowing precisely what to do at what time and under what circumstances was often far more crucial than aimlessly exploring and constructing. Chapter 42. Preparing to refine extraordinary potions. Tonight's dinner consisted of an entire deer leg. The roasted leg, sizzling with juices, was accompanied by mountain pepper, onions, and various greens, which Suemo relished thoroughly. As he gnawed on the deer leg, he opened the system to attend to the incoming messages in the background. Since posting his request for iron ore, notifications had been flooding in. While preparing dinner, he had not had the chance to address them, but now, during his meal, he took the opportunity to do so. Upon opening the messages, he found not only familiar inquiries from Zhang Chunqing and Yang Feng, but also several messages from unfamiliar individuals he had not yet followed. This was after Suemo had nearly finished organizing the illustrations the previous night. And now that the fervor of the system update had waned, he reopened his private messages. Not rushing to reply, he perused all the messages and found that, aside from Zhang Chunqing and the others, the 3 unfamiliar individuals were all metal mine owners. Each belonged to different types of or veins: copper, iron, and silver. After following the 3, he engaged in conversation and learned that the owner of the copper mine was named Guokai. He was fortunate enough to have discovered a vast deposit of exposed chalcopyrite a few days prior, which, upon assessment, was a high copper content or with a copper concentration of 66, although the prices of metal ores were generally depressed in the early stages. As various kilns were constructed across the land, where prices were steadily rising. It had already reached 2 survival points per kilogram. Hiss. The ore price is so high. Suemo initially thought the price was rather cheap, but after careful consideration, he nearly dropped the deer leg and shocked. A 1-meter-long railway track weighed approximately 50 kilograms, and without considering other costs, the price for raw iron alone would be around 150 points per meter. Given that the shelter was about 15 kilometers from the coast, even calculating the straight-line distance, the total cost would exceed 200,000 survival points. What a ridiculous expense for railway construction. Suemo had initially assumed it was only the copper price that was exorbitant, so he inquired with the other iron mine owner, Zhao Xian, only to find that iron ore prices were equally steep. Not only copper and iron, but through their discussions, Suemo learned that the prices for all metal veins were generally between 2 to 3 survival points. Even precious metals like gold and silver, which were highly valued on Earth, were similarly priced, with some even being less valuable than iron ore. After understanding the specific reasons behind these price increases, Suemo politely purchased 100 kilograms each of copper and iron. While only acquiring 50 kilograms of silver ore. He intended to use these for testing the railway production platform's functionality. Unless Suemo discovered metal veins himself in the future, or there was a significant advancement in human technology leading to a drastic drop in ore prices, he would reconsider the railway laying plan. Aside from these 3 individuals, the messages from Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng inquired whether Suemo had unlocked any iron smelting technologies from the black box. Both were astute individuals, and from Sumo's sudden move to acquire ores, they had deduced a portion of the reasoning behind it. However, upon learning the prices of the ores, Suemo lost interest in further discussions. He polished off the deer leg, tossing the bones aside, and after cleaning his hands, he replied to both. Suemo was candid, stating, "Sigh, whether it is good fortune or misfortune, I did indeed unlock some advanced technology from the black box. But it is only capable of producing railway tracks, which I currently cannot afford." He sent the identical message to both individuals. Then, he separately messaged Zhang Chunxing, "By the way, Brother Zhang, I have been meaning to discuss the 300 pounds of deer meat we agreed upon. I completely forgot amidst my busy schedule. I have consumed some over the past few days, and now only have a little over 200 pounds left. Do you still need it? I'll offer you a better price." After all, the 300 pounds of deer meat had been pre-arranged between them, and Zhang Chunxing had shared extraordinary information with Suemo in return. Regardless of its utility, Suemo felt he was in breach of contract. He had already resolved that if Zhang Chunxing did not accept his price adjustment, he would slaughter another red-tailed deer the following day. Although the two were separated by an unknown distance, and 300 pounds of deer meat seemed trivial, Suemo believed Zhang Chunxing would likely say nothing even if he chose not to fulfill the agreement. However, Suemo could not accept such a compromise in this post-apocalyptic world. While the constraints of etiquette and morality had dissipated, he still held his own boundaries and principles. While he was deep in thought, Zhang Chunxing replied promptly, and upon reading his message, Suemo felt a sudden surge of excitement. "There's no rush regarding the deer meat. I am actually quite interested in the railway production platform you mentioned. The cost of constructing railway tracks is prohibitively high, and it certainly would not be worth a significant investment for you. I have a proposal for outsourcing that you might consider." Outsourcing? TSK, this is the prowess of the foremost individual in the forum. While he may lack millions in survival points, it was evident he had a firm grasp of metal veins, enabling him to propose such an idea. Intrigued, Suemo promptly replied, "What kind of outsourcing method are you suggesting?" "Brother Zhang, please elaborate. I will provide the raw materials and fuel. For every 10 meters of railway track you produce for me, I will supply you with the necessary resources for 1 meter of track. How does that sound?" 10 to 1. Suemo did not rush to respond. Instead, he stood up to test the efficiency of the railway production platform first. He discovered that the operation was, in fact, quite simple. Suemo steadily fed 100 pounds of timber and 100 pounds of iron ore into the feed opening. The display on the furnace lit up immediately. Suemo swiftly made his way to inspect the display screen, which revealed several lines of data. Wood 102,000, iron ore 102,000, initiating operation, estimated working time. He clicked to commence the operation, only to be met with a message indicating insufficient materials and a prompt to continue inputting resources. Observing the situation, Sumo promptly added another 100 pounds of both wood and iron ore, finally managing to initiate the process. The estimated working time startlingly displayed 0:59, 58.1 hour, indeed. He glanced around. Apart from the chimney at the top beginning to emit smoke, the furnace remained inert. Scratching his head, he pondered whether this was merely the time for smelting the ore or for the direct production of the tracks. After a brief contemplation, Su Mo first hit the pause button and then opened a message to reply to Zhang Chunsheng. Brother Zhang, we can discuss the outsourcing, but I need to assess the efficiency of the track production unit first. I will get back to you tomorrow. Absolutely, we can talk again tomorrow. Dio, you need me to provide any materials? Zhang Chunsheng replied promptly, evidently waiting for his response. That won't be necessary, Brother Zhang. I have procured some materials on my end. In the spirit of business, Su Mo declined his offer directly to prevent Zhang Chunsheng from discovering the specific costs involved. Subsequently, the two engaged in a brief discussion regarding venison, concluding their exchange amicably at a price of 15 points per pound. Nevertheless, the venison transaction would also have to wait until Su Mo had repaired his shop the following day. After concluding his conversation with Zhang Chunsheng, Su Mo turned back to introduce the situation to Yang Feng. Unlike Zhang Chunsheng, Yang Feng, upon learning the details, immediately proposed to acquire the track production unit. Su Mo merely chuckled in response, outright refusing the offer. They mutually agreed to revisit the outsourcing discussion the next day. Although both Zhang Chunsheng and Yang Feng were astute individuals, their personalities were strikingly opposed. For instance, in this instance, Zhang Chunsheng would never have broached the topic of acquiring the track production unit, while Yang Feng, despite knowing Su Mo was no fool and had no shortage of survival points, still proposed the purchase with a sense of trial and error. It is difficult to determine which approach is superior. However, for Su Mo, if both offers were equivalent, he naturally leaned more towards Zhang Chunsheng's proposal. Shaking off such trivial thoughts, Su Mo sought out Zhao Xian again to purchase an additional 2,000 pounds of iron ore. He then acquired some wood from the trading post. Afterward, he allocated the materials into the furnace, which evidently housed an unknown high technology. Su Mo continued to input a full 2,000 pounds of both wood and ore before receiving a prompt indicating the capacity was full and asking if he would like to initiate the operation. Upon clicking to start, Su Mo was taken aback to find that the estimated working time remained at 1 hour. Clearly, regardless of the quantity of other materials, each activation of the furnace required a 1-hour working period. With the furnace now operational, yet the production unit remained silent, Su Mo decided not to linger idly and returned outside the shelter, retrieving the alchemical artifact he had long cherished, Andar's suitcase. He prepared to study the specific functions of this peculiar item while waiting. Intending to experiment with concocting extraordinary potions. Chapter 43. The Return of the Fierce Tiger. Name. Andar's suitcase. Description. An alchemical artifact, meticulously crafted by high-tier artisans specifically for potion masters, possessing self-cleaning and gradual repair functions. It accelerates potion production speed and enhances the success rate of concoctions. The suitcase itself was compact, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and width. However, upon opening it, it rapidly expanded into a 2-meter-long alchemical workstation. Upon it rested numerous glass containers and various experimental apparatuses. Su Mo conducted a cursory inspection and found the tools on the workstation to be quite comprehensive, measuring instruments, dissolution and filtration devices, evaporation and crystallization setups, heating and extraction apparatuses, all present in abundance. The entire process of preparing medicinal herbs to the final blending could be performed there. What a splendid item! Su Mo hastily extracted a dozen different potions to commence his experimental procedures. Although the identification function had been disabled, Su Mo's awakened vocational talent, herb recognition, could still serve as a rudimentary identification tool. Any herb he held could be evaluated for its specific effects and medicinal properties with a high degree of accuracy. Lacking magical potion reserves at the moment, he resolved to practice using ordinary herbs to concoct medications suitable for common individuals. Fumix has a heat-clearing and detoxifying effect. Perhaps I could combine it with the complementary Ban Lan Jin to observe the specific results. No, the potency is too strong. It seems overly heat-clearing. Should I add some ginger to replenish? The conflicting effects of the herbs may yield toxicity. Grinding and heating different herbs. Although Su Mo had not studied traditional Chinese medicine during his time on Earth, the enhancement provided by his vocational talent, coupled with the physique of a first-tier practitioner, allowed him to steadily experiment through continuous adjustments. An hour swiftly passed, and as the furnace time dwindled down to mere minutes, Su Mo, striving to formulate a heat-clearing and detoxifying potion, ultimately fell short. However, this was not without its rewards. To his surprise, instead of the desired potion, he had concocted an otherworldly version of a tranquilizing elixir. Holding a test tube filled with a greenish-yellow solution, Suemo found himself both amused and bewildered. This solution was derived from Fumix, Gujin, a small quantity of mandrake flower, and Hehuan pie, all heated and dissolved together. Both Fumix and Gujin possess heat-clearing and sweating properties. When combined, their effects were magnified, leading to an excessive release of heat and sweat, which could leave the body weakened and fatigued. The mandrake flower, rich in hallucinogenic compounds, along with Hehuan pie's analgesic effects, combined to trigger an unpredictable reaction that greatly amplified various medicinal effects. Upon consumption, this potion would induce a temporary state of numbness and weakness, accompanied by profuse sweating and uncontrollable tears, resulting in significant harm to both mind and body. For an ordinary person, this would undoubtedly be a poison. Yet, Suemo quickly recognized its potential. While detrimental to humans, with further refinement and enhancement, it could serve as a remarkably effective anesthetic for beasts. Particularly for the deer in the breeding grounds, this potion would be invaluable for subduing red-tailed deer and harvesting their antlers. Following the effects, the red-tailed deer would merely enter a period of weakness, at which point they could be gently nurtured back to health. As for the mental toll, surely, the dazed venison would still taste delectable. No? Gently placing the test tube down, Suemo diligently recorded the experimental process in his notes for future refinement and improvement. He then cleaned his hands and headed toward the track production unit. Upon nearing, he found the high-efficiency furnace had entirely ceased operations. Its display screen dimmed once more. The outlet was piled high with ash, indicating that the advanced technology had not only thoroughly smelted the metal, but also completely transformed the slag into ashes. However, the tracks had not been successfully produced. Instead, the screen on the production unit flickered back to life, displaying only a single line of time. 0:59. 1.1 hour for smelting the metal. 1 hour for crafting the tracks then? So, aside from the initial startup requiring 2 hours for production, subsequent operations would only take 1 hour as long as the raw materials were sufficient. The only uncertainty lay in the final yield of the tracks. Moreover, Suemo felt a sense of comfort knowing that, true to its reputation as advanced technology, the production process had occurred without a sound. With another hour remaining for completion, Suemo cleared all the ash to the foundation, planning to repurpose it for future construction. He then reset the timer and continued with his potion experiments, concocting potions, inspecting the track production unit, and devising plans for tomorrow, along with sketching building blueprints. Suemo methodically proceeded with each task. Before long, it was past midnight. Once all tasks had reached a temporary conclusion, he browsed the forum for a while before slipping back into slumber. Ultimately, the heat-clearing and detoxifying potion had not been successfully formulated. However, aside from the previously refined anesthetic, he had also successfully developed a wound-healing potion to reduce swelling and alleviate pain. With further improvements, mass production would soon be feasible. Overall, it was a significant harvest. As for the track production unit, the 2,000 pounds of iron ore had ultimately yielded 15 sections of 1-meter-long tracks, showcasing an astonishing utilization rate of the iron ore. Suemo also felt prepared for the outsourcing negotiations with Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng the following day. The only other matter that caught his attention was the increasingly frequent reports in the forum regarding extraordinary individuals formed by consuming mystical fruits and exotic herbs. Numerous black boxes had been discovered, leading to various remarkable artifacts, technologies, and blueprints. The emergence of black boxes and magical potions had noticeably increased. From Sumo's rough calculations, at least 7 individuals had posted about obtaining black boxes on the forum. Among them, 2 had unearthed production units and blueprints, 3 had acquired white books, and 2 had discovered artifacts. The blueprints included one for a wooden bed and another for crafting clothing. While the wooden bed was of little concern, the clothing crafting blueprint sparked a twinge of envy in Suemo. By simply inputting cotton or silk products, one could produce an endless supply of finished garments, though it merely produced thin long-sleeve tops. In a time when clothing had been worn for nearly 10 days, it represented an immense benefit. Furthermore, with a finished top, simple alterations could yield various other garments. Even Suemo hastily turned her attention to this fortunate individual, eagerly sending messages in hopes of securing a finished product in a timely manner. Apart from the blueprints and crafting table, The emergence of the white booklet provided Suemo with a wealth of information. In contrast to blueprints, which could be directly utilized at the crafting table to create finished items, the white booklet merely served as a comprehensive technical manual. While the information contained within was exceedingly detailed, akin to a step-by-step tutorial, its practicality at this stage paled in comparison to that of the blueprints. After all, no matter how detailed a technical manual may be, and regardless of the sophistication of the technology, one must personally construct everything piece by piece for it to become a reality. IT may prove pivotal for technological advancement in the later stages, but in the initial phase, it was as useful as toilet paper. As for the peculiar artifact, the original poster had not divulged any specific details, merely boasting about their acquisition. Suemo was left in the dark. Reflecting on the events of the day, Suemo gradually succumbed to a deep slumber. Around 5 in the morning, while in a profound sleep, Suemo inexplicably sensed a sudden palpitation, abruptly awakening and surveying her surroundings. After meticulously inspecting both the interior and exterior of the shelter, she found no signs of disturbance. Just as she pondered this mystery, roar erupted from the distant thicket, a tiger's roar that echoed ominously through the wilderness. The once mysterious tiger had finally made its reappearance. Chapter 44. Adopting 2 tiger cubs. The tiger's roar did not emanate from the fruit grove, but rather from the depths of the dense forest to the northeast of the shelter. Through consuming tiger blood to awaken her own powers, Suemo, possessing the tiger roar skill, could distinctly discern the weakness and suffering of the tiger from its roar. The tiger seemed preoccupied. Was it battling another fierce beast, or was it the one at a disadvantage? Glancing at her system attributes, Suemo noted her constitution and spirit had rapidly ascended, nearing 30 points. As a first-tier practitioner dwelling in the realm of the extraordinary, she no longer feared the dangers lurking within the thicket. Thus, after assessing her own attributes, she grasped a torch in one hand and an iron axe in the other, setting off towards the source of the roar. Days prior, she had trembled at the sound of the tiger's roar. But now she was determined to confront it. Exiting the shelter, she ventured into the pitch-black depths of the forest. The flickering flame of the torch, as large as a fist, danced in the wind, casting eerie shadows of the surrounding trees and foliage, creating an atmosphere thick with foreboding. At that moment, Suemo lamented not having acquired the tiger's dark vision upon becoming an alchemist the day before. Otherwise, she would have navigated the night forest with greater ease. As she delved deeper into the thicket, the tiger's roar ceased, yet faint sounds of struggle and low growls echoed in the distance. Following the sounds, Suemo advanced step by step. Suddenly, as she pushed aside obstructing branches, a strong scent of blood mingled with a deep growl assaulted her senses. With the dim light of her torch, she could vaguely make out 2 massive dark shapes ahead. One lay on the ground, emitting painful low growls, while the other stood alert a short distance away, its enormous form towering at nearly 3 meters. Gazing warily in Suemo's direction, continually issuing threatening growls. The prone figure was evidently an injured tiger, while the upright figure was unmistakably a colossal brown bear. How could the tiger be unable to overpower the bear? Was it due to its prior injuries, or some other reason? The 2 creatures were of similar size, so logically, the situation should have been reversed. Moreover, given the tiger's speed, even if it couldn't win, it should have been able to escape effortlessly from the cumbersome bear. Yet, this tiger, despite its injuries, refused to flee. With a hint of confusion, Suemo disregarded the bear's ongoing threats and stepped boldly into the fray. As the hunt neared its conclusion, with the prey almost within reach, a small monkey unexpectedly disrupted the scene, much to the bear's chagrin. With a low growl, it charged directly at Suemo. This was the moment she had been waiting for. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she faced the charging bear head-on. Activating her tiger roar skill, the roar reverberated through the wilderness, imbued with extraordinary energy, far exceeding the impact of a true tiger's roar. It struck the bear's head like a heavy hammer, causing blood to seep from its orifices and leaving it disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Suemo swung her iron axe directly at the bear's forehead. A chilling howl erupted as the axe failed to strike the bear's skull, but instead cleaved into its left shoulder, penetrating deep into the bone. Had it been sharper, it could have severed an entire limb. Seizing the moment, she aimed to take its life. If she allowed the bear to escape, she would struggle to pursue it under the cover of darkness. With a powerful kick to the bear's underbelly, she felt a satisfying crunch. Ignoring the bear's pained reaction, she forcefully withdrew her axe and delivered a diagonal strike to its neck. Miraculously, despite the axe's dullness, it still carved through the bear's throat, leaving its head barely attached to its body. In an instant, the bear succumbed. As a first-tier practitioner, though not a combat-focused profession, Suemo held her own against ordinary beasts. Had it not been for the obscuring night, she would have concluded the battle even more swiftly. Having effortlessly dispatched the bear, she did not rush to deal with its carcass. Instead, she picked up her torch and turned towards the now gasping tiger. As she approached, the torchlight illuminated the tiger's abdomen, revealing a deep gash from which its entrails spilled forth. Blood flowed profusely. Even without her intervention, it was evident that the tiger would not last much longer. Just as Suemo contemplated delivering a final blow to end the tiger's suffering, the moribund creature suddenly lifted its drooping head, fixing its gaze upon her with a fervor that seemed to defy its imminent demise. Emitting a series of pitiful whimpers as if to deter her from approaching. The unexpected display startled Suemo, and she instinctively raised her axe, ready to finish it. Yet, in the next moment, the dying tiger, disregarding its pain, stood upright, taking a step back, its insides trailing behind, yet summoning its last reserves of strength to roar. What kind of sound was this? Perhaps it was due to possessing the tiger roar ability herself. But Suemo could distinctly hear the profound sense of reluctance and attachment within it, as well as an emotion she had never experienced before. After the final roar, although the tiger remained upright, it had completely passed away, its spirit lingering in the AI artist. Suemo, momentarily taken aback, was about to approach the tiger's corpse when she suddenly noticed something peculiar. Among the blood and entrails where the tiger had lain, strange creatures were writhing. Curious, she raised her torch closer for inspection, and to her astonishment, she discovered two small beings, roughly the size of rats, struggling to push through the blood and innards. How could there be rats here when the aura of the tiger still lingered? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and without regard for the gore, she reached down to lift the two creatures, examining them closely in the torchlight. These were not rats at all. They were two recently born tiger cubs. Everything suddenly made sense. Though the specifics eluded her, Suemo pieced together a plausible narrative from the tiger's actions and the emotions conveyed in its final roar. The pregnant tiger had unexpectedly discovered the king of citrus fruits. Yet consuming the magic potion posed certain risks, especially while pregnant. Intending to wait until after giving birth to consume the potion, the tiger encountered a python also coveting the king of citrus fruits in the grove. Following a fierce battle, the tiger emerged victorious but sustained injuries that led to premature labor. Hastily returning to its lair to recuperate and deliver, it had not anticipated the bear's arrival, drawn by the scent of blood. Realizing it could not fend off the bear, the weakened tiger attempted to escape with its newborns but was ultimately cornered. Thus unfolded the tragic events leading to its demise. Of course, this was merely Suemo's conjecture based on the unusual circumstances and the emotional resonance of the tiger's final roar. The actual events remained a mystery to her. Having grown up an orphan, Suemo had never experienced maternal love, yet she couldn't help but envy and long for such feelings, allowing herself to fantasize positively about it. Observing the two struggling cubs in her hands, Suemo sighed gently, cleaning off some of the blood before placing them into her backpack, intending to care for them. Given their recent birth, the likelihood of survival without her intervention was slim. It was her responsibility to nurture and protect them, and they would provide her with companionship in the days to come. Having resolved to adopt the two cubs, Suemo decided against disturbing their mother's remains. Upon returning to the shelter, she retrieved a shovel and dug a deep pit on the spot, burying the tiger to prevent its body from being gnawed upon by other animals. Afterward, she carried the two cubs and dragged the bear back to the shelter. Preparing to deal with the bear's carcass and tending to the tiger cubs. Chapter 45. The completion of the shelter and another expedition upon dragging the bear and returning to the shelter with the two cubs. Suemo first boiled some water to meticulously clean the cubs. She then carefully dried them off and wrapped each in deer hide, taking precautions by expending energy to cast Dispel twice for good measure. As the faint light of dawn enveloped the surroundings, two tiger cubs, one after the other, absorbed the gentle radiance, perhaps too soothing in its warmth, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Utilizing the backpack as a temporary nest beside the stove, I gazed upon the two little creatures nestled against each other in their dreams. A smile involuntarily graced my lips, and I quietly exited the shelter, preparing to process the bear meat. The two cubs, evidently having just awakened, were still in the weaning stage, necessitating my attention towards their future sustenance. Regrettably, the deer herd within the farm lacked nursing mothers. Otherwise, I could have easily fed them with deer milk. I resolved to visit the lakeside the following day to scout for other nursing animals to capture for nourishment. If all else failed, I would have to resort to feeding them bear blood or deer blood as alternatives. Contemplating the dietary needs of the two little ones, I approached the task of butchering and processing the bear with utmost diligence. I first extracted the bear bile from its abdomen, carefully preserving it, before utilizing a wooden barrel to drain the blood from its neck until the body was entirely exsanguinated. Only then did I meticulously begin to skin the bear. The subsequent steps involved slowly slicing through the fat and dismantling the limbs. By the time the sky began to brighten, I had completely processed the nearly 1,000-pound bear. The bear exhibited a commendable yield of meat, with approximately 600 pounds of clean meat remaining after excluding the 4 massive paws, head, and bones, of which around 50 pounds were particularly fatty, suitable for oil extraction later. The remaining organs, aside from the bear's heart which I collected separately, were all placed into several wooden barrels, hoping to sell them. This time, I had no intention of selling the bear meat. I planned to keep it for my own consumption. As I advanced in my profession, my physique had dramatically improved, leading to a significant increase in appetite, allowing me to easily consume dozens of pounds of deer meat in a single meal. Even this bear would not suffice for several days' worth of meals. Following my usual method, I dug a 3 by 5 foot deep pit outside the shelter, purchased a large quantity of ice from the trading post to keep the meat refrigerated. After thoroughly processing the bear, I glanced at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock. My plan for the day was to complete the construction of the house, followed by planning the route for laying the tracks, and perhaps checking the lakeside for any nursing beasts to capture for milk. However, before all that, I had another task to prepare for: concocting a rust removal solution for the iron tools. After the encounter with the bear, it was evident that the sharpness of my weapons was of paramount importance. The alchemist profession evidently lacked sufficient offensive capabilities. This time against the bear had gone well. But should I encounter a similarly ranked beast next time, unforeseen consequences could arise. Therefore, the rust removal and polishing task, which I had long neglected, needed to commence without delay. The preparation of the rust removal solution was straightforward. The acidity of lime juice could dissolve rust, and combined with the abrasive action of coarse salt, it would easily eliminate rust stains from the iron tools. Utilizing the alchemical workbench, I consumed a considerable amount of lime juice, extracting a half barrel of acidic solution, into which I placed the iron axe, iron shovel, and other iron tools to soak. By noon or afternoon, I would be able to scrub them with coarse salt. Having completed the rust removal process for the iron tools, I estimated that Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng should have risen to begin their work. I sent both of them a message. Under full capacity at the track production station, we need to consume 3,000 pounds of iron ore with a 66 iron content and 3,000 pounds of timber, which can produce 10 sets of tracks per hour. This process requires me to manually add materials and fuel continuously, consuming a significant amount of my time. The labor cost of 10 to 1 is unreasonable. The minimum should be 5 to 1. Also, if you have coal, oil, or other fuels available, those can replace the timber. After sending the message, neither responded immediately, but I was not anxious. According to the price I proposed, it was equivalent to producing 8 sets of tracks for them, while I would receive compensation for approximately 14 sets. It seemed somewhat outrageous. Was I being overly greedy? Not at all. They owned the raw materials, and there was no need for additional expenditure. The tracks produced would not only serve to lay roads, but also be melted down to forge other metal tools, even weapons. Thus, in essence, they would consume 3,000 pounds of raw iron ore and ultimately gain 800 pounds of steel without exerting their own effort. The significance of iron tools for the development of the shelter was undeniable. They were the very foundation upon which the industrial age commenced. Therefore, I had no concerns about their potential refusal. If I were to be more ruthless and demand a 3 to 1 labor cost, they would still likely agree. After sending the message, I did not linger idly. I tidied my tools and commenced the construction of the house. With the foundation already laid and key positions supported by wooden beams, I merely needed to follow my established plans to lay bricks and mix cement. By noon, under the blazing sun. My enhanced physique enabled me to work with remarkable efficiency, and the overall framework of the new house was completely erected, leaving only the beams and roofing to be done. After a simple lunch of grilled bear meat, I was determined to finalize the construction of the house in one vigorous effort. In reality, a house cannot be completed in a single day. This is merely a narrative expedient to accelerate the unfolding of events. As for the two little cubs, after feeding them some bear blood at noon, I utilized the dispel skill twice and gave the two little bundles of joy a thorough massage, providing them with a relaxing SBA treatment, after which they fell into slumber once more. As anticipated, Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng agreed to my proposal. The 3,000-pound share was evenly divided between them, and the track production station had already commenced operations in the span of one morning. A total of 45 sets of tracks had been produced. I was in no hurry to deliver the goods, preferring to wait until evening to tally everything before handing them over, thus avoiding any potential errors. Having resolved my lunch, I returned to the construction of the house. The beams were raised, and the roofing was placed. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. By 3 in the afternoon, the nearly 100-square-foot brick house had taken shape. The overall layout featured a spacious area of approximately 30 square feet on the far right, intended to serve as a shop and storage. Upon entering through the front door, a large living room occupied the center, with my bedroom on the left and a door leading into the shop on the right. Behind the bedroom were the washroom and tool room, while above the living room were a small kitchen and a storage room. With a slightly larger workspace behind them, 2 small doors from the workspace led to the tool room and storage. Lacking practical experience in construction, I designed the house for convenience. The remaining doors would be custom ordered from the trading post. The completed brick house would require a period of drying and airing before it could be inhabited. Moreover, due to a shortage of lime, I had not plastered the walls, rendering the overall appearance somewhat unsightly. Nevertheless, I felt immense satisfaction in having personally erected a complete dwelling. After tidying my tools, I checked on the 2 tiger cubs. Perhaps due to their recent birth, the little ones were exceedingly drowsy. The only concern that furrowed my brow was that one of them had urinated in their nest. With a hint of distaste, I cleaned it up and replaced the bedding with fresh deer skin before taking the now rust-free iron axe and stepping outside the shelter. With ample time remaining, I planned to grind the iron axe by the river before heading towards the coast to glance at the lake. Chapter 46. Capturing a Water Buffalo, the Emergence of a Foreign Tribe. After grinding the iron axe by the river, I swung it a couple of times and felt quite pleased with the result, then packed up my belongings and made my way towards the farm. Perhaps disturbed by the tiger's roar the previous night, the deer herd in the farm appeared restless. Noticing this, I kept my distance, leaving some lime fruits and water at a distance before exiting the farm. The production of the tracks was now on track, and I needed to plan the route for laying the tracks in advance, as well as clear away the weeds and shrubs along the way. The path from the shelter to the orchard in the farm was relatively clear due to my frequent passage, requiring only minor tidying. However, the route leading from the farm to the lakeside was much more difficult to traverse. Due to the steep drop, I had previously ascended and descended directly to reach the lakeside. Laying tracks there was simply unfeasible. Navigating around the dense forest, I finally discovered a gently sloping path leading to the lakeside. Although the detour was longer, it would facilitate the railway's construction and allow the rail cars to traverse smoothly. After all, the rail car I envisioned was not one powered by modern earth machinery, but rather one intended to be pulled by livestock. Thus, proper route planning was of utmost importance. As I cleared the vegetation along the path, I gradually approached the lakeside. By afternoon, it was the peak time for wild animals to gather in the past. To avoid alarming the creatures by the lake and causing unnecessary disturbances, I had always traversed the less populated side of the shoreline. However, this time, due to the need for a suitable railway route, I inevitably encountered a throng of wild animals. Previously, from a distance, I had not seen clearly, but as I drew closer, I suddenly realized that a few large animals were lounging by the water's edge. To my astonishment, they were water buffalo. It was an unexpected stroke of fortune. I had initially contemplated capturing a couple of wild boars, or perhaps some deer from the farm to pull the rail car. But none could compare to the strength and resilience of water buffalo. Sumo could hardly spare a moment to clear the weeds as he stealthily approached the herd of water buffalo. Wielding an iron axe, Mu, however, before Sumo could draw near, the previously frolicking buffalo suddenly became inexplicably agitated. Huh? Are these creatures so sensitive? With a tinge of confusion, Suemo advanced a few more steps. Moo moo moo! The herd grew even more restless, with the lead buffalo clearly having sensed something amiss, anxiously glancing around while emitting loud calls. Have they truly detected my approach? Suemo estimated the distance, realizing there were still over 30 meters separating them. He had been exceedingly cautious, hidden within the grass, making it improbable for them to notice him. Were it not for his intention to capture them alive, he would have charged in with his axe, easily dispatching at least half of the 4 or 5 buffalo. But that was not an option now. Carefully, Suemo retreated a distance, and indeed, the buffalo settled down, swiftly returning to their previous state. Although he was uncertain how exactly the buffalo had detected him, he resolved not to be reckless any further. Instead, he slowly backed away, returning to his shelter, planning to utilize the potent tranquilizer he had refined the previous night to deal with these wild buffalo. Upon returning to the shelter, Suemo hurriedly concentrated on further purifying and concentrating the potent tranquilizer into a solution on the alchemical platform. He then gathered some long thorns from the enclosure, soaking them in the solution one by one. During the soaking process, he diligently practiced launching the thorns. Perhaps due to his increasing physical prowess, after about an hour of brief practice, his accuracy with the thorn projectiles significantly improved. While he couldn't claim to hit every target, at least 9 out of 10 were successful. After refilling the furnace with raw materials and checking on the still slumbering tiger cub, he gathered all his supplies and exited the shelter once more. Not rushing to the lakeside, Suemo first decided to test his tranquilizer on the only adult male deer in the breeding ground. Aiming from approximately 30 meters away, the first thorn shot out, striking the deer squarely on its rear. The deer turned its head in slight confusion before resuming its grazing. Why is there no effect? Furrowing his brow, Suemo aimed once more at the deer's hindquarters, launching 5 consecutive thorns, all of which struck home. It seemed as though the deer felt nothing at all, continuing to graze as if undisturbed. How could this be? Suemo, puzzled, furrowed his brow and prepared to observe further. After 2 or 3 minutes, seeing that the deer still showed no reaction, Suemo began to suspect the tranquilizer had lost its efficacy. Just as he was about to return to the shelter for further investigation, the deer, without warning, suddenly began to froth at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Taken aback, Suemo rushed forward to examine the situation closely. After a thorough inspection, he finally understood what had transpired. The thorn had penetrated the deer's rear, causing the tranquilizer to swiftly numb the nearby nerve endings, resulting in a lack of response in that muscle area. This explained why the deer had only reacted slightly to the first thorn, completely unaware afterward. It was only after the tranquilizer had diffused for a while that it rendered the deer incapacitated. Seeing that the tranquilizer had indeed proven effective, even against a 200-kilogram adult deer, Suemo felt a sense of relief. With a slight increase in dosage, he could easily subdue the herd of buffalo. As he relaxed, he decided not to further disturb the deer, instead casting a dispel spell. A gentle white light enveloped the deer as Suemo activated the skill, swiftly entering its body in mere seconds. The deer that had been sprawled on the ground, trembling and frothing at the mouth, shook its head and stood up again in a daze. It suddenly spotted Suemo nearby and bolted away, appearing more vigorous than before. This was the first time Suemo had truly tested the dispel skill, and he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpectedly strong effect. TSK. Such powerful results left Suemo momentarily speechless. Shaking his head, he made his way back to the lakeside, the lakeshore. There were 5 buffalo frolicking about, 3 adults, each over 2 meters in size, and 2 juvenile calves, each less than a meter tall. Once within 30 meters, Suemo halted, drawing out a thorn and aiming at the most robust buffalo, releasing 7 projectiles in quick succession. The tough hide of the buffalo required a bit more force to ensure penetration. Confirming that all the thorns had embedded themselves, he proceeded to take down the remaining buffalo. Each adult buffalo was struck by 7 thorns, while the 2 calves received 3 each for good measure. Standing still, he silently counted down. After 1 minute, the 2 calves collapsed first, prompting the 3 adult buffalo to rush forward in a panic to check on the situation. As they moved, the tranquilizer began to circulate more rapidly. 2 minutes later, the 3 adult buffalo also fell over, one after the other, at the water's edge. Just as Suemo was about to breathe a sigh of relief and approach to collect them, A sudden turn of events occurred. From the lakeside, 3 or 4 shadowy figures leaped out, seizing one of the fallen adult buffalo and dragging it toward the water. What on earth? Sumo's heart raced with alarm. And without a moment to lose, he shot out the remaining thorns. Chapter 47. Interrogating the alien beings, the 4 or 5 shadowy figures that emerged from the lake were all clad in scales. Possessing human bodies with fish heads and limbs adorned with fins, they exhibited a degree of intelligence and worked in seamless coordination, each grasping a leg of an adult buffalo and swiftly pulling it toward the depths of the lake. Sumo launched the thorns with precision, striking one of the leading fish-headed beings squarely in its scaled hide. Bang! Scales fell to the ground, yet all the thorns disintegrated into splinters, failing to breach their defenses. In an instant, they had dragged the buffalo completely underwater. Sumo, feeling a dryness in his throat, hurriedly approached the lakeside, iron axe in hand, only to find that the fish-headed beings had vanished without a trace. The surface of the lake rippled gently, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. What were those creatures? The deep-sea monsters recorded in Anda's notes, or something else entirely? Though the fish-headed beings had appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly, Sumo had managed to catch a clear glimpse of them. Their fish heads were not like those of ordinary fish, with mouths at the front and eyes at the back. Instead, they bore facial features resembling those of a normal human, albeit mutated into a fish-like mouth, covered with thick, horn-like scales. These beings possessed fully developed limbs, and Sumo distinctly noted, as they dragged the buffalo, that beneath their elongated fins were well-formed fingers and toes. Moreover, their seamless coordination and lack of overt aggression towards Sumo contradicted the descriptions of deep-sea monsters found in Anda's notes. They resembled creatures that had evolved from normal humans rather than otherworldly beasts. Connecting this to the images Yang Feng had previously sent of possible alien beings with long tails, Sumo couldn't help but entertain a chilling hypothesis. It seemed he had begun to grasp the essence of the alien being's extinction. Holding his axe, Sumo surveyed the surroundings, waiting for the fish-headed beings to reappear. After a long wait, they did not return. Suppressing his growing suspicions, he remained vigilant while dragging the remaining 4 buffalo to a grassy area away from the water's edge. Among the 2 adult buffalo, one was male and the other female, the latter evidently having given birth previously. As her udder was noticeably developed, Sumo squeezed gently, and even milk was expressed. Huh? Where are the calves? The 2 calves were nearly a meter tall, clearly not newborns. Looking around, Sumo found no trace of any calves nearby. Though slightly perplexed, the presence of a milk-producing cow elevated its importance in Sumo's mind, especially with 2 hungry little ones at home. The next step was to figure out how to transport them. The 2 adult buffalo likely weighed no more than 300 kilograms, and the calves could be assumed to weigh around 100. As a first-tier practitioner, Sumo could easily carry a total weight of around 1,000 kilograms. However, due to the significant size difference, he found that while he could shoulder 1 adult buffalo and carry 1 calf, the remaining 2 buffalo would have to be left behind. Normally, this wouldn't have been a problem, but with the unknown fish-headed beings lurking in the lake, it was likely that the 2 buffalo left behind would be dragged away as soon as Sumo turned his back. After pondering for a moment and finding no viable solutions, Sumo decided to carry off the adult female buffalo along with one of the male calves, as for the remaining 2. He tied them to a nearby large tree, clearing the surrounding vegetation. Finally, he set up a circle of bonfires around the perimeter, leaving the rest to fate. He could only hope that the fish-headed beings wouldn't approach the flames or would be deterred by the fire. Having finished, Sumo hoisted the female buffalo onto his shoulder and carried the calf in his other hand, sprinting toward the breeding ground. Upon reaching the breeding area, Sumo secured the 2 buffalo near the outskirts. Then swiftly cast 2 dispel spells. The buffalo, having been tranquilized, quickly regained their vitality. With them bound by ropes and the added security of double fences outside, Sumo felt no fear of them escaping. He hurriedly turned and raced back toward the lakeside to retrieve the remaining 2 buffalo. As he neared his destination, he saw the bonfire from before had dimmed significantly, with thick black smoke rising. Feeling a heavy heart, he approached to investigate. Indeed, the group of fish-headed beings has already come ashore. After extinguishing the fire, they gnawed through the hemp rope, leaving the little calf that remained behind vanished into thin air. When Sumo arrived, he found two fish-headed creatures lifting an adult water buffalo and heading towards the lakeside. Goodness, when will this end? Filled with rage, Suemo, in a moment of impulsiveness, disregarded everything else, concentrated his energy, and summoned all his strength to deliver a thunderous roar. A woo! As a multitude of energy points rapidly dissipated, the tiger's roar skill was unleashed with full force. An immense aura seemed to rise from the air, akin to tangible sound waves, radiating outward and causing the tranquil lake's surface to erupt into tumultuous waves. Numerous fish and shrimp floated to the surface, their bellies white. With a single roar, the two fish-headed beings were struck down as if by a heavy hammer, blood streaming from their orifices as they collapsed. Even the adult water buffalo, rendered unconscious, succumbed instantly. Damn it. Does he think I'm a sickly cat just because the tiger doesn't roar? Suemo cursed under his breath as he glanced at the lifeless buffalo. His anger intensifying, he vented his frustration by kicking the two fish-headed beings, whose eyes rolled back and bled profusely. After waiting a moment without any other fish-headed beings appearing for rescue, he kicked them again in a fit of rage before dragging the buffalo and the fish-headed creatures back to the shelter. Upon returning, he firmly bound the limbs of the fish-headed beings with hemp rope and hung them upside down from a tree. Suemo first dealt with the deceased buffalo by the river, skinning and butchering it, his anger growing with each thought. 3 adult water buffaloes, and now 2 were gone. Only 1 calf remained. What was once a thriving small herd of water buffaloes was now a mere illusion. The more he pondered, the more he wished he could flay them alive. After finishing the butchery, Suemo donned a stern expression and fetched a sturdy thorny stick, dipping it in a special saline solution. He employed the dispel skill on one of the fish-headed beings. Soon, the creature, previously dazed and rolling its eyes, gradually regained consciousness. Before it could comprehend the situation, Suemo thrust the thorny stick towards its cloaca. While binding the fish-headed being, he had examined its body and discovered it bore no distinct sexual characteristics, save for the area around its cloaca, which was covered in tough, scale-like armor. Just as the fish-headed being began to awaken, its head spinning, a sudden, searing pain shot through its lower region. Instantly, its forehead flushed, eyes reddened, and it struggled, emitting strange whimpering sounds, clearly incapable of coherent speech. Observing this, Suemo frowned slightly, pulling out his notebook to inscribe the characters in Dian, an alien script. While continuing to apply pressure with the thorny stick, he gestured towards the characters, indicating, "How do you read this?" Chapter 48. The appearance of the divine stone. The pitiful whimpering akin to that of a pig being slaughtered suddenly erupted. As Suemo, with a slight sense of vindication, withdrew the bloodied thorny stick and pointed at the characters in his notebook, demanding, "Speak. How do you read these 2 characters?" The fish-headed being, suspended from the tree, writhed in agony from the intense pain, its vocalizations limited to pained whimpers, clearly unfamiliar with the alien script. Suemo was at a loss as to whether its mind had been muddled by the roar or if it were merely feigning ignorance. After some contemplation, he healed the other fish-headed being and employed the same method of interrogation. Regrettably, this second being was different. Aside from its woo-woo-woo sounds, it also emitted peculiar ah-ah noises, without any further anomalies. Realizing he could extract nothing from them, Suemo felt that slaughtering them would not compensate for his losses. With a fish-headed creature lurking in the lake, capable of coming ashore freely, he could not help but recall the unknown beings that had invaded his shelter previously. Could they possibly be the same? Driven by both new grievances and old resentments, Suemo hung them from the tree, intending to test their resilience and see how long they could survive on land, away from water. He also wanted to observe the cohesion of their group and whether any other fish-headed beings would come to their rescue. With this thought, he allowed their pained cries to echo as he resumed adding materials to the iron track production station. Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng had each traded 100 sets of raw materials for the tracks to Suemo, enough to keep the production station running for 15 or 16 hours. Thus, the raw materials were plentiful. After replenishing the materials and allowing the production station to continue its operations, Suemo returned to the shelter to check on the 2 little cubs. Perhaps disturbed by the commotion, the 2 little tiger cubs had awakened, their eyes still closed, whining softly, clearly hungry. Suemo had no choice but to set everything else aside and hurry to the breeding ground to check on the 2 water buffaloes. Attempting to extract some milk, The larger and smaller buffaloes were tied near the breeding ground's fence. With the surrounding vegetation sparse and having suddenly lost their freedom, both buffaloes were rather agitated. Refusing to let Suemo approach, surely he could not resort to tranquilizers again. After pondering briefly, Suemo gathered some lime fruits and fresh grass from the nearby orchard, cautiously placing them in front of the cow. He then stood aside, silently waiting for the cow to indulge before slowly approaching, aiming for its reproductive organs. With the bamboo tube he had prepared, he squeezed forcefully. The milk sprayed forth, landing perfectly in the bamboo tube. Yet, the cow, caught off guard by the sudden attack, was unwilling to concede and began to struggle violently. Teske, if soft tactics want to work, then he'd have to resort to brute force. Suemo twisted his arm, exerting all his strength to pin the cow to the ground and forcibly milk it. Only when the bamboo tube was filled to the brim did he finally relent, letting the cow whimper on the ground as he dusted himself off and sauntered out of the breeding ground. Upon returning to the shelter, he carefully fed the 2 tiger cubs the milk before tidying up the remaining half-tube. Watching the 2 little ones burp and drowsily prepare for sleep, he couldn't help but affectionately ruffle their fur before allowing them to slumber. Tonight's dinner was a feast of beef, stewed beef brisket, grilled beef tendons, and stir-fried beef. Amidst the continuous pained whimpers of the 2 fish-headed beings, Suemo savored the delicious food while scrolling through the system forum. The Iron Track production station continued to operate. It was still early, just past 6 o'clock. Although enough tracks had been produced for Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng, Suemo was in no rush. He planned to wait until tomorrow morning for the formal delivery, and perhaps acquire a second batch of raw materials from them. Just as he opened the forum, to his surprise, it was bustling with activity. Numerous posts brimming with extraordinary information had surfaced, and a new extraordinary force had emerged once again. The top 3 trending posts were all from this newly appeared power. New Alliance. Analyzing the distribution of extraordinary spiritual fruits from extensive data. Li Chenglong, in New Alliance. Is there a hidden crisis behind the extraordinary surge? Sun Yifan. The New World Anomalies Research Association has been formally established. All comrades are welcome to join for collaborative exploration and research of the New World. Zhang Buoqian. Suemo first opened Zhang Buoqian's post to read carefully, discovering that the association he had formed was a rather loose type of research organization. Its purpose was to jointly explore the secrets of the New World and unveil the veil behind the system. Both extraordinary individuals and ordinary people could join to discuss and share various anomalies they encountered. It was evident that this association had been established for a considerable time, but had remained in the shadows until now. Revealing its findings to seize the initiative, Suemo then clicked on the other 2 posts to examine them one by one. Li Chenglong's post involved collecting extensive data on the locations of discovered spiritual fruits and magical herbs. Analyzing and summarizing them, he concluded that extraordinary spiritual fruits and magical herbs appeared within a 10-kilometer radius of the birthplaces of all human beings on Earth. The post was backed by a wealth of data, proving that it was not mere conjecture. As Suemo contemplated the distance between his birthplace and the lime fruit grove, it indeed seemed to fall within that 10-kilometer range. Teske, if the spiritual fruits and magical herbs truly follow this distribution pattern, it is likely that the number of extraordinary beings will increase significantly in the near future. While there are certain dangers involved, and they may not be as skilled as practitioners like Suemo, those who achieve the extraordinary through consuming spiritual fruits and herbs will still possess capabilities far superior to ordinary individuals. Indeed, Sun Yifan's subsequent post confirmed Suemo's speculation. Li Chenglong's pattern summary post was published in the morning, and as of now, many individuals had discovered spiritual fruits and magical herbs in their vicinity and attained extraordinary abilities. Sun Yifan's post had just been up for less than an hour, focusing on analyzing and verifying the authenticity of the pattern post, as well as speculating on potential future crises based on previous system updates. Although there were numerous conjectures from the information Suemo possessed, it was clear that many crises awaited in the future. Truly remarkable individuals. Both Li Chenglong's pattern post and Sun Yifan's analysis post were immensely useful, at the very least. Suemo believed that the numerous extraordinary confirmations validated the authenticity of the pattern post, and the analysis post would also soon be corroborated. Gaining this information, even if it were merely conjecture, would allow for some preliminary preparations that could save many lives. The timing was ripe, and he had already acquired around 7,000 units of solar stones. Should he take this opportunity to announce the information regarding future disasters? As Suemo pondered, he continued to peruse the subsequent posts, just as he weighed the pros and cons. A post seeking to purchase extraordinary spiritual fruits and magical herbs suddenly appeared in his line of sight. At first glance, Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Seeking various spiritual fruits and magical plants in exchange for the unknown artifact. The Heavenly Craft Stone, obtained from the Black Box, Yang Donglai, Chapter 49. Opening the shop, fishing for opportunities, the Heavenly Craft Stone, a miraculous item that can facilitate the transition to a lord profession. How could anyone be willing to part with such a treasure? Suemo instinctively held her breath and clicked into the post to investigate further. After thoroughly reading the post, she grasped the crux of the matter. According to the post's author, Yang Donglai, the Heavenly Craft Stone was procured from the Black Box. Unfortunately, unlike blueprints or white manuals, such artifacts do not come with clear instructions, nor do they resemble various high-tech devices that typically include manuals. As an ordinary person, Yang Donglai could only glean the name of the artifact, while the rest of its functionalities remained a mystery for him to explore on his own. However, stone-type artifacts were not like tools or weapon-type artifacts that could be tested based on their categories. Despite Yang Donglai's numerous attempts, he was unable to find any use for it. To make matters worse, not only was the artifact useless, but fierce beasts also lurked outside his sanctuary, preventing him from venturing out in search of spiritual fruits or magical potions. After a prolonged struggle with no results, Yang Donglai resorted to posting on the forum, hoping to trade the Heavenly Craft Stone for extraordinary spiritual fruits, thereby alleviating his predicament post-transformation. According to Yang Donglai's description, the Heavenly Craft Stone likely required specific conditions for use, similar to the alchemy table, which necessitated the alchemist profession to unlock it. Seemed that only those who had become extraordinary could utilize the Heavenly Craft Stone for a job transition. Alas, if only I had some spiritual fruits. After finishing the post, Suemo couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The Heavenly Craft Stone, a coveted item that high-level professionals like Anda spend their entire lives seeking, had appeared on the forum. Yet, due to her lack of spiritual fruits, Suemo felt utterly helpless. To abandon this opportunity felt like a grave loss. In truth, Yang Donglai's predicament was merely due to the beasts outside preventing him from exploring for spiritual fruits and magical potions nearby. Although Suemo had no reserves of spiritual fruits, resolving this issue was not insurmountable. At the very least, the highly effective anesthetic she had synthesized could solve Yang Donglai's problem. However, as a well-known figure in the forum, it was evident that anyone with half a brain would recognize that Suemo possessed considerable information. If she were to approach Yang Donglai with an air of urgency, it was likely that he would not only inflate the price, but also share their conversation on the forum. This would undoubtedly pique the interest of many regarding the Heavenly Craft Stone. Thus, after careful consideration, Suemo concluded that initiating communication with Yang Donglai would not be effective. She needed to find a way to make him reach out first. Furthermore, there was no force or individual without spiritual fruits or magical potions expressing interest in the Heavenly Craft Stone. After much contemplation, Suemo finally devised a relatively perfect strategy. Without bothering to tidy up the dishes on the table, she hurried to the newly constructed shop, which was still drying. Due to the lack of trading demands and the shop being freshly built, Suemo had initially planned to wait until it dried overnight before officially moving in and opening the shop. However, the unexpected emergence of the Heavenly Craft Stone forced her to put the shop into operation ahead of schedule. Upon reaching the shop, Suemo accessed the trading platform's backend and clicked on the option to open the shop. Detecting suitable building, scanning specific area. Scan complete. Shop area is 3-4, please confirm. Note: once the shop area is confirmed, it can only be used as a trading venue. Engaging in other activities within the shop's boundaries will disable its trading functionality, necessitating a relocation and reconstruction. After a series of system notifications, Suemo closely examined the miniaturized shop model generated by the backend, reviewed the rules, and promptly selected to confirm. The shop was successfully opened. She merely needed to place the items for sale inside, select them for listing, and they would appear in the trading platform. Without hesitation, Suemo took out a vial of 100 grams of anesthetic powder, selected it for listing, set the price at 10,000 per gram, and briefly described its effects. The deliberately high price was not intended for actual sale, but rather to bait potential buyers in a complete theatrical presentation. Not only did she list the anesthetic, but she also offered 100 pounds of lime fruit at a standard price of 15 points. Once the shop matters were settled, Suemo turned to the forum to post. Extraordinary potions available. High prices for various artifacts and spiritual fruits. Those who sell will have priority access to healing potions. In her post, Suemo emphasized the functions of the healing potions and that they required spiritual fruits for their creation. She specifically noted that if anyone chose to sell spiritual fruits at the base price, they could purchase the healing potions at the same price once they were made. At the end of the post, Suemo also highlighted the effects of the highly effective anesthetic and clarified that the listed price was not for actual sale, inviting interested parties to message her for further discussions. Suemo was preparing for two scenarios. On one hand, she sought to quickly acquire spiritual fruits through the healing potion offer. On the other, she aimed to attract those hoping to exchange spiritual fruits for artifacts. Lacking spiritual fruits for trade, Yang Donglai, who possessed the heavenly craft stone, might resort to seeking alternative methods, thus drawing his attention towards Suemo's highly effective anesthetic and prompting him to approach her. With over 6 million followers, Suemo's post rapidly garnered significant attention, quickly reaching the top 10 in trending searches. Consequently, her back-end notifications surged once more. This time, Suemo did not disable temporary messages, swiftly reviewing each inquiry, whether from friends or strangers. Unfortunately, most messages merely inquired about the specifics of the healing potions, with no one offering spiritual fruits or artifacts. Suemo refrained from responding to each one, instead choosing to wait patiently. The bait had been cast, and now it was time to await the fish to bite. As time passed moment by moment, Suemo continually checked her back-end notifications. Perhaps due to the absence of finished healing potions, inquiries persisted, but no one dared depart with their spiritual fruits. Meanwhile, there was no movement from Yang Donglai's side either. After an hour had passed, the lime fruits in the shop had already sold out, and Suemo had replenished the raw materials for the rail production platform once again. Just as Suemo began to feel impatient, good news finally arrived, and it was a double blessing. Not only did Yang Donglai reach out to inquire about information, but she also received news of someone willing to sell spiritual fruits. To her slight surprise, the first to make the attempt was Zhang Buoqian, the leader of the New World Anomaly Research Association. However, Suemo only glanced at his message and chose to communicate with Yang Donglai first. Yang Donglai's message read, "Big shot. I noticed you have the highly effective anesthetic listed in your shop. The price seems excessively high. Are you not planning to sell it?" Not in a rush to reply. Suemo observed Yang Donglai's message and silently counted to 120 seconds before responding. "Yes, my friend, purifying anesthetic powder is quite challenging. My stock is limited. I merely listed it to promote the healing potions and gather spiritual fruits. Do you have any surplus spiritual fruits for sale?" Yang Donglai appeared to be carefully considering his words, taking a long time to respond. "I don't have any spiritual fruits, but I urgently need some of the anesthetic you produce. Can you sell it to me at a discount? I can offer 100 points per gram." To be honest, Yang Donglai's price was not low. After all, to incapacitate an adult beast, at least 10 grams would be needed. This would amount to 1,000 points for a single dose. While the ordinary person's access to survival points improved post-transformation, 1,000 points still represented a significant sum at present. Yang Donglai was earnest in his request. However, after all the effort Suemo put into preparing this scheme, she was not inclined to settle for a mere 1,000 points. Although the fish had bitten, it would require a bit of tugging before it could be fully reeled in. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo decided to let Yang Donglai stew in his own thoughts for a while and refrained from responding. Instead, she turned her attention to communicating with Zhang Buoqian. Chapter 50. A second job transition. Unlocking the Lord Template. Zhang Buoqian was currently the only individual willing to sell spiritual fruits to Suemo. Although his asking price was exceptionally low, he had proposed an additional condition. He wished to exchange spiritual fruits for the original text that Suemo had obtained from the alien ruins. Was he looking to study the alien script, or did he possess some knowledge of it himself? Suemo pondered Zhang Buoqian's message thoughtfully. The carrier of the alien script was a peculiar notebook, which Suemo would certainly not relinquish to Zhang Buoqian. Moreover, many details within the notebook were not meant for casual disclosure. If Zhang Buoqian's faction, like Suemo's, managed to decipher the alien script before the identification function was disabled, they could potentially extract a wealth of information. Thus, after a brief consideration, Suemo found a pretext to reject Zhang Buoqian's proposal. After the previous identification, the alien text was converted to Chinese characters, and I did not retain a copy. After sending this message, Suemo thought for a moment and suggested another condition. If you sincerely wish to sell spiritual fruits, I can offer 10,000 survival points for acquisition, and once the healing potion is made, you would have the priority to purchase at the same price. Suemo believed she had extended a generous offer, essentially exchanging a spiritual fruit for a healing potion. After all, she was uncertain how many healing potions she could produce even if she gathered all the necessary materials. After her message was sent, Zhang Buoqian did not reply promptly. Conversely, Yang Donglai, having waited in vain for Sumo's response, became increasingly anxious and began sending multiple messages. Big shot, I may not have spiritual fruits, but I do have an artifact. Should you, esteemed one, be inclined to exchange this extraordinary item for a healing potion and anesthetic, I would be willing to part with it. The enormous fish has successfully made its way ashore. Upon receiving the news, Suemo felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face betraying a hint of a smile as he decided to drop the pretense and promptly replied, There's no need for such formalities. Just call me little brother. If you possess an extraordinary item, it is certainly agreeable. However, I currently lack a finished healing potion. To ensure fairness, aside from the anesthetic, I will additionally offer you 10,000 survival points. And once the healing potion is prepared, I shall sell it to you at the same price. After sending 3 messages in quick succession, Suemo eagerly focused on the chat window with Yang Donglai, awaiting his response. Clearly, since Yang Donglai proposed the item exchange, he had also mentally prepared himself. Moreover, even in the absence of a healing potion, Sumo's offer was still quite generous, so it wasn't long before he received Yang Donglai's reply. The extraordinary item is now listed. Esteemed one, simply click on my message to make your purchase. Suemo barely had time to respond before he clicked on Yang Donglai's shop, discovering the fiery red divine stone priced at a staggering 10,000 survival points. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly completed the transaction. Purchase successful, 10,000 survival points deducted, acquired extraordinary item, Heavenly Craft Divine Stone. As a melodious system notification chimed, a blue light appeared unexpectedly before Suemo. He tightly grasped the fist-sized fiery red divine stone enveloped in blue light, and as the light dissipated, a message resonated from within the stone. Heavenly Craft Divine Stone, an extraordinary item capable of refining with transcendent power, allowing a change of profession to Lord. In contrast to the ordinary Yang Donglai, Suemo, as a professional, not only received the name information but also gained insight into the method of changing professions. With the acquisition of the Heavenly Craft Divine Stone, Suemo felt a significant burden lift from his heart. He adjusted the price of the anesthetic in his shop and, upon noticing Yang Donglai's purchase, considered their transaction temporarily concluded. At this moment, Suemo could hardly attend to Zhang Buoqian's subsequent messages regarding the spiritual fruit trade. Without further ado, he retrieved a shovel and swiftly incapacitated the 2 fish-headed creatures dangling from the tree. Once he had resolved his immediate concerns, Suemo returned to the shelter, securely locked the door, and began to channel his energy, initiating the formal refinement of the Heavenly Craft Divine Stone. As his transcendent power gradually flowed into the stone, the entire fiery red gem swiftly transformed into a stream of light that entered Sumo's forehead. In an instant, an immensely comforting warmth enveloped his entire being. Unlike the excruciating experience he endured during his initial profession as a potion maker, the direct transition to Lord felt like a profound elevation of both body and soul. Suemo sensed his consciousness soaring, as if he had returned to a primordial state, unbound by time or space. Freely soaring in an empty expanse, it felt as though an instant had passed, yet it also seemed like an eternity. Suddenly, Sumo's consciousness began to plummet. An unsettling sensation akin to falling from paradise to hell jolted him awake. Blinking in confusion, he finally focused on the confines of the narrow shelter, fully regaining his awareness. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him, sufficient to obliterate a planet, the thought of checking his attributes in the system surfaced in his mind. A brand new light blue interface materialized before him. Successfully fused with the Heavenly Craft Divine Stone, Lord Template activated. Notice, please promptly place the territory core to activate the Lord Template. What is this? The sudden appearance of the light blue interface and system notification left Suemo momentarily stunned. Raising his right hand, he discovered that the silver bracelet he had used to access the system had vanished without him noticing. Upon transitioning to the Lord profession, did the system merge completely with his being? With the disappearance of the silver bracelet, the system now activated in accordance with his thoughts. Sumo couldn't help but entertain a few speculations. However, the territory core, with a hint of curiosity, Sumo sensed his own condition and indeed detected an anomaly at his forehead. With a slight mental command, a brand new fiery red crystal emerged from his brow and settled into his hand. Territory core, an exclusive extraordinary item for the Lord profession. Upon binding to a territory, it activates the Lord template. If the core is not destroyed, the Lord cannot perish. Hiss.as he absorbed the information emanating from the core. Sumo couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, contributing to the global warming of this other world. Not to mention anything else, the talent of if the core is not destroyed, the Lord cannot perish alone eclipsed all skills and talents of the potion maker profession. No wonder the high-level potion maker Anda relentlessly sought the heavenly craft divine stone to dual class as a Lord. It was indeed extraordinary. Sumo eagerly anticipated the so-called Lord template. Without further ado, he manipulated the core and chose to bind it to a territory. Sumo's thoughts shifted. The core crystal in his hand rapidly transformed into fiery red ripples, spreading outward from his location. It appeared to be assessing the boundaries of the territory. A series of system notifications quickly resonated in Sumo's ears. Detecting a shelter that meets the territorial conditions, scanning the shelter's perimeter. Detecting a nearby farm that meets the conditions, rescanning. Detecting a nearby planting forest that meets the conditions, rescanning. Territory range confirmed, Lord template officially initiated. With the final system notification echoing, the light blue interface flickered back into Sumo's view. A glance at the panel revealed a complete transformation. First, his attributes were displayed as follows. Sumo, level, first tier profession, Lord Potion Maker race, Earthling talents, farming, racial talent, herbal identification, potion maker talent, datafication, Lord talent. Possesses a data-based body and vision, with no weaknesses. Any damage sustained does not affect combat effectiveness or mobility. Eternal certification, Lord talent. Your level will never drop. When breaking through a new level, you will directly reach the peak of the same tier. Skills, Tiger's Roar, active skill, Robustness, passive skill, Dispel, active skill, Bloodlock, passive skill, optimized from Life on the Line skill. When receiving a fatal blow, life is maintained at 1 point, effective once per day. Power of Dominion, active skill. Within the territory, can channel the strength of all inhabitants into oneself. Power of Contract, active skill, consuming a certain amount of energy. One may freely draft a contract, witnessed by the world's rules. Currently, 1 contract may be drafted per day at the current level. Physique, 100, maximum value of 100, normal condition. Spirit, 100, maximum value of 100. Highly active spirit. Life, 10,000, energy, 10,000, survival points, 14, 875, incredible, simply astounding. After reviewing his attribute panel, Sumo couldn't help but exclaim at the sheer power he now possessed. In no wonder the high-level potion maker Anda desperately sought the heavenly craft divine stone in the later stages of his journey, aiming to dual class as a Lord. The datafication talent ensures that the Lord has no weaknesses. Furthermore, the eternal certification talent completely resolves the potion maker's issue with potion resistance. Given sufficient potions, Sumo could immediately advance the potion maker profession to high tier by continuously consuming awakening potions of varying levels. Besides the talents, the skills inherent to the Lord profession are staggeringly overpowered. The power of Dominion is akin to an invincible force within the territory, requiring no further explanation. Among them, the original skill, Life on the Line, optimized into the Bloodlock skill by the Lord's talents, has granted Sumo an almost unfair advantage. However, in Sumo's eyes, the true core skill of the Lord profession lies in the ability to draft a contract witnessed by the world's rules. The contents of the contract can be freely pinned by oneself. Once both parties sign and it is successfully witnessed by the world's rules, any breach will be directly punished according to the contract. Most importantly, the contract can be enforced. This means Sumo could draft a stringent slave contract, compelling creatures incapable of resistance to sign, thus transforming them into inhabitants of his territory. From that point onward, the power of life and death would rest solely in Sumo's hands. With this thought, Suemo immediately considered the fish-headed creatures. They resemble humans, possessing fully functional limbs and a certain degree of intelligence, capable of communication and cooperation within their kind. Once enslaved, with a bit of training, they could easily undertake some of the simpler construction tasks within the territory. The only regret Suemo felt was that he could only draft one contract per day. Preventing a rapid accumulation of forces, suppressing his restless desires, Suemo continued to examine the changes brought about by the Lord profession. The true essence of the Lord profession is, of course, the territory. After the fusion of the Lord template and system panel, a new territory function appeared behind the character attributes. With a mere thought, the light blue interface fluctuated before shifting to the territory panel. In the center of the interface was a miniature model of Suemo's territory, which could be enlarged or reduced at his discretion. To the right was the specific attributes of the territory. Lord, Suemo, territory, initial shelter, range, 1 kilometer radius, basic structures, brick house, thorn fence, breeding farm, orchard, arable land, special buildings, none, development, extraordinary technology, subjects, none from the reduced model of the territory displayed on the luminous screen. It becomes evident that the 1 kilometer range of the domain is not centered around the sanctuary where Suemo currently resides. The sanctuary is situated in the northwest of the territory, encompassing parts of the western river and the outer jungles of the northern farmland. Meanwhile, the livestock farm and orchard occupy the eastern and southeastern borders of the domain. Within this area, Suemo can monitor everything inside through the territory panel model without stepping outside. Future expansions will depend on the quantities of development and subjects. In terms of development, both extraordinary and technology are currently inactive, requiring activation to unlock their functionalities. Upon delving into the details, Suemo discovers that to activate the extraordinary, a structure known as the Sun Tower must be constructed. To activate technology, the construction of a sun furnace is necessary. The names of these two constructions stirred something within Suemo, prompting him to investigate their specific information. Sun Tower, the core building for developing the extraordinary. Once completed, it will enhance the functionalities of the territory and dispel the mist within its boundaries. It requires the consumption of 100 units of sunstone and 1 unit of primary energy stone for construction. Sun Furnace, the core building for technological advancement. Once constructed, it will allow the territory to smelt and decompose materials and similarly dispel the mist. It requires 1,000 units of sunstone and 1,000 genes of wood or other fuels for construction. Primary energy stone? Suemo correctly surmised that both the Sun Tower and Sun Furnace necessitate sunstone for their construction, yet the emergence of another unfamiliar resource also captured Suemo's attention. After searching the marketplace, it came as no surprise that this resource was currently unavailable. Suemo decided to commit this information to memory and proceeded to prepare for the direct construction of the Sun Furnace. It is noteworthy that the digitalized talent inherent to the Lord profession applies not only to oneself but also extends to the territory. When undertaking construction within the domain, a certain amount of survival points can be consumed through the panel to design and plan within the territory. Once completed, a phantom blue light building model will emerge within the territory. As long as sufficient raw materials required for construction are invested into this model, it will solidify into a tangible structure. Upon reviewing the design of the blue light model for the Sun Furnace, within the territory, Suemo noted that it would cost 1,000 survival points, a rather significant sum. This functionality is not only applicable when constructing new buildings, but can also be utilized to upgrade existing structures within the territory. In the future, Suemo's efficiency in territory construction will undoubtedly see a marked improvement. Currently, the reserve of sunstone within the territory is nearing approximately 7,000 units, while the wood fuel remains abundant due to the processing of iron tracks for Zhangchunxing and Yangfeng. This is more than sufficient to meet the requirements for constructing the Sun Furnace. However, there is no rush. Before proceeding with the construction of the Sun Furnace, Suemo intends to draft a contract, conveniently testing it on the fish-headed beings within the territory. Should it succeed, this could serve as a vital labor force for the rapid development of the territory in the future. As a side note regarding the setting of the Lord profession, if there are any flaws or suitable suggestions, I encourage all readers to put forth their thoughts, as I will consider them seriously. Lastly, the next chapter may be delayed. Sending Love, Chapter 52. Contracting the Fish-Headed Beings. Completion of the Sun Furnace. To draft the contract, a medium is required. If conditions are lacking, one can use animal hides or charcoal pins for writing, which will not affect the contract's efficacy. However, Suemo possesses a peculiar notebook. rendering such measures unnecessary. Taking up the notebook, he extracted a feather quill from the scroll, channeling energy to activate the contract power skill, diligently formulating the rules of the contract. Slave Contract 1. The contracted being agrees to unconditionally accept any command or request from the contractor from the moment the contract is signed. 2. The contracted being consents to the contractor's complete control over its life, property, and actions. 98. The contracted being reveres the contractor as a deity, fostering an intrinsic, unconditional trust and obedience. 99. The contractor may terminate this contract at any time, and the contracted being may not unilaterally terminate the contract during its validity. This contract shall take effect upon signing and shall remain in force indefinitely. Considering various aspects, from daily conduct to thoughts control, Suemo comprehensively ensured that each stipulation fell within the contract scope, firmly guaranteeing that once the contract was signed, betrayal would be impossible. After spending approximately an hour meticulously crafting 99 rules, he filled an entire page. Upon rereading and confirming there were no omissions, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the panel, he noted that the contract power skill had entered a cooldown period, having consumed a substantial 2,000 energy points merely to activate it. Without further hesitation, he grasped the contract and prepared to venture out to experiment with the fish-headed beings. After transitioning to the Lord profession and reviewing the panel attributes, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. And it was now past 9 in the evening, with darkness enveloping the surroundings. Sumo first kindled a bonfire for illumination, and then approached the 2 fish-headed beings suspended nearby with an iron axe in hand. As he neared the half-dead fish-headed beings, a potent fishy odor assailed him. The overwhelming stench caused Suemo to wrinkle his nose and hold his breath. After enduring a night of torment and drying, the scales of the 2 fish-headed beings had become extremely desiccated. Their eyes rolled back. To the naked eye, they appeared indistinguishable from long-dead fish. However, within his digitalized vision, Suemo was acutely aware that these 2 fish-headed beings were still alive, albeit somewhat dehydrated. Unknown fish-headed being. In a state of extreme dehydration, seemingly a transcendent race evolved from an unknown alien civilization. The digitalized vision does not possess an identification function. It merely provides information based on Sumo's own understanding. Since they were merely dehydrated, Suemo was not one to be polite. He seized the iron axe beside him and made a cut on one of the fish-headed being's palms. Blood instantly covered its entire hand, intensifying the surrounding fishy odor. Acting swiftly, Suemo grasped the bloodied hand of the fish-headed being and pressed it onto the contract. Naturally, forcibly signing a contract requires that the opponent's strength is below one's own rank and that they possess no ability to resist. Otherwise, in future battles, Suemo would only need to target the opponent's ARMs. As the crimson handprint landed on the contract, specks of blue light suddenly appeared. The content of the contract page recorded in the notebook swiftly dissolved into nothingness in the air. Contract signed successfully. A system notification chimed at the opportune moment. Simultaneously, Suemo felt an invisible thread connecting him to the fish-headed being in his mind. Without the need for words, he instinctively sensed that regardless of distance, his consciousness could descend upon it at any time, controlling its actions. This was it? With a hint of astonishment, Suemo cast his gaze back at the fish-headed being, and indeed, the information had changed. Subjects: unnamed, state of dehydration, on the brink of death, race, fish-headed being, rank, extraordinary, non-ranked, profession, none, skills, water arrow technique. An extraordinary being of non-ranked status. After briefly scanning the information, Suemo immediately cut the hemp rope, releasing the dehydrated fish-headed being. He then hurriedly fetched several buckets of water, dousing it repeatedly from head to tail. Once its skin was thoroughly moistened, Suemo held the iron axe in one hand for precaution while using the dispel skill to restore its condition. A soft, white light enveloped it, and within moments, the previously unconscious fish-headed being awakened rapidly. Suemo, axe in hand, cautiously observed its state. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not occur. Upon awakening, the fish-headed being merely stared blankly for a moment before fixing its fervent gaze upon Suemo. It began to make excited, incomprehensible gestures, its expression one of fervor and reverence, as if genuinely regarding Suemo as a deity. While Suemo felt a sense of relief, he couldn't help but frown. Although the fish-headed being had become a slave subject of Sumo's territory following the contract, he still could not comprehend its language. Frowning, he attempted to ask, "Can you understand what I am saying?" Upon hearing Sumo's words, the fish-headed being froze momentarily, staring blankly with a look of utter confusion. Clearly, the two remained linguistically incompatible. How could he command it if it couldn't understand him? Was the plan doomed to fail before it even began? With a sigh of resignation, Sumo decided to first teach it a few simple commands to assess the situation. "You, sit down." Seeing the fish-headed being still in a daze, Sumo focused his thoughts, controlling its body to sit down. This process repeated several times. Although they were unable to communicate verbally, the fish-headed being inherently possessed a degree of intelligence. After continuous attempts to issue commands, Sumo was at least able to instruct the fish-headed being to sit, squat, and mimic actions. Observing the promising results, Sumo began to further direct it to perform tasks. First, he expended 1,000 survival points to design the blue light virtual model of the sun furnace beside the iron track production platform. While commanding the fish-headed being to imitate his actions, he began transporting sunstone and wood into the model. As dawn broke, after multiple rounds of learning and control, the fish-headed being finally mastered the task of adding materials to the blue light model for construction. Through the joint efforts of Sumo and the fish-headed being, although the process was somewhat arduous, the outcome was ultimately gratifying. As the final batch of materials was gradually introduced, the solar furnace finally solidified and successfully took shape. The furnace is cylindrical in design, standing approximately 6 meters tall and 3 meters long. Its interior is hollow, with no roof atop, and it features 2 outlets and 2 inlets at the base. Upon completion, an immense flame erupted from the top of the furnace, illuminating the surrounding territory with a brilliant glow. However, the ambient temperature remained unchanged. Sumo did not perceive any significant rise or fall. As Sumo focused intently on the solar furnace, lines of information gradually materialized in the air. Special building, solar furnace, building function. Possessing this construction enables the activation of territorial technology, facilitates the smelting and decomposition of materials, and possesses the ability to disperse territorial fog. Building status, burning, 05935, smelting decomposing, note. Additional fuel can be added to prolong burning time. Fuel consumption doubles when initiating smelting or decomposition. In foggy conditions, fuel consumption doubles, and sunstones must be deployed to disperse the fog. Sumo carefully examined the various descriptions of the solar furnace, and after a moment of contemplation, took a piece of iron ore nearby and deposited it into the furnace. The building status immediately changed. Building status, burning, 05435, smelting, 00158, decomposing. Smelting a piece of iron ore requires 2 minutes, while the burning time correspondingly decreased by 4 minutes. Regrettably, there were no other fuels available. Otherwise, he could have experimented with different burning times. As for the decomposition function, Sumo surveyed his surroundings, casting his gaze upon the fish-headed creature busily replenishing its moisture with a wooden bucket. Having endured Sumo's scolding for an entire night, the creature was now taking advantage of this brief respite, joyfully hydrating itself. When it caught Sumo's gaze filled with an inexplicable meaning, it shuddered slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Chapter 53. New World, Day 12. As the sole inhabitant of the territory, Sumo would naturally not utilize it for experimentation. Of course, with the territory still in need of substantial development, he would not allow it to remain idle. Sumo first named the fish-headed creature Yudan, then led the excited Yuda to the water channel that diverted from the river bordering the territory. After several rounds of instructional demonstrations and using hemp rope to outline the route, he signaled Yuda to proceed with the expansion of the water channel. With expertise in the task and the ability to continuously hydrate, Sumo observed as Yuda worked energetically. Not only did it swiftly follow the path marked by the hemp rope, but it also widened the channel independently to facilitate swimming. Nodding in satisfaction, Sumo began to gather materials to explore the various functions of the solar furnace. After numerous experiments, Sumo discovered that the solar furnace could not only smelt iron ore into high-purity pig iron blocks, but also produce substantial amounts of mining ash for foundational construction work. By extension, although he had no limestone readily available for calcination experiments, it was not difficult to surmise that the smelting function of the solar furnace could similarly be employed to produce lime. Furthermore, upon introducing different types of ores, he found that various alloys of pig iron with differing hardness could also be obtained. The decomposition function, however, enabled the reduction of items back into basic resources. For instance, it could directly decompose railway tracks into steel blocks or wooden buckets into ordinary timber. However, the decomposition function was extremely fuel-intensive and resulted in nearly half of the original material being lost. 100 pounds of railway track ultimately yielded only around 55 pounds of steel blocks, highly impractical. Additionally, Suemo could not decompose living beings, and for the time being, he had yet to conceive of its specific utility. As for the completion of the solar furnace, it successfully illuminated the technology function. Upon entering, Suemo discovered that while a branch of the Iron Age had appeared beneath technology, to fully unlock the Iron Age, it was necessary to construct a blacksmith's forge or directly extract a crafting station from the black box. Originally, Suemo had considered using the territorial model to DIY a blue light model for construction. However, the system prompted him to note that, aside from the solar furnace and solar tower, any new constructions required specific blueprints or technical white documents for simulated building. Otherwise, one could only experiment and build manually, piece by piece. Nevertheless, this also led Suemo to discover another application for the white documents. With no immediate prospects for upgrading technology, he could only focus on enhancing the territory's infrastructure. Although the brick houses had been completed, they had not been plastered due to insufficient cement. Now, relying on the virtual construction of the territory, he could simply spin survival points to directly apply materials for plastering, which was far more convenient than doing the work himself. Additionally, Suemo planned to upgrade the thorny barriers throughout the territory using stone and lime. However, acquiring sufficient stone through the trading post would require significant purchases, and with the upgrade costs, he feared that his account, which held just over 10,000 survival points, might be insufficient as for lime. The gray-white rocks along the coast were likely limestone, which could be mined and processed. Yet again, to efficiently transport the limestone to the territory, a railway would need to be laid in advance for convenience. The remaining coarse salt along the coast could also yield a substantial amount of survival points for Suemo. As he considered all this, Suemo suddenly realized that laying the railway had become the most urgent task at hand. Approaching the railway production station, he took stock of the number of rails produced. After a continuous day's work, over 60,000 pounds of iron ore had been consumed, resulting in a total of 360 rails. After deducting the 80 rails to be delivered to Zhangchunxing and Yangfeng, Suemo was left with only 200 rails. Even if he were to lay a one-way railway, the daily output would only cover 200 meters. No, that didn't seem right, Suemo calculated carefully and suddenly sensed something was amiss. The distance from the territory to the coastline was approximately 15 kilometers, meaning a total of 15,000 meters of railway needed to be laid. How long would that take? Suemo felt that the railway production station seemed to serve him little purpose, even bordering on redundant. After all, Zhang Chunsheng and his subordinates had numerous small workshops that utilized steel rails as pig iron, remelting them to forge various weapons and tools. If it were merely to function as a furnace for smelting metals, it would overlap with the capabilities of the solar furnace. Furrowing his brow, Suemo recalled the description of the railway production station as a piece of advanced technology produced by a higher civilization. It shouldn't be so cumbersome as to create a useless toy, right? Gazing back and forth between the railway production station and the solar furnace, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Suemo's mind, leading to a new idea. The furnace attached to the railway production station could only smelt up to 2,000 pounds of iron ore before reaching its limit. Conversely, the solar furnace not only exhibited rapid efficiency in metal smelting but also seemed to have no upper limit on quantity. What if he used the solar furnace to smelt pig iron blocks and then fed them into the railway production station, which would merely need to remelt the pig iron blocks into shape? This would eliminate the metal refining process, potentially enhancing the efficiency of railway production. With this thought in mind, Suemo immediately set out to experiment. He first added enough fuel to the solar furnace to sustain an entire day of burning, then introduced iron ore for purification and smelting. As blocks of pig iron were rapidly produced, Suemo gradually deposited them into the railway production station until he reached a total of 4,000 pounds of pig iron blocks. The station then indicated that the limit had been reached and began timing. 009:58. Smelting pig iron took only 10 minutes, Suemo silently calculated. With the furnace S-time set to 10 minutes, even if the production station S-time remained unchanged, it could potentially produce around 40 railway sections per hour. The efficiency had indeed improved significantly. Moreover, this also validated that the method of changing materials was evidently correct, which led Suemo to ponder the efficiency of using wood as fuel. What if he replaced it with more efficient fuels like coal or oil? Unfortunately, there were currently no efficient fuels like coal available on the market for experimentation. After 10 minutes had elapsed, the smelting was complete, and the railway production station commenced its work, also demonstrating increased efficiency, capable of producing railway sections in just half an hour. Consequently, this would yield nearly 1,500 railway sections daily, a truly gratifying outcome. Glancing at the system clock, Suemo noted that it was already past 7 in the morning. With the sky brightening, the 12th day in the new world had fully arrived. Chapter 54, New Sources of Income. Suemo temporarily set aside other thoughts and opened the system messages to contact Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng for trading. Following the system update, all items in the trading post now required survival points for transactions and no longer supported barter. This meant that if both parties wished to exchange resources, they could only do so by selling items in each other's shops. While the trading post imposed no restrictions on item pricing, setting prices too low would lead to rapid purchases by others, especially for individuals like Suemo and Zhang Chunxing, who had millions of followers. Conversely, setting prices too high would result in each party losing 30% of the transaction as a fee, leading to significant losses. Thus, while it seemed that bartering had been thoroughly eradicated, as the saying goes, there's always a higher mountain. Even in the face of such restrictions, solutions could be found. Early that very day, before dawn, a savvy individual in the forum had already found a way to circumvent this limitation by exploiting the consignment rules. The consignment rules were specifically designed by the trading post for those in the wilderness or without access to a shop, allowing them to sell goods. The consignor may select a store for the purpose of consignment. At that time, aside from the 30 transaction tax deducted from the sale of goods, the system will also impose an additional 10 consignment fee, which the store owner is free to determine. It is important to note that the fee charged by the system is based not on the selling price of the goods, but rather on the recovery price, to prevent individuals from exploiting potential loopholes by pricing items excessively low. However, this creates an opportunity for barter transactions to be exploited. Take, for example, the case of Suemo and Zhang Chunxing, who engaged in a labor contract. Initially, Zhang Chunxing traded 30,000 jin of iron ore and 30,000 jin of timber with Suemo. According to the system's recovery price, iron ore is valued at 10 jin per point, and timber at 100 jin per point. Zhang Chunxing chose to consign these items at a little-known subordinate shop, which does not charge a consignment fee. Both the iron ore and timber were listed for sale at 1 survival point each. Suemo merely needed to be informed in advance of the shop's name by Zhang Chunxing. And by waiting at the shop, he could immediately purchase the materials as soon as they were listed. In this transaction, Suemo spent 2 survival points to acquire a substantial quantity of raw materials, while Zhang Chunxing incurred a total of 2 points in transaction tax, charged at a minimum of 1 point for less than 1 point, and 330 points in consignment fees, 30,000 10-0. 130,100 0.1. Following the same logic, Suemo would then trade the finished steel rails, with the agreed consignment fees also borne by Zhang Chunxing. Ultimately, after the transactions, Zhang Chunxing spent approximately over 1,000 survival points and, at the cost of 30,000 jin of iron ore, received 8,000 jin of steel. Given the current market for steel, Zhang Chunxing stands to gain significantly. Meanwhile, Suemo is not at a loss, acquiring 14,500 jin of steel. The transaction venue also benefits, successfully collecting over 1,000 points in tax. This scenario exemplifies a threefold victory, with everyone emerging triumphant. In accordance with the agreement with Zhang Chunxing, after delivering 160 sets of rails to each party, Suemo proposed a change in the trading method. Once the solar furnace is completed, Suemo could purchase iron ore and directly refine it into pig iron blocks for profit. After all, the current market price for iron ore hovers around 2 points per kilogram, while the price for pig iron blocks reaches a staggering 15 points. Even after accounting for the 30 tax, the profit margins remain substantial. Compared to the labor contract for iron rails, they could not only derive some profit from selling iron ore but also reinvest the earnings into purchasing pig iron blocks. In Suemo's view, this change in trading methods would benefit both parties and they would surely agree. However, to his surprise, Both Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng simultaneously rejected Sumo's proposal, insisting on continuing the iron rail labor contract while significantly increasing their investment from the original 30,000 gene of iron or to 60,000 gene each. This unexpected turn of events left Sumo astounded, realizing he had underestimated the value of the iron rails. After the completion of the transaction, Sumo shook his head lightly, reflecting on the situation without delving too deeply into the reasons behind it. After all, both trading methods yielded substantial profits for him, merely delaying the timeline for laying down the iron rails. With the solar furnace allowing for the resale of pig iron blocks, Sumo felt no urgency. As his own shop had successfully opened, he promptly fulfilled his prior agreement with Zhang Chunxing by trading him 200 gene of venison, alleviating a concern. Shortly thereafter, Sumo planned to enlist the help of Yuda to manage the production of pig iron blocks and iron rails. However, before he could seek him out, Yuda stumbled over. Panting and flustered, clearly in a state of distress. When Yuda reached Sumo, he appeared anxious, repeatedly gesturing and making incoherent sounds. Although Sumo did not grasp his meaning, he followed Yuda to the destination. Upon arrival, he was met with a pungent fishy odor and the sight of another nearly desiccated fish-headed man hanging nearby, prompting Sumo to slap his forehead in realization. Oh no, I forgot about this fish-headed man. This is an important labor force for me in the future. I cannot let him perish. Sumo quickly cast the dispel skill, but seeing that the creature remained unconscious, he hurriedly fetched several buckets of water and drenched him repeatedly. After a flurry of activity, and perhaps due to the extraordinary vitality possessed by the fish-headed man, he eventually revived. Observing the fish-headed man regain consciousness while still appearing in considerable pain, Sumo chose not to keep him suspended any longer. Instead, he bound the creature's hands and feet to restrict movement, intending to convert him into a slave laborer once the skill's cool-down period expired. With the issue of the fish-headed man resolved, Sumo led Yuda back to the furnace, where they began training him to place raw materials for the production of pig iron blocks, subsequently transporting them to the shop. Sumo only needed to manage the listing. Within just an hour, Yuda had mastered the entire process, executing it smoothly. Thanks to the training, Yuda could perform simple tasks efficiently, and with his extraordinary physique, he was not deterred by fatigue. Apart from occasionally needing to soak in water to replenish moisture, he could even catch fish from the river when hungry, requiring no oversight from Sumo. In Sumo's eyes, the fish people in the lake were truly born laborers. After placing the iron blocks produced by Yuda at a price of 15 points per kilogram, Sumo concurrently posted an advertisement on the forum. Before long, customers began to flock to the shop, purchasing items steadily. With everything falling into place, Sumo's survival points continued to rise steadily. Currently, the resources he possessed included a herd of deer in the breeding ground, which needed time to mature, and the lime trees in the plantation, from which he had already sold nearly half of the fruit. The remaining half he chose not to sell immediately, planning to gradually develop and create medicinal products from the lime fruit. Once the pig iron production line was stable, Sumo's next plan involved conducting thorough analysis and research on various medicinal materials, aiming to develop effective pharmaceuticals as soon as possible, thereby expanding the territory's stable sources of income. Subsequently, he intended to conduct a final exploration of the surrounding environment. Besides the fish people residing in the lake, what other foreign races might be lurking nearby? This exploration would also provide insight into nearby resources. After careful consideration, Sumo decided to reconnect with Zhang Buoqian, with whom he had previously discussed the spirit fruit, to continue negotiations regarding the transaction. After all, should he venture beyond the territory, being able to concoct a healing potion swiftly would serve as a crucial safeguard. Chapter 55. The healing potion is finally complete. Opening the chat with Zhang Buoqian, Sumo found their conversation had stalled around 8 p.m. the previous night, primarily because Sumo had been eager to transition into the role of Lord and had not managed to reply to Zhang Buoqian's subsequent messages. Since there was no original text from foreign races, he proposed, "How about this? I will exchange this spirit fruit for the healing potion you create afterward, and I guarantee that thereafter, I can have 2 opportunities to trade spirit fruits for healing potions." Why is there no reply? Is something the matter? The first 2 messages were Zhang Buoqian's exploratory conditions, and after waiting a considerable time without a response from Sumo, he could not help but inquire. Although Sumo had simply been preoccupied, it was evident from this exchange that Zhang Buoqian was rather eager to obtain the healing potion in exchange for the spirit fruit, indicating there was still room for negotiation. Frankly speaking, at first glance, Zhang Buoqian's proposal seemed to put Su Mo at a disadvantage. After all, compared to the still unknown effects of the healing potion, spirit fruits were far more precious at this stage. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Since the announcement of the spirit fruit distribution by Li Chenglong, a significant number of humans had already attained extraordinary abilities within a mere 2 days. The remaining few ordinary individuals either faced unfortunate encounters with beasts guarding the extraordinary spirit fruits, or simply had yet to find any. Given the current circumstances, universal extraordinary abilities were just around the corner. At that point, the value of spirit fruits would undoubtedly diminish. Furthermore, no one is foolish. If humans can achieve extraordinary abilities through spirit fruits, so too can the beasts in comparison to the nearly 10 million humans. The impending wave of extraordinary magical beasts would be a foreseeable threat. Consequently, the price of healing potions capable of treating injuries and saving lives would inevitably soar. Zhang Buoqian's proposal was, in fact, an investment sacrificing present value for a greater future profit. Indeed, those capable of establishing their own factions are hardly naive. Shaking his head, though he had grasped the key point and recognized the potential for lowering the conditions, Su Mo ultimately chose to agree. Brother Qian, do you still have the spirit fruit? I apologize. I was suddenly occupied last night and just finished up. If the spirit fruit is still available, I agree to the conditions you proposed. If you have no objections, please arrange for the transaction as soon as possible. After attaining extraordinary abilities, the value of spirit fruit significantly decreases. However, as a part-time lord, Su Mo could utilize the spirit fruit not only to concoct healing potions, but also to craft awakening potions for the future enhancement of his fish laborers. This was precisely why Su Mo was eager to agree without engaging in protracted negotiations. After sending the message, Zhang Buoqian did not respond immediately, and Su Mo remained unperturbed. Instead, he returned to the trading post to procure some furniture, lime, and other materials. Su Mo planned to first upgrade the earthen house with plaster using the territory's virtual model before moving into the new residence today. After wandering around the trading post, Su Mo discovered that wooden bed furniture was relatively affordable, and he successfully purchased several items. However, the supply of lime was incredibly scarce. Not only were there very few listings at the trading post, but the prices were also exorbitantly high. It seemed that, after achieving extraordinary abilities, most individuals naturally elevated their expectations regarding their living conditions, and it was likely that many were striving to construct new homes. Consequently, the lime necessary for producing cement was in high demand, leading to a shortage. Su Mo had no choice but to seek out Su Daqing to inquire if he had any volcanic ash left. After some communication, he was dismayed to learn that Su Daqing's stock of volcanic ash was also alarmingly low, insufficient for his needs. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mo decided to move the wooden bed furniture into his new home. During this time, the only source of consolation for Su Mo was the arrival of the 10 pieces of cloth clothing he had previously ordered. These were purchased at a high price from a fortunate young man named Duan Jiarui. Despite the enhancement from the fruit of appearance, Su Mo still had to wait 2 to 3 days for them to arrive, illustrating the current scarcity of clothing. The cloth garments crafted from blueprints were all uniform in style, consisting of long-sleeved white round-neck shirts. The fabric was quite thin, yet it was relatively comfortable to wear. After changing into one shirt, Su Mo carefully stored the rest in a wardrobe, planning to later transform the shirt into trousers. Once Su Mo had finished his busy tasks, he finally received a response from Zhang Buoqian. As expected, Zhang Buoqian still had the spiritual fruit in his possession, and he maintained the same trading attitude as the previous day. After agreeing on terms, Su Mo successfully acquired the spiritual fruit from one of Zhang Buoqian's subordinates for the price of 1 survival point. This fruit was about the size of a palm, with a skin of a greenish-yellow hue, emanating a mysterious golden light from within. Lacking any means of identification, Zhang Buoqian was unsure of the fruit's nature. However, this posed no challenge for Su Mo. His grass identification talent naturally activated, and with the assistance of his data-enhanced vision, the information about the spiritual fruit quickly appeared before him. Name: Golden Mango. Description: a first-tier light attribute spiritual fruit. Containing the essence of light, consumption awakens extraordinary abilities and can also be used as a potion ingredient. To his delight, Su Mo exclaimed upon realizing it was a light attribute spiritual fruit. The formula for healing potions required not only ordinary medicinal materials but also needed light attribute spiritual fruits as primary ingredients. Among them, water, wood, and light attributes were the most compatible, making this light attribute golden mango exceptionally suitable. Su Mo had initially thought that even if Zhang Buoqian provided a dark attribute fruit, it could still be used to concoct awakening potions, thus forming an army of potion masters. To his astonishment, it was precisely the most compatible light attribute. Without further ado, Su Mo hastened to the alchemy station to begin preparing the potion. The materials required for crafting the healing potion included, apart from the primary material being the light attribute spiritual fruit, a set of turtle shells, 100 grams of camphor tree root powder, and 100 milliliters of boundless water, such as rainwater or dew. Fortunately, Su Mo had already stockpiled these common auxiliary materials and only lacked the primary ingredient. He retrieved the pre-prepared auxiliary materials and placed them on the alchemy table. Rather than rushing to begin, he took out his notebook and flipped to the experimental records noted by Anda, studying them meticulously to ensure he was fully prepared. Although the formula for the low-tier healing potion was described as a single recipe, it actually comprised 3 variations, corresponding to levels 1 through 3. The primary ingredients were the same, with the distinction that the first-tier healing potion could be concocted solely with the primary light attribute spiritual fruit. For the second and third tiers, not only did the primary ingredient need to be of the corresponding level, but even the auxiliary materials had to meet the standards of the first and second tiers. From the recorded methods, the process did not appear overly complex. It merely required the extraordinary power of a potion master to extract the medicinal properties from the primary and auxiliary materials on the alchemy table, ultimately merging them in a specific sequence. The key to successfully creating a first-tier healing potion lay in the precise control of one's own power to avoid damaging the medicinal properties. On the surface, this seemed quite simple, but Su Mo immediately sensed the underlying complexity when he attempted it for the first time. Initially, the medicinal properties were described in the notes rather cursorily. However, Su Mo quickly discovered through trial and error that he had inadvertently damaged more than 10 turtle shells before he began to comprehend the intricacies. It appeared that the extraordinary powers of a potion master possessed a unique enchantment. Only by employing strong concentration could one carefully sense the medicinal properties hidden deep within the turtle shell. If the properties were disrupted, the once sturdy shell would rapidly lose its luster and decay. Through continuous experimentation, Su Mo noted that the characteristics of the medicinal properties varied among different materials. The properties within the turtle shell were a vibrant aquamarine, quite lively, while those in the camphor tree root appeared yellowish-green, seemingly full of life but rather heavy. Ordinary materials like the turtle shell and camphor tree root were manageable for Su Mo, as he had ample reserves and was not concerned about depletion. However, the spiritual fruit was a singular item and could not be used as an experimental resource. Thus, Su Mo first practiced extensively with ordinary materials. Fortunately, aided by his data-enhanced vision, he was able to precisely rectify his shortcomings with each trial, ensuring improvement for the next attempt. With each successive experiment, Su Mo's technique became increasingly refined. Once he felt fully competent, he cautiously commenced handling the golden mango. Half an hour later, Su Mo held his breath, carefully channeling his extraordinary magical power to gradually extract the essence of the golden mango's medicinal properties. The last drop of golden-hued essence fell into the test tube on the alchemy table. An invisible wave of light seemed to manifest, transforming the previously murky contents of the test tube into a brilliant white glow. Su Mo exhaled deeply upon witnessing this phenomenon. The healing potion had finally been successfully crafted. Moreover, due to the golden mango's highly compatible attributes, the quantity of potions produced was surprisingly generous. Chapter 56. Survival points surpassed 200,000, gazing at the potion solution within the alchemical test tube, which resembled a flowing stream of white light. Su Mo knew without needing to test it that the quality of this first-tier healing potion was exceptionally high. His focus sharpened, and with the activation of his data-enhanced vision, the potion's detailed information appeared before him. Name: Healing Potion. Description: a first-tier extraordinary potion, when consumed by extraordinary beings of level 1 or below, restores 1,000 life points instantly after taking 10 milliliters, and continues to restore 100 life points every 2 seconds for the next minute. It can be consumed again after 24 hours. Truly remarkable. This potion rightfully earned its title as an early-stage miracle remedy. The information generated by the data-enhanced vision was tailored to Sumo's personal circumstances. For someone with 10,000 life points like Sumo, a mere 10-milliliter potion could restore almost half of his life points within a minute. For others, consuming this potion would transform severe injuries into minor ones, and minor injuries would be healed entirely. In comparison, the one-day cooldown period seemed trivial. Sumo estimated that he had produced approximately 80 milliliters of potion, translating to a total of 8 healing potions. However, he understood that had it not been for the compatibility of the spiritual fruit's attributes, he would not have achieved this yield on his first attempt. After carefully transferring the 8 healing potions into ceramic test tubes purchased from the trading post, Sumo glanced at the time, realizing it had already passed noon. How had time flown by so quickly? It felt as if he had only spent a little over an hour. Murmuring to himself, Sumo tidied up the alchemy table and carefully placed 4 potions aside. He then took the remaining 4 potions and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the bright sun in the sky. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that Yuda was not diligently working as he had anticipated. Instead, he was contentedly gnawing on a half-meter-long blue fish while animatedly gesticulating at the bound fish-headed person nearby. Although Sumo could not understand the dialogue, he could clearly see the expression of despair on the fish-headed individual's face, indicating that Yuda was not uttering anything pleasant. Despite this, Sumo frowned in discontent. How could he be so lackadaisical? If he did not exert effort, how would Sumo ever manage to reside in a luxurious villa and earn survival points effortlessly? With a furrowed brow, Sumo intended to offer some guidance to Yuda, instilling a proper value system for fish life. As he approached Yuda, he happened to pass by a shop. Glancing inside, he was incensed to find it utterly empty. Had Yuda truly slacked off for an entire morning without supervision? Just as frustration began to bubble up, his attention was drawn to the furnace, which had unexpectedly ceased operation. The once blazing sun furnace was now dormant, and the pile of raw ore beside it had diminished significantly, with not a single piece of firewood remaining. Could it be? Sumo instinctively opened his account to take a look. 235, 920. It turned out that after spending over 20,000 points on the purchase of the heavenly crafting stone and some furniture and clothing, along with the previously stored 1,000 pounds of raw iron, this was the remaining amount. Wait a minute, Sumo rubbed his eyes, feeling that the numbers were slightly off. Upon closer inspection, he was momentarily stunned. Over 230,000 survival points? Looking up at the blazing sun in the sky, Sumo suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly opened the transaction records to investigate. Yang Mingyue purchased 100 pounds of raw iron, receiving 1,050 survival points after transaction fees. Zhu Quanan purchased 10 pounds of raw iron, receiving 105 survival points after transaction fees. The trading records, page after page, left Sumo feeling utterly bewildered. He swiftly scrolled to the end, where the total transaction amount was displayed. A total of 21,000 pounds of pig iron sold, yielding 220,500 survival points after deducting transaction taxes. He exhaled softly. Wasn't it stated that transactions could only be conducted within a shop? Could it be that after becoming a lord, one only needed to be within their territory? With a hint of perplexity, Sumo turned on his heel and headed towards the sun furnace for a final confirmation. Indeed, there was an entire pile of wood gone, and the 12 to 13,000 pounds of iron ore had dwindled to just over 50,000 pounds. Neatly arranged beside the rail production platform were 500 sets of iron tracks, of which 300 had been produced that very morning. This meant that in just a morning's time, under the full-speed operation of the sun furnace, a total of 50,000 pounds of pig iron blocks had been generated. 20,000 pounds had been moved to the shop by UD for sale, leaving the remaining 30,000 pounds to be fashioned into iron tracks. Had it not been for the depletion of wood as fuel, it seemed likely that even the remaining ore would have been fully smelted. Sumo stood still for a moment, glancing at Yuda in the distance. He then made his way to the shelter's stash, retrieving a large frozen buffalo leg. Approaching Yuda, he gently patted his shoulder, signaling, "The blue fish can easily get caught on bones if overfed. Give this a try, huh?" Just moments ago, Yuda had been animatedly chatting, but upon encountering Sumo's unexpected gesture, he appeared utterly perplexed. After sniffing the buffalo leg vigorously, he realized it was food from Suemo and promptly began to gesture enthusiastically. Although Suemo did not comprehend, he took it as a sign of gratitude. Not minding whether Yuda truly understood, he gave a thumbs up as a commendation before indicating that he should eat and then return to repairing the water channel. Good work deserved reward, but it should not delay the tasks at hand. Contemplating the myriad tasks within his territory, such as repairing the water channels, clearing weeds and trees, and cultivating land, Suemo cast a sharp glance at the fish-headed man bound to the ground. His expression one of numb despair. "Humph, come tomorrow, your comfort shall be no more. Having blackmailed my 2 buffaloes, you shall labor for a lifetime to repay your debt." Returning to the empty shop, Suemo first sent messages to Zhang Buoqian and Yang Donglai, informing them that the healing potions were ready and urging them to come trade if they needed them. 4 healing potions were prepared, 2 for the previously agreed upon Zhang Buoqian and Yang Donglai. The remaining 2 included one that Suemo intended to carry with him for emergencies, while the other was to be displayed in the shop for advertising. After sending out the messages, just as he was about to list the potions, he received replies from both Zhang Buoqian and Yang Donglai in quick succession. Opening the messages one by one. "So quickly completed? How effective are they? I've already communicated. You can simply search for a shop called Suchong for consignment." This was Zhang Buoqian's response. Suemo did not elaborate. He merely altered the numerical details in the healing potion message to text and sent it back. He then searched for Su Cheng's shop, setting a price of 1 survival point and opting for consignment. In less than 3 seconds, the consignment was completed, and Suemo successfully acquired 0 survival points. After tax deductions, it amounted to less than 1 survival point, and the trading post rounded it down to 0. Meanwhile, Zhang Buoqian sent a reply confirming receipt of the goods, expressing astonishment at the potion's effects. As for whether he truly believed it, only he knew. Having sorted out matters with Zhang Buoqian, Suemo then opened Yang Donglai's message. "Thank you for remembering me. I am very willing to repurchase this potion, but I lack suitable friends for consignment. I wonder if you could." Upon reading this message, Suemo furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat troubled. Chapter 57. Coastal Spiritual Artifacts. Bartering relies heavily on finding a trustworthy third party, and this third party must be a low-profile individual with little attention on their shop. Otherwise, either the third party may notify others and get blackmailed, or someone lying in wait at the shop might seize the opportunity. Although Zhang Buoqian and the others had made verbal agreements several times, leading to an assumption of mutual trust, the reality was different. They were either heads of significant forces or individuals with substantial followings on the forum, making them untroubled by the prospect of breach of contract. With barely 10 million humans in the forum, any casual breach could lead to one's reputation being tarnished, resulting in a backlash that would render them a pariah. This mutual assurance was the foundation of their trust. Zhang Chunxing and his associates, as prominent leaders, could easily find someone to act as a third party for consignment transactions. Their strong influence meant that even if a subordinate betrayed them, the loss would not be catastrophic. In contrast, Yang Donglai, as an ordinary person in this new world, had no particularly trustworthy acquaintances, making him understandably anxious regarding the evidently precious healing potion. In all honesty, Suemo pondered. Aside from Zhang Chunxing and the few force leaders he had established some trust with through repeated interactions, he did not possess many familiar or particularly trustworthy individuals. Even those he initially connected with in the coastal group had gradually lost contact after Suemo's sudden rise to fame on the forum. This was partly due to his relentless busyness, rarely engaging in group chats, and partly because the widening gap between them led to a natural decline in communication. Sigh. Yang Donglai's words inexplicably struck a chord in Suemo's sentimental heart. With a gentle sigh, he resolved to seek out Zhang Chunxing to find a suitable third party. However, although Suemo never assumed the worst of others, it was prudent to make preparations in case Yang Donglai suspected him of setting a trap. He sent Yang Donglai a message explaining the situation. "I also lack suitable individuals for third-party transactions, but if you have no objections, I can try to inquire with Zhang Chunxing to see if he has anyone appropriate." "Is this the Zhang Chunxing who has the most attention on the forum? It seems the individuals you know are indeed all prominent figures. No problem." Yang Donglai replied almost instantly, clearly waiting attentively at the screen. With Yang Donglai's confirmation, Suemo turned to send a message to Zhang Chunxing. "Brother Zhang, do you have anyone suitable to act as a third party? I have something to sell. What is it? Is it valuable?" Initially, Suemo thought he would have to wait a while for Zhang Chunxing to respond, but to his surprise, he was also online at that moment. Without hesitation, Suemo forwarded the information about the healing potion he had sent to Zhang Buqian. Wow, brother, you really managed to produce this healing potion. Tell me honestly, have you become more than just an ordinary extraordinary being? The exclamation marks clearly reflected Zhang Chuanxing's astonishment. However, upon seeing his second message, Suemo raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Zhang Chunxing had also gathered some additional information. Perhaps he too had transitioned to a first-tier profession. After considering it briefly, Suemo decided to be forthright and introduced his profession to Zhang Chunxing. After all, to advance quickly as a potion maker, he would need a substantial amount of spiritual fruit potions, and relying solely on his own collection would be excruciatingly slow. It would be far more efficient to gather resources from leaders like Zhang Chunxing. Of course, he merely disclosed that he was a potion maker. Indeed, I recently came across information about a profession called potion maker, and after successfully transitioning, I gained the ability to concoct potions. A potion maker. It seems to be a supportive alchemist profession. Zhang Chunxing responded candidly, I won't hide it from you. I recently transitioned to the martial artist profession, and from what I understand, Yang Feng is an ability user, while Zhang Buqian is a scholar. Not only did Zhang Chunxing generously share his professional information, but he also provided Suemo with insights into the ability user and scholar professions. The martial artist profession resembles ancient martial arts from Earth, honing one's vital energy through unique techniques to attain the extraordinary. The prerequisite for entering this profession is that one must be an ordinary person prior to transitioning, having never consumed spiritual fruit potions. According to Zhang Chunxing, he had always had bad luck and had never found any spiritual fruit potions, but by chance, he obtained the means to transition to a martial artist. In contrast, the ability user profession requires one to awaken a certain extraordinary ability before honing one's spirit through techniques to develop their unique powers. As for the scholar, Zhang Chunxing only mentioned that it seemed to be a profession focused on research, with little detailed information available. To Suemo's surprise, what began as a simple request for assistance led to a cascade of information regarding 3 extraordinary professions, an unexpected delight. After discussing their respective professions for a while longer, Zhang Chunxing inquired about the conditions for purchasing the healing potions. After receiving Suemo's reply, he provided the name of a third party. After a flurry of activity, Yang Donglai successfully acquired the healing potion after expending 10,000 survival points. To prevent survival points from being diminished through multiple transactions and tax deductions, Suemo directly exchanged the remaining 6,000 survival points from Zhang Chunxing at a rate of £50 per survival point for 300,000 pounds of wood. The remaining survival points were just enough to cover the taxes. Initially, Suemo intended to exchange for ore, but unexpectedly received some rather unfortunate news from Zhang Chunxing. Due to the consumption over this period, he currently faced a shortage of minerals, having already exhausted all efforts in mining. It would still take another couple of days before he could deliver the next batch of goods to Suemo. Upon receiving this news, Suemo's first reaction was not one of regret. Instead, he inexplicably conjured an image of Zhang Chunxing, a first-tier martial artist, mustering all his energy and strenuously mining. SK. Once the entire transaction was completed, Suemo glanced at the side of the solar furnace, where nearly half an acre of timber had been stacked, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Surely, Yuda wouldn't have to worry about insufficient fuel anymore? After everything was settled, Suemo finally had the opportunity to list the last healing potion for sale. Priced at 1 million survival points, he included the potion's information and posted an advertisement on the forum. Selling healing potion, a miraculous life-saving elixir. Only in exchange for rare items, spiritual herbs, extraordinary technology blueprints, etc. Interested parties please contact me. Once the post was published, it rapidly spread, quickly climbing into the top 10 trending topics. Suemo initially thought the conditions for exchange were rather stringent, and that he would have to wait for the post to gain traction before someone in urgent need would respond. Just as he was preparing to tidy up and make lunch, unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, a familiar contact messaged him about a potential exchange. Mogu, I have a spiritual creature caught by the seaside here. Do you think it could be exchanged for a potion? Chapter 58. Is Yuda slacking off again? Seaside spiritual creature? The message came from Li Quan of the Coastal Group, and the mention of a seaside spiritual creature instantly piqued Suemo's interest. What exactly is this spiritual creature? Do you know what it does? It seems to be a type of extraordinary spiritual fish, known for its delectable flesh, which can enhance extraordinary power when consumed. Li Quan replied promptly, even attaching a picture. Suemo focused on the image, revealing a large fish nearly a meter long. With a red belly and green scales, its tail emitted a faint red glow, and two golden whiskers grew from either side of its mouth, giving it an extraordinary appearance. No wonder Li Quan referred to it as a spiritual creature rather than a magical beast. This spiritual fish indeed looked exceptional, ethereal, and enchanting. However, in comparison to rare fruits or artifacts, it still seemed somewhat lacking in value for Suemo to exchange for a healing potion. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Suemo decided to proceed with the exchange. After all, encountering such a seaside spiritual fish was a first for him, providing an opportunity for research. Even if he couldn't uncover any significant properties, it would serve as a reference for similar encounters in the future. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Suemo replied to Li Quan, "This spiritual fish is quite rare. I can exchange it for a potion, but you must provide me with detailed information about how you captured it. No problem." As Li Quan continued to message with details, Suemo gained insight into the primary sources of income for those living by the sea. For individuals like Li Quan, who lacked special resource points, their income primarily stemmed from extracting salt from seawater and establishing small fishing grounds along the coast using nets, taking advantage of the tides. After waiting for the tide to recede, they could harvest a bountiful catch. This particular spiritual fish had become stranded on the shore, ensnared by the net. Li Quan had caught 2 spiritual fish in total, keeping the smaller one for himself. The remaining one was just right for exchanging with Suemo for a healing potion. Moreover, the most striking detail in Li Quan's description was that the meat of this spiritual fish was not only delicious, but also contained extraordinary power, providing a rapid sense of fullness with just a small amount. Since Suemo had advanced to a professional level, his appetite had significantly increased. Now, as a part-time lord, both his physique and mental attributes had reached the pinnacle of the first tier. He estimated that indulging in a meal now would require at least a whole water buffalo. This spiritual fish had come at just the right time. After several exchanges, the two quickly finalized the trade. Surprisingly, Li Quan had a trusted third-party broker, and this person was someone Suemo also knew, Chiyu, who was also part of the coastal group, TSK. After a moment of reflection, through Chiyu's shop, Suemo successfully acquired the spiritual fish by paying for it with a healing potion. As the transaction concluded, the familiar blue light reappeared before Suemo, and as it gradually faded, the 1-meter-long red-bellied green fish materialized before him. The spiritual fish appeared to have died recently, its surface still gleaming, with its 2 extraordinary whiskers and the red glow of its tail remaining quite lively. Suemo weighed it in his hands, estimating its weight to be around 30 pounds. After a flurry of activity, it was now around 1-30. Suemo was already quite hungry, and with the ingredients ready, he decided that today's lunch would feature this fish. Carrying the spiritual fish and a few jars and bottles, Suemo headed to the canal to prepare for butchering. At the end of the canal, Yuda had finished gnawing on a cow leg and was laboriously expanding its area. Suemo didn't disturb it and began to process the spiritual fish on the spot. As an extraordinary spiritual fish, Suemo aimed to avoid waste. He carefully preserved the red glowing tail and the 2 long whiskers, then proceeded with a meticulous bleeding process. He collected an entire small jar of spiritual fish blood, ensuring to scrape clean the red scales. All the internal organs, except for the swim bladder, were placed in another wooden barrel, ready to reward Yuda later if it made good progress with its work. All valuable extraordinary materials were set aside for further research, leaving only the fish head and flesh for cooking. He chopped off the fish head for soup and cut out 5 pounds of fish meat for preparation, planning to make stone pot fish. Heating oil in the pot, he first pan-fried then boiled the fish, combining it with greens and various vegetables. Before long, an incredibly enticing aroma wafted through the entire shelter. Even Yuda, working outside the shelter, caught a whiff of the delicious scent, sniffing eagerly and turning back occasionally. Once the fish was completely cooked and served, just the sight and smell made Suemo confident that the flavor would be exceptional. The fish meat was perfectly stewed, its color warm and inviting, the skin glistening with a golden sheen, while the flesh presented a delicate white with clear patterns. Without hesitation, Suemo picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and took a bite, the subtle sweetness and fragrance instantly filling his mouth. The fish was indeed, as Li Quan had described, tender and smooth, melting in the mouth. Moreover, as the piece of fish slid down his throat, Suemo could distinctly feel a warm energy spreading from his abdomen throughout his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Not only was the fish meat delicious, but the fish head soup was equally exquisite. With the soft, tender fish head earning Suemo's admiration, before long, Suemo had thoroughly consumed all 5 pounds of fish meat, leaving not a drop of soup behind. What a satisfying experience! Rubbing his pleasantly warm belly, he let out a contented burp. This was the most delicious and comforting meal Suemo had enjoyed since arriving in this new world 12 days ago. It was not only a physical satisfaction but also a spiritual healing through the delightful cuisine. Furthermore, the extraordinary spiritual fish was indeed remarkable. Just 5 pounds of fish meat and a pot of fish head soup had left Suemo not only full but also warmly invigorated. As though he had received a beneficial buff, with a full stomach, he felt motivated to work. Since this type of spiritual fish was caught by Li Quan at the seaside, it was likely that similar spiritual creatures could be found along his own coast. It seemed that he needed to prioritize the development of the coastlines soon. After all, the sea held endless treasures compared to the land. With this thought in mind, Suemo realized it had been some time since he last visited the coast. He hadn't received any lime from the trading post, so he would need to transport some himself while also collecting the unfinished sea salt from before. With that in mind, Suemo no longer hesitated. He stored the remaining fish meat on ice, quickly cleaned the utensils, made a few preparations, and set off. However, before that, he still needed to purchase a batch of or from the trading post, leaving Yudo at home to smelt iron and guard the place. At present, iron was scarce in the market and prices were soaring. It was a prime opportunity to earn some money. With Zhang Chuanxing's or supply running low, Suemo had to seek alternatives. Coincidentally, it seemed that due to excessive consumption, not only Zhang Chunxing but also Yang Feng faced a shortage of ore. They had only about 20,000 pounds in reserve. After purchasing everything at market price, Suemo reached out to Zhang Buoqian and several other miners he had contacted previously, ultimately managing to acquire 100,000 pounds of iron, or for 100,000 survival points. Though still somewhat lacking, Suemo calculated that if all of it were smelted into pig iron for sale, he could potentially profit over 600,000, with costs being negligible. That was quite impressive. After arranging the iron or acquired from the trade, Suemo exited the shelter, intending to find Yuda and instruct it to guard the home and smelt iron. However, as soon as Suemo arrived at the end of the canal, he spotted Yuda squatting by the shore, seemingly rummaging for something. Slacking off again. Suemo furrowed his brows, slowly approaching, and upon taking a closer look, his expression changed dramatically. It was Chapter 59. King of Ginseng. As Suemo drew near, he saw Yuda crouched on the ground, gripping a ginseng-like object, its entire body a rich reddish brown, with 9 leaves atop and numerous long whiskers at the base, writhing and fluttering. Although it bore plant-like characteristics, it clearly exhibited signs of life, struggling in Yuda's grasp as if attempting to return to the earth as that ginseng. Suemo was momentarily taken aback, but then became puzzled. In his recollection, ginseng primarily grew in deep mountain forests. How could it possibly appear on an island? Moreover, the surface of the ginseng is a pale yellow hue. How could there possibly be brownish-red ginseng? Yet, judging solely by its form, it is undoubtedly ginseng. Considering its living characteristics, it may very well be a remarkable ginseng king that has surpassed a century. Thus, despite harboring doubts, Suemo swiftly seized the suspected ginseng king from Yuda's grasp. After a brief exchange of control, he signaled Yuda to return to the shelter for iron refining. It took considerable effort for Yuda to comprehend Suemo's intent, his face a picture of confusion. As he made his way back to the shelter, Suemo then redirected his attention to the struggling object resembling a ginseng king in his hands. Activating his herb identification talent, a data-driven vision was triggered. Name: Island Red Ginseng King. Description: a first tier wood attribute premium spirit plant, solidifying the foundation and nourishing vitality, suitable for awakening the extraordinary, and can also be utilized as an ingredient in potions. Is it truly ginseng? A premium spirit plant? The Red Ginseng King. According to Andar's notes, only groups of plants can give rise to royal spirit plants, so, could it be? A spark of excitement flickered in Suemo's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the lush greenery of the forest, a crooked waterway was the only feature visible. Ginseng hides deep within the earth, with only its leaves peeking above ground, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. The talent for herb identification can only be activated when the plant is in hand. Therefore, for an ordinary person like Suemo, who lacks the relevant skills, finding ginseng amidst the dense foliage is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Silently committing this matter to memory, Suemo returned to the shelter and sealed the red ginseng king within the alchemical platform for preservation. ASA First-Tier Extraordinary Ginseng King. It could be processed into active plant powder, serving as one of the essential materials for crafting second-tier awakening potions. Once he obtains Misty Blue, the heart's blood of a first-tier extraordinary spirit beast, and spirit spring water, he would be able to concoct an awakening potion for advancing to a second-tier potion master. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the spirit fish acquired from Li Quan, although classified as an extraordinary spirit beast, had not genuinely ascended to that tier. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily captured by Li Quan. As a unique artifact exclusive to the potion master profession, the alchemical platform is designed for the storage and preparation of spirit plant potions. Thus, once Suemo sealed the red ginseng king within, its previous struggles ceased entirely. After observing for a moment and confirming that no further incidents occurred, he prepared to step outside, only to suddenly remember that the healing potion he had intended to carry with him had been given to Li Quan. He hurriedly retrieved another potion. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled that he had yet to feed the tiger cubs today, so he swiftly went to check on the two small cubs. After an entire night and the following morning, the little ones were already howling with hunger. In a rush, he added a bit of spirit fish blood to the leftover half-tube of milk from yesterday and carefully fed them for quite some time. After watching the two cubs gorge themselves, they fell into a state of drowsiness. Only then did Suemo exit the shelter. Glancing at Yuda, who was already hard at work, Suemo nodded in satisfaction before picking up the prearranged tools and backpack. He set off once more towards the coastline. Passing through the fruit orchard and the breeding grounds, Suemo collected grass and fruits for the water buffalo and deer, placing them in the breeding grounds for their consumption. The deer had largely recovered and no longer resisted Suemo's approach. The two water buffalo, however, appeared somewhat sullen and restless, likely due to their sudden loss of freedom and the absence of their herd. Given that buffalo hide is notoriously tough and they are known for their temperamental nature, Suemo dared not easily release their bindings for fear that they might impulsively break through the thorny fence and escape. It would be necessary to wait until later, when he had gathered sufficient stone and cement to upgrade the breeding grounds perimeter to a stone wall, allowing them to roam freely. After bustling about in the breeding grounds, by the time Suemo finally reached the edge of his territory, it was nearly 3 o'clock. Stepping beyond the territory felt as though he had suddenly shed a suit of armor. His sense of security plummeted, and the feeling of crisis surged. As a lord, once outside the confines of his territory, his strength diminished significantly without its enhancement. Fortunately, with an array of talents and skills at his disposal, Suemo did not feel overly concerned about potential dangers. Rubbing the healing potion in his pocket, he felt a measure of reassurance as he made his way towards the lakeside. First, he circled the lake's edge, observing that the animal groups that had previously frolicked by the water had suddenly diminished by more than half. Within the entire area of the small lake, aside from a few wild boars, only a handful of wild ducks and birds occasionally glided across the surface. This was clearly unusual. Was it due to the absence of the two fish-headed beings, prompting the fishmen tribe to mobilize? Or was there another reason? Suemo silently speculated. Yet as long as the fish-headed beings remained in the water, and he had not awakened any water-related talents or skills, he too would refrain from entering the water to engage in battle with the fishmen tribe. After all, based on Suemo's understanding, these fish-headed beings were likely a regression of Andar's kindred civilization due to some unknown catastrophe. Who knew if they retained any extraordinary weaponry? After a prolonged observation, seeing no other anomalies, Suemo pressed on towards the coastline. This time, he did not follow the previous route to the seaside, but rather charted a new path based on the planned railway layout. Clearing the vegetation as he advanced, ASA First-Tier Extreme Professional, although the task of clearing the path consumed considerable time, it was still significantly more efficient than before in less than an hour. He once again traversed the thicket and reached the grayish-white rocky terrain. Casually picking up a piece of grayish-white rock from the ground, Suemo applied slight pressure with his hand, effortlessly grinding the hard stone into powder that scattered into the air. Is this truly limestone? Without the identification function and lacking specialized knowledge, Suemo could not be entirely certain. Nonetheless, regardless of its nature, he could collect some to return and test in the furnace. Not in a hurry to gather it, Suemo continued onward, climbing over the pile of rocks until he arrived at the seaside salt flats once more. Observing the slightly dilapidated wooden house and the decaying shipwreck not far away, Sumo's gaze shifted to the coastline, narrowing slightly in focus. The water level had evidently risen significantly, with several pieces of basalt at the lowest part of the salt flats now partially submerged. The sea salt that had not been collected in time had once again melded with the seawater. Was a high tide approaching? Chapter 60. The sail of the White Book. This natural salt flat was formed by the ebb and flow of the sea. The last time Suemo visited, it had coincided with the end of the low tide, which was crucial in preserving a substantial amount of coarse salt within the flats. It was evident that, as time passed, it was once again time for the tide to rise. Fortunately, only a small quantity of coarse salt had been submerged. Had Suemo delayed his visit any longer, he feared that the remaining 5,000 pounds of sea salt would vanish entirely. Realizing this, Suemo set aside other concerns and quickly retrieved his tools and burlap sacks from his backpack, commencing the urgent collection of coarse salt. With his extraordinary physique, Sumo's strength was no longer what it once was. Previously, it had taken him an entire morning to gather approximately 5,000 pounds of sea salt. Now, with just a bit of effort, he had completely harvested the remaining sea salt in under an hour. 32 bulging bags of sea salt were neatly piled together, forming a small hill. Suemo sat down beside the pile, taking a large gulp of water from his prepared bamboo tube, finally allowing himself a moment to breathe. The burlap sacks were each designed to hold 200 pounds, originally intended for transporting limestone purchased from the trading post. To his surprise, despite being submerged partially, the remaining sea salt still weighed over 6,000 pounds. While collecting it was not difficult, transporting the 6,000 pounds of sea salt back to the shelter would prove to be quite a challenge. Although, given Sumo's current physique, he could easily lift even 10,000 pounds. The limitations of his size and the terrain meant he could only carry 6 or 7 bags at a time. The road needed to be repaired as soon as possible. After resting for a brief moment and noting that time was slipping away, Suemo resumed his work. He first moved the 30-plus bags of sea salt over the rocky terrain to the grayish-white rocky area. Then, using the bamboo rafts he had acquired from the trading post, he loaded the bags of sea salt onto the rafts, transporting 10 bags at a time back to the shelter in 3 trips. Although Suemo had cleared the vegetation along the route beforehand, the path remained winding and rugged, having long been uninhabited. After 3 trips, he had exhausted 5 bamboo rafts, but he had successfully brought back 30.5 bags of sea salt. The remaining bag and a half had spilled along the way. Aside from the sea salt, another matter left Suemo feeling quite exhilarated. The grayish-white rocks had indeed proven to be limestone after undergoing the furnace test. Therefore, once he finished transporting the sea salt and noted that the sky had yet to darken completely, Suemo wasted no time in gathering another substantial collection of limestone. As night finally descended, Suemo deposited the approximately 1.5 meters of limestone he had carried beside the furnace. Marking the conclusion of this hurried coastal expedition, in comparison to the sea salt, Suemo found limestone much easier to collect. He did not need to exert effort chipping away at the deeply buried rocks. He simply needed to select appropriately sized pieces from the ground and sever their connection to the earth. A single cubic piece of rock weighed over 2 tons. Transporting it was far less challenging than carrying bags of sea salt. Nevertheless, even so, Suemo had worn out 2 or 3 iron tools in the process of bringing back over 20 tons of limestone. Once returned to the shelter, there would be no further need for his exertion. The fish, already prepared with a hammer early in the morning, commenced the task of shattering the entire limestone block before subjecting it to smelting and calcination. After several experiments, Suemo discovered that the yield of lime produced from the limestone was approximately around 60. This implied that from over 20 tons of limestone, one could ultimately derive more than 10 tons of lime. This lime would not only suffice for plastering houses, but would also be adequate for constructing walls around farms and orchards. Glancing at the time, Suemo noted it was already past 7 in the evening. He first checked on the progress of the fish's work from the afternoon, which was quite satisfactory in a span of over 6 hours. Approximately 60,000 pounds of pig iron had been refined, resulting in the production of 360 pairs of rails. The remaining 24,000 pounds were placed in the shop for sale. A quick glance at the shop's transaction records revealed a stark contrast to the morning, where pig iron had sold rapidly upon listing. The afternoon sales had proven to be quite challenging, with only around 20,000 pounds sold over the entire afternoon, leaving nearly 4,000 pounds still available in the shop. Was it possible that a market of nearly 10 million people could not consume 50,000 pounds of pig iron? Suemo, having no prior research on market dynamics, was perplexed by the underlying reasons. On the other hand, the over 6,000 pounds of sea salt brought back had sold remarkably well, despite a decrease in the market price for coarse salt compared to the last sale. However, the quality of this batch of sea salt was still commendable, and it was sold out at a price of 17 points per pound. The balance in his account had once again surpassed 41,000 points. Delightedly, Suemo gazed at his account balance for quite some time before turning his attention to the territory model. He chose to upgrade the brick house with plaster. After spending 1,000 survival points, he successfully constructed the virtual model atop the brick house. Subsequently, he merely needed to gradually add lime and water into the model, which would automatically form a smooth lime paste to be applied onto the brick structure. Observing the fish still diligently striking the limestone, Suemo felt no need for its assistance. He slowly began to add lime and water himself. After consuming approximately 1 ton of lime and 3 tons of water, the blue light enveloping the brick house gradually faded. The entire structure was now completely rejuvenated. Inside the house, the unsightly walls had been successfully coated with a layer of pristine putty. Not only was it completely dry, but when Suemo touched it, no dust fell off. Perfect. The new house was ready for immediate occupancy. Filled with excitement, Suemo proceeded to move the previously acquired furniture and items into the new abode, along with the 2 little creatures. Once everything was arranged, he began preparing dinner in the brand-new kitchen. The evening meal was once again a feast of spiritual fish, and of course, before cooking, Suemo did not forget about the fish and rewarded it with all the leftover entrails from the spiritual fish he had slaughtered in the morning. Although he could not comprehend its language, Suemo could see the fish joyfully carrying the wooden tub to the water channel to dine, clearly delighted. Once dinner was ready, Suemo sat in the living room, savoring the delicious meal while attending to messages in the background. Since posting the healing potion for sale, there had been a considerable number of inquiries, most of which were from individuals wishing to purchase with survival points. Suemo politely declined all offers. At present, he had no shortage of survival points and aimed to acquire more rare spiritual fruits and technological blueprints instead. Unfortunately, these items were precious to everyone, and there were hardly any willing sellers. As he skimmed through the countless meaningless inquiries, Suemo finally stumbled upon a valuable message just as his patience was waning. He quickly perked up and examined it closely. Big shot. I have a technical white booklet here. Can I exchange it for a healing potion? Chapter 61. The special healing potion, a technical white booklet for sale. Indeed, given the current resources produced from the black box, only the technical white booklet was of minimal use to ordinary people. Although it detailed the comprehensive construction process of a particular technology, for those lacking a complete industrial system, building from scratch according to the booklet's instructions was nearly impossible. Thus, at this stage, the technical white booklet was the most likely technological item to acquire. Were it not for the ability to input the relevant blueprints from the technical white booklet into the virtual model after transitioning to a lord, Suemo would not have found it appealing. He casually checked the profile information of the individual, discovering it belonged to a young man named Wang Yang, who seemed similar to him. After a brief contemplation, Suemo carefully considered his words before replying. Brother, could you briefly introduce what type of technical white booklet it is? You know, this item can only serve as a temporary technological reserve. If it's too advanced, it may prove challenging to implement. Although the technical white booklet was currently of limited utility, others were not foolish either. If Suemo appeared too eager, given his reputation, the seller might develop ulterior motives. Thus, he did not immediately agree but instead expressed his intentions and concerns. After sending the message, Wang Yang did not reply immediately as Suemo remained unhurried, continuing to browse through other messages in the background. After checking all private messages, he found no other sellers of spiritual fruits or technological items. Although slightly disappointed, he was not entirely surprised. Quickly finishing the remaining fish meat in his bowl and cleaning up the dishes, Suemo noticed that Wang Yang still had not responded. After some contemplation, he decided to head to the workshop to continue the preparation and experimentation of various medicinal materials. He also intended to study the extraordinary materials collected from the spiritual fish today. However, Just as he opened the workshop door and was about to enter, a notification appeared in the background. Sumo initially thought it was Wang Yang finally responding, but upon opening it, he discovered it was a message from Yang Feng. Slightly disappointed, he clicked on Yang Feng's message to read, but his spirits were soon lifted as Yang Feng was also seeking to exchange for a healing potion. Brother, do you still have a healing potion? I urgently need one and can exchange it for a spiritual medicine. Attached to the message was a picture of the spiritual medicine. Sumo enlarged the image and found that it was not a commonly seen spiritual fruit, but rather a bouquet of flowers emitting a faint purple glow. Judging by the purple light, it seemed to be a spiritual medicine leaning towards dark attributes, which might not be suitable for concocting healing potions. Nonetheless, Sumo promptly replied, "Yes, I have it if you're in a hurry." We can trade right away. In comparison to the technical white booklet, the efficacy of the spiritual medicine was widely recognized at this point. Since he had decided to proceed with the exchange, Sumo was not concerned about Yang Feng backing out. Thus, both parties acted swiftly. After Yang Feng provided the information of a third-party consignor, they quickly completed the transaction. As the blue light faded, the bouquet of purple spiritual flowers was revealed. Sumo reached for the spiritual medicine, and a line of information instantly appeared before his eyes. Name: Ghost Orchid. Description: a first-tier thunder attribute spiritual plant, mutated from an ordinary ghost orchid, infused with lightning power, capable of dispelling external evils. Consuming it can awaken the extraordinary or be used as an ingredient in potions. Thunder attributes could be considered a form of sunlight attributes, right? Given that there was no relevant record in Anda's notes, Sumo was uncertain. Moreover, he felt that the ghost orchid's effects did not seem to align with the healing potion. Surely, it could not be used to electrocute for healing? Contemplating to avoid waste, Sumo carefully stored the ghost orchid in the workshop, deciding against using it to concoct a healing potion. Meanwhile, Wang Yang had still not replied, leaving Sumo uncertain whether he was simply busy or unwilling to proceed with the exchange. Not wanting to rush him, Sumo took out the spiritual fish's tail, which glowed red, and began to study it meticulously. This tail, radiating red light, was evidently a crucial part of the spiritual fish. Sumo could sense a significant accumulation of extraordinary power emanating from it. Employing the techniques he used when handling spiritual medicines, he carefully channeled his alchemist powers to guide and explore. To his astonishment, he discovered that the red light at the tail was exceptionally restless and scorching, seemingly a gathering of fire attribute extraordinary energy. Could it be that the spiritual fish, dwelling in the sea, possessed fire attribute extraordinary energy? With a hint of skepticism, Sumo proceeded cautiously, attempting to draw out this seemingly fire attribute energy, akin to how he had extracted energy from the golden mango. Unlike the gentle light attributes, this fire attribute energy was alarmingly volatile. Each time he attempted to engage with it, he either faced a backlash of energy or had his guiding force absorbed, nearly triggering an explosion. Fortunately, this energy merely exhibited instinctive resistance. After a series of failures, Sumo ultimately managed to extract the tumultuous fire attribute energy into an alchemical test tube. As the extraordinary power was drawn out, the remaining segment of the fish tail, akin to a spiritual medicine stripped of its potency, rapidly lost its luster until it decayed and emitted a foul odor. Frowning, he cleaned it up and then shifted his gaze to the fiery energy within the alchemical test tube. The question arose, could fire attribute extraordinary energy also be utilized in the production of healing potions? Since the fish tail had already rotted, Sumo was unafraid of wasting some ordinary auxiliary materials. He promptly retrieved his stock of ordinary medicinal materials and began the preparation process. Subsequently, he meticulously combined the prepared medicinal properties in order. When it was time for the last addition of fire attribute extraordinary energy, Sumo instinctively held his breath. As the extraordinary power entered, the previously calm and stable solution in the test tube began to boil furiously. A significant amount of liquid evaporated, and steam rose, forming white smoke that wafted into the air. Even Sumo could directly perceive the surrounding temperature rise. Had he failed? Observing the starkly abnormal phenomenon compared to previous attempts at concocting healing potions, Sumo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. However, in the next instant, all anomalies abruptly vanished. The solution within the test tube transitioned swiftly from a bluish green to a fiery red. with nearly half of its quantity seemingly evaporating into thin air. This is, observing the reduced volume of the vibrant red liquid in the test tube, a hint of anticipation flickered in Sumo's eyes as he reached for it. In an instant, his innate talent activated. Name: Fire Attribute Healing Potion. Description: a first-tier extraordinary potion, effective only for first-tier and below Fire and Earth Attribute extraordinary beings. Conversely, it will inflict substantial harm on those with metal and water attributes. Exercise caution in its consumption. This potion, while still a healing agent, was evidently designed in accordance with the principles of the 5 elements, proving effective solely for fire and earth attributes, yet being highly toxic to metal and water attributes. As for other attributes, it bore no effect whatsoever. Nevertheless, its value remained immense. Sumo gazed at the fiery potion before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If the extraordinary energy from the spirit fish could be extracted to craft a potion of singular attribute, might it not be possible to do the same with spirit beasts of other attributes? If feasible, this would undoubtedly broaden Sumo's sources of raw materials. His fingers absent-mindedly rubbed the newly concocted potion when suddenly a notification from the system backend chimed in. Hastily, Sumo opened it, and indeed, it was a reply from Wang Yang. Chapter 62. Fully Automated Canning Factory. Apologies for the delay, esteemed one. I was preoccupied with some matters. The white manual I possess details the construction techniques for a fully automated canning factory. It meticulously records the technical specifications for all related apparatuses, including automated washing, cutting, cooking, and filling equipment. Wang Yang had evidently been busy, as he sent multiple messages in rapid succession, not only elaborating on the contents of the manual, but also sharing a plethora of insights regarding future prospects. From his messages, Sumo could distinctly sense Wang Yang's eagerness for the transaction. However, once the white manual was integrated into the territory, would it merely allow for the construction of a factory building, or would it also encompass the necessary equipment? The crux of the technical manual lay in the detailed specifications of the equipment contained within. Without the support of such advanced machinery, merely erecting a factory building would hold little value for Sumo yet. If the equipment could be constructed in tandem, the immense profits from a canning factory would likely rival those of pig iron. Nonetheless, everything remained to be validated through practical application. After a brief period of contemplation, Sumo decided against hesitating any longer and promptly replied, I can exchange this manual for a healing potion? And by the way, have you awakened your extraordinary ability? What attribute is it? Is the healing potion effective only for extraordinary beings? Wang Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed, before dutifully explaining his circumstances. I believe I am a wood attribute extraordinary being, not a fire or earth attribute extraordinary being, hence I cannot utilize the newly crafted fire attribute healing potion. With that, Sumo set aside any other thoughts and, after communicating about a third-party consignor with Wang Yang, the two swiftly completed their transaction. As the blue light dissipated, an unremarkable white manual materialized before Sumo. He picked up the manual and examined it closely. Overall, it bore no significant differences from a standard book in modern society. However, its notebook-like size contained a total of 30 pages, apart from the cover and table of contents. A cursory glance revealed that its contents aligned closely with Wang Yang's description, detailing various technical devices capable of producing canned vegetables, fruits, fish, and meat. Confirming its accuracy, Sumo promptly activated the virtual construction feature of his territory, selecting the white manual for integration. Integrating fully automated canning factory technical manual 1.10. As a system prompt sounded, a progress bar swiftly appeared on the light screen before Sumo. The reading speed was rapid, and within a minute, the progress bar reached completion. Shortly thereafter, a success notification chimed in. Upon reopening the territory interface to check, Sumo discovered a new entry labeled Integrated Blueprints had appeared. Clicking to view the details, Integrated Blueprints, Fully Automated Canning Factory Technical Manual, Basic Construction, Large Factory Building, 4050. 300 cubic meters of stone brick, 15 tons of cement, 45 tons of river sand, 80 tons of steel, currently constructible, basic equipment, fully automated washing machine, 1200 gene of steel, 100 gene of energy stones copper blocks. Technology must reach mechanical era to construct fully automated cutting machine, 1200 gene of steel, 100 gene of energy stones copper blocks. Technology must reach mechanical era to construct fully automated cooking machine. After a meticulous review, Suemo realized that apart from the factory building, all other technical devices necessitated the technological advancement to mechanical era for construction. It appeared that following the Iron Age, the next phase was the mechanical era. The crafting station for the Iron Age had yet to be established, let alone progressing to subsequent eras. In the short term, the canning factory could not be constructed. However, the one piece of good news for Suemo was that with blueprints in hand, even the most complex of technologies could be constructed through the territory's virtual building function, provided the relevant technological era was reached and basic materials were supplied. Technological advancement was indeed the key principle. Since the requisite equipment could not meet the construction criteria, Suemo saw no reason to expend vast amounts of materials on a factory building that would yield little utility. After closing the territory panel, he began to portion out the fire attribute healing potion before him. The final yield of the fire attribute potion amounted to only about 50 milliliters, far less than the previous batch. Consequently, he could only divide it into 5 vials, adding to the 3 general-purpose potions from today's transactions. Thus, Suemo's count of healing potions had returned to 8. Although the potions crafted from spirit beast materials possessed a singular attribute, they undoubtedly expanded Suemo's sources of raw materials. This was a positive outcome. After neatly storing the healing potions, Suemo tidied up the alchemical table before turning to the adjacent shop. By now, it was already the 12th evening in the New World. According to the notes left by Anda, the system would update again in 2 days, and this time it would not merely entail changes in system functions. The entire land would be shrouded in fog disasters, accompanied by various other calamities. Additionally, today had witnessed noticeable movements among the alien races in the nearby lake. Therefore, Suemo was preparing to upgrade the territory's defenses in anticipation of the impending changes. First, he intended to upgrade the breeding grounds, the sanctuary, and the fruit orchard's fences, replacing all thorny barriers with stone walls. Pulling out his notebook, Suemo began to draft a rough plan. The combined length of the sanctuary, breeding grounds, and fruit orchard's thorny fences was approximately 500 meters. Upgrading through the virtual construction feature would require about 1,100 cubic meters of stone, 10 tons of lime, and around 30 tons of river sand. Subtracting the 5,000 survival points required for construction, he could produce the lime himself. Upon checking the prices of stone and river sand in the trading post, Suemo found them to be reasonable. Generally around 1 point per cubic meter, the total construction cost would not even exceed 10,000 survival points. This might as well be to construct a massive wall encompassing the entire territory. After a simple calculation revealed the cost to be low, and seeing the over 400,000 survival points in his account, Suemo felt it would be prudent to proceed directly with the plan. Rapidly, he began recalculating. The virtual construction feature of the territory required that, without relevant blueprints, upgrades could only be applied to structures that had been physically built. Thus, the prerequisite for constructing the territory wall was to first manually encircle the area with a basic fence. Setting up a simple fence to meet the upgrade criteria meant that special thorny barriers were unnecessary. Regular fencing would suffice. Based on the current territory's dimensions, the perimeter was approximately 6.5 kilometers, necessitating over 6,500 meters of fencing. Although labor costs for standard materials had risen, the simplicity of constructing basic wooden fences, which could be reduced to a height of 1 meter, meant that the total cost would not exceed 10,000 survival points. Therefore, the next question was, could he procure the required quantity of customized fencing from the trading post and successfully encircle the entire territory within the remaining 2 days? Chapter 63. Bulk Procurement. Announcement tomorrow, he would once again be able to employ the power of contract skills, which, combined with himself, would provide 3 laborers. 3 extraordinary beings could easily encircle the territory with fencing in a single day. Moreover, he would need to allocate time for quarrying limestone to produce lime. There was ample time. Suemo slapped his notebook with fervor, his gaze suddenly brightening. After rough calculations, even if he encircled the entire territory with stone walls, the estimated total expenditure would be around 100,000 survival points. Not only was the timeline sufficient, but the survival points required were also minimal. Suemo could fully shoulder the costs. With everything planned out, he swiftly commenced step-by-step actions. First, he would customize the wooden fencing. The fabrication of the fencing was straightforward, but it was crucial to have it tailored to his specifications for ease of assembly. After contemplating, Suemo decided against seeking Zhang Chunqing for customization. Instead, he would leverage his substantial attention to post a procurement request on the forum. high-priced procurement for customized fencing, also purchasing large quantities of stone and river sand. After editing the title, Sumo detailed his customization requirements in the body of the post and included a sketched illustration for clarity. Each customized fence was acquired by Sumo at the price of 3 survival points. Following the post release, it garnered a brief period of fermentation. Although it did not breach the top 10 of trending searches, its staggering view count was not far behind. While the wooden fences were straightforward to produce, they still required a modicum of time. Once the post concluded, Sumo commenced a vigorous acquisition of stone and river sand at the trading hub. Given the ubiquitous presence and vast stockpiles of stone and river sand, coupled with the fact that most individuals had transformed into extraordinary beings, gathering these materials was effortless. Consequently, prices remained stable at approximately 1 survival point per cubic meter. Any lower, and after deducting transaction taxes, it would be more prudent to return the materials to the system for recycling. According to Sumo's prior calculations, erecting a wall 3 meters high and 1.5 meters thick outside his territory would require about 18,000 cubic meters of stone. To ensure completeness, Sumo undertook a sweeping procurement of 25,000 cubic meters of stone. As for the river sand, he opted for an ample supply, purchasing 300 cubic meters in total. The entire expenditure was just under 30,000 survival points. To facilitate transportation during construction, Sumo strategically dispersed the building materials around the perimeter of his territory upon purchase. After nearly an hour of laborious placement, he began to gradually manage the back-end sales of the customized fences. In contrast to the bulk acquisition of construction materials at the trading hub, the procurement of customized fences proved to be considerably more cumbersome. Sumo had to individually access each seller's shop, purchasing according to the predetermined prices. The acquired fences, like the other building materials, were also placed in batches around the territory. After a flurry of activity, by the time all materials were collected, it was past 1 o'clock in the dead of night. Gazing up at the pitch-black sky, devoid of both moonlight and stars, it seemed to foretell inclement weather for the coming days. Shaking his head to dispel the tumult of thoughts, Sumo turned back to the shelter, aided by the radiant glow of the sun furnace. After a day of toil, Yuda had also retreated early into the water channel for rest. Indeed, considering that Yuda had been working tirelessly since the midnight contract the previous day, he had not enjoyed any respite for nearly a full day and night. With major construction set to commence tomorrow, it was essential to conserve energy. Meanwhile, the fish-headed creature remained as before, languishing under the tree outside the shelter, bound by Sumo. Aside from the occasional watering by Yuda, it had likely gone 2 days without sustenance. Sumo contemplated that once dawn broke, he could contract it, but after a moment's thought, he decided to excavate a 10-kilogram piece of bear meat and toss it beside the fish-headed being. This would ensure it had the strength to labor during the upcoming construction surge. Not bothering to consider how the creature would manage to eat while bound, Sumo returned to the shelter and promptly posted a message indicating he would no longer be acquiring customized fences. He then disregarded the myriad lamentations in the comments below, along with some complaints about the lack of prior notice regarding the quantity needed, which had led to their futile efforts. He resumed his routine of scouring the trading hub for sunstones, energy stones, and celestial craft stones. Unsurprisingly, he found nothing else of interest in the trading hub.as for sunstones. Since his initial acquisition, Sumo had made it a nightly ritual to replenish his stock. Aside from the first 2 days, during which his purchases had driven prices up, the cost of sunstones had steadily declined thereafter. As of now, Sumo had not touched any priced above 10 points, having completely cleared out all others that were reasonably priced. However, that night, he resolved to sweep away every single sunstone available, disregarding price as long as it was not in the hundreds or thousands. After emptying the trading hub of sunstones, Sumo's balance of survival points had dwindled to just over 300,000. Meanwhile, his reserves of sunstones surged from over 7,000 cubic meters to approximately 13,000 cubic meters. As for the potential consequences of his actions, leading to a shortage of sunstones for humanity in the impending fog disaster 2 days hence, Sumo harbored no concerns. Not to mention that the sunstones he had amassed were but a drop in the ocean compared to the human population. According to Andar's notes, while sunstones could mitigate the effects of the fog, they were evidently mere consumables. Given the current market stock of sunstones, it was clear that even 10,000 humans would not survive for long in the fog disaster. This further underscored the notion that, following the outbreak of the fog disaster, the quantity of sunstones would also experience a dramatic spike. Moreover, resources such as energy stones and bizarre artifacts would likely see an increase in their emergence rates. As per Sumo's estimations, although this was merely Sumo's personal conjecture, he felt quite certain based on his experiences in the new world thus far. After all, prior to the system update, extraordinary beings had been exceedingly rare. Following the update, there had been a significant surge, with various professions also beginning to appear in succession. From Sumo's perspective, having already anticipated this crucial information, he saw no reason to act saintly by foregoing the opportunity to seize wealth that was readily available. It would be foolish to let such an opportunity slip away. Even if the situation he predicted did not materialize, and the availability of sunstones turned out to be genuinely scarce, possessing resources in his own hands would afford him leverage for future arrangements. After neatly organizing the acquired sunstones, Sumo shook his head, dispelling the cluttered thoughts in his mind, and reopened the forum, preparing to post again. The true nature of the other races and predictions for the coming disaster in 2 days, Sumo, with various resources nearly fully acquired in advance. It was time to disclose information once more. While Sumo could not engage in actions that would harm himself for the benefit of others, he could certainly assist others to a reasonable extent after ensuring his own interests were safeguarded. Chapter 64. The completion of the wall. Storm clouds gather. A faint blue glow illuminated Sumo's impassive face. With the final word of his post typed, he meticulously reviewed it to ensure there were no errors before clicking publish. Similar to his previous announcement, the information was factual, but the specifics of the information were fabricated by Sumo himself. This time, his post centered around the fish-headed creature, claiming that during his explorations, he had inadvertently discovered the fish-headed race and successfully captured one. After a period of research and continuous tracking of other fish-headed beings, he had uncovered certain details. He indicated that in 2 days, the system would likely undergo another update, potentially heralding an exceptionally terrifying disaster. He urged everyone to prepare and fortify themselves in advance to avoid unforeseen calamities. Although he refrained from detailing the disaster's nature, Sumo appended an image of the bound fish-headed creature at the end of his post. The undeniable existence of an otherworldly being further substantiated Sumo's assertions regarding the impending disaster. Once the post was published, it rapidly gained traction, reclaiming the top spot on trending searches within mere minutes. Concurrently, various building materials flew off the shelves in the trading hub. Even those who had previously lamented the cessation of fence acquisitions, resulting in unsold stock, now transformed their complaints into exuberant posts praising Sumo. In fact, while browsing the comments beneath his post, Sumo encountered some particularly outlandish replies, such as, "Is Sumo hacking? He seems to know everything in advance. Has the big shot awakened a precognitive talent? Unveiling Sumo's true identity, suspected to be the mastermind behind our journey to the new world." Intrigued, Sumo clicked on the most outrageous post to read further. The author had analyzed Sumo's initial post and combined it with various hearsay to assert, with great conviction, that Sumo was the mysterious figure who had guided everyone to this world, only revealing crucial information at pivotal moments to steer humanity's evolution. Initially suspecting it was a troll, Sumo was taken aback to find it was a genuine supporter. Accidentally clicking like on the post, he quickly closed the forum and shifted his focus to the back-end message center, responding to inquiries from familiar faces like Zhang Chunsheng. After addressing all messages, Sumo sighed in relief, glancing at the clock to see it was nearing 3 o'clock, before promptly succumbing to sleep. Since his ascension to the extraordinary, Sumo's vitality had significantly improved, especially after transitioning to the role of a lord, with all attributes reaching their first-tier limits. As long as his health was at full capacity, it mattered little whether he slept or not. Nevertheless, decades of habit were not easily cast aside. When the time came, he still felt the need to rest, as if something was missing without sleep. Thus, Sumo, despite the circumstances, chose to sleep. On the 13th day in the new world, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Sumo awoke punctually, stretching comfortably before rising from bed. He felt none of the sluggishness that used to plague him during his days as an ordinary person, where late nights and early mornings left him foggy-headed. Instead, he was brimming with energy and vitality. After fetching a bucket of water and preparing to wash up, he discovered that Yuda had already risen and was hard at work. Not only had he finished smelting the leftover iron ore from yesterday, but he was now outside, continuing to excavate the water channel. Impressive. Such initiative. No need for directives. He instinctively sought out work. What a commendable employee. If only he could gather his entire kin, Yuda would undoubtedly lead them. Silently commending Yuda, Suemo quickly completed his morning routine. Sumo returned to the living room, taking a seat at the wooden table. The skill, Contract Power, had completed its cooldown, and he promptly activated it to begin drafting the second contract. With the example of Yuda before him, Suemo needed no additional clauses. He simply transcribed from the template of Yuda's contract. As the contract was successfully inscribed, the skill re-entered its cooldown phase. Sumo then took the contract and approached the barely conscious fish-headed creature. The bear meat he had discarded last night was nowhere to be seen. It was uncertain whether it had consumed it or if Yuda had taken it away for his own enjoyment. Not dwelling on this, Suemo proceeded with the familiar method, making a cut in the creature's palm, allowing blood to fill the cavity before pressing it onto the contract. A shimmering blue light flickered as the contract dissipated into the air. Signifying its full activation, he severed the ropes binding the fish-headed creature, observing it curled up on the ground, still in a state of half-dash consciousness. Suemo cast Dispel to gradually rouse it. Regardless of its understanding, he presented a half-eaten bear paw before it, declaring, "From now on, you shall be known as Yu'er. Eat quickly to regain some strength, and then hasten to assist Yuda with that." He turned away, hands clasped behind him. To seek out Yuda, there was much heavy work to be done today, leaving no time for Sumo to patiently educate Yu'er. He intended to find Yuda and commence the installation of the territory's fencing. After a considerable period, having successfully conveyed to Yuda how to place the fences, Suemo tossed the bear paw-eating Yu'er over to Yuda for supervision and returned to the shelter to begin upgrading the perimeter fences into walls. The overall area of the shelter's outer fence was approximately 1.5 acres, enclosing the old coffin house, the newly constructed brick house, the rail production platform, and the solar furnace. Seizing the opportunity during this wall upgrade, Suemo planned to renovate the old coffin house as well, transforming it into a large outdoor kitchen. He did not intend to upgrade the buildings within the territory or the fences surrounding the fruit groves, focusing instead on the shelter and the farm for the wall upgrades. The outer walls of the shelter were conceived by Suemo with a dual-layered defense for enhanced security, since the materials were inexpensive. Future expansion of the territory could also accommodate renovations. In contrast, the farm, which housed deer and water buffalo with potential for more species in the future, warranted greater attention. The height of the internal walls of the territory was uniformly set at around 2 meters. With a thickness of 1 meter. As for the city walls surrounding the territory, Suemo envisioned a height of approximately 3 meters and a thickness of about 1.5 meters. In due course, he would reassess whether further upgrades were necessary based on actual circumstances. Time flew by swiftly. In the following hours, Suemo, alongside Yuda and Yu'er, immersed themselves in the task of constructing the city walls for the territory. Oblivious to the outside world, after a relentless day and night of toil, the installation of over 6 kilometers of wooden fencing was completed. It was not until the afternoon of the 14th day of the new century that, with the final stone and cement placed into the virtual construction model, the encompassing blue light swiftly solidified and vanished. A majestic city wall, stretching 6.5 kilometers, suddenly rose at the edge of Sumo's territory. After 2 days and nights, the stone walls were finally completed. Coincidentally, today marked the last safe night in the new world. Sumo gazed up at the dim, overcast sky, still only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and pondered. In what manner will the fog disaster descend? Will it manifest suddenly after midnight, or will it gradually creep in? Most importantly, according to records, there is no fog over the ocean. What fate awaits this coastal island on the edge of the sea? Will it be shrouded in fog or besieged by relentless monsters? All will be revealed tonight at midnight. Chapter 65. Exploring the surroundings, the tiger cub awakens. The 3-meter-high city wall undulated like a great dragon, completely encircling the territory, significantly enhancing Sumo's sense of security. The 4 exits in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions of the wall. He utilized the virtual model's functionality to expend a considerable amount of wrought iron, crafting 4 heavy iron gates. Based on Sumo's estimates, it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary low-tier adventurers to force their way through. With the completion of the wall, his sense of safety was bolstered, preparing him for any impending calamities. It was still early in the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, and Suemo directed Yuda and Yu to clear the overgrown weeds and trees within the territory. He himself, equipped with a prepared backpack and tools, hastily exited the territory. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Sumo intended to explore the surroundings before darkness fell and the fog arrived, laying the groundwork for future development. Since the construction of the shelter, Sumo's activities had primarily revolved around the shelter, the farm, and the fruit groves, with his furthest venture southward to investigate the sea. Thus, this time, Suemo planned to ascertain the geographical conditions in the other three directions. To the west of the shelter lay a river, not particularly wide, with a depth of no more than 1 meter, easily crossed given Sumo's current physique. Since the shelter was situated close to the river, the binding of the territory had also encompassed part of the river itself. The opposite bank contained about an acre of land still within the territory's boundaries. The trees in this area were relatively sparse, with a greater number of low shrubs. Crossing the river and exiting the territory through the western gate, Suemo ventured westward through the forest, moving rapidly as he sought to explore the environment. As he delved deeper, the vegetation thinned out further until he reached a rocky terrain where the sound of rushing water could be heard. Standing on a high point, Suemo gazed ahead to see a magnificent river, akin to a galloping dragon, flowing vigorously not far away. The waves crashed against the shore, surging with might. The small river within the territory likely originated from this grand river. Observing the relentless flow of this mighty river broadened Sumo's perspective. The river spanned both banks, and from Sumo's vantage point, its width appeared to exceed 20 meters. The territory was roughly 50 kilometers from here, and the river flowed in a northeast to southwest direction. This indicated that the main branch of the river lay directly north of the territory. Following the river downstream, Suemo estimated, based on the direction, the distance to the sea should not exceed 100 miles. Meaning this is the very lower reaches of the river. The midsection of the river must be impressively wide. After quietly observing for a moment and confirming the geographical conditions to the west, Suemo chose not to approach any closer but instead circle the river, heading upstream. After all, time was of the essence, and his primary goal was to clarify the surrounding environment without delving too deeply to avoid unforeseen complications. Following the river upstream would lead him directly to the north of the shelter, allowing him to investigate that area's geography as well. As twilight deepened, a light rain began to fall, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. It was just past 6 o'clock, and visibility was nearly non-existent. Suemo, carrying an iron axe and braving the rain, hurried back through the eastern gate of the territory, while Yuda and Yu were still diligently clearing the weeds and trees. Rainy days made their work easier, as they did not require constant hydration. The solar furnace continued to burn with a strange flame, seemingly unaffected by the rain, casting a bright red light that illuminated the entire territory. It was Sumo's first experience witnessing rain since arriving here. Upon returning to the living room, Suemo changed out of his damp clothing and glanced outside at the drizzle, his brow furrowing slightly. Such unusual weather undoubtedly signified an anomaly for the night ahead. However, the necessary preparations had been made. As for the rest, he could only adapt as challenges arose. He retrieved his notebook, flipping to the page containing the rudimentary map he had sketched during his exploration. Suemo contemplated deeply. This outing had consumed nearly 3 hours, during which he had finally clarified the geographical conditions surrounding the territory. As expected, the northern direction mirrored the western side, with the main branch of the river about 60 miles away. To the east lay a marshy rainforest. Among the various terrains, the marshy rainforest was the most treacherous, and Suemo dared not venture too deeply into it. Thus, he had completely mapped the terrain surrounding the territory. The western and northern sides were obstructed by a large river, and as long as the water did not rise to flood, it was unlikely to pose a danger. However, the marshy land to the east was an unknown, filled with potentially toxic creatures. Preventive measures were essential. As for the south, Suemo was most familiar with that direction. Apart from the fishmen in the lake, no other dangers lurked. The fishmen dared not venture ashore, and Suemo was unwilling to enter the water, resulting in a stalemate for the time being. However, with the onset of this rain, the situation could change. Watching Yuda and Yu working diligently in the rain, Sumo felt a subtle sense of impending danger rise within him. Yet, judging by the current state of Yuda and Yu it seemed that this fishman tribe was not particularly formidable. After all, despite being captured for such a long time, no fishmen had come ashore to retaliate. From this, Suemo surmised that there were likely no practitioners above the second tier among the fishmen, and their strongest member probably matched his own strength, being merely a first-tier practitioner. However, even considering the worst-case scenario, even with second-tier practitioners, as long as Suemo is within the territory, bolstered by various innate skills, he does not harbor much fear. While contemplating the myriad situations surrounding him, Suemo was abruptly interrupted by a series of whimpering sounds. Coming back to his senses, he turned towards the source of the noise, only to discover it emanated from the wooden crate housing the 2 tiger cubs. Oh dear, how could I forget? I haven't fed those little rascals yet. Suemo slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling his hurried efforts in organizing the territory. He had only fed the cubs during breakfast, and since he was preoccupied with erecting the city walls at noon, he had neglected to eat, and naturally, the little ones had not been fed either. Hastily approaching to check on them, he found the 2 creatures, no larger than mice, wrestling with bleary eyes, gnawing at each other in evident hunger. When did those little ones open their eyes? Separating the 2 cubs, he watched as they continued to struggle, nibbling at his fingers. It dawned on him that they had indeed opened their eyes. Typically, tiger cubs take about a week to do so. When Suemo discovered them, they must have been born only recently, certainly not yet a week old. Was it due to their exceptional talents? Or perhaps the effect of adding a bit of spirit fish blood to their milk? Chapter 66. A new transaction. Crisis approaches. Previously, when feeding them, Suemo had been adding a small amount of spirit fish blood. After all, it was the blood of an extraordinary creature, which surely had some strengthening effects. As he pondered this, he noticed the rain outside had intensified. With his freshly changed clothes, he was reluctant to venture out into the downpour to milk again. Instead, he decided to use the spirit fish blood from the alchemy table to continue feeding them. Although this time he lacked milk, he diluted the blood with some clean water and slowly fed it to them. Once they finished their meal, he cleaned the remnants of blood from their mouths with deer hide. He observed that they had become noticeably more lively, no longer merely eating and sleeping as before. Instead, after their meal, the 2 cubs began to frolic and play with each other in their nest. The little ones were covered only with a thin layer of fuzz, their mouths devoid of teeth, and their pudgy feet still lacked claws. Thus, Suemo was not concerned about them injuring him, allowing them to play freely. After gently rubbing the 2 little fluff balls, he rose and retrieved the last 5 pounds of spirit fish meat to prepare his dinner. After a busy period, it was already 8 o'clock when he finally sat down to eat. As usual, he munched on his dinner while checking the system for updates. His survival point balance had plummeted from over 400,000 to just above 20,000. This was not due to the high cost of constructing the city walls, which had only amounted to just over 100,000. The remaining survival points had been spent on acquiring ore. Therefore, although his current balance was low, he had collected a considerable amount of ore over the past 2 days, converting the survival points into reserves of pig iron and iron tracks. Despite spending most of his time on construction, the solar furnace and iron track production station had not ceased operations. As of now, the iron ore reserves within the territory had been completely depleted, leaving him with 40,000 pounds of pig iron and 1,600 iron tracks. This was after delivering several hundred tracks, each to Zhang Chunxing and Yang Feng. In reality, had it not been for the significant amount of iron ore provided by these 2 over the past couple of days, Suemo would not have been able to acquire enough on his own. While the quantity of tracks was still insufficient to lay down to the coast, once the fog disaster struck tomorrow, the price of solar stones within the territory would undoubtedly soar. At that point, he could smelt the iron ore while simultaneously laying tracks, provided it was safe to do so. After roughly tallying his resource reserves, Suemo turned his attention to the forum. Compared to previous days, today's forum was exceptionally lively. The post he had made remained at the top of the trending list, while most other posts were speculating about the recent updates and potential disasters. Upon browsing, Suemo noted particularly that aside from a few special regions, most areas were currently experiencing rainy weather. This unusual phenomenon had naturally drawn considerable attention. Many were speculating about the possibility of continuous heavy rains leading to catastrophic floods. Consequently, the prices of timber in the market had soared. After all, if a great flood were to occur, no amount of safe buildings would suffice. It would be wiser to prepare a canoe for a slim chance of survival. There were also many who had chosen to leave their shelters in search of higher ground to observe the situation. Others inundated Suemo with private messages and posts, some humbly seeking more information. While others resorted to various insults and complaints, Sumo chose not to engage in disputes, blocking those he deemed necessary and filtering out unwanted messages, due to the influx of private messages over the past 2 days. He had already disabled temporary messaging shortly after posting his message the day before, only accepting messages from familiar contacts. Once he finished his meal and cleaned his utensils, he contemplated whether to continue researching medicinal herbs or to remain on the forum awaiting the arrival of midnight. Just as he was wavering in indecision, Zhang Chunxing unexpectedly sent a message. Upon opening it, Suemo discovered that Zhang Chunxing was preparing to exchange a spirit fruit for a healing potion to prepare for the impending crisis. Seeing another spirit fruit coming in, Suemo readily agreed and promptly replied, "Brother Zhang, are you using this for yourself or for someone else? Also, does the martial artist profession have attribute classifications?" Compared to fire attribute potions, Suemo had few universal healing potions in reserve. Thus, before any transaction, he would clarify the specific attributes, prioritizing the sale of fire attribute potions. As soon as Suemo sent the message, he received an immediate reply from Zhang Chunxing. Are there attribute requirements for healing potions? There are indeed attribute classifications for martial artists. I belong to the earth attribute profession, wanting to prioritize the sale of fire attribute potions without lowering the price. Suemo needed to employ some specialized language skills to promote his offerings. "Brother Zhang, I have recently developed a new type of healing potion specifically for fire and earth attribute practitioners. This potion is not suitable for practitioners of other attributes, and for those with fire and earth attributes, it not only enhances effectiveness but also has a probability of amplifying their inherent energy." Suemo's claim about the enhancement effect was somewhat exaggerated, but the prospect of amplifying their corresponding attribute energy was not mere fabrication. Although the information provided through the data view did not mention it, Suemo had a sense that practitioners of specific attributes would experience a slight increase in their extraordinary attribute energy for a short duration after consuming the potion. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chunxing responded, "All right." Seeing the successful recommendation, a smile crept onto Suemo's face. After discussing the transaction details, the two swiftly completed the trade. Name: Geothermal Flame Fruit. Description: a first-tier fire attribute spirit fruit that significantly increases fire attribute energy when consumed by extraordinary practitioners. Can be used for potion crafting. Upon reviewing the description of the spirit fruit, Suemo's gaze sharpened, realizing that this geothermal flame fruit was unlike any he had received before. It did not provide the usual indication for awakening the extraordinary, suggesting that not all spirit fruits and magical plants could be used for such purposes. Moreover, while this fruit could also be utilized to create healing potions, it appeared more suitable for crafting potions aimed at enhancing strength. Unfortunately, Suemo had not mastered the relevant recipes, nor did he find any notes from Anda on the subject. After pondering for a moment, he carefully placed the spirit fruit on the alchemy table for safekeeping. With a sufficient stock of healing potions remaining, there was no rush to concoct more. Following this brief interlude, Suemo decided to refrain from engaging in other activities, calling for Fishda and fish air to forage or rest by the waterway or riverbank. He passed the time browsing the forum, silently awaiting the arrival of midnight. Time swiftly slipped away, and soon it was nearing midnight. Suemo, keeping a close watch, patiently awaited the moment when the system displayed the time changing to 000000. The 14th day had come to a definitive close. Just as he prepared to check the transaction features in the marketplace for any updates, a sudden tightness gripped his heart, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloping him. Suemo was momentarily taken aback but quickly recognized the source of this sudden foreboding. Someone was invading his territory. Chapter 67. The fog disaster descends, fishmen surround the city. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, while fierce winds rustled the leaves, producing a sound reminiscent of ghostly wails. Clad in a raincoat, with a conical hat perched upon his head and his feet adorned with exquisite straw sandals crafted from green lime fruit, Suemo observed the scene before him. The pale blue interface clearly displayed a multitude of shadowy figures outside the walls of his territory, particularly at the southern gate. Though the image was somewhat blurred, it was evident that the figures present were none other than the fish-headed humanoids that had recently displayed abnormal behavior in the lake. Were they attempting to exploit the heavy rain to compensate for their disadvantage upon landing and launch a surprise attack on his territory? Despite the evident preparations of the enemy and their considerable numbers, Suemo remained unperturbed. The city walls he had painstakingly constructed over the past 2 days were precisely for this moment of defense. Even though the Fishhead tribe was comprised entirely of extraordinary beings, they found themselves utterly dumbfounded in the face of a towering city wall that reached a height of 3 meters and boasted a thickness of 1.5 meters. After all, they were situated on solid ground rather than submerged in a lake. The torrential downpour merely ensured they could remain on land for an extended period, rather than allowing them to leap with the same agility they would exhibit in water. Thus, Suemo calmly organized his gear, wielding an iron axe as his weapon, before leisurely exiting the sanctuary and traversing through the downpour towards the city wall. As he passed by the drainage ditch, he noticed the 2 fish, oblivious and sound asleep, named Fish 1 and Fish 2, but he chose not to rouse them. After all, compared to the numerous fishheads outside, the 2 of them were merely ordinary extraordinary beings. Offering little utility, with determined strides, he descended the steps at the base of the city wall and ascended to the top. The raindrops, akin to beans, incessantly pelted his body. Standing atop the battlements, Suemo's gaze initially did not settle on the agitated fishheads below, but rather drifted towards the pitch-black night beyond the territory. Utilizing the feeble illumination from the sun's forge, he could faintly discern wisps of white mist concealed within the inky, rain-soaked darkness. Although the mist was still somewhat tenuous, its distinctive hue indicated that the terrifying fog disaster recorded in Anda's notes was gradually descending upon them on the 15th day since their arrival in this new world. Perhaps due to their proximity to the mainland, even Suemo, residing on an island, was not exempt from its influence. Thud, thud, thud. As his gaze lingered in the distance, Suemo found himself lost in contemplation regarding the impending disaster. Meanwhile, the assembly of fishheads below grew increasingly agitated. Following a cacophony of discontented cries, a dozen or so fishheads swiftly procured 3 trees of unknown origin, not for the purpose of besieging the city, but instead, they positioned them atop the battlements to create a makeshift bridge for their ascent. Suemo couldn't help but chuckle at their ingenuity. They possessed some siege tactics after all. This was fortuitous. For although he was an extraordinary first-tier practitioner, residing within his territory and wielding formidable power, Suemo lacked any impressive combat skills. Moreover, being a product of modern society, he had no experience in battle. Faced with 100 or so fishhead adversaries, it would indeed be unreasonable to expect him to charge out of his territory and engage in a duel. However, standing on the battlements, he felt confident against the clumsy, extraordinary beings scrambling up. He decided to remove 2 of the trees, leaving just 1 in place. Standing poised atop the wall, he awaited their approach. As each fishhead scaled the battlements, he did not even need to employ any skills. With a swift strike of his axe, he knocked them unconscious before they could even regain their footing. It mattered not the extent of their injuries. As long as they survived, they would be forced to work for him come morning. The gap between ordinary extraordinary beings and genuine practitioners was vast. Relying solely on his physical prowess, Suemo could effortlessly overpower them without any technique, just sheer speed and precision. With this method, he swiftly incapacitated 3 fishheads who had attempted to climb up. Soon after, the 2nd and 3rd trees were successfully maneuvered into position on the opposite side of the battlements. Clever little creatures, he mused as he swiftly dispatched another fishhead that had just arrived. The other 2 trees, having been repositioned too far away, were no longer a concern. He had intended to unleash a powerful tiger's roar, to strike them down as they charged. But to his surprise, the fishheads exhibited unexpected intelligence. Instead of rushing headlong into battle as he had anticipated, the fishheads that climbed from the other 2 trees paused to gather in a group of 3 before unleashing a barrage of water arrows towards him from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suemo had completely forgotten that these ordinary extraordinary fishheads possessed the ability to perform ranged attacks with water arrows. Caught off guard, he was struck directly in the chest by 3 arrows. The torrential rain seemed to amplify their potency, and they pierced through his outer attire, splattering a significant amount of straw as they embedded themselves into his chest, transforming into droplets that scattered. Startled, Suemo felt an intense itch akin to insect bites at the sight of impact, and then nothingness. Confused, he glanced down at his chest, where he observed a sizable hole in his sweatshirt, but the wounds inflicted by the water arrows had already healed. Instinctively, he checked his health points. .9903, .9905. The 3 water arrows had collectively caused less than 100 points of damage. There was no need for potions. His passive skill, robustness, would suffice to restore his health swiftly. With no further hesitation, Suemo brandished his iron axe and dashed towards the 3 astonished fish heads. With a swift motion, he knocked each one out in quick succession, including the 3 he had just incapacitated. Suemo had now rendered a total of over a dozen fish heads unconscious atop the battlements. Feeling that he had sufficiently reduced their numbers, he realized that he had captured more than enough laborers for the coming weeks. Without further ado, he seized the tree propped against the battlements and swept away the fish heads still clambering atop it, sending them flying into the throng below, resembling autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind. What audacity to launch a night raid! As he observed the fish heads faltering under his assault, Suemo quickly lost interest in continuing the engagement. After all, having captured over a dozen fish heads, he had secured labor for the next half-month. Just as he contemplated executing a high-intensity tiger's roar to clear the area and return to inspect the system updates, a raspy, discordant melody suddenly pierced through the chaotic noise of the fish heads below. An intangible ripple spread outward. The torrential rain seemed to be drawn towards the source of the song, converging neatly into the midst of the fish head crowd. In an instant, a foot-deep surge of water accumulated at the base of the city wall. Steadily rising, the hidden practitioner among the fish heads finally revealed themselves. Chapter 68. Full Force Eruption, Inheritance of the Extraordinary. Just this singular mastery of water manipulation showcased their exceptional prowess. The water swelled, and the disoriented fish heads that had been sent tumbling by Suemo's earlier strike swiftly regrouped within its embrace. It appeared that the cacophonous song, which Suemo found grating, had a soothing effect on the ordinary fish heads, providing healing and tranquility. Witnessing this scene, Suemo furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave as he gazed into the throng of fish heads. Emerging from the crowd was a robust fish head standing over 2 meters tall, unlike its unarmed counterparts. It wielded a massive, obsidian spear that gleamed ominously in the dim light as it strode forward. Locking eyes with Suemo atop the battlements, does this fish head possess an extraordinary artifact? The realization that the spear was clearly not crafted from ordinary metal sent a shiver down Suemo's spine. Uncertain of the specific occupation of this fish head, coupled with the potential power of its artifact, he could no longer afford to underestimate it. Instantly, he resolved to unleash his full strength, casting aside all prior dismissiveness. Dominion, standing atop the walls within his territory, although he had only 2 ordinary extraordinary subjects, Fish 1 and Fish 2, the activation of his Dominion skill would still enhance his attributes, albeit marginally. Nevertheless, Suemo opted to activate this skill first. Dominion Power, Active Skill. Within the confines of his territory, he could summon the strength of all his subjects to converge within himself. This included their extraordinary energy and innate abilities. As the Dominion Power took effect, the 2 fish heads that had been peacefully slumbering in the drainage ditch suddenly had their strength siphoned away, their eyes rolling back as they floated to the surface. Simultaneously, Suemo's skill panel illuminated, revealing the Water Arrow skill. This newfound ability effectively compensated for his lack of offensive skills. Glancing at the stat panel, he noted a slight increase of nearly 20 points in spirit and close to 30 in physique. Though negligible, it was better than nothing. Without further delay, Suemo focused his mind on the towering fishhead practitioner, channeling a vast reservoir of extraordinary power within him to unleash the Water Arrow skill. As his extraordinary energy rapidly dissipated, countless water vapors surged into the air, coalescing into a gigantic water arrow nearly a meter in length. Just as the arrow took form, before the fishhead practitioner could react, it shot forth with tremendous speed, piercing through the air towards its target. What seemed like a prolonged preparation unfolded in the blink of an eye. The fishhead, witnessing Suemo's sudden surge of power, felt an instinctive alarm. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, it saw the familiar yet foreign giant water arrow soaring towards it with alarming velocity. Just as it prepared to raise its artifact in defense, a thunderous roar echoed, rendering its mind blank, causing the spear to slip from its grasp and clatter to the ground. Boom! Deafening explosion reverberated through the air, sending countless droplets of water cascading in every direction. Not only was the fishhead practitioner knocked from the waves, its fate uncertain, but the residual impact of the water arrows also engulfed the nearby ordinary extraordinary fishheads, causing them to erupt in clouds of crimson mist, instantly slaying them. As the waves receded beneath the battlements, Sumo's full-force execution of Tiger's Roar, combined with the water arrow skill derived from Fish 1 and Fish 2, formed a perfect synergy of control and assault. While most of the force was absorbed by the fishhead practitioner, the residual energy nonetheless annihilated over a dozen fishheads, leaving the majority of the remaining ones in a state of unconsciousness. Blood streaming from their orifices, Sumo glanced at the energy value on the panel, which had diminished by nearly 5,000 points. He was not surprised by the devastating effect of his strike. Few fish-headed beings remained standing beneath the city walls, and the sole professional among them was seemingly unaware of their fate. There was no longer any entity capable of threatening Sumo. The next task was to clear the battlefield, particularly the peculiar spear that he was determined to acquire. However, having ventured outside the territory, Sumo remained confident that the fish-headed beings, even if they had not succumbed to his attack, had lost their combat abilities. To be cautious, he first remotely controlled the two fish, Big Fish and Second Fish, who were rolling their eyes in the waterway, directing them to approach him, as the subjects of the territory. They were absent during the battle, yet it fell upon him to perform the task of clearing the battlefield. Even if weakened by the power of domination, he would manage. Once he guided Big Fish and Second Fish to the foot of the city wall, Sumo cast the Dispel skill upon them, instantly reviving their senses and temporarily restoring some strength. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, he carefully directed them to exit the city gate, disregarding the remaining, still unconscious fish-headed beings, and proceeded directly toward the direction where the fish-headed professional had fallen. Upon nearing the site, Sumo, through the vision of Big Fish and Second Fish, realized that he had underestimated the power of the water arrow technique, which had consumed a significant amount of energy. Not only did it strike the fish-headed professional, sending it crashing into the waves, but it also left a 1-meter-deep crater upon impact. The once extraordinary fish-headed professional had been rendered half its body, visibly gasping for breath. Goodness, such might! Even Sumo felt a slight shock within, for this was his first experience in combat against foes. Uncertain of the enemy's precise capabilities, he had naturally drawn upon a bit more energy than necessary for safety's sake. After a brief moment of silent mourning for the creature, Sumo directed Big Fish to retrieve the peculiar spear lying nearby, while also commanding Second Fish to carry the remaining half of the fish-headed professional's body. They skillfully navigated around the ordinary fish-headed beings sprawled across the ground and returned to the confines of the territory without encountering further attacks. Among the fish-headed clan, aside from a handful of ordinary extraordinary fish-headed beings that had fled, the rest remained behind. Upon the return of Big Fish and Second Fish with their spoils, Sumo first ascertained that the fish-headed professional was indeed on the brink of death and not feigning it. Before disregarding it, he signaled for Big Fish and Second Fish to continue clearing the battlefield and transporting the loot. With a surge of excitement, he examined the peculiar spear he had acquired. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length and weighing around 50 kilograms, its surface was entirely obsidian, leaving Sumo unable to discern its material. As he grasped the spear, he infused it with extraordinary energy, and a wealth of information naturally flooded into his mind. Name: Xian Tai Sanlong Cha. Description: a legendary artifact forged by the Hall tribe's master craftsman, indestructible and razor-sharp. It grants the ability to breathe underwater, command colossal waves, and wield the extraordinary power to control marine creatures, containing fragments of the Hall tribe's legacy. Chapter 69. The Enigma of Alien Races and Professional Systems. The name Hall tribe struck Sumo as unexpectedly familiar, and as he recalled, a sudden realization struck him. Without pausing to further examine the other details of this artifact, he hastily retrieved his notebook to search for relevant information. Indeed, he found a mention of this race in Andar's notes. According to Andar's records, the Hall tribe predominantly inhabited coastal regions. They hailed from the same world as Andar, yet their existence there seemed rather dire. It was only upon arriving in this world that they began to flourish, gaining control over all coastal trade. They even spread false information to entice many adventurers from inland areas to seek opportunities for profit. Andar had been one of their victims, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the tribe, even declaring that he would annihilate them once he ascended to a higher professional rank. After meticulously reviewing Andar's accounts of the Hall tribe, Sumo found himself ensnared in contemplation. Based on the final entries in the notes, It appeared that even after Andar had truly ascended to a high-level potion master, he had been unable to eradicate the Hall tribe. Given their control over coastal trade and a comprehensive industrial system capable of constructing iron-powered vessels, it was evident that the Hall tribe possessed a plethora of lord-level professionals to accomplish such feats. Thus, a pressing question arose. How had an artifact of the Hall tribe found its way into the possession of these fish-headed beings? The deeper Suemo delved into this conundrum, the more he felt he was inching closer to the truth. These fish-headed beings evidently possessed considerable intelligence. According to his prior conjectures, they may have devolved from a wise race due to an unknown corruption. The information conveyed by this artifact only served to reinforce that notion that it was highly probable that these fish-headed beings were a degenerated form of the Hall tribe. However, instead of feeling elated at his increasing proximity to the truth, Sumo's brow furrowed in concern as a multitude of questions remained unanswered. If these fish-headed beings were indeed a degeneration of the Hall tribe, then why did the images sent by Yang Feng depict distinctly different alien races with tails? Entirely separate from the fish-headed beings, did the process of degeneration vary by region, resulting in different post-degeneration races? Moreover, according to Andar's notes, even the Hall tribe was susceptible to the influence of mist disasters. Yet, the fish-headed beings before him were entirely unbothered by the white fog, moving freely without any apparent hindrance. Could it be that the post-degeneration races were better adapted to this world? If so, what was truly meant by degeneration? It seemed more akin to evolution. As one riddle unraveled, Suemo found himself confronted with an array of new, unsolved enigmas. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the uncertainties in his mind remained unresolved due to the insufficient information at hand. Taking a deep breath, he reined in his thoughts and resumed his exploration of the information contained within the artifact. Ocean Elf Profession Inheritance. Methods for cultivating blue water lotus. Techniques for raising blue flower sea snails. An abundance of extraordinary information emerged in his mind, and the more he perused, the more exhilarated he became. He swiftly retrieved his notebook, diligently recording each detail. This inheritance information not only meticulously detailed the transition techniques from the 1st to the 7th rank of a profession known as the Ocean Elf, but also systematically encompassed the cultivation methods for related spiritual entities. For instance, it described that to transition into the 1st rank of the Ocean Elf profession, one must master a complex and obscure melody. After consuming a spiritual entity known as the blue water lotus in the ocean, one must then sing the melody in its entirety to successfully assume the Ocean Elf profession. Once employed, this profession grants 3 extraordinary abilities. The first is the ability to survive and engage in underwater combat, allowing even those unskilled in swimming to navigate the ocean freely. The second allows for the temporary control of marine creatures of the same rank and lower for combat. And the third enables the summoning of vapor to create colossal waves, marking it as a formidable oceanic combat profession. Of course, while this profession was undeniably powerful, Suemo could only admire it from a distance. Ever since he transitioned to a lord, he had come to understand certain characteristics related to professions, that, barring severe elemental conflicts, individuals could possess a maximum of 2 professional systems. Exceeding this limit would result in a catastrophic clash of extraordinary powers, leading to immediate demise. Thus, despite his envy for the Ocean Elf profession, Suemo could not pursue it further. However, it was not entirely without merit. In the future, it could serve well either for sale to others or for the transition of his territory's subjects. In comparison to the oceanic profession, Suemo placed greater value on the associated cultivation techniques for these spiritual herbs and entities. The information contained comprehensive cultivation techniques for spiritual entities from the 1st to the 7th rank, encompassing both spiritual herbs and unique marine creatures. Most importantly, some lower-ranked spiritual entities could even be cultivated on a large scale. After meticulously documenting all this information into his notebook, Suemo finally felt a sense of relief, satisfied as he carefully reviewed it once more to ensure nothing was overlooked. Only after confirming this did he put away his notebook and, spear in hand, approached the severely wounded fish-headed professional. In truth, the most advantageous outcome for Suemo at this juncture would be to successfully capture the leader of this fish-headed clan and impose a contract of servitude, by controlling the leader. He could transform the entire fish-headed clan into laborers for his territory, aiding in construction. Regrettably, he had not managed to exert control over his power adequately. witnessing the fish-headed professional in such a critical state. Even if Suemo were willing to administer a healing potion to revive it, it would likely emerge as a useless cripple. Thus, he opted to plunge the trident directly into its neck, extinguishing its life entirely. Subsequently, he carefully opened its chest cavity to extract its heart and collect its vital blood, preserving it meticulously. This could serve as one of the materials for Suemo's future ascension, living blood from a first-rank creature. As for the remaining half of the corpse, he saw no waste. Although he did not intend to consume it himself, he could offer it to the trading post for others to study. For instance, Zhang Buqian would undoubtedly find it immensely intriguing. Having processed the spoils acquired from this professional, Suemo's gaze shifted once more to the extraordinary fish-headed beings that Big Fish and Second Fish were gradually transporting into the territory. Acquiring an extraordinary artifact and a wealth of professional information certainly fills Suemo with immense delight. However, in reality, the true spoils that can rapidly yield results lie within this group of ordinary fish-headed beings. Whether alive or deceased, each fish represents a considerable treasure. Chapter 70. The Ascendancy of Fishda, the Forum's Rampage. The total number of fish-headed beings that arrive to launch an assault is approximately 100. Aside from the 10 or so that Suemo initially captured, nearly half of the remaining ones perished under the aftershocks of the Tiger Roar and Water Arrow skills. The rest are all injured. Upon a rough count, about 43 have sustained minor injuries, while around 17 or 18 are gravely wounded and on the brink of death. The lightly injured can be set aside for now. Suemo instructs Fishda and Fish Air to bind them with ropes to restrict their movements. For the severely injured, Suemo expends a significant amount of extraordinary energy to cast the Dispel skill. Should they survive, they will undoubtedly serve him diligently in the future. Even if they do not endure, they can be packaged together with the 30 or so deceased fish-headed beings, thus contributing to his cause as well. Each fish has its own utility. However, while temporarily restraining these fish-headed beings with ropes may suffice, the longer-term implications of their potential escape must be considered, alongside the challenge of providing sustenance. Therefore, Suemo's next course of action is to expedite Fishda or Fish Air's transition into a professional, thereby establishing them as the leaders of this group of fish-headed beings. If successful, he can reap the benefits of a labor force without expending excessive time on contracts. Currently, the ocean spirit profession seems most suitable for the two of them. Yet, apart from the required Aqua Lotus, which Suemo lacks, transitioning into the ocean spirit profession also necessitates mastery of a convoluted and obscure ballad, a task that, even for Suemo, seems daunting to accomplish in a short span of time. After much contemplation, Suemo resolves to concoct an awakening potion instead, allowing Fishda to directly transition into the potion master profession, given that the necessary materials are readily available. Once all the fish-headed beings are securely settled in a corner of his territory, with Fishda and Fish Air overseeing them, Suemo swiftly returns to the shelter with a trident and the heart's blood extracted from the professional fish-headed beings. Upon entering the workshop, he carefully preserves the heart's blood and promptly retrieves the relevant herbs to prepare a first-tier awakening potion. The primary material selected is the lightning attribute spiritual herb, the Ghost Orchid, obtained from Yangfeng. Although Fishda, as a water attribute extraordinary being, would ideally be paired with a corresponding water attribute spiritual herb, Suemo unfortunately does not possess one. Thus, he resorts to the Ghost Orchid, which is comparatively less likely to cause attribute conflict. As for the auxiliary materials, he uses a 4-leaf ginseng to prepare the active plant powder, which is slightly inferior to the 5-leaf ginseng that Suemo himself had consumed. After careful consideration, he ultimately chooses deer blood for the active animal powder, hoping to enhance Fishda's coordination and agility, enabling him to perform more intricate tasks in the future. Lastly, the dew, which Suemo had previously collected and preserved with foresight, is also readily available. Compared to healing potions, concocting a first-tier awakening potion is considerably simpler. In less than half an hour, Suemo successfully prepares it. Unlike the greenish potion he had consumed earlier, this potion, made from the Ghost Orchid, exhibits a darker hue. If not for the occasional flicker of light within, Suemo might have doubted the success of his endeavor. With the potion in hand, he calls Fishda to the life transmutation array he had previously inscribed. Without wasting time on unnecessary words, he personally guides Fishda to sit cross-legged at the center of the array, signaling him to remain still before cautiously pouring the entire potion into the array. As white light ascends, the array activates. Witnessing another's transition into the potion master profession firsthand, Suemo observes with a keen eye from a spectator's perspective, noting the peculiarities of the process. Once the array is activated, the white light forms a cocoon, enveloping the entire being, the entire transformation resembling a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Truly marvelous. Reflecting on his own experience, it seems that Fichte will require some time before successfully breaking free from the chrysalis. Therefore, Suemo decides to set up a bamboo chair, remaining vigilant against any unforeseen events while simultaneously reopening the system forum to check for today's specific updates. However, upon opening the forum, the titles of the posts immediately draw a frown from Suemo. The top trending topic is an update summary post compiled and published by Zhang Chunsheng. This is not unexpected, as Suemo had anticipated checking the forum for system updates. The second trending topic discusses the sudden appearance of white mist, a topic that also seems normal. However, from the third position onward, the majority of posts are vehemently denouncing Suemo. Rational analysis. If you had prior knowledge of the impending disaster, would you exploit that information for profit, or would you choose to be a hero for humanity? Han Luo, casual bystander, exposing the full story of Suemo, who amassed 8 million followers. Yang Hao, taking from the people, giving back to the people. I hereby call upon everyone to denounce Suemo and demand he donate all his solar stones. Tang Zhiyong, hero? Pa, a profiteer, someone who has forsaken their conscience, disregarding the safety of all humanity, solely to indulge in being a black-hearted merchant. Song Haoran. After a cursory glance, Suemo realizes that apart from discussions regarding updates and the disaster, the remainder of the forum is predominantly filled with posts denouncing and cursing him. Just yesterday, the forum was rife with respect and praise for him. Yet today it has been overrun. The reason? After an initial moment of shock, becomes clear to Suemo as he schemes through several posts. The crux of the issue lies in his prior extensive acquisition of solar stones. Shortly after midnight, the inexplicable white mist began to envelop the entire continent. Initially, it appeared only in sparse quantities, failing to attract the attention of most. However, as time progressed, the dispersing white mist gradually intensified. Many individuals began to experience unusual symptoms, headaches, fevers, coughs, and other negative conditions emerged in succession. Moreover, their mental states grew increasingly irritable. Those who had stockpiled solar stones in advance or fortuitously acquired them soon discovered that, as the mist thickened, their once ordinary solar stones began to emit a faint white light, dispelling the surrounding mist. Meanwhile, they exhibited no symptoms akin to others. This stark contrast quickly unveiled the true efficacy of the solar stones. Regrettably, there were but a few sellers of solar stones on the trading platform. Even those who possessed a small number began to hoard them, drastically inflating prices. Consequently, threads detailing Suemo's extensive stockpiling of solar stones from 7 days prior, along with trading records, were unearthed. Countless individuals found themselves suffering in the mist. While Suemo enjoyed the fruits of his labor in peace, the disparity sparked a profound sense of injustice among the masses. Coupled with the adverse effects of the mist, their negative emotions were amplified, leading to a frenzy of outrage. A veritable hornet's nest had been stirred. Countless individuals, akin to sharks sensing blood, began to vehemently denounce and curse Suemo on the forum, venting their frustrations and turmoil. Chapter 71. Establishing a faction. The foreboding of hidden threats. As the mist disaster looms, the efficacy of solar stones has surged. Suemo's prior actions in stockpiling solar stones have been exposed, prompting mockery and condemnation. This was something Suemo had anticipated from the outset of his posting. Everyone has their own interests, especially in a world reminiscent of an apocalypse. Would he truly, as the forum suggests, selflessly share all the hard-earned information he possesses? For what purpose? To be elevated by those on the forum, bestowed with the title of hero of humanity? Suemo has traversed the modern landscape of explosive internet information and is well aware of its nature. Today, they might elevate you as a hero, yet tomorrow, over trivial matters, they will unceremoniously drag you down from your pedestal. Such is human nature. The internet possesses no memory. Therefore, despite Suemo's current advantages in information and personal development, he has no intention of becoming a saint or savior. Even during his previous disclosures of information, it was done with his own interests firmly in mind. His principle is to prioritize his own needs first, self-preservation before aiding others. This guiding principle remains unchanged, regardless of the forum's current outrage, nor will it sway him to act merely due to the forum's adulation. Moreover, while the forum's uproar seems entirely logical on the surface, it is, in fact, highly peculiar. After all, the vast majority of individuals have already awakened. Even those who are yet to ascend should find it manageable to withstand the newly emerged, albeit still sparse, mist disaster for a short while. At most, they may experience slight discomfort and irritability, but they would not immediately lose their rationality. However, the scale of the forum's uproar suggests that it is not merely a spontaneous phenomenon. There must be some organization or covert instigation at play. Sumo, possessing such an abundance of resources, inevitably attracts envy. Yet, the sheer magnitude of this backlash cannot be the work of just one or two individuals. It undoubtedly requires a level of coordination beyond the ordinary. Currently, the three primary faction leaders on the forum have all maintained amicable relations with Sumo given their intelligence. It does not seem like they're doing. Thus, it is highly probable that a dark force lurks beneath the surface of the forum. Unfortunately, the information available is too scant. From the profiles of the few overtly agenda-driven rationalists on the forum, Sumo has gleaned little insight. After all, he spends relatively little time on the forum and group chats, primarily checking in only when necessary. In times like these, the importance of possessing a faction becomes glaringly apparent. Although such matters do not significantly affect Sumo, witnessing such a large-scale purge is indeed quite distressing. Sumo gazed intently at the information on the forum for a considerable time, blocking those who needed to be blocked and silencing those who required silencing. He had no intention of responding. Yet he had already resolutely decided within himself that it was time to leverage his advantages to establish influence. At the very least, he needed to assemble a capable group of Water Army members who could linger in forum group chats and promptly detect any abnormal information. After all, his mood had been impacted. Sumo briefly skimmed through Zhang Chuanxing's post regarding the system update, grasping the general information before closing the forum. He then opened the 99 message notifications. Not responding did not mean Sumo was idle. He needed to identify those who were secretly undermining him. Due to the sudden forum purge, his back-end messages had already exploded. However, having been preoccupied with battling the Fishhead Man and wrapping up battlefield affairs, Sumo initially thought the surge in inquiries stemmed from the confirmation of information he had previously disclosed. It was only after discovering the forum situation that he realized this was clearly not the case. Upon opening the message notifications, Sumo took a cursory glance and found that most messages were reminders to pay attention as the situation on the forum regarding the denunciation of him gradually unfolded. A few others inquired about the specifics and offered words of consolation, urging him not to mind the negativity. Overall, at least on the surface, those who had mutual connections with Sumo did not display any overt malice. As for their true thoughts, he chose not to concern himself with them. He believed in judging actions rather than intentions. Sumo replied to each person who had messaged him with reminders and greetings, also inquiring about their current situations. He even traded some sunstones with a few as a token of gratitude. After addressing these matters, Sumo finally turned his attention to the messages from Zhang Chunlai, Yang Feng, and Zhang Buqian. Each of these individuals commanded their respective factions and were well informed, being among the first to detect anomalies and warn Sumo naturally. This also served to clarify that they were not involved in the incident, preemptively distancing themselves from the situation. However, unlike the polite reminders from Yang Feng and Zhang Buqian, Zhang Chunxing provided a wealth of specific related information. Damn, I knew you were hiding some details. Fortunately, I bought a batch of sunstones in advance and made a profit. Heh. This message, sent shortly after the fog disaster broke out, revealed a tone of pride. Sumo couldn't help but smile knowingly. Not surprised at all, after all, in this world. While many things are scarce, clever individuals are not among them. Individuals like Zhang Chunxing, who wield significant power and possess abundant resources, along with ample spare money and patience, had followed Sumo's lead to accumulate sunstones. However, the distinction between them lay in Sumo's clear understanding of the value and purpose of the sunstones, leaving him unafraid of being stuck with them. Zhang Chunxing, on the other hand, merely found Sumo's extensive acquisition of an unknown item peculiar and had subconsciously invested a bit. Moreover, based on Sumo's speculation, it was likely that Zhang Chunxing was not alone. Even Yang Feng, Zhang Buqian, and other resourceful individuals might also be hoarding some. Without further contemplation, Sumo continued to peruse the subsequent messages from Zhang Chunxing. Hey, What's going on, brother? I see quite a few people are attacking you. Oh? This seems unusual. You've been purged from the forum. Reply quickly. No, this is clearly a coordinated and premeditated smear campaign against you. There's evidently an organized force behind this. Initially, Zhang Chuanqing's messages bore a teasing tone. However, it quickly became apparent that he sensed something amiss, causing his words to become more urgent. Upon reaching the final message, Sumo's gaze sharpened. Aha! Found it! Found it! Damn it! It's those foreign bastards causing the trouble. They truly relentless. I thought I noticed a few foreigners on the forum when it first opened, but then they disappeared without a trace. It turns out they were secretly banding together to create chaos. Sumo's expression darkened slightly. He had never anticipated that the orchestrators behind this incident would be a group of foreigners. Although he had heard rumors of foreign activity on the forum, he had never encountered any personally, and thus had dismissed it as mere jokes. To his surprise, it was indeed true, and they had inexplicably launched a campaign against him on the forum. Zhang Chuanqing's messages included not just text, but also some image materials. Following the names provided by Zhang Chuanqing, Sumo searched the forum trading posts. While he found nothing in the trading exchanges, he did uncover some related information on the forum. Some users had posted 1 or 2 messages upon joining the forum. And since posts cannot be deleted, only edited, remnants of their messages still lingered. Despite these foreigners attempting to conceal themselves by editing their posts, traces remained, further confirming the validity of Zhang Chuanqing's information. These individuals were indeed deeply hidden. Yet, why had they suddenly targeted him? Although Zhang Chuanqing's evidence undeniably indicated that the manipulators behind the forum purge were the foreign forces Sumo had previously overlooked, he still harbored some doubts. After all, aside from 2 instances of disclosing information, he had hardly engaged with them and had never even encountered any foreign factions. Thus, he was completely baffled by their sudden scheming against him. Logically, even if the hidden foreign forces wished to suppress the overwhelming number of Huaxia individuals on the forum, Zhang Chuanqing and his associates would be the most suitable targets. Yet, they had inexplicably set their sights on him. Was it because he was isolated and easier to bully? Sumo's expression turned slightly cold. This was the only rationale he could conceive. Naturally, one would choose to pick on the soft targets. Moreover, it was evident that the number of foreign forces in this world was exceedingly limited. Even if they were to unite and hide, they could not compete with any of Zhang Chuanqing's factions. Thus, they had turned their attention to him, a solitary figure with a significant reputation yet lacking substantial backing. While Sumo pondered silently, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising beside him. His contemplation was interrupted, and he looked up just in time to see Yuda completing his promotion, the cocoon of light shattering as he leaped forth. In reality, some events had unfolded. Having not slept all night, his condition was not optimal. He would likely only manage 1 chapter later. Chapter 72. A turn in public opinion, a fair contract. The cocoon of light, shimmering with a pearlescent glow, shattered into countless sparkling particles that scattered in the air. Yuda, now visibly taller and more coordinated, leaped forth. His overall vitality and spirit had markedly improved. Fortunately, he had successfully transitioned into a first-tier potion master without any mishaps. A hint of joy finally broke through Sumo's somewhat gloomy expression, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, given that Yuda was suspected to have evolved from the Hall family, there remained a significant gap between his current state and that of a true intelligent species. Whether he could successfully transition into a potion master through the ritual and potions was something Sumo could not guarantee. Glimpsing at Yuda, who was now joyfully dancing about, Sumo was about to open the panel to check on his upgraded attributes. However, at that moment, he felt an inexplicable stir in his mind, and he curiously focused on the sensation. A fragmented mental wave suddenly transmitted. God. Great God, thank you for granting me strength. What is this? Sumo could distinctly sense that this intermittent wave originated from the mental link formed after signing a contract with Yuda. His gaze instinctively turned to the now prone and kneeling Yuda. Sumo's heart stirred, and he attempted to convey information through this connection. Yuda, can you sense the mental wave? Originally fervently kneeling in devotion, Yuda abruptly stood up, looking around in confusion. Not finding anyone else. Only then did he turn to Sumo with a face full of astonished delight. What? Seeing this, Sumo was immediately elated. It was evident that the post-promotion Yuda could now sense his mental waves. albeit still lacking proficiency in its application. Just now, he had unconsciously emitted the wave. However, for Suemo, this was a tremendous breakthrough. It meant that once he taught Yuda how to harness his mental power, their communication would no longer face barriers. With this revelation, Suemo did not rush to attend to other matters. Instead, he gradually controlled the mental wave and patiently guided Yuda in employing mental techniques. It was clear that after his promotion, Yuda had not only experienced a leap in strength, but had also shown some improvement in intelligence. After spending half an hour, Yuda was able to intermittently engage in mental communication with Suemo. From there, it would only require gradual practice to master it. Having resolved the communication issue, Suemo signaled Yuda through the mental wave to subdue the captured ordinary fishhead men. Once Yuda comprehended his intent and turned to act, Suemo could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly opened the panel, beginning to examine Yuda's attributes. Name: Yuda, Fishhead Clan. Occupation: First-tier Potion Master. Talent: Water Control, Racial Talent. Endowed with the ability to breathe underwater, capable of manipulating water currents by expending energy. Herbal Identification, Occupational Talent: Adept at swiftly recognizing the properties of unfamiliar herbs. Skills: Jungle Sprint, Active Skill. Continuously consumes energy, allowing unrestricted movement in the wilderness despite racial limitations. Basic Self-Healing, Passive Skill. Possesses remarkable vitality, granting powerful self-healing capabilities. Thunderstrike, Active Skill. Consumes a certain amount of energy to unleash a bolt of lightning for attack. Water Arrow Technique, Active Skill. Consumes a certain amount of energy to conjure a water arrow for attack. Physique: 41, Spirit, 23 Energy, 2300. Aside from sharing the same occupational talent as Suemo, the skills acquired by Yuda upon transitioning to Potion Master were entirely distinct. After meticulously browsing through Yuda's skills, Suemo discerned that the most formidable abilities were not the lightning-based attack skills, but rather Jungle Sprint and Basic Self-Healing. Jungle Sprint liberated Yuda from the inherent shortcomings of his race, allowing him to traverse land without the constant need for hydration. Now, he could operate across all terrains simply by expending energy. As for Basic Self-Healing, it was self-evident. The extraordinary physique of a professional combined with the self-healing skill meant that Yuda could handle arduous and hazardous tasks in the future. Having taken up the mantle of Potion Master, Yuda had successfully ascended from the status of a lowly laborer within the territory to that of a junior worker. Suemo could already envision the fervent scene of Yuda passionately contributing to the territory's development after reclaiming those ordinary fishhead people. Truly, it was exhilarating to contemplate. After reviewing Yuda's attributes, Suemo felt a significant improvement in his mood, which had been somewhat affected by the forum. He reopened the message panel and continued his correspondence with Zhang Chunsheng. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for the information. A healing potion is indeed quite valuable. However, I would like to ask you for another favor, though I wonder if you fear those rats. Suemo was not one to swallow his pride silently. If someone wronged him, he would quietly develop his strength and return the favor tenfold when he was capable. You want to challenge me? Yet, little brother, you need not provoke me. Perhaps you already guessed. But I am a military man at heart and have always despised those foreign devils. You need not ask, as I also intend to root them out. Hee, though having a healing potion would certainly be advantageous. Let's do it. Suemo had long suspected Zhang Chunsheng's background. After all, his daily manner of speech and commendable organizational skills indicated that he had quickly stabilized his mind upon arriving in this new world. He had promptly opened the forum and shared various tutorials and survival strategies while swiftly organizing a faction, all of which hinted at his remarkable capabilities. Moreover, Suemo had heard during his time in modern society that the national think tank had made preparations for any potential future occurrences. Thus, based on this, Suemo surmised that Zhang Chunsheng's ability to swiftly establish a faction upon the forum's inception was likely due to many of his comrades also arriving in this new world and connecting with him through coded messages and other means. Of course, this was merely speculation until it was confirmed by Zhang Chunsheng himself. Seeing Zhang Chunsheng agree to his request, Suemo felt a sense of relief wash over him. His urgency to establish a faction grew stronger. Previously, he had only considered developing himself and simply hiring others when needed. After all, trust was hard to come by in a world akin to an apocalypse, with distances of thousands of miles separating individuals. Currently, there were no other means to swiftly locate one another. Naturally, Suemo was hesitant to seek out partners to form a faction. However, after experiencing the recent turmoil on the forum, he truly understood the significance of possessing his own faction. Otherwise, had he not maintained a relatively good relationship with Zhang Chunxing, he would likely be unaware of who was scheming against him, let alone how to seek revenge. Since this matter did not concern Zhang Chunxing's interests, he was able to easily agree to help. But what about next time? What if there were conflicting interests in the future? Relying on others was ultimately inferior to relying on oneself, silently lamenting. Sumo refocused his scattered thoughts and began discussing the plan for this operation with Zhang Chunxing. Rest assured, little brother, I previously worked in a propaganda department and have considerable expertise in this area. Just wait. I guarantee to make you spotless and unsullied. With Sumo's financial resources and Zhang Chunxing's manpower, the two quickly reached an agreement after brief communication. They decided not to base their actions on Sumo's circumstances. For while he felt justified, the majority of forum participants harbored animosity towards the wealthy. Thus, they could not use Sumo's situation as a reference. Instead, they would incite historical grievances between races, targeting the rats lurking in the shadows and drawing them towards their schemes. They would launch a vigorous offensive, thoroughly discrediting them. Once they stirred the emotions of the forum and ignited a wave of outrage, the foreign devils would naturally become the villains, thereby absolving Suimo of blame. The plan was simple yet appeared quite effective to Suimo in the end. Zhang Chunxing confidently assured him that the entire process would proceed without a hitch. Suimo had no objections. Before long, a plethora of posts related to the foreign devils surfaced on the forum, spearheaded by Zhang Chunxing, rapidly trending. Is the heart of China still beating? Exposing the foreign devils stirring up trouble in the forum. Zhang Chunxing, a million sons of Yin and Huang cannot allow a mere few thousand foreign devils to toy with us. He Qingyuan's purely rational analysis. What schemes lie behind the disappearance of those foreigners from the forum? Sun Wan. Zhang Chunxing's posts made no mention of Suimo, focusing solely on the foreign devils hidden within the forum, relentlessly pursuing and attacking them. He emphasized the blood-soaked history between the two sides, generating considerable emotional appeal. Without mentioning Suimo at all, the underlying implication was clear to everyone. The current situation was the result of the foreign devils' machinations, and one should not fall into their traps. Within half an hour, the entire forum's atmosphere shifted dramatically. Numerous hidden foreign devils' identities were unearthed. Their cautious concealment and the mounting evidence illustrated their nefarious dealings in the shadows. The forum's dynamics transformed. Given that Suimo had remained silent and the foreign devils behind the scenes began to be exposed one after another, they were left scrambling. With no one leading the narrative, discussions surrounding Suimo naturally dwindled. Gradually, he became a topic of little interest, overshadowed by the collective outrage directed at the foreign devils. Even if a few individuals continued to pursue Suimo relentlessly, they were swiftly labeled as traitors and collaborators by others. As one of the instigators, Suimo ceased to pay attention to the forum, for after a long night of toil, his contractual power skill had finally cooled down. Sitting at his desk, Suimo concentrated intently, channeling the extraordinary power within him to commence rewriting the contract. After this incident, Suimo no longer focused solely on developing the territory, but prepared to establish his own faction on the forum. Consequently, the contract he was drafting was no longer a slave contract for the Fishhead people, but a fair contract for subjugating other humans. Chapter 73. Contract in effect, preparing to venture out. Unlike the slave contract, where Suimo could impose terms at will and compel agreement without fear of refusal, the design of the fair contract clauses proved to be significantly more challenging. It needed to guarantee the loyalty of the contracted individual while ensuring that the terms encompassed all necessary facets. Furthermore, they should not be overly harsh, making acceptance difficult. Sumo sat at his desk, pondering for a long time. Finding it somewhat difficult to pin his thoughts, he refrained from hastily activating the skill to write. Instead, he contemplated and modified the content, first drafting a rough outline in his notebook. Fair contract. The content of the contract is witnessed by the world's rules, and once signed by both parties, no one can breach it during the contract period. 1. The contracted individual agrees to unconditionally accept any orders and requests from the contractor from the date of the contract signing. 2. The contracted individual agrees that from the date of the contract signing, they shall not disclose any information related to the contractor in any manner without the contractor's consent. 47. The contracted individual retains complete rights to life, property, and personal privacy. 48. The The contractor may not issue commands or requests that would deliberately lead to the contracted individual's death. 49. The contractor may terminate the contract at any time, and the contracted being cannot unilaterally terminate the contract during its effective period. Constantly revising and refining, Suemo ultimately settled on a total of 49 clauses he deemed reasonable. The first 30 clauses outline the responsibilities and obligations of the contracted individual, while the remaining 19 imposed restrictions on Suemo himself and provided protections for the other party entering into the contract. After all, his ultimate goal was to contract a loyal individual to assist him in gathering information and establishing a faction on the forum. There was no need for them to charge into battle. As for the contract's duration, Suemo decided, after a brief contemplation, to leave it unspecified for the time being. After all, the locations of each individual human are vastly distant from one another, not to mention that Suemo finds himself on an isolated island, rendering it impossible to seek out anyone in the physical realm at this time. He can only entice them through forum discussions. After meticulously perusing the content and ensuring nothing is overlooked, Suemo refrains from hastily composing a message. Instead, he prepares to engage in dialogue with a carefully selected individual, aiming to collaboratively discuss and finalize a suitable version of the agreement, as well as the activation period of the contract, before subsequently deploying his skills. After all, the contractual power skill can only be activated once per day. Should any modifications be necessary mid-process, it would be rather inconvenient to implement. Regarding the appropriate candidate for the contract, Suemo decides to first seek out someone from the coastal community with whom he is relatively familiar. Opening the system message backend, Suemo browses through his message history, ponders briefly, and ultimately selects Li Quan's message thread. Without any unnecessary preamble, he directly sends a straightforward yet blunt inquiry. "Brother, have you ascended yet? Are you a professional? Do you have any relevant information?" Sending 3 consecutive questions, Suemo refrains from sending further messages, opting instead to await Li Quan's response. In Suemo's perspective, what ordinary extraordinary individuals desire most is to continue their personal evolution and ascend to professional status. He undoubtedly possesses resources pertinent to this aspect. Glancing at the time, it is merely a little past 7 in the morning, with light rain still falling outside and the sky appearing somewhat dim. He imagines that Li Quan may not yet be awake. Just as Suemo prepares to venture outside to investigate the situation regarding the white mist, he unexpectedly receives a message in response. "Professional? Wow, Imogu, please elaborate." Upon reading this message, Suemo feels a sense of reassurance. It seems that Li Quan is still unaware of the relevant information. After briefly introducing him to the pertinent details, Suemo gets straight to the point. "All you need to do is sign this contract to work for me. And moving forward, I can provide you with methods and the necessary spiritual resources for your professional advancement until the contract is dissolved. You can review the contents of the contract in detail and consider it before responding." At the end of his message, Suemo attaches the detailed contract. Estimating that it might take Li Quan a little while to read through the contract, he is surprised when Li Quan quickly replies, "Wait a moment. Imogu, do you mean to say that you will provide me with food and shelter, ensure my safety, and supply resources for extraordinary evolution? What more is there to consider? Hesitating even for a second would be disrespectful to myself. Boss, just tell me how to sign the contract." Such decisiveness takes Suemo aback. He reviews Li Quan's response repeatedly before suddenly realizing that he has overlooked a crucial point. They are currently in an apocalyptic scenario. With the sudden onset of the mist disaster last night, it is foreseeable that more calamities may arise in the future. Even though the vast majority of individuals have become extraordinary by consuming spiritual fruits and plants, when the mist disaster occurs, those who have not ascended with solar stones will only be able to withstand it to a limited extent. Exploring outdoors to seek food resources will also be restricted. As a well-known figure on the forum, possessing abundant resources, Suemo is in a position to extend an olive branch. Not only does he offer food and shelter, but he can also provide solar stones to ensure safety amid the mist disaster. Given such conditions, even without offering resources for extraordinary evolution, a multitude of individuals would likely flock to him. Realizing this point clarifies why Li Quan would so readily agree. However, Suemo has no intention of retracting his offer. After discussing a few matters, Li Quan hardly raises any objections regarding the contract terms. He merely adds one request. Could Chiyu also join in working for Suemo? A buy one get one free offer presents an unexpected opportunity. Suemo readily agrees to Li Quan's request and plans to sign a related contract with Qiyu the following day. The duration is ultimately set for 20 years, which, given the current circumstances, is essentially equivalent to a permanent arrangement. After utilizing his skill to reduplicate the contract, he separately transfers the page documenting the contract to Li Quan via the trading platform. With the completion of the transaction, the contract is officially signed. Before Li Quan has a chance to respond, Suemo, situated in his territory, instantly feels a new mental link form in his mind, connecting him to the distant Li Quan, located thousands of miles away. Realizing this, Suemo feels a sense of certainty. He now has his own ally on the forum. With the binding nature of the contract, he need not worry about betrayal. Thus, after communicating his thoughts to Li Quan, Suemo promptly transfers 10 solar stones to him through the trading platform. He instructs him to utilize these resources to swiftly recruit a group of individuals and establish a basic framework for their influence, gradually refining it thereafter. Notably, this system update has brought about changes to the trading platform rules, while other aspects remain largely unchanged. The original trading platform regulations persist. However, when selling resources, individuals can now choose specific persons for transactions. If the trading price exceeds the system's buyback price, a 30 fee will be deducted from the trading price. Conversely, if it falls below the buyback price, the tax will be based on the buyback price. In Sumo's view, the trading platform's functionality has undoubtedly improved, as he will no longer need to resort to third-party consignment for bartering in the future. As for the trading tax, it can simply be viewed as the system's transportation fee. Once Suemo has briefed Li Quan, he awaits a detailed account of his attributes and resource status before making arrangements for his professional advancement. This matter reaches a temporary conclusion. He first feeds the two little creatures some deer blood, and once they are sufficiently nourished, he steps out of the shelter. Today marks the 15th day in the new world. Within the shelter, the sun furnace dispels the fog, rendering the atmosphere entirely unremarkable. However, after Fishta has integrated the fish-headed people, the next task involves completely eliminating the remaining fish-headed beings lurking in the lake and scavenging the remnants of foreign civilizations in the area. Chapter 74. Tenfold Profits, Territorial Arrangements. By the time Suemo exits the shelter, it is around 8 in the morning. The sky continues to pour with incessant rain, appearing rather dreary. Suemo first inspects the condition of the sun furnace, adding some solar stones to disperse the mist. The sun furnace, utilizing solar stones as a foreign fuel source during foggy weather, can clear the fog enveloping the entire territory. Based on the current situation, the consumption is minimal, requiring only 24 solar stones daily, equivalent to 1 stone per hour. As for the smelting of pig iron blocks and the production of iron tracks, operations have been halted due to insufficient iron ore. However, there is currently an adequate stockpile of pig iron blocks within Sumo's territory, and the iron tracks can be fully laid to the coastline. After assessing the status of the sun furnace, Suemo turns to head towards Fishta. Although the fish-headed people are considered semi-intelligent beings, they remain untamed. The tribe still adheres to the belief that strength holds precedence, which is why Fishta, having successfully ascended to first-tier professional status, has effortlessly unified the captured extraordinary fish-headed individuals. Dozens of fish-headed beings, without needing Sumo's instructions, are already scattered throughout the territory under Fishta's leadership. Engaged in weeding and tree-cutting tasks, only a few fish-headed beings, who are slightly injured, lie in the river or ditches to recuperate. The area originally designated for housing the captives now only contains over 40 fish-headed corpses. Contemplating the situation, Suemo utilizes the mental link to summon several fish-headed individuals to collectively transport these corpses into the store. He intends to process them promptly. Otherwise, leaving them unattended for a day would surely result in the entire territory being engulfed in the stench of fish. A total of 46 fish-headed corpses are neatly piled within the store. The pungent smell of fish permeates the air, nearly making Suemo retch. Originally planning to contact someone slowly for disposal. Upon witnessing this scene, Suemo immediately lists them all on the trading platform, pricing each at 5,000 survival points. Given that they are from an extraordinary race, their blood, scales, and flesh are relatively rare. Moreover, these are the first confirmed corpses of foreign beings encountered by humanity. Whether for research or consumption, they hold immense value. Thus, pricing them at 5,000 each is hardly excessive. Were it not for their humanoid forms, Suemo could easily have sold them for 10,000 each without causing discomfort. After listing them on the trading platform, Suemo also posts a promotional message. Foreign biological corpses for sale at a bargain. Limited quantity. First come, first served. This marks Suemo's first post since the forum's recent upheaval. Once the post is published, it quickly ascends the trending charts within mere minutes. Originally, Suemo had planned to compose a detailed post introducing information about foreign beings and his speculations. However, after the forum's recent turmoil, his motivation has waned. The post swiftly gains traction, and the fish-headed corpses listed on the trading platform are sold out in an instant, due to his previous bulk purchase of iron ore, which had significantly depleted his survival point account. Suemo is astonished to see it rebound to over 100,000 points. After briefly reviewing the transaction records, he is surprised to find that in addition to familiar figures like Zhang Chunxing and the leaders of their three major forces, who each bought 10 corpses, there are also several unfamiliar individuals who splurged 5,000 survival points in one go. It seems there are still quite a few affluent individuals on the forum. Upon examining their profiles, Suemo discovers that most of these individuals are those who have previously opened black box technologies or discovered high-quality resources. Shaking his head in mild disbelief, Suemo subsequently lists 10 cubic meters, roughly 50,000 solar stones, on the trading platform. Each is priced at 10 survival points, slightly lower than the market price on the trading platform. According to experimental data from the forum, a single unused solar stone can disperse the surrounding white mist within a radius of 10 meters. As time flows by, the volume of the sunstone itself gradually diminishes, and the range of its dispersal correspondingly shrinks. It is estimated that a sunstone will completely burn out and vanish in approximately 1 day's time. Just as Suemo previously speculated, as time passes, many individuals engaged in outdoor exploration have discovered that in the wilderness, following the enveloping white mist, sunstone piles not only appear randomly in various locations, but it also seems that extraordinary resources have increased significantly. More than one person has posted on the forum claiming that in a certain spot outside their shelter, where nothing was present just the day before, they unexpectedly found some sunstones or witnessed the sudden growth of spirit flowers and fruits during their explorations today. This undoubtedly indicates that alongside the outbreak of calamity, resources are further proliferating. Consequently, this has resulted in the persistent high prices of sunstones in the trading post. Therefore, even though Suemo acquired sunstones at a cost of only a few survival points for several thousand pieces per cubic meter, they are currently being sold at a price of 10 points each. Despite the nearly astronomical profit margin, the prices in the trading post remain relatively low. After listing 10 cubic meters of sunstones, there was hardly any stir, and they were swiftly sold out, netting a profit of over 500,000 survival points. Considering that there are still more than 10,000 cubic meters of sunstones piled up in the territory, Suemo took several deep breaths to suppress the urge to sell off all the sunstones at once. He chose to list only another 10 cubic meters, deciding to halt once his survival points surpassed 1 million. No matter how abundant the survival points, if they cannot be converted into resources, they merely represent a string of data. At present, the market has yet to mature fully, and most precious resources, such as blueprints, artifacts, and technology, cannot be acquired solely with survival points. It is prudent to maintain a certain account balance for purchasing some basic resources, such as ordinary medicinal herbs and iron ore, after attending to matters in the shop. Suemo continued to execute his plans methodically. Currently, the territory has sufficient manpower for tasks such as harvesting lime fruit, preparing food for the deer and water buffalo in the breeding grounds, cleaning their waste, and laying down railway tracks. After clearly demonstrating these simple tasks to Yuda and Uer, he allowed them to organize their teams accordingly. The ability to communicate through mental waves undoubtedly facilitated the process. As the clock approached 11 o'clock, Suemo observed that the construction work within the territory, as well as the laying of the tracks, was progressing steadily and orderly. With a sense of relief, he left Yuda to supervise the home front, while Uer led a team of fish-headed individuals to lay the tracks outward. Suemo himself, shouldering a full basket of sunstones and wielding a peculiar trident, slowly exited through the southern gate of the territory. He ventured deeper into the mist, heading toward a small lake not far outside the territory. Chapter 75. The characteristics of the mist and the ruins beneath the lake. As soon as Suemo stepped out of the southern gate, he felt his vision dim considerably. The entire forest was shrouded in a thin veil of white mist, obscuring what was once a clear view. The sunstones in his basket emitted a soft yellow glow, forming a semicircular light shield that kept the mist at bay, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. The white mist beyond the territory was not as dense as described on the forum. Yet it possessed an unusual energy that interfered with Sumo's sight, allowing him to see clearly only within the 10-meter radius illuminated by the light of the sunstones. The range of mist dispersal provided by the sunstones did not seem to expand with their increasing quantity. Despite the entire basket being filled with sunstones, in the midst of the mist, only one of them radiated its light, while the others remained dormant. This undoubtedly indicated that as long as this single glowing sunstone was not exhausted, the other sunstones within this illuminated circle would remain inactive. The notes did not provide detailed accounts of the mist disaster, leaving Suemo to explore and experiment on his own. Thus, he was not in a rush to take immediate action. Suemo retraced his steps back to the territory, leaving the sunstones behind, and ventured alone into the mist for further experimentation. This time, without any sunstones on him, as soon as he exited the territory, the white mist converged around him like an eerie spirit. As the mist enveloped him, Suemo sensed an inexplicable force attempting to infiltrate his mind, trying to influence his emotions and disrupt his judgment. This sensation was quite subtle, and given Sumo's fully replenished mental state, he could easily sever the connection. If this was the extent of the effect, a first-tier professional could certainly navigate the wilderness relying solely on their physical and mental resilience. Right? Was it due to the relatively mild and thin mist here on the coastal island? Or was it a unique trait of the Lord profession? Or perhaps the erosion of consciousness by the mist intensifies with the passage of time? At such a level, it was far from sufficient to compel Andar to abandon the inland and venture into the open sea. Moreover, upon carefully recalling the notes on the mist disaster, Suemo discovered that while references to it were sparse, the term 4 seasons mist disaster caught his attention. Judging solely from the wording, Suemo speculated that the mist enveloping the wilderness might vary depending on the season. After briefly experiencing the sensation of being in the mist, to prevent being caught off guard by an unexpected encounter in the future, Sumo returned to the shelter, shouldered the sunstones once more, and set out again. Not far beyond the southern gate, he encountered Uair leading a team working on the track-laying project. Observing the fish-headed individuals closely for a brief moment, it was evident that their somewhat limited intellect rendered them largely unaffected by the mental influence, exhibiting only slight impairment in their vision. Without disturbing their work, Sumo continued on his way to the lakeside. Upon arriving at the location where he had previously captured water buffalo, alongside Yuda and Uair, Sumo gazed across the lake, which was equally shrouded in white mist. He could not discern whether any wild animals were gathered nearby. He could only infer their presence from the intermittent sounds of insects and birds, suggesting that these wild creatures appeared unaffected by the mist. Without conducting further observations, Suemo activated the extraordinary energy within him, enhancing the underwater breathing ability of the trident in his hand, and leaped into the lake. As he immersed himself, Suemo distinctly felt as though a thin film enveloped his body, isolating him from the surrounding water while allowing him to draw in air for breathing. This peculiar sensation prompted Suemo to spin in place a few times in the water. Checking his energy consumption, he noted it was depleting at a rate of approximately 1 point per second. With his energy reserves at 10,000 points, he could freely operate underwater for nearly 3 hours, which was ample time. After familiarizing himself with the sensation of moving underwater, Suemo swam directly toward the center of the lake. Once he was able to communicate normally with Yuda, he learned about their clan's dwelling situation underwater. According to Yuda, they resided in stone houses beneath the water, which had existed since Yuda's birth, indicating that their clan of fish-headed individuals also dwelled within an unknown ruin. Moreover, as Yuda narrated, their tribe was not the original inhabitants of this ruin but had wandered here from the sea. The fish-headed clan had lived here for a considerable time, and apart from their extraordinary kind, there were no other dangers in the lake. This was also the reason Suemo dared to venture alone into the depths of the lake. The lake water was equally permeated with white mist, yet the sunstones remained unaffected, continuing to emit light and disperse the mist. Following Yuda's guidance, Suemo swam uninterrupted toward the center of the lake, encountering schools of fish along the way, swimming alongside them. After nearly 20 minutes of swimming, he finally glimpsed large, indistinct shadows on the lake bottom in the distance. Approaching closer for a clearer look, it became evident that the lake's floor indeed housed vast remnants of an alien civilization. Suemo did not rush to enter and explore, but first circled the perimeter for a rough observation. He discovered that the architectural style of these alien structures was entirely different from that of human dwellings. Although they appear to be constructed from steel and concrete, the buildings did not exhibit the usual rectangular shapes typical of human architecture, but instead presented a semi-cylindrical exterior. The internal spaces seemed to be built underground, resembling purposeful construction rather than damage from tectonic activity. Within this ruin, the suspected cylindrical structures were few in number, only a dozen or so, with most buildings situated closely together. Save for a larger structure that stood alone deeper within, clearly intended for a leader or similar figure. With ample time at his disposal, Suemo chose the nearest building and entered through an opening. As he anticipated, the exposed structure above was merely decorative. The main living space was situated below ground. Following the direction of the water flow, he swam through the surface entrance. Upon entering, the surrounding light instantly brightened significantly. Goodness, why Yuta hadn't mentioned that their living quarters were this lavish. Suemo gazed in astonishment at the underground chamber, which was adorned with various sparkling crystals and luminous pearls. The floor was covered with glowing, unknown algae illuminating the space, which was not dark and cramped but rather remarkably spacious and bright. Originally, I had presumed they were merely a band of short and impoverished fools. Little did I expect them to be a gathering of nouveau riches. It is worth noting that within Sumo's current territory, apart from the sun furnace used for external illumination, his own sanctuary still relied on oil lamps made from beast oil and fish oil. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, it was difficult for Suemo not to feel a pang of envy. However, these assets now belonged to him. Clang. Just as Suemo was momentarily lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of something falling in the adjacent room. His expression shifted abruptly, and without the luxury of further inspecting the layout of the living room, he gripped his trident with heightened vigilance and cautiously made his way towards the neighboring room. Good news, the manuscript fee has been paid. I have finally earned some money. Bad news, I only made 20, which is barely enough to cover the electricity bill. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 76, Abundant Spiritual Objects. A brand new iron chest beyond the living room. This underground dwelling comprises 3 rooms in total. Whether it is a characteristic of this alien civilization or the result of damage inflicted by the later fish-headed beings, the interiors are devoid of doors. The noise emanated from the innermost chamber. Suemo carefully crept along the wall as he ventured inward. Upon gaining a clear view of the room's condition, Suemo let out a sigh of relief. The interior space was modest. Aside from the embedded crystal gems used for illumination, a massive half-open giant clam occupied the center. Flanking the clam were 2 trembling fish-headed beings, likely the luckless few who had managed to escape the battlefield. Although their pitiful appearance suggested they posed no threat, Suemo remained cautious, swiftly incapacitating one with his trident. These creatures would serve as his future labor force. Surveying the room, Suemo meticulously examined the half-open giant clam, confirming it was not a supernatural spiritual object and lacked any living traits. It was likely just a piece of furniture. He then deposited the unconscious fish-headed beings inside. Moving from room to room, Suemo noticed the layouts were remarkably similar. In addition to discovering 2 more fish-headed beings, the most valuable items within the residences appeared to be the gem crystals and luminous pearls. As for other remnants of the alien civilization, it seemed they had been thoroughly ravaged by the fish-headed beings. Suemo was not surprised. Upon exiting this suspected dwelling, he continued his search for the next. After investigating a dozen buildings, apart from the trident in his hand and the sunstone on his back, Suemo remained empty-handed. However, his expression was not one of disappointment. Rather, he appeared contemplative. The interior of these suspected dwellings bore no written records. Furthermore, not only were the internal layouts identical, as if crafted from the same mold, but there were also no normal furnishings or tools to be found. This was evidently abnormal. After all, based on the sunken ship relics Suemo had previously discovered, the living habits of this alien civilization were largely akin to those of humans from Blue Star. The sunken ship contained an abundance of ordinary tools, iron beds, and tables and chairs. If they had merely been vandalized by the fish-headed beings, there would be no trace left behind. From the perspective of architectural structure, Suemo felt these buildings did not resemble places meant for habitation by aliens. Instead, they bore a striking resemblance to a location he had gleaned from his trident. With a hint of speculation in his heart, Sumo's gaze shifted towards the farthest building, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. I hope to find answers here. Taking a deep breath, Suemo resolved to enter the largest building without hesitation. Unlike the entrances of the other ruins, the entryway of this largest structure was conspicuously blocked by a massive stone. Upon seeing this, Suemo felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly pushed aside the boulder at the entrance and stepped into a brightly lit hall. Instantly, his vision expanded, and a brief glance revealed a sight of wonder. Compared to the other buildings, while the underground space here exhibited a similar layout, its area was considerably larger. Roughly estimated, this hall spanned nearly an acre. Most importantly, beneath the layer of shimmering aquatic grasses, a few scattered azure lotus flowers quietly bloomed. The azure water lotus? Judging solely by its appearance, it perfectly matched the descriptions passed down through the trident, coupled with the conjectures Suemo had formulated during his search. Although he had never truly encountered the azure water lotus, he felt certain at first glance. He quickly approached and touched a nearby flower, activating both his data analytical talent and herbal identification skill simultaneously. Name: Azure Water Lotus. Description: a first-tier water attribute extraordinary spiritual plant, known for its ability to nourish the spirit and cure ailments. Consuming it can awaken extraordinary potential and serve as a medicinal ingredient. Indeed, as Suemo had anticipated, it was unmistakably the Azure Water Lotus, essential for transitioning into the oceanic spirit profession. Suemo scanned the surroundings, observing the scattered dozen or so azure water lotuses within the approximately acre-sized hall. While elated, he felt his initial suspicions confirmed. This ruin was not a dwelling of an alien civilization, but rather a dedicated site for cultivating and growing spiritual objects. Not only the largest building, but even the 12 smaller structures shared this purpose. Though Suemo was uncertain of the events that transpired in the interim, it mattered little now. The presence of so many azure water lotuses and a complete cultivation base fulfilled Suemo's desire for large-scale cultivation of spiritual herbs. Whether for concocting healing potions or nurturing professionals, he would no longer want for spiritual herbs. Suemo contained his excitement and diligently checked each azure water lotus. Ultimately, he discovered there were 6 mature azure water lotuses and 15 immature ones. Having achieved such a yield from just 1 acre without meticulous care, Suemo felt greatly satisfied. Lacking suitable harvesting tools, he refrained from immediate collection, instead marking each flower before taking a deep breath and continuing to search the other 3 rooms. If the information passed down through the trident was accurate, there were likely even greater treasures within the rooms. Without hesitation, he swam towards the nearest chamber. However, contrary to his expectations, this room, though adorned with the same shimmering aquatic grasses, resembled a storage room for tools and miscellaneous items. The normal household utensils that had eluded Suemo in the other ruins seemed to be haphazardly piled here. Various stone, iron, and possibly wooden tables, chairs, and beds were present, some long since decayed and damaged, while others retained a glimmer of luster but were similarly incomplete. Without rummaging through the clutter, Suemo's gaze was immediately drawn to an unlocked iron chest nestled in the corner. Unlike the steel artifacts of the sunken ship, this chest emitted a metallic sheen and showed no signs of decay or rust from prolonged submersion in water. Instead, it appeared as pristine as if it had only recently been submerged. It stood in stark contrast to the other corroded items in the room. Chapter 77. Third-tier exceptional spiritual object. This obvious anomaly captured Suemo's attention the moment he entered the room. What sort of contents could be housed within this chest made of an alien metal? Filled with anticipation, Suemo approached to investigate. He first touched the cool surface of the metal chest, channeling his extraordinary power to sense its essence. Unfortunately, it was not a remarkable object. Sighing inwardly, Suemo no longer hesitated and reached to open the lid of the iron chest. The alien metal chest measured approximately 80 centimeters in length. Yet the lid was unexpectedly heavy. As soon as he grasped it, Suemo sensed something was amiss. Just the lid alone weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. With a bit of effort, despite its unexpected heft, Suemo managed to lift it with relative ease. As soon as the chest was opened, before Suemo could fully comprehend the contents, a rich wave of water attribute energy surged forth. Taken aback, Suemo felt the extraordinary energy within himself stir in response. After calming the tumult within, he finally looked inside, discovering that it housed not any spiritual objects, but rather a collection of stones shimmering with a faint glow. These are energy stones? Each stone was roughly the size of a fist, Yet the abundant water attribute extraordinary energy they contained instantly sparked a connection in Sumo's mind. Without hesitation, he casually took one and held it in his hand, channeling his extraordinary power to examine it closely. The moment his extraordinary energy made contact with the stone's surface, a gentle, cool wave of water attribute energy flowed directly into his palm, entering his body without any need for guidance. After several cycles, it was gradually purified and absorbed. Energy points 100. Glancing at the notification on his panel, Suemo felt a surge of certainty. He then focused his attention and activated his data analytical talent to obtain detailed information. Name: Water Attribute Energy Stone. Description: a primary energy stone imbued with rich water attribute energy. Except for fire attribute extraordinary beings, absorbing it can replenish and augment one's energy points. The unutilized energy stones can be employed in the construction of equipment, while the used energy stones may also serve the purpose of crafting buildings, gear, and devices. Indeed, they are energy stones. Although the data-centric talent does not provide a true identification function, it can yield similar results when paired with one's innate herbal recognition ability, particularly concerning herbal plants. As for other items, one can enhance and supplement their understanding based on the information at hand. The content displayed by the talent undoubtedly affirms Sumo's conjecture. However, it is the final sentence that particularly captures Sumo's attention, even leaving him somewhat astonished. Could it be that even used energy stones still hold value? Does this imply that special structures within the territory, such as the Sun Tower, as well as the energy stones required for the construction of fully automated devices, are not merely for energy utilization but rather function as materials for energy conduction? A flurry of speculations crossed his mind, yet only through genuine experimentation and construction could these notions be validated. Suemo roughly counted the number of energy stones in the half-filled box, estimating it to be over 2,000, just under half a unit. This quantity is sufficient for crafting those fully automated devices, yet still far from adequate for constructing the Sun Tower. To illuminate extraordinary development, he replaced the lid to prevent energy dissipation. Although uncertain of the material composition of the metallic box, Suemo could clearly discern its robust internal isolation capabilities. Had he not lifted the lid, the extraordinary energy within would not have been released at all, aside from this half-box of energy stones. The room contained only a pile of daily necessities. Suemo meticulously examined them as well, ensuring there were no hidden valuable items before turning to exit the cluttered room, swimming towards another chamber. The thrill of treasure hunting lies in its unpredictability, akin to unboxing a mystery box. One can never anticipate what lies within the next box. Just like Suemo now, with his consecutive gains. He eagerly entered the second room. Yet, regrettably, he came with high hopes only to leave in disappointment. The second room also did not house the miraculous herbs he had anticipated. Instead, it belonged to the fish-headed inhabitant. Aside from a few scattered fish scales on the floor, Suemo found nothing of value inside. With a hint of disappointment, he promptly turned away from the room, inhaling deeply as he entered the final chamber. Upon entry, his vision was abruptly engulfed in darkness. Caught off guard, he found himself face to face with a towering, 3-meter-tall creature covered in fluff. After a moment of surprise, the remnants of disappointment on Sumo's face transformed into sheer delight. Not only did he feel no fear, but he also approached the colossal being, parting its flowing, dense fur to touch its skin beneath. The texture was smooth and elastic. Indeed, this was the sensation he sought. Confirming his discovery, Suemo felt a surge of joy as both his herbal recognition and data-centric talents activated. Name: Azure Sea Fleshlingji. Description: a top-tier, third-tier wood attribute extraordinary spirit plant, possessing formidable healing capabilities and the ability to bolster one's foundation. Consumption leads to an enhancement of extraordinary physique, and it may also be utilized as a medicinal herb. Remarkably, it is a third-tier premium specimen. How many years has it been growing? The Azure Sea Fleshlingji is mentioned in the lore of the Hall clan. It feeds on luminescent grass and the leaves of the azure water lotus. Often found in areas where the azure water lotus flourishes, it embodies both plant life and the characteristics of flesh and blood organisms, exhibiting powerful regenerative abilities. Unlike other spiritual entities, which are consumed and depleted, it functions as a living repository of flesh, requiring careful nurturing to enable continuous growth. It bears a striking resemblance to the Tai Sui found on Blue Star. Hence, despite its third-tier classification, its mobility is limited. and its offensive capabilities are virtually non-existent. It is not only a primary material for the promotion of oceanic spirit profession to the third tier, but also one of the essential materials for Sumo's alchemist profession to ascend from the third tier to the fourth. Due to its biological characteristics, Sumo had already speculated upon discovering abundant luminescent grass in other buildings. The discovery of azure water lotuses within this structure further validated his thoughts. However, after failing to find such a specimen in the preceding 2 rooms, Sumo had nearly abandoned all hope, only to be unexpectedly greeted with delight. While exploring this lake relic, he may not have uncovered any remnants of alien inscriptions, but for Sumo, it equated to an abundant harvest of extraordinary spiritual materials, effectively compensating for the shortfall in his spiritual resources. Moreover, as long as he diligently maintains this site and intensifies the cultivation efforts, based on Sumo's racial talents, he could feasibly achieve mass production of first-tier and third-tier healing potions in the foreseeable future. This marks the first anticipated extraordinary resource within Sumo's territory capable of achieving self-sufficiency and stable output. Chapter 78. Visionary plans for the future. This chamber was not large, predominantly occupied by the immense form of the Fleshlingji. Sumo surmised that it was purposely designed to restrict its mobility during construction. Although the Azure Sea Fleshlingji is slow-moving due to its size, it is not entirely immobile. If Sumo wished to relocate it to his territory, he would have to dismantle the room. After a moment's contemplation, Sumo decided against disturbing it for now. This lake is quite close to his territory, and this area is evidently constructed specifically for the cultivation of Fleshlingji. While the vitality of the Fleshlingji is remarkably resilient, moving it would also necessitate relocating the immature azure water lotuses, which is temporarily unfeasible. Thus, after careful consideration, Sumo resolved to return and promptly have Yu-Air transition to the ocean spirit profession, tasked with guarding this location. Concurrently, he would initiate the planting and transplantation of additional azure water lotuses to increase their numbers in the future. As the territory expands, this site could serve as his spiritual resource cultivation base. With this plan in mind, Sumo felt no hesitation as he turned to leave, cradling the box of energy stones and preparing to depart. He also intended to return with tools to harvest the mature azure water lotuses after returning to the base. Exiting through the cave entrance, Sumo secured the entrance with a large stone to prevent fish from entering. Then, he leisurely made his way out of the relic and swam towards his territory. Upon surfacing, he stepped onto solid ground, a reassuring sense of stability washing over him. As the light from the sunstone radiated around him, Sumo ambled towards his territory, cradling the heavy metal box. Outside, Yu-Air and the crew laying down the iron tracks had ventured deep into the white mist, leaving behind a long stretch of track extending from the territory towards the coastline. With ample materials and the fact that Yu-Air and the others belonged to an extraordinary race, after the initial acclimatization, laying the tracks was not overly challenging, and they quickly became proficient. Working with impressive efficiency, it seemed prudent to hasten the custom order for a rail car from the trading post. Observing the laid tracks, Sumo took a moment to scrutinize their work, confirming its quality before quietly musing. Given the current circumstances, a steel train was a fanciful dream. However, constructing a large iron frame and crafting some wheeled rail cars for transporting goods was entirely feasible. Even if water buffalo could not be used for hauling, the ordinary extraordinary fishmen within the territory could serve as laborers for pulling the carts. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sumo crossed over the tracks and swiftly returned to his territory. As he stepped into the territory, the surrounding mist dissipated, and the sunstone behind him ceased to glow. He casually placed the backpack at the entrance and carried only the heavy metal box and the trident back to the shelter. He first placed the box filled with energy stones in the storage room, planning to gather more stones to reach a sufficient quantity for constructing the sun tower. Under Yuda's supervision, work within the territory was progressing remarkably well. Thanks to the care and maintenance provided by the fish-headed individuals, the herd of deer in the breeding ground was enjoying a much improved quality of life. No longer enduring the previous days of hunger and filth, the waste collected from the breeding ground was also piled into a deep pit dug by Yuda, as per Sumo's instructions, for fermentation and future use in farming as fertilizer. The weeds and trees within the territory had been mostly cleared, with only the areas surrounding the breeding ground still requiring attention. A dozen fish-headed individuals were diligently at work. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, baskets of lime fruits were neatly arranged. Sumo estimated there were around 2,000 pounds. The remaining lime fruits in the orchard were likely dwindling. Given that most people had already become extraordinary, the value of lime fruit had significantly diminished. Originally, Suemo intended to sell them quickly before the price plummeted further. However, after acquiring a substantial number of energy stones from the lake relic, his perspective shifted. The energy found in the relic might have been a stroke of luck, but posts on forums indicated that others had begun discovering similar energy stones during their explorations in the wild. This clearly suggested that following the outbreak of the mist disaster, not only sunstones but other high-quality resources were starting to emerge, and the frequency of black box appearances had also increased. Thus, once today's various tasks were completed, Suemo planned to have Yuda assemble an exploration team to scour the surrounding area for resources. The fish-headed race was unaffected by the white mist and belonged to an extraordinary lineage. Furthermore, Yuda had noticeably increased in intelligence following his promotion. As long as Suemo communicated his instructions clearly, he would not need to personally conduct explorations. It was likely that a steady stream of resources would flow in daily. Should fortune favor him with the discovery of a black box containing a manufacturing platform, Suemo could swiftly construct the relevant equipment for the fully automated canning factory. The lime fruits could certainly be processed into canned goods for sale. Moreover, not only that, but it would also be prudent to have Udea or Uair assemble a fishing team to harvest from the vast ocean. At that time, canned fruits, canned seafood, the development of salt pans, and the collection of limestone, all major resource points will swiftly come into operation. The groundwork laid in the early stages will culminate in a tremendous explosion of productivity. By then, even without relying on the sale of solar stones, Suemo will be able to continuously accrue resources daily. The more he pondered, the more he felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. Were it not for the resources still awaiting his orchestration in the lake, he would have sent Yuda off immediately. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to contribute his part to combating global warming in this new world. After suppressing his myriad thoughts and surveying the various tasks within his territory, he called for Yuda, instructing him to catch a fish and summon Uair back for prompt job transitions. If Uair could not master that convoluted rhyme in a short time, he would first transition to the role of a potion master. With manpower in short supply, further delays were unacceptable. After briefing Yuda, Suemo turned and returned to his workshop, hastily donning his gear before heading out once more. First, he would collect the mature blue water lotus before also excavating a few crystal gems and night pearls to illuminate the shelter. By the time Suemo returned to the lake's edge, he had gathered all the mature lotuses and filled half a basket with various gems and crystals. After handing over the 4 fish-headed creatures discovered in the ruins to Yuda, his flurry of activity brought him close to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. With no time to spare for a meal, he ensured all items were safely stored and intended to summon Uair immediately for the transition arrangements. However, just as he prepared to step outside, the 2 little creatures in the hall suddenly began to wail. Upon approaching, Suemo exclaimed, "Goodness! How can they eat right after making a mess?" Thus, he cleaned their nest, replacing it with fresh deer hide. He then returned to the workshop, mixing the last remnants of spiritual fish blood with water to feed the 2 little tiger cubs. After a busy interval, Suemo's previously anxious heart was completely calmed. There was no rush. Everything needed to be done step by step. Chapter 79. Evolution or Devolution? Once he had completed the tasks for the 2 little creatures, Suemo exited the shelter once more. Uair had already been summoned back, accompanied by his construction team. Since Suemo had been preoccupied, he now observed Yuda directing the work. Remarkably, Yuda's initiative had indeed increased following his promotion. With a slight shake of his head in admiration, Suemo summoned both Yuda and Uair through their mental link. Within the confines of his territory, he could communicate and command them directly through the contract-induced mental connection. However, this link was severed once either party stepped outside the territory. Before long, both Yuda and Uair hurried over. As Uair was still unable to utilize mental waves for communication, Suemo had called Yuda over to act as a translator. After careful consideration regarding Uair's future career path, Suemo decided that if Uair could master that intricate rhyme, the best option would be to transition into the role of an ocean sprite. The spiritual plant cultivation fields in the lake, after all, lay outside the territory. According to Suemo's plans, Uair would need to lead a team of fish-headed creatures to establish a permanent presence there, overseeing and maintaining the spiritual plants, and even transforming that section of the lake into a fishery to stock aquatic life, providing raw materials for the future automated canning factory. Unlike the territory, The wilderness, despite its proximity, required time to traverse. Thus, to avoid unforeseen circumstances, it would be best for Yu-Er to transition into a role possessing some combat abilities as an ocean sprite, at the very least. While in the lake, Yu-Er would be able to hold out for Sumo's support in case of emergencies. Therefore, Sumo planned to give Yu-Er some time to practice the rhyme repeatedly with a trident. If by tomorrow Yu-Er had not yet mastered it, he would then resort to allowing him to transition to the role of a potion master. He would then select from the remaining ordinary extraordinary fish-headed creatures, contracting the first to master the rhyme for promotion. After communicating his thoughts to Yuda and ensuring he would relay the message to Yu-Er, Sumo temporarily handed the trident over to Yu-Er. With Yu-Er arranged, Sumo glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. His stomach had long been empty, and he needed to procure some food quickly, however, considering that the fish-headed creatures had also been working hard without a meal. He instructed Yuda to take them out to forage. He then turned and dug out the water buffalo meat he had previously stored, preparing it for thawing before cooking. Today would be another beef feast. Aside from the water buffalo meat, the only remaining meat stored in the territory was some brown bear meat. With the depletion of the more palatable spiritual beast meat, these ordinary meats would not last long. Fortunately, due to Sumo's consistent efforts in gathering, the variety of vegetables and fruits had significantly increased. Common wild vegetables were well stocked, and he had also acquired a good amount of spices. What puzzled Sumo was that, as of now, no one in the trading post had discovered staple grains such as rice or wheat. Had he not come across remnants of rice grains in the sunken ship ruins, he might have doubted whether staple foods had been domesticated in this world at all. It was imperative to build an ice cellar soon. Otherwise, the inconvenience of digging pits here and there would be cumbersome. With meat supplies dwindling, should he send Yuda and the team out to explore and hunt this afternoon? The quantity of tracks was still too limited. Regrettably, most people were busy with exploration today, so the ore yield would likely be meagered. As he prepared the meal, Sumo's thoughts drifted. His mind was quite scattered. Once he finished preparing the beef feast, he gathered his thoughts, eating while browsing the forum. After a night and a substantial part of the day, the discussions on the forum had shifted again. Whether it was Sumo or the foreign individuals, there were few engaging in discussions anymore. Today's topics primarily revolved around the various discoveries and dangers encountered during explorations. The fervor was fleeting. Survival remained the utmost priority. Having survived the initial night of the fog disaster, most had reaped considerable rewards after a morning of exploration. The fluctuations in the market price of solar stones reflected this. In the morning, the market for solar stones had been chaotic, with absurdly varied pricing. Some were priced at 100 per stone while others were only a few dozen. Despite Sumo having sold over 20 at a relatively low price, it was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the vast market demand. Now, however, as Sumo observed the market price of solar stones, it had stabilized around 15 points. This undoubtedly indicated that most had discovered ample resources in the wild. The forum's themes revolved mainly around exploration and crisis. Sumo browsed several posts, either boasting about their gains or recounting the dangers faced in the wild. Among them, several crisis posts mentioned a type of creature that lurked stealthily within the white mist. While these creatures varied in appearance, some resembling beasts and others humanoid, they shared a common trait. As long as one carried solar stones, these creatures would not appear. However, once the solar stones were depleted and one lingered too long in the white mist, even if they could momentarily suppress the mist's encroachment with their extraordinary physique, these creatures would suddenly materialize and launch an attack. Moreover, these creatures seemed devoid of intelligence and pain. Injury would not impede their combat effectiveness, and only decapitating them would lead to their demise. Upon death, their bodies would dissipate into white mist, leaving no spoils behind. Such characteristics had caused many adventurers to suffer greatly when they inadvertently encountered these creatures during their explorations. Creatures in the fog disaster? Sumo chewed on a substantial piece of beef tendon, lost in thought. Perhaps it was due to his habit of carrying a significant amount of solar stones during his outings that he had not encountered these creatures. Furthermore, given that Yu-Er and the others had laid tracks in the wild for half a day without any casualties, it seemed they had not encountered them either. Were these creatures solely targeting humans? Or did they pose a threat to all sentient beings? But that did not seem right. While the fish-headed race might not be particularly bright, they indeed possessed intelligence, based on Sumo's observations. Not to mention Yuda and Yu-Er, Even the ordinary extraordinary fish-headed creatures exhibited cognitive abilities comparable to those of an 11 or 12-year-old human boy. This did not imply they could be regarded as such. Rather, if they lived in a typical societal environment, receiving education and nurturing, their intelligence would align closely with that of an 11 or 12-year-old. It was apparent that the creatures in the mist did not target intelligence as a basis for their attacks. Suemo then considered another issue. Although Andar's notes did not document the circumstances regarding the creatures in the mist, given their challenging survival situation inland, it was highly probable that such creatures also lurked within the fog disaster they faced. If these fish-headed beings were indeed the result of the horror tribe's devolution, then, from the current perspective, were they truly devolving or perhaps evolving? Chapter 80. The crisis hidden in the shadows. By deducing the process from the outcome. If the fish-headed race truly descended from the horror tribe, then currently, aside from a noticeable decline in intelligence and apparent changes in physical traits, the fish-headed race undeniably seemed better adapted to survive in this world. As for their appearance, since Suemo had never truly seen the features of he refrained from comment. However, in terms of intelligence, the living example of Yuda was right before him. It is evident that achieving a promotion in one's profession can enhance one's wisdom. Even at the initial level, should one ascend to the second or third tier, as inferred by Suemo, it is likely that their level of intelligence would become indistinguishable from that of a human. Upon this realization, a terrifying conjecture, both absurd and plausible, instantaneously took shape in Sumo's mind. This apparent regression is, in fact, a complete re-evolution initiated to adapt to the new world's rules. Is this phenomenon a passive result of the Hall race or the entire alien civilization? Or is it a proactive endeavor? Based on the legacy artifact, the Xian Tai three-pronged fork, that Suemo has acquired, it is evident that a comprehensive career promotion system and related methods for cultivating spiritual entities had been meticulously prepared in advance. This undoubtedly indicates that at the very least, the Hall race, or a faction within it, was actively engaged in this undertaking. Although their preparations were extensive, this particular faction of fish-headed beings clearly faced failure. No, one cannot simply label it a failure. Sumo's expression changed dramatically as he recalled that a professional had already emerged from the fish-headed tribe. Had he not encountered them, it was certain that, given some time for development, more professionals would have been born. They might even have ascended to higher tiers of evolution. At that point, they would possess intelligence rivaling that of humans, formidable professional abilities, and the capacity to navigate the fog disaster with ease. If they were also to awaken the vast resources and technological advancements left behind by their predecessors, it is quite possible, nay, it is certain, that some alien races have already undergone another evolution and awakened their intelligence. Perhaps at this very moment, they are lurking in the shadows, quietly amassing strength, their eyes fixed hungrily upon this group of humans. The mere thought sent a chill down Sumo's spine. Faced with an entirely unfamiliar alien civilization, he never harbored any delusions of goodwill. The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, is a fundamental principle embedded in the genes of all beings across the universe. Only the strong can choose their battles and engage in conflict. The weak must passively endure. While this may currently be merely his conjecture, Suemo would not wait for these speculations to materialize into reality before regretting his inaction. Hastily clearing away the remnants of his meal, he retrieved his notebook and began to reassess his future development plans. Since arriving in this new world, Suemo has been relatively fortunate. His journey commenced smoothly, surrounded by ample resources. Subsequently, he swiftly transitioned through a brief period of weakness, successfully shifting to the roles of a potion master and lord. He has scarcely encountered any genuine life-threatening crises. Perhaps the closest brush with death occurred during the night when he unknowingly allowed a fish-headed creature to breach his sanctuary. Thus, he had never felt a sense of impending danger, and his territorial development had primarily focused on resource acquisition. However, upon recognizing the current crisis, Suemo knew he could no longer afford to be complacent. As the saying goes, while neighbors hoard grain, I stockpile weapons. Regardless of how much resources one accumulates, without the development of military strength, it ultimately serves to benefit others. Therefore, the immediate priority is to elevate his professional level. The potion master's profession allows for rapid advancement with sufficient materials. At present, Suemo lacks only the second-tier spiritual material, Misty Blue, and the Spirit Spring Water among his 4 primary materials. The Spirit Spring Water is manageable. The legacy information from the three-pronged fork provides relevant insights. If he cannot find a natural spirit spring in the wild, he can utilize water attribute energy stones for its preparation. Having just obtained over 2,000 water attribute energy stones from the ruins, he is fully capable of crafting it at any time. However, acquiring Misty Blue presents a challenge. According to the information recorded in Anda's notes, it is a type of spiritual plant that grows within the fog. One must venture deep into the mist to locate it. Flipping back to the relevant sections of his notes, Suemo carefully re-examined the information in context. Unfortunately, the timeline of Anda's documentation is significantly disparate from the surrounding content. Leaving no additional clues, it seems other matters can be set aside for now. He must hasten to dispatch Fishta and his team to explore far and wide. Recording the relevant characteristics of Misty Blue, Suemo continued to contemplate the prerequisites for his promotion as a Lord. Tio advanced from the first to the second tier. Two conditions must be met: the development of the territory and the population count. Presently, there are over 50 fish people, far exceeding the requirement of 30 inhabitants. As for development, both the extraordinary and technology must be illuminated simultaneously, with further research undertaken in one of the two categories. Currently, Suemo has yet to illuminate extraordinary, while technology, specifically Iron Age, requires either a manufacturing table or the construction of a blacksmith shop to commence. Illuminating the extraordinary merely necessitates energy stones, which can be acquired later through the forum. However, the blueprints for the manufacturing table and blacksmith shop can only be obtained through luck, emerging from the black boxes. The emphasis must remain on exploration in the wild. Thus, Suemo highlighted the importance of black boxes and energy stones once more. Enhancing his personal strength fundamentally relies on venturing forth to explore, as for bolstering the strength of his subjugated fish-headed beings. This thought was swiftly extinguished in Suemo's mind. Unless he personally executed the contract, he would not grant promotions to the fish-headed beings he had not yet bound. Although these extraordinary fish-headed individuals, under Fishta's leadership, exhibit great obedience and diligence in their tasks, one cannot guarantee how they might think if their wisdom were to increase post-promotion. Even now, either Fishta, as a first-tier potion master, remains stationed in the territory, or Suemo himself oversees the land. One of the two must always be vigilant within the territory. Suemo would not allow a group of uncontracted fish-headed beings to linger within the territory, should any unforeseen event arise, leading to the destruction of the territory's core. He could very well lose his own life. With this thought, Suemo instinctively glanced at the oil lamp before him. Although he now had the luminous gemstone night pearl in the living room for illumination, the oil lamp he once used still rested on the table. This was not due to any sentimentality on Suemo's part, but rather because this oil lamp is the manifestation of the territory's core. The Lord's profession possesses no inherent weaknesses. Even should they perish outside, they can resurrect from the territory's core at a certain cost. However, while the Lord is invulnerable, the territory's core must be externally manifested after binding to the territory. Naturally, it can be displayed as a crystal or transformed according to the Lord's specifications. Each tier offers an opportunity for transformation, and as long as it remains within the territory's confines, it can be hidden anywhere, be it buried deep underground or concealed in any chosen location. Suemo wisely opted for the oil lamp, as it was both visible before him at all times and served a practical purpose for illumination, thus achieving a perfect balance. Of course, with the night pearl now providing light, the oil lamp appeared somewhat out of place. He would have to wait until after his promotion to undertake another transformation. Regarding the previous incident in the forum where it was claimed that foreigners were responsible for the chaos, is this plot point considered problematic? Since writing this section, I have noticed several individuals leaving low ratings and expressing dissatisfaction. If many share the sentiment that it is indeed a problematic point, I will revise the text. I kindly ask everyone to share their thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 81. Acquisition of energy stones, regardless of whether the goal is to enhance personal strength or bolster the prowess of his subjugated fish people. It ultimately hinges on promptly arranging for Fishta and his team to embark on exploration missions, thereby collecting resources from the surrounding fog. Therefore, Suemo no longer hesitated and called for Fishta. After thoroughly briefing him on the potential resources that might be found within the fog, he instructed him to lead all the fish-headed beings in the territory, except for Fish Air, to venture forth in search of these resources. As Fishta and the others set out, Suemo turned and entered the shop, opening the trading platform. He searched for energy stones. and while the listings were sparse, there were indeed some available for sale. After browsing the prices, he noted that, aside from those exorbitantly priced, the average market price for energy stones fluctuated slightly below that of solar stones, generally ranging between 11 and 13. Although there were numerous vendors in the trading platform, the quantities they offered were typically just 1 or 2 stones. In reality, there were not many available. Unlike other resources, every extraordinary being, regardless of their tier, knows how to utilize energy stones upon acquiring them, and they understand their purpose. Thus, there is no opportunity for bargains or hidden treasures. In the early stages, energy stones were relatively rare resources capable of replenishing extraordinary energy, unless one stumbled upon unsuitable attributes. Most people would keep a few on hand for emergencies. Consequently, in comparison to the quantities available in the trading platform, Suemo believed that individuals would likely retain even more for themselves. However, persuading them to part with their energy stones for sale would not be as simple as merely posting a message and shouting for them to do so. Experience teaches wisdom. After the solar stone incident, even though Suemo and Zhang Chun managed to recover some reputation through subsequent actions, it was clear that in the future, whenever Suemo sought to acquire resources, others would be wary. Therefore, acquiring large quantities of energy stones this time would require a more nuanced approach. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suemo contacted Li Quan to inquire about the situation on his end. Previously, Suemo had provided Li Quan with over 20 solar stones to exchange for survival points and establish a basic framework for a power structure, at the time. The value of those solar stones was roughly equivalent to over 1 million survival points. Bound by the contract, Suemo had no fear of Li Quan betraying him. Money can move mountains. Armed with a substantial amount of survival points and currently scarce solar stone resources, Li Quan quickly assembled 10 full groups. These groups primarily serve to gather various information and post tasks when Suemo requires assistance. Suemo and Li Quan were unconcerned with the loyalty of these individuals. As long as he paid, they would serve his needs. In a world reminiscent of the apocalypse, one cannot expect any notions of friendship or loyalty, only pure self-interest prevails. After all, each individual is separated by vast distances, and the cost of defaulting on agreements is low. Therefore, any organization that can form must be based on the binding of interests. Even Zhang Chunxing, who initially relied on connections within the military to swiftly establish his influence, eventually faced the fragmentation of his faction, exemplified by Yang Feng's defection when confronted with the allure of the extraordinary. Thus, Sumo's initial intent in forming a power base was to enable Li Quan to rapidly gather a substantial following through generous monetary offerings, followed by a gradual selection process to recommend only the most competent individuals to Suemo, who would then decide whether to enter into contracts with them. Of course, that was all a matter for the future. After clarifying the resources currently at Li Quan's disposal, Suemo had a rough understanding of the situation. Following a discussion about Sumo's upcoming action plan, urging Li Quan to be prepared for collaboration, Suemo closed the messaging interface and opened the forum anew, posting 2 announcements. Purchasing all types of energy stones at a high price of 15 points each, only one side accepted. First come, first served, bulk purchases prioritized. Purchasing used energy stones at a high price of 1 survival point each, only 10 sides accepted. First come, first served, bulk purchases prioritized. In the posts, Suemo was generous, openly informing everyone that even used energy stones could serve as building materials, potentially playing a significant role in channeling extraordinary energy. Rather than shrouding this information in secrecy and allowing others to exaggerate their speculations, it was far better to state it plainly, whether they chose to believe it was their own prerogative. Moreover, unless they transitioned to becoming lords themselves, even if they understood the function of the used energy stones, they would be utterly useless in their hands. Once the acquisition posts were published, they indeed sparked immediate discussions, quickly rising into the top 10 trending topics. The market price for energy stones hovered around 11 to 13 points. Why did Suemo set the purchase price at 15 points? The answer was simple. If Suemo had opted to purchase directly at market prices, most individuals would hesitate, thinking, I can sell it at this price normally. So why not wait and see what happens? By raising the price, some would grow even more skeptical, choosing instead to hold out for a better offer. Yet, others would adopt the mindset of securing immediate gains. The majority, however, would find themselves torn between wanting to sell at the current high price and the fear of missing out on potential further increases. At this juncture, Sumo's final stipulation of a limited quantity would serve as an impetus for some to make a decisive choice. Naturally, the limitation was not a ruse. Despite the overwhelming attention it garnered, the actual number of individuals deciding to sell their energy stones was relatively small, yet still significant. Within less than half an hour, whether it was the unused energy stones or the empty shells of used ones, Suemo had amassed sufficient quantities. He promptly edited his posts to indicate that he had collected enough and was halting further acquisitions. Subsequently blocking all back-end messages, Sumo resolved not to acquire any more. Upon checking the trading market, he found that the prices of energy stones had indeed risen by 1 to 2 points. And the upward trend continued. This outcome was not unexpected for Suemo. However, it was now beyond his concern. The remainder was up to Li Quan's endeavors. The plan was, in essence, quite straightforward. Suemo would post to inflate prices and expectations, and once he ceased acquisitions, whether after an hour or two, others might speculate that he was merely pretending. Yet, after 4 or 5 hours, or even an entire night, without any further activity, the prices of energy stones would undoubtedly plummet, potentially crashing to rock bottom, at which point Li Quan would discreetly step in to support the market. It operated on the same principle as stock trading, with the only difference being that Suemo had taken on the role of the trader this time. With trustworthy individuals on the forum to assist him, Suemo could execute even more intricate maneuvers. Therefore, the remaining tasks no longer required Sumo's attention. It was foreseeable that, as a result, Suemo would likely not face a shortage of energy stones for a considerable time to come. Presently, the energy stone reserves within his territory were also adequate for the construction of the Sun Tower, and without delay, Suemo commenced the building process. Chapter 82. Alchemical crafting and enchantment techniques. The location designated for the construction of the Sun Tower was also meticulously planned by Suemo to be situated in the northeastern section of the shelter, adjacent to the sun furnace and the rail production station. This site, in proximity to the river flowing through the territory, was perfectly suited for future industrial development, including an automated canning factory and other technological products that Suemo intended to establish in this area. With a sufficient supply of energy stones, Suemo initially expended 1,000 production points to create a virtual model on the interface before gradually loading the materials. The construction of the Sun Tower required 100 units of sunstones and 1 unit of primary energy stones. The sunstones were self-explanatory. However, Suemo experimented by utilizing the previously acquired used energy stones. Observing the materials dissolve rapidly in a blue glow confirmed their viability. Thus, it became evident that buildings or devices requiring energy stones for construction did not necessarily need the extraordinary energy itself, but rather the unique material properties of the energy stones. This aligned with Sumo's earlier speculation that the special properties of energy stones facilitated the accumulation of extraordinary elements. The buildings or devices required the unique material rather than the energy itself. It was possible that structures and devices built with energy stones would also require energy stones for operation in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Sumo worked swiftly, and before long, the 100 units of sunstones and 1 unit of primary energy stones were fully loaded. The blue light coalesced into a tangible form and vanished, a tower-like structure, approximately 5 meters tall and entirely composed of a fiery red stone. Materialized on the spot, at first glance, the tower appeared rather peculiar, entirely enclosed, with a seamless form lacking doors or windows, save for 2 square openings at the base that resembled entry points. Sumo's gaze lingered upon it as a line of information gradually revealed itself. Special building, Sun Tower, building function. Input various types of energy stones to refine and transform them into attribute-less energy, automatically supplying power to buildings and equipment within the territory. Input energy-depleted energy stones, select the buildings or equipment requiring power, and it will automatically establish energy transport pipelines. Building status, not activated. Building reserve, none. The Sun Tower functioned as an energy tower, capable of supplying energy to other buildings and equipment within the territory by consuming energy stones and laying down energy transport pipelines. But could the sun furnace and rail production station be compatible? Upon reviewing its functional attributes, Suemo immediately thought of the only 2 production buildings and devices within the territory. Currently, the market had yet to feature coal or other types of fuel. Both the sun furnace and rail production station utilized wood as fuel, which was neither efficient nor effective. However, if extraordinary energy could serve as fuel, the daily output would undoubtedly increase significantly. With this thought in mind, Suemo decided to retain a few water attribute energy stones for daily energy replenishment while investing the remainder into the Sun Tower. When Suemo began selecting the Sun Furnace and Rail Production Station to establish energy transport pipelines, he discovered he could freely plan the routes for the energy conduits. Naturally, it was more suitable to bury the energy pipelines underground. After planning the route, he clicked to activate it and witnessed a surge of blue light manifesting from thin air. The light coalesced beneath the Sun Tower, forming two ethereal passages leading to the Sun Furnace and Rail Production Station. As the Sun Tower continued to operate, a dark stone pipeline quickly took shape. Within minutes, the blue light dissipated, revealing the completed energy transport pipelines. Since the pipelines were deeply buried underground, no traces were visible on the surface after their formation. Only above the Sun Furnace and Rail Production Station could one see the pipelines protruding from the ground, connecting to the respective fuel inlets, indicating their successful installation. Observing this, Suemo approached the furnace to inspect closely and noted that the two energy transport pipelines bore no distinguishing features. They were roughly the diameter of a baby's arm, indistinguishable from ordinary pipes. Unfortunately, the territory had depleted its supply of iron ore and pig iron blocks, as they had all been forged into rails, leaving Suemo unable to conduct any experiments for the time being. Returning to the Sun Tower, he checked its reserve status. Energy value, 7,018 energy stones, 5058, depleted, 0.1 energy stone could be transformed into 1 point of energy. 1 unit of energy stone contained approximately 5,000 pieces. Combined with the small portion found in the wreckage, totaling over 7,000 pieces, the two pipelines established using depleted energy stones spanned a total of about 20 meters, consuming over 2,000 pieces. The consumption was indeed substantial. With the Sun Tower completed, extraordinary could be illuminated. Unlike technology, which required gradual upgrades, extraordinary had only two branches beneath it, selectable at will: alchemical crafting and enchantment techniques. Upon careful examination, Suemo discovered that alchemical crafting allowed for the creation of extraordinary potions, yet required an alchemy table and the presence of an alchemist to activate. Meanwhile, enchantment techniques permitted the enchanting of any equipment with extraordinary properties and similarly required an enchantment table and a craftsman to be in residence. An alchemy table? As a magus, Suemo realized that he had already unlocked half of the alchemical crafting process. However, the requirement for an alchemy table left him somewhat hesitant. Did the alchemical artifact, the briefcase of Andar obtained from the sunken ship's ruins, qualify as the alchemy table required by the interface? Although he knew that the alchemical artifact was located in the workshop within the shelter and could be directly activated if it met the criteria for alchemical crafting, Suemo still hurriedly returned to the workshop to test the alchemical artifact before him. Yet, it turned out not to meet the requirements. Is it because this extraordinary object is artificially crafted? Or is it that only those specially tailored by the system meet the requirements? Without having seen the actual item, Suemo remains uncertain, leading to a sense of empty exhilaration. Although the extraordinary has been activated and its craftsmanship is exceedingly alluring, it still resembles technology in that it can only be admired from afar. Suemo slightly steadied his emotions and returned to the shop. He needed to swiftly gather more iron ore. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the construction of the city wall, and after the system update, a series of events had unfolded, leaving him no time to attend to the matter of iron ore. After several rounds of consumption, the iron ore reserves from Zhang Chuanxing's side had been nearly depleted. To procure a substantial amount, he could only scour the trading post. Due to the outbreak of fog disasters, mining costs had further escalated. The prices of ores in the trading post had generally surged. Suemo briefly browsed, discovering that the current price of iron ore had risen to 2 points per pound, effectively doubling in cost. Quietly estimating the steel deficit in his territory, he realized that over 12,000 pairs of tracks were still needed, including the steel required for the fully automated canning factory's equipment. The deficit amounted to nearly 130,000 pounds of steel. Given the 66 iron content of the iron ore, it would require approximately 350,000 survival points for procurement. Upon checking his account balance, Suemo noted that after purchasing a batch of energy stones, his remaining balance was now below 1,000,000 TSK. It seemed he would have to sell some solar stones. Chapter 83. Terrifying production capacity, forum and uproar. In reality, the mining equipment currently in use is rather antiquated. Moreover, most mine owners have only recently ascended to the extraordinary level and, in light of the fog disaster. Many have ventured out to explore the increasing resources nearby. Thus, the current or supply at the trading post is also insufficient. SUMO assessed the situation and felt that even with the pricier options, the total would only amount to a few £100,000, which was far from adequate. Consequently, he decided to clear out all the ores available in the trading post, depleting his survival points in the process. He also listed some solar stones, still priced at 10 points below market value, to sell gradually. Subsequently, SUMO contacted Li Quan, directly trading him 100 cubic units of solar stones, instructing him to organize and entice a group of mine owners. As long as they could ensure a daily mining quantity, they could even raise prices that a regular person can mine about £100 a day by hand. For an extraordinary being, that number could reach £1,000. If he could organize 100 people, they would accumulate a daily intake of 100,000 pounds of iron ore. This would establish a stable ore production line, alleviating daily worries about shortages. After all, once the ore is collected, it can be processed into pig iron for sale, and with the rise in raw ore prices, pig iron prices would naturally follow suit. With several times the profit at stake, there is no fear of price increases. SUMO piled all the iron ore beside the furnace, first placing 10,000 pounds into the solar furnace for experimentation. There was no need to add wood as fuel. He simply selected the function from the solar tower and clicked to start. 0:05:59, just 6 minutes. Hiss. Utilizing the solar tower, efficiency had increased tenfold. After a quick calculation, SUMO couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 1 hour could yield 100,000 pounds of molten iron, rivaling the daily production capacity of large-scale ironworks in modern society. If this estimation held true, then the track production station could similarly see a tenfold increase in efficiency. This means, with sufficient raw materials, the track production station could produce nearly 15,000 pairs of tracks in just one day, entirely sufficient for laying from the territory to the coast. Everything was in place. It all hinged on whether Li Quan could stabilize the situation quickly. Additionally, he would have to wait for a significant return on the energy stones. Reflecting that he had just contracted with Li Quan, SUMO continuously assigned him tasks, leaving him little time to update SUMO on his resource attributes. It felt somewhat embarrassing point. One cannot expect the horse to run without allowing it to graze. SUMO prepared to give him a taste of rewards. He reopened the chat with Li Quan and sent him a message detailing 2 professions available for him to transfer into, encouraging him to consider carefully before responding. After sending the message, Li Quan replied swiftly, almost without hesitation, immediately choosing the ocean spirit profession. SUMO was not surprised. After all, if he had the choice, he too would likely opt for the ocean spirit profession. Not to mention, the ability to survive underwater is a tremendous allure for someone residing near the coast. The extraordinary 3-pronged spear was still with Yu learning the ballad, and it seemed it would not be until tomorrow that the transaction could be completed for the transfer. Briefly discussing this with Li Quan, SUMO then returned to his room. Having dealt with most matters, he now awaited Yu's return with the majority of the team to commence production and construction. Upon entering the living room, SUMO found the 2 little ones, having woken up at some point, playfully tussling with one another. The 2 plump little bundles were utterly adorable, perhaps due to the consumption of spirit fish blood. Both had grown at an astonishing rate. Not only had their fluffiness increased, but they had also sprouted tiny baby teeth. Unfortunately, the spirit fish blood was now depleted. Otherwise, they might soon be scampering about. After giving them a thorough squeeze, still unsatisfied, SUMO simply cradled them in his arms, playing with them while reopening the forum. It was still mid-afternoon, and the forum lacked the evening buzz. However, SUMO was not there to browse, but rather to announce his speculations regarding the other races. After drafting a brief outline, he clicked to post and began editing. Hidden treasures of the other races surrounding the sanctuary, energy stones, extraordinary technologies, career inheritances await you. With the title established, SUMO proceeded to compose the main content. To all compatriots, recently, I discovered the presence of a fish-headed race surrounding my territory. From this, I deduced that this fish-headed race may not merely be a product of evolutionary failure. The intelligent civilization of the other races may not have been passively extinguished but rather actively embraced evolution. They are retracing the path of evolution, beginning from aberrant beings such as fish-headed people, even dog-headed, cow-headed, and pig-headed individuals. They are once again completing the evolution of life, adapting more effectively to this world. It is reasonable to anticipate that in the near future, a group of highly intelligent, professionally adept beings equipped with a complete extraordinary industrial system will suddenly emerge. At that time, how shall humanity respond? Perhaps even now, not far from your sanctuary, a group of evolved and awakened beings is keenly observing your strength and development. Fellow compatriots, find the hidden other races around you, eliminate them, and you will obtain abundant energy stones, extraordinary technologies, and career inheritances. Suemo emphasized his acquisition of various resources from the ruins while briefly outlining relevant information about the professions, by appealing to others' greed from the perspective of benefit. He further elucidated the dangers posed by the other races. The eradication of these beings would yield immense treasures while simultaneously contributing to human civilization. With this dual approach, who could resist the temptation? Humans are creatures driven by self-interest. If only the dangers posed by the other races were discussed, most would think it inconsequential, believing that the sky could fall with a tall person to bear it. However, once substantial benefits are involved, who wouldn't want to take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a model? Someone will inevitably claim the title of the world's best. Why shouldn't it be me? Once posted. The message quickly became a sensation across the forum, igniting fervent discussions. This further sparked two related hot topics: beyond the extraordinary, the promotion system for professionals, and in-depth research on other races. The section reveals significant similarities between other races and humans. The former was introduced by Zhang Chunsheng, who took the opportunity to share information about the promotion of professionals. After clicking to view, Suemo discovered that Zhang Chunsheng had provided detailed descriptions of the professions, including a new one named Jungle Hunter. He was curious about who had transferred into this role. As for the research post, it was naturally authored by members of the association. After all, aside from members like Zhang Buoqian, no one else would occupy themselves with dissecting fishmen corpses. Moreover, Suemo noted that even the previously scarce information regarding other races had begun to proliferate like mushrooms after rain following his post. Many claimed to have encountered other races before the fog disaster erupted. Most of these claims lacked evidence, and Suemo dismissed them as mere fabrications for amusement. However, some individuals did share legitimate images. Intrigued, Suemo eagerly clicked to examine what other races truly looked like. Chapter 84. The Return of the Fish, Tremendous Gains. Upon opening the first image-sharing post, it described a sighting of what appeared to be an ape-like creature atop a small hill during the day. Suemo clicked on the picture, only to find it was a mere silhouette. From the back view, the ape exhibited a somewhat tall stature and a slightly hunched back, but Suemo discerned no significant differences from an ordinary ape. It hardly seemed like a genuine other race. After scrolling through several similar posts, he finally encountered a true depiction of an other race on the fifth post. This was a close-up shot taken from the front. The background of the image was dark, resembling a cave, with very dim lighting. Only a vague human silhouette was discernible, but two long tentacles were clearly visible atop its head, standing tall. What manner of race is this? The Long Tentacle Tribe? Suemo scrolled down to read the detailed description provided by the poster. According to the poster, the being was discovered while mining in a cave. This other race not only possessed a humanoid form, but its limbs bore no resemblance to human anatomy, resembling the massively enlarged legs of an ant. Upon the figure was a thick layer of dark gray keratin, and atop its head rested an oddly shaped entity that resembled an ant's head. TSK, an Ant-Man? Suemo contemplated the characteristics of ants and surmised that such an alien species would be well suited for mining. If utilized for excavating limestone, it would likely prove to be quite adept. With nothing pressing on hand, Suemo immersed himself in the forum for the remainder of the time. Occasionally, he would respond to messages and intermittently check on UAR's study progress, as well as supply raw materials for the furnace and railway production platform. Noteworthy is the fact that perhaps due to the frequent appearance of monsters in the mist, or perhaps lured by Suemo's posts about alien treasures, many individuals were stirring with eagerness. This led to an unexpected surge in the demand for healing potions. It was not the leaders of Zhang Chunsheng's faction who came to purchase. Rather, it was primarily resource magnates whom Suemo recognized from prior encounters. For instance, the individual who had previously acquired the blueprint for clothing directly exchanged a spirit fruit for a fire attribute healing potion from Suemo. Moreover, they attempted to obtain the method for class changing from him. In response, Suemo proposed that they provide a production platform in exchange, which would grant him direct access to the necessary resources for class transition. Naturally, This was met with refusal. Sumo understood, as after all, it was their livelihood at stake. Yet, they could not offer other resources, such as special blueprints or potion formulas. Sumo would not hesitate to trade for first-tier job inheritances if such items were available. Over the course of the afternoon, he managed to sell 2 fire attribute potions and 1 universal potion, all in exchange for spirit fruits, among which was only 1 fruit of the shadow attribute. The other 2 were remade into potions by Sumo with a market demand. It was only natural to increase reserves. Clearly, the resources of extraordinary spirit fruits in the wild had also seen an uptick. Pondering this, Sumo decided to post again, promoting healing potions and seeking to acquire the primary material for second-tier awakening potions, the Misty Blue. The post emphasized the growth environment and physical characteristics of the Misty Blue, proposing that a single plant could be exchanged for 5 bottles of healing potions. Upon its release, while the post itself did not trend, the name Misty Blue successfully entered the top 10. Not too shabby. As evening approached, the sky outside had completely darkened. Sumo began preparing dinner, yet Yuda and the others had yet to return. Were it not for the ongoing mental link, Sumo might have believed that Yuda had led his entire team of fish-headed men to their demise outside. It was indeed too risky. The first expedition should prioritize stability. He ought not to have allowed Yuda to take all the extraordinary fish men with him. With a slight sigh, he acknowledged his impatience. After all, if there were no similar alien species nearby, every loss among the fish-headed leaders would be a significant blow to Sumo, as they were all invaluable labor. Once outside the territory, any distance would hinder communication. Thus, Sumo could only wait silently in the shelter. As it neared 8 o'clock, he casually prepared a beef hot pot, his mind wandering as he ate. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching the territory. Tuning into the mental connection, he located Yuda and, without further ado, hastily set aside his bowl and chopsticks. He rushed to the northern gate. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed outward, spotting Yuda leading a disorganized line of fish-headed men, each carrying or dragging a wooden barrel towards the gate. Although Yuda possessed the skill of jungle traversal, allowing him to roam the wild for extended periods, the average fish-headed man could not. Hence, Sumo had specifically ordered over 50 wooden barrels from the trading post, filled with water for them to carry, which could be replenished from the nearby river. Furthermore, he vaguely glimpsed what appeared to be a massive entity being dragged at the end of the line. It seemed they had returned with a bountiful haul. Sumo's eyes brightened instantaneously, excitement coursing through him as he descended the wall and opened the gate to welcome Yuda and the others. As the fish-headed men gradually returned to the territory, Sumo finally discerned the immense creature they were dragging, a giant catfish. Nearly 5 meters in length, its fins shimmered with a radiant glow, unmistakably a transcendent spirit fish. Its body bore numerous dents, evidently having suffered extensive damage from the water arrows of the fish-headed men. The fatal wound was located on its head, dark as night, clearly the result of Yuda's lightning skills. Such a large spirit fish would be perfect for slicing into hot pot. With this thought, Sumo turned his attention to the other spoils. The wooden barrels originally intended for water were now scattered with solar stones and various attribute energy stones. He instructed them to separate the items into 2 piles and roughly counted the quantities. The solar stones numbered around 700, while the energy stones were quite abundant, estimated to be nearly 2,000, comparable to what Sumo had gathered in the ruins. Moreover, they had also harvested 2 spirit herbs. Sumo employed his herbal identification and data analysis skills to assess them. Both were first-tier spirit herbs. One was a water attribute lingji, and the other a soil attribute ground mushroom. According to Yuda's description, this ground mushroom even exhibited slow movement. Ultimately, as Sumo awaited the reveal of the treasures with eager eyes, Yuda slowly retrieved a black box from his backpack. Then, to Sumo's astonishment, he reached back into the box, pulling out another 1.2. 2 black boxes? Oh my goodness, why Yuda, animated and gesturing wildly, recounted their thrilling adventure through the mental connection. Chapter 85. Unveiling the Black Boxes. Surprises abound in truth. As Yuda led the team northward on their exploration, they encountered no significant dangers. The afternoon passed remarkably smoothly, yielding not only a wealth of energy stones and solar stones, but also a spirit fruit and the black boxes in the wild. However, as night fell and Yuda directed the fish-headed men towards the river to hunt and rest before returning to the city, they were unexpectedly ambushed by the giant catfish in the river. This creature was not merely a transcendent spirit beast, but had also entered the ranks of first-tier spirit beasts. Given that Yu Dai was a potion master rather than a sea elf, it took considerable effort, even with the assistance of the extraordinary fish-headed men, to finally subdue it in the river. Yet, it was during the pursuit of this first-tier giant catfish that Yu Dai inadvertently discovered the water attribute spirit herb and the black boxes at the riverbed. This also explained their delayed return. However, amidst Yu Dai's thrilling account of the catfish hunt, a critical piece of information he let slip piqued Sumo's interest even more. Did you say that the opposite bank of the river is entirely grass with no trees? Sumo's expression shifted as he interrupted Yu Dai, who was still animatedly narrating his glorious battle exploits. Why Yu Dai, taken aback by the sudden interruption, was puzzled as to why Sumo wasn't focusing on the riveting battle narrative, but rather inquired about the riverbank's condition. Upon reflection, however, he confirmed, it seems there are only a few scattered trees. The rest is all grass, and the ground is very flat and vast, stretching as far as the eye can see. So, the opposite bank of the river is a vast plain? Sumo blinked, deep in thought. During his last hurried survey, he had paid little attention to the situation on the other side of the river, only to discover it was likely a broad expanse of flatland, or perhaps a sprawling grassland. Of course, given Yu Dai's limited narrative abilities, errors were possible. He resolved to personally investigate when time permitted to ascertain the truth. Returning to the matter at hand, Sumo instructed Yu Dai to direct the other fish-headed men to refine iron and dig an ice cellar, after which they could rest. Once Yu Dai had organized the fish-headed men, Sumo took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently upon the two black boxes before him. He must open the crafting table. Or an alchemy or enchantment table would suffice. Silently repeating this mantra, Sumo resolved without further hesitation and lifted a hand to open one of the black boxes. No unusual phenomena occurred. Upon lifting the lid, the contents were revealed. A small pouch of seeds and a white manual. Crafting tables are indeed hard to come by. With a soft sigh, Sumo first examined the technical manual. Upon flipping it open, the title elicited a look of astonishment from Sumo, instantly dispelling his earlier disappointment. He diligently continued to read on. After a considerable time had passed, Sumo finally inhaled deeply, a smile breaking forth that he could no longer suppress. This was a manual for cultivating spirit fields, detailing the construction of special cultivation pools using different tiers of transcendent corpses as materials. It would yield various tiers of cultivation liquids that, when poured onto ordinary soil over time, could transform it into corresponding spirit fields. Not only would this accelerate the growth speed of crops planted there, but it would also increase the likelihood of ordinary crops mutating into spirit herbs, enhancing their quality. Undoubtedly, if this cultivation pool could be successfully established, Sumo would no longer need to worry about a shortage of spirit herbs within his territory. Most importantly, Sumo possessed a racial talent for farming, which would similarly enhance production speed and yield. With these two factors combined, the efficiency was beyond Sumo's imagination. In terms of value, Sumo believed that if this manual did not possess the ability to illuminate technology, its utility would likely far surpass that of a crafting table. Since this was the spirit field cultivation manual, could the remaining pouch of seeds within the black box be spirit herb seeds? With the manual as a precedent, Sumo's anticipation for the pouch of seeds grew even greater. The pouch appeared no larger than the size of a palm when in the black box. But as Sumo extracted it, its size and weight swiftly surged, soon reaching approximately 15 pounds. Meanwhile, unlike technological products that come with a time constraint after extraction, Sumo, upon retrieving the white booklet and seeds, watched as the black box disintegrated into specks of blue light, dissipating into the air. Teske. With a mixture of astonishment and curiosity, Sumo ceased to dwell on it and turned his attention to the bag in his hands. Peering inside at the seeds, to his surprise, they were wheat seeds. Without needing the identification of 100 herbs or his data analysis talent, he recognized the type of seeds at a glance. While he might struggle with other varieties, the most basic seeds of wheat and rice were unmistakable to him. Of course, despite his immediate recognition, Sumo still confirmed it using his talent. He felt a wave of relief wash over him as he realized that the bag contained spring wheat seeds. Unlike winter wheat, which requires a cold vernalization process, this variety could be planted directly in the current weather. However, one drawback was that the wheat seeds showed no signs of brilliance, indicating they were merely ordinary crop seeds. With 15 pounds of wheat seeds, he could comfortably plant an acre of land. If combined with the advantages of his fertile land and innate talent, Suemo believed he could easily achieve a yield of several hundred pounds per acre. With enough practice, surpassing 1,000 pounds per acre was also within the realm of possibility. Luck was on his side. At least the resources obtained from this black box were precisely what Suemo desperately needed. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the remaining black box with a sense of trepidation. As the lid lifted, 2 items lay quietly within, coming into view: a blueprint and a scaled-down square model of a technological product. Although uncertain about the purpose of the square technological model, Suemo's heart raced, and he instinctively held his breath. From the information gathered on the forums, it was suggested that when a blueprint emerged alongside a technological product, it was likely a crafting station. Therefore, if the forums were correct, this square model undoubtedly represented the crafting station that Suemo had longed for. Without further ado, he quickly examined the model, and indeed, a white instruction manual was extracted, transforming into information recorded on his panel. Name: Extraordinary Crafting Station. Description: a remarkable object birthed through the rules of the world, possessing the potential to create any item, provided one has the appropriate blueprint and sufficient materials. The crafting station is not a technological product, but an extraordinary object. Chapter 86. Ascension to Second Tier, Expansion of Territory, leveraging the rules of the world to give birth to extraordinary objects. Suemo pondered over the description. Perhaps it was precisely this reason that the crafting station served as the key to illuminating the Iron Age. Similarly, it was likely that the alchemy station and enchantment station were of the same ilk. This also explained why the artificially crafted alchemical artifact in Suemo's possession, which belonged to the alchemy station, could not illuminate the pharmaceutical craft skill. Confirming it was indeed a crafting station, Suemo wasted no time in extracting the remaining blueprint and recording it on his panel, glancing briefly at its contents. Finding it to be a standard blueprint for cold weapon crafting, he chose not to linger. He hurriedly left, intending to find a suitable location for the extraordinary crafting station. Initially, Suemo intended to place the crafting station in the workshop of the shelter. However, considering that the operations of the crafting station would likely be conducted primarily by the Fishhead people, he decided that it would be more practical to set it beside the Sun Tower for the time being, planning to relocate it later if necessary. As the model of the extraordinary crafting station touched the ground, it rapidly expanded and transformed. In an instant, it grew from a palm-sized square model into a long technological table, 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width, standing at half his height. To Suemo's surprise, aside from an operational display screen, the technological table had nothing else. He examined it from top to bottom, realizing that it lacked both an input and output port. How would the Sun Tower provide it with energy? Or was there some extraordinary aspect to this crafting station that allowed it to operate without such functionalities? However, now was not the time for slow deliberation. As soon as the extraordinary crafting station settled into place, Suemo noticed that Development-Technology-Iron Age had been illuminated. The conditions for ascending to the second tier of lordship had been met. Not hesitating any longer, Suemo promptly returned to the shelter, entering the living room and grasping the oil lamp on the table. The moment he picked up the oil lamp, which served as the core of the territory, a system prompt echoed instantly. Detected that the Lord has met the ascension conditions. Would you like to ascend? Ascend. Nothing is more vital than the enhancement of personal strength. Suemo directed the Fishhead guards to remain outside the shelter, ensuring safety before unhesitatingly choosing to ascend. With a silent thought, a blue light began to emanate from the oil lamp, swiftly transforming it back into the original form of the territory core. A fiery red diamond-shaped crystal. Once the territory core returned to its true state, it swiftly flew to Suemo's forehead, merging directly into his consciousness. In an instant, Suemo felt a radiant warmth envelop him. Dazzling white light radiated from his body, startling the little creatures who had just filled their bellies and were now trembling in their nests. Unaware of the commotion outside, Suemo, upon the reintegration of the territory core into his being, felt a surge of warmth reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when transitioning to the role of Lord. His consciousness soared, freely wandering in this mysterious realm, feeling an unprecedented lightness and comfort in both body and spirit. However, unlike the previous transition, this ascension was marked by a heightened mental clarity, likely due to a strengthening of his spirit. in this unfamiliar space, he retained a degree of lucidity, faintly hearing mechanical prompts resonating deep within his mind. Conditions for ascension met. Individual transcendence in progress. Your tier has risen to the second tier. The effect of the talent, one proof eternal, is triggered, with physique and spirit naturally increasing to the second tier maximum of 1000. Your territorial range is expanding. Your skills are being enhanced. You have ascended to the second tier, successfully completing individual transcendence. As the last system prompt faded, Sumo's awareness sharply clarified, and he swiftly descended from the clouds. The enveloping warmth dissipated, and unlike before, this time he bore witness to his extraordinary ascension process through a cascade of system prompts. Once the ascension concluded, he shook off any lingering confusion and opened the system panel with a heightened sense of clarity, reviewing his attributes. Clicking to view the details. After meticulously examining the attributes post-ascension, Suemo noted that aside from his physique and spirit, each increasing to 1,000 points, his life and energy had surged past the 100,000 mark. Several of his talents had remained unchanged, and the skills pertaining to his apothecary profession had similarly not improved. Only the two skills related to lordship had seen significant enhancements. Firstly, the skill, Dominion Power, now allowed him to harness the strength of all his subjects, consolidating it within himself, or conversely, channeling that power entirely to a specific subject, controlling their combat. This enhanced skill meant that Suemo could effectively transform his subjects into his avatars, remotely directing their battles. For instance, in the event of an invasion, Suemo could remain within the shelter while transferring his strength to Fishta or Fishair, remotely orchestrating their combat. Naturally, this would only be effective within the confines of his territory. It served as an additional life-saving skill, which, for Suemo at present, was better than nothing. In contrast, while the effect of the contract power skill remained unchanged, the number of times it could be activated each day increased from once to 3 times. This meant that from this point forward, Suemo could contract with 3 fishhead individuals each day. In no time, he would be able to swiftly assemble a team of professionals, which was quite a delightful surprise. In terms of personal strength, his life essence had been refined, with all attributes experiencing a 10-fold increase, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Following his ascension to the second tier, the area of his territory expanded to a radius of 3 kilometers, instantly multiplying in size. This not only encompassed the nearby lake, but also revealed upgradable markers on all structures within his territory. As Suemo examined the upgrade conditions one by one, his excitement grew. This upgrade was unlike the previous transition from wood to stone for the walls. It allowed for a direct elevation from ordinary to extraordinary by meeting specific requirements. For instance, the patch of divine wood field to the north of the shelter could be upgraded to a divine field by consuming a certain quantity of divine field cultivation liquid, simply requiring survival points without the need for irrigation. The same applied to the lime fruit grove, while the breeding farm required divine beast cultivation feed to upgrade to an extraordinary ranch. Not only ordinary buildings within his territory, but even the sun tower and sun furnace could undergo further upgrades. Chapter 87. The unlocking task of the Iron Age. The upgrade for the sun tower requires a piece of primary energy ore, enabling it to become the Sun Gathering Tower. As the name suggests, the Sun Gathering Tower retains the original functions of the Sun Tower while also possessing the ability to autonomously absorb scattered energy from the air. Moreover, the energy absorbed can be transformed into stored energy, which can also replenish exhausted energy stones. Should it be upgraded to a solar convergence tower, could provide Suemo with a highly profitable additional project, saving him a substantial quantity of energy stones. The only regret for Suemo is that the primary energy ore remains an unknown extraordinary resource. He conducted searches in both the trading post and forums, but found no relevant information. The same applies to the solar furnace. Upon its upgrade, it can smelt extraordinary metals, yet it also requires a resource known as starstone. Currently, there are no leads. Among the various buildings within Sumo's territory, the one most likely to be upgraded at present is the Spirit Field. The Spirit Field Cultivation Manual states that with 1 piece of primary fire attribute energy stone, 1 piece of corrosive soil, and 1 liter of negative energy water, a spirit liquid cultivation pool can be established. Once completed, different tiers of extraordinary corpses can be tossed into it, which will then produce the cultivation liquid needed to upgrade the spirit field. The fire attribute energy stone is self-explanatory. The corrosive soil and negative energy water are similarly detailed in the manual. The corrosive soil is essentially swamp soil formed by the decomposition of numerous extraordinary flora and fauna that perished in the depths of the marsh. This swamp soil is considered a low-tier extraordinary resource, and once a substantial quantity is formed, it will undoubtedly harbor extraordinary marsh creatures. To the east of Sumo's territory lies a swamp, which he plans to explore. However, negative energy water poses a significant challenge. According to the manual, negative energy water, also referred to as soul water, has a chance of appearing only in areas of mass death among extraordinary intelligent beings. However, if one possesses a soul-related talent or skill, they can directly extract the souls of extraordinary beings for its production. Although Suemo lacks such talents, he can attempt to seek relevant individuals on the forum. Thus, for the time being, the spirit field seems to be the most promising candidate for an upgrade after advancing to the second tier. Yet, Suemo finds himself somewhat perplexed. Are the construction materials for the spirit field cultivation pool truly such ominous substances? He muses that in this realm of celestial fantasy, it certainly smacks of dark arts. TSK. Shaking his head slightly, after his advancement to the second tier, both his personal strength and territorial development have seen significant improvements. Consequently, there are now more tasks to attend to. After reviewing the changes in attributes and buildings following the upgrade of his Lord class to the second tier, Suemo glanced at the time, which was just shy of 10 o'clock in the evening. It seems this upgrade did not take long. Muttering softly, Suemo rose and exited the sanctuary once more. Outside, Yuda was diligently guarding the entrance. Noticing this, Suemo waved his hand, signaling it was time for Yuda and the ordinary extraordinary fish-headed people to return home and rest. Following the expansion of his territory, the lake has been completely incorporated into his domain. The ruins within the lake are now entirely under Sumo's control. In the future, whether for large-scale cultivation of blue water lotuses or establishing an inland fishery, preparations can now commence. Watching Yuda leave in a lively manner, Suemo smiled and proceeded toward the location of the extraordinary crafting table. With the advancement complete, it was time to explore this treasure. Approaching the extraordinary crafting table, Suemo opened the operating display screen and studied it for a while. He finally grasped the working principle of the crafting table. The actual operation is quite simple. Upon opening the operating panel, a craftable list is displayed, which contains the blueprints currently in his possession. After selecting the desired item to craft and clicking to add materials, an intake port will rise from below the crafting table. By adding the required materials along with the basic fuel, production can commence. It can be described as a foolproof method of operation. At present, Suemo can craft not just the recently unlocked cold weapon blueprint, but 4 items in total: the iron axe, iron pickaxe, and iron shovel as a basic set, along with the newly acquired cold weapon blueprint, Tang Dao. The basic tool set is a built-in construction tool obtained upon acquiring the extraordinary crafting table and activating the technology, Iron Age. Furthermore, Suemo clicked on the Iron Age introduction for a detailed overview. Technology, Iron Age stage, early, unlock. Collect 7 tool blueprints to unlock all types of tool crafting. Wink with a frown. 3-7. Collect 7 melee cold weapon blueprints to unlock all types of melee cold weapon crafting. 1-7. Collect 7 ranged cold weapon blueprints to unlock all types of ranged cold weapon crafting. 0-7. Description. Your territory is currently in the early Iron Age, allowing you to craft simple iron tools for daily tasks. Upon unlocking all tasks, crafting any iron tool will pose no challenge, and the Iron Age will reach its pinnacle, at which point the next era can be initiated. After reading the introduction to the Iron Age, the joy that Suemo initially felt from acquiring 3 tool blueprints gradually faded. Instead, he furrowed his brows, contemplating. The requirement for advancing the Lord class to the 3rd tier is to achieve a population of 180, and for either extraordinary or technology to reach the next stage. Not to mention the population requirement, the unlocking conditions for the Iron Age are simply absurd. A total of 17 blueprints are needed for unlocking. How many black boxes will that require? 100? 200? Even 1,000? Where on earth am I supposed to find so many blueprints? The more Suemo thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. Not all items from the black boxes are guaranteed to be blueprints. Even if they are blueprints, there's no certainty they will pertain to iron-related items. With all these probabilities combined, Suemo felt that completely unlocking the Iron Age was nothing short of a pipe dream. As for purchasing blueprints from the forum, for the time being, acquiring blueprints through the forum remains exceedingly challenging. The value of blueprints is well understood by all. Even if someone obtains a blueprint from a black box and lacks a crafting table, they are highly likely to keep it, awaiting the day they acquire a crafting table, rather than opting to sell it. Suemo suddenly recalled a note regarding the manufacturing function. He reopened the notes, which were records prepared by Anda prior to setting sail. Identification has been cancelled, manufacturing has become exclusive to lords, and now even trading has been cancelled. Is the next step to eliminate the forum? Will manufacturing become an exclusive function of the lord class? After repeatedly reading this entry, it contained no specific time records. However, flipping to the previous page, it recorded Anda's complaints about being unable to find the Misty Blue after over 30 days in the New World, as well as his advancement to the second tier. While it mentioned time, it did not elaborate on changes to the system. Suemo could not ascertain the exact point at which the manufacturing function was cancelled. He could only infer, from the context, that the cancellation likely occurred during the period between the outbreak of the fog disaster and the forum's shutdown. Perhaps hope lies just after the third 7-day period. Only then would manufacturing become exclusive to lords, rendering ordinary individuals' blueprints and crafting tables completely useless, leading them to consider selling. This also represents Suemo's opportunity to unlock the Iron Age. The sooner, the better. Chapter 88. Experimenting with iron tools, inspecting the territory. If not, Suemo would have to find a way to approach the extraordinary development of alchemy to advance to the third tier. However, there is no need to rush these matters. After all, he still has no idea how to gather the required population for his territory. Suemo reined in his wandering thoughts and returned his focus to the present. The extraordinary crafting table also requires fuel to operate. Naturally, it can be connected to the solar tower to establish a conduit for extraordinary energy supply. Operating the solar tower, Suemo constructed the energy pipeline to the crafting table. He attempted to produce one of each of the 4 iron tools listed on the current panel. The materials for the 3 basic tools can be chosen to be made purely from iron or a combination of wood and iron blocks. If crafted solely from iron, 3 pounds of pig iron blocks are required for 1 item. In contrast, using wood and iron for production, the iron axe and pickaxe require 2 pounds of pig iron and 2 pounds of wood, while the iron shovel needs an additional pound of wood. Suemo produced one of each using both methods. He discovered that while the pure iron product was a solid piece, the iron handle was hollow, making it likely fragile where the handle meets the blade during use. Conversely, the wooden handles produced from the wood and iron method were solid, providing a significantly better grip than those made solely from iron. Not to mention, the cost of producing tools with wood was lower. Therefore, considering all factors, Suemo decided to produce using the wood and pig iron method for both daily use and sale. Unexpectedly, he found that crafting a tang dao required very little pig iron. Only 1 pound of pig iron and 1 pound of wood would suffice. This tang dao follows the style of the Tang Dynasty's saber. It is a single-handed straight blade, featuring a slight inward curve along the blade, measuring approximately 70 centimeters in length and 2 fingers in width, with a thickness estimated at less than 10 millimeters. Holding the blade with one hand, Suemo tested it with both wood and pig iron blocks. With his current strength, he could easily sever an object with a single swing. After inspecting the blade, it remained as smooth as new, showing no signs of chipping, clearly indicating its exceptional sharpness. Not bad. In the future, the primary focus for selling iron tools will be the Tang Dao in terms of material cost and market value. The Tang Dao undoubtedly offers greater profit as a weapon. The only concern for Suemo is that the Tang Dao, being an ordinary weapon, is rather lightweight. Given that most humans have already become extraordinary, it may prove less effective against extraordinary monsters. The specific circumstances must ultimately be assessed through practical outcomes. After experimenting with various tools and weapons at the extraordinary crafting station, Suemo turned and made his way towards the nearby Sun Forge. As the territory expanded, the area that the Sun Forge needed to illuminate also naturally increased. Consequently, the consumption of both solar stones and energy saw a significant rise. Upon a cursory examination, Suemo was astonished to discover that the consumption rates for solar stones and energy had surged nearly 9-fold within just 1 hour. That makes sense. Transitioning from a 1-kilometer radius to 3 kilometers has indeed expanded the area 9-fold, making a 9-fold increase in consumption quite reasonable. After recalculating, Suemo realized he had previously misjudged the situation and promptly prepared the necessary materials for the Sun Forge. He then set off towards the eastern gate. Following the expansion of his territory, it was only fitting to survey the newly acquired lands. The walls that once marked the edge of his domain now lay firmly within its borders. However, Suemo had no immediate plans to further extend the walls outward. After all, while ordinary beasts or unranked extraordinary beings might be deterred by the standard walls, they would be virtually ineffective against those of first rank or higher. As he exited the eastern gate, the surroundings were suddenly shrouded in darkness. Despite the illumination provided by the Sun Forge, the area beyond the walls had yet to be cleared, and the trees cast shadows that obscured much of the light. Utilizing the faint glimmers filtering through the gaps in the foliage, Suemo proceeded to the edge of his territory. Here, he was very close to the marshlands, and upon touching the soil beneath his feet, he noted its dampness, indicating a high moisture content. If rice seeds were available, this area could likely be transformed for rice cultivation with just a few adjustments. After brushing off the soil from his hands, Suemo rubbed the grime away and took one last glance at the pitch-black marsh jungle before turning northward to continue his inspection. He meticulously surveyed the newly expanded territory, ensuring he had a clear understanding for future planning. After completing his rounds, he returned within the walls. By the time Suemo made his way back to the shelter, it was nearing midnight. Having gone nearly a full day and night without sleep, he did not feel particularly fatigued, but there was a lingering sense of discomfort. After a brief wash, he lay down on his bed, preparing to rest. Not long after settling down, Suemo abruptly sprang from his bed. Smacking his forehead, he had forgotten to utilize the 3 instances of contract power that had refreshed today. After ascending to the second rank, the cooldown for the contract power skill had reset. Had it not been for Sumo's habit of reviewing his daily tasks before sleep, he might have entirely overlooked this matter. Hastily, he got up and transcribed a new equitable contract in his notebook to establish a pact with Chiyu, thereby fulfilling Li Quan's promise. The remaining 2 contracts were to be used for subjugating the fish-headed beings. Once he finished transcribing, Suemo closed his notebook with a sigh of relief and returned to bed. Closing his eyes to sleep, that a night passed without incident. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Suemo awoke from a deep slumber. After a refreshing rest, he felt invigorated. Glancing at the time, it was just past 5 o'clock. Though it was still early, Suemo decided against returning to sleep. He got up, washed briefly, and checked on the sleeping tiger cubs, relieved to find their nest remained tidy. Not wishing to disturb them, he turned and exited the shelter. Within the territory, aside from a couple of fish-headed beings busy refining ores and producing iron tracks, the majority of the workforce, led by Yuda, was diligently clearing the weeds and trees surrounding the walls. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. As Suemo observed for a moment, he intended to summon Yuda to select 2 clever fish-headed beings for the contract. Suddenly, he noticed Yu-Er wobbling towards him from the riverbank. Sumo's heart stirred with the realization. Yu-Er had likely spent nearly an entire day learning the occupation ballad while submerged in the water. Now, might there be progress? Upon reaching Suemo, Yu-Er began to gesticulate excitedly. Suemo furrowed his brow, genuinely unable to comprehend its gestures. Just then, he activated a mental link to call Yuda over for translation. It seemed Yu-Er finally recognized the issue. Lifting the trident in its hand and starting to make a raspy, unmelodious sound. However, it did resemble the sounds emitted by the invading fish-headed occupation being from before. At last, his efforts of the past half-day had not been in vain. Suemo refrained from interrupting, enduring the unpleasant raspiness as he awaited Yuda's arrival. Fortunately, Yuda arrived swiftly, sparing Suemo from prolonged torment. Through Yuda's translation, Suemo confirmed with Yu-Er several times. With the most challenging step now completed, the next task was to bring a water lotus to the seaside for the occupation transition. Chapter 89. Child of the Sea, Shadow Beneath the Waves. However, Suemo raised his gaze to the overcast, darkened sky. After a moment of contemplation, recognizing that it was still early, he decided against hasty action. He planned to wait until the sun fully rose before setting out. After all, as the first to transition into the ocean spirit occupation, he was keen to witness the event firsthand. For safety's sake, he deemed it prudent to proceed with caution. He instructed Yuda to gather 2 intelligent fish-headed beings for the contract. Afterward, he directed the newly contracted Yusi to accompany Yu-Er in learning the ballad. Meanwhile, he would take Yusan to undergo the transition into a potion master. Given the ample supply of spiritual herbs within his territory, it was foreseeable that as dangers escalated, healing potions would surely become highly sought after. the future would not lack for spiritual herbs. Thus, Suemo resolved to assemble a 10-member Potion Master team for exploration and combat in the wild. Subsequently, he planned to form another 10-member Ocean Spirit team for marine exploration. Compared to treasures found on land, the boundless ocean harbored even greater riches. Suemo aimed to complete the establishment of both occupational teams before the arrival of the third 7-day cycle. With that, the Life Refinement Array was activated, enveloping Yusan within a cocoon of light. Observing the smooth progress of the transition, Suemo shifted his focus and joined Yuda at the extraordinary crafting station, beginning to teach it how to craft various iron tools. After a busy period, the sky began to brighten. Although the rain continued to fall incessantly, it no longer hindered outdoor activities. Seeing this, Suemo instructed Yuda to guard their home while he prepared to set out for the coast. Armed with a bottle of healing potion, a basket of solar stones, a trident in hand, and a dagger at his waist for backup, he also had Yu-Er lead a small squad of fish-headed beings to accompany him. Once everything was in order, he set off towards the coastline. Following the pre-planned iron track route, with numerous fish-headed beings paving the way through the mist, the journey was devoid of peril. Soon enough, Suemo arrived once again at the coastal salt flats. Compared to his previous visit, the tide had risen further, submerging half of the natural salt flats. Though equipped with underwater breathing capabilities thanks to the trident, Suemo was not inclined to recklessly plunge into the sea. Instead, he chose a basalt rock with a clear view at the water's edge and handed the prepared water lotus to Yu-Er. Having wielded the trident for nearly a day and night, Yu-Er was already well acquainted with the transition information it contained. Upon receiving Sumo's signal, Yu-Er did not hesitate to dive into the sea with the water lotus in hand. After joyfully swimming a few circles in the water, Yu-Er swallowed the water lotus whole, then surfaced, emitting a raspy chant. "Oh no." He had forgotten that during the transition to Ocean Spirit, he would have to endure Yu-Er's vocalizations once more. The discordant sounds pierced his ears, and Suemo regretted witnessing Yu-Er's transition firsthand. However, at that moment, as Yu-Er's singing reached its climax, the previously calm seaside suddenly erupted with tumultuous waves. Giant surges of water rapidly spread outward from Yu-Er's position. Suemo, observing the approaching waves, tightened his grip on the trident, mindful that this was Yu-Er's transition ceremony. Ultimately, he restrained himself from using his ability to manipulate the waves, allowing them to crash against him as he stood there, drenched. The force of the waves felt merely like a gentle breeze to Suemo, but the fish-headed beings behind him were swept into the sea. This unexpected display of the waves' power caught him slightly off guard. However, he remained unconcerned, knowing that the fish-headed beings were aquatic creatures and would thrive in the water. His only worry was weather. Without Yuda's oversight, these beings might attempt to escape while Yu-Er was preoccupied. With that thought in mind, he momentarily set aside his focus on the glowing Yu-Er at the center of the waves. Instead fixating on the fish-headed beings being drawn into the ocean, clutching his trident and ready to act. Each fish-headed being was a valuable asset to Suemo, and he could not afford to lose any of them. Fortunately, these fish-headed beings showed no signs of defection. Aside from an initial moment of surprise, they quickly regained their composure in the sea, obediently returning to shore as per Yuda's earlier instructions. Forming a protective circle around Suemo, was it a lack of intelligence that prevented their escape, or was it the deeply ingrained hierarchy within their species? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. But before he could ponder further, another anomaly occurred at the center of the waves where Yu-Er was. As Yu-Er's singing drew to a close, the light emanating from its body intensified. Schools of fish, seemingly materializing from the depths of the ocean, rapidly converged around Yu-Er, encircling it. That moment, it appeared Yu-Er had truly transformed into a spirit of the ocean, a cherished child of the sea. Enveloped in blessings from the fish, standing at the shore, Suemo, aided by the radiance of Yu-Er, could vaguely discern the presence of spiritual fish among the thronged. An ocean spirit transition accompanied by the arrival of spiritual fish? TSK.IT seemed that in the future, preparations for a fishing squad would be essential before transitioning into ocean spirits. Even in the future, one might deliberately use this as bait to ensnare spirit fish. The spark ignited in Sumo's eyes as he instantly conceived several methods, feeling an overwhelming urge to dive into the sea to fish himself. However, witnessing the nearing conclusion of Fish 2's second job transition, Suemo managed to temper his restless excitement, choosing instead to patiently await the successful culmination of Fish 2's transformation. Time flew by in swift increments, as the brilliance emanating from Fish 2 gradually dimmed. Returning to its original state, the winds and waves along the shore began to subside. Divine powers, I have succeeded. The mental waves from Fish 2 resonated at just the right moment. Suemo, no longer hesitating, conveyed a single message. First, capture the spirit fish, and summoned all the energy within him, channeling it into the trident that he held. The ability to breathe underwater and to command marine creatures activated simultaneously as he propelled himself towards a spirit fish he had previously targeted. With the awakening of extraordinary energy, Sumo's spirit, aided by the trident's force, transformed into a piercing point that plunged directly into the body of the 6-meter-long spirit fish. Oh, it is still at the entry level. Feeling the slow pace of his mental penetration, Suemo couldn't help but exclaim softly, subsequently intensifying his psychic power. With the trident's restraining effect and the disparity in their levels, Suemo, exerting all his might, swiftly invaded the spirit fish's body, successfully seizing control. Wielding the trident, he guided the spirit fish to the shore and leapt. A 6-meter-long white-scaled spirit fish erupted from the sea, crashing onto the salt flats with a heavy thud. As his spirit withdrew from the fish, Suemo observed it struggling to return to the ocean after losing control. He swiftly lifted a nearby boulder and brought it crashing down onto the fish's head. Boom! After a tremendous sound, the spirit fish, with its eyes slightly rolled back, lay still, only twitching occasionally. Quite resilient, isn't it? Noticing that its head was merely slightly skinned, oozing a trickle of blood, Suemo sighed. He then turned to see Fish 2, accompanied by a troop of fish-headed beings, frolicking in the sea. Just as Suemo shifted his gaze to Fish 2, a dark shadow subtly emerged from the ocean's depths. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped Suemo. Chapter 90. A Perilous Assault, The Mystery of the Deep Sea. Fish 2, beware of the ocean floor. An unprecedented wave of fear surged through him, causing Sumo's expression to change dramatically as he hastily transmitted a mental signal to Fish 2. The extraordinary energy within him surged forth, raising the trident that radiated a brilliant white light and sweeping it towards the surface of the sea. The once calm waters erupted into chaos, tumultuous waves rising as they surged toward the shadow lurking beneath. Simultaneously, upon receiving Sumo's command, Fish 2 immediately reacted, launching into a hoarse song. An invisible force manifested, rapidly forming a swirling vortex around Fish 2, propelling it and the fish-headed beings swiftly toward the shore. Excellent. Suemo cast a glance at Fish 2, silently giving it a thumbs up. In a critical moment, preserving their strength was paramount. The towering waves surged. Suemo exerted all his control over the trident, finally unveiling the unknown shadowy creature from the depths. It revealed itself to be a grotesque hybrid, possessing 4 eyes and the body of a shrimp, with claws for limbs, exuding an eerie, bloodthirsty aura. Merely gazing at it invoked a profound discomfort within Suemo, a creature from the deep sea. That single glance triggered a recollection of the deep-sea monsters documented in Andar's notes. For Suemo, the marine life thrown into the air by the waves was akin to live targets. Unfortunately, without being within their territory, he could not utilize the fish-headed being's water arrow technique. Taking a deep breath, Suemo channeled vast quantities of extraordinary energy, preparing to unleash his only offensive skill, Tiger's Roar. At that moment, the 4-eyed shrimp-headed creature, lifted by the towering waves, saw its distance from Fish 2 increasing. Its 4 compound eyes suddenly turned to focus on Suemo, its aura intensifying as, to Sumo's horror, a pair of membranous wings unfurled from its back, transforming it into a dark streak that shot towards him. What the hell? It can transform! The creature moved with astonishing speed, catching Suemo off guard as it neared. Just as he prepared to unleash Tiger's Roar, he was startled, nearly losing his breath. The skill was interrupted. Faced with the rapidly approaching monster, he could only raise the trident in a hasty defense. Clang! The violent impact nearly wrenched the trident from his grasp, sending it flying. Suemo felt a jolt in his arm, a chill in his chest, followed by a sharp, searing pain radiating from his torso. At that moment, he could not afford to check the wounds on his chest. The 4-eyed shrimp-headed creature, also knocked back, merely hesitated for a moment before charging at Suemo once more. The true life-and-death crisis loomed. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, Suemo expended a large amount of extraordinary energy, unleashing a thunderous tiger's roar that echoed through the heavens. Roar, like a tangible shockwave, it spread out, generating towering waves on the surface of the sea. The four-eyed creature, which had been poised to attack, was momentarily stunned and fell from the AI art. Suemo, unwilling to let his guard down, immediately cast Dispel upon himself for healing. A gentle warmth surged to his wounded chest, enveloping his entire body in a comforting embrace. Taking a breath, Suemo seized the opportunity to strike decisively. Without hesitation, he raised the trident once more, plunging it forcefully toward the creature's compound eyes. Clang! After a sound akin to metal clashing, the trident pierced deep into the creature's skull, and Suemo relentlessly twisted it in a clockwise motion. The creature, which had previously struggled, instantly ceased all signs of life. Phew. Seeing the monster lifeless, Suemo seemed to exhale in relief, preparing to check his status. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. As a gentle sea breeze swept by, the lifeless body of the four-eyed shrimp-headed creature rapidly disintegrated, turning to ash and scattering with the wind. What? This creature, clearly possessing the strength of a second-tier professional, just vanished like that. What kind of bizarre species is this? Not even a trophy left upon its demise. What happened to the promised upgrades and loot? Sighing in frustration at his misfortune, everything transpired too quickly for Suemo to utilize his data analysis talent to glean specific information before the monster simply disappeared. Glancing down at his chest, he noticed only a long scratch on his clothing, while the wound had healed completely. Reviewing the status board, Suemo was astonished to discover that the creature's strike had cost him nearly one-third of his health, almost 30,000 points. And that was just one. If what Andar said about the deep-sea monsters was true, encountering them in swarms. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Suemo glanced at Fish 2, who had just brought a couple of ordinary fish-headed beings to the shore atop the spirit fish. Finding some solace in the fact that at least he had captured 2 spirit fish, he promptly directed Fish 2 via mental waves to take the 2 spirit fish away while he turned to return to his territory without looking back. He would not be coming back to this coastal area. It would be a hardship for the fish-headed beings. To expedite his return to the territory, Suemo chose a direct route instead of retracing his steps. And perhaps fate smiled upon him, as he unexpectedly discovered a wood-type spirit herb nestled within the thicket, offering a slight comfort to his wounded spirit. Upon entering the territory, a strong sense of security enveloped him, allowing Suemo's heart to settle completely. Without further ado, he returned to the living room and earnestly reviewed Andar's notes regarding his oceanic ventures. One particular passage detailing Andar's experiences on an island caught Suemo's attention. Is there truly a place in this world that is absolutely safe? The inland areas are shrouded in white mist, with fog demons frequently emerging, and at sea, endless deep-sea monsters attack in swarms, ceaselessly until death. Even on an island, one cannot escape. Just recently, I heard from a fellow member of the Green Clan at the trading conference that the nearby Angola Island has been annihilated. Poor little Anlin, they say you were quite alluring. I hadn't even had the chance to try you before you were gone. What a pity. Angola Island. Suemo disregarded the last irrelevant lament and focused intently on the mention of Angola. His brow furrowed. The text did not specify the cause of Angola Island's destruction, but given the context, it was highly probable that it too had been obliterated by deep-sea monsters. This implied that the four-eyed creature he encountered was likely one of the deep-sea monsters Andar had chronicled all along. After all, its sudden transformation into a winged form undeniably suggested it possessed the capability to operate on land, at least for a short duration. Yet, there remained questions. Andar had repeatedly noted that deep-sea monsters typically attacked in swarms. So why had he only encountered a single creature? Was it merely a scout, a precursor? Was the true army lurking just beyond? Chapter 91. Territorial Arrangements. The sudden monster attack at the seaside had swiftly dampened Suemo's elation from his recent promotion to the second tier. A constant reminder that this was a perilous world of survival in an apocalypse. Hidden within the shadows, crises may arise at any moment. All Suemo can do is to swiftly arm himself and bolster the overall strength of his territory. After Uair successfully transitioned into a marine elf, the territory now officially boasts 3 fish-headed professionals. Before Suemo and his companions arrived, Yusan had already completed his alchemist transition ahead of them. Now, as dawn breaks, Suemo has tasked Yuda with leading a 20-member team to explore the marshlands, investigating the conditions there and seeking out corrosive soil. Meanwhile, the newly transitioned Yusan is laying tracks towards the coast. Li Quan has successfully organized a group of mine owners, ensuring that the territory will no longer face shortages of iron ore as long as the production of tracks is sufficient, with the efficiency of the extraordinary fish-headed individuals. It will not be long before the two locations are swiftly connected. Despite recently encountering monster attacks along the coast, Suemo is not willing to abandon the resources available there. Aside from common resources like limestone and natural salt flats, which will undoubtedly yield stable outputs in the future, the abundant spiritual fish and spiritual herb resources within the ocean are also worth the risk. Moreover, developing coastal resources serves as a warning outpost along the shore. If they were to remain secluded deep within the territory, they might not even realize when monsters approach their doorstep. As for Yuer, who has just transitioned into a marine elf, he will remain in the territory's lake as planned, tending to the spiritual herb resources planted within the ruins, while also teaching a group of fish-headed individuals the songs of transition and herding the spiritual fish and ordinary fish in the lake. Although they faced danger by the sea, Suemo still reaped significant rewards. The newly transitioned Yuer has also managed to secure a first-tier spiritual fish through his professional talent, including the one Suemo had knocked unconscious. 2 first-tier spiritual fish are now being raised in the lake. Notably, although both fish are marine species, as extraordinary beings, they can also survive in freshwater lakes. Upon observation, it is evident that these 2 spiritual fish, like the fish-headed tribe, are not picky about their water habitat. This is yet another reason why Suemo is reluctant to forsake the oceanic resources. The lake within the territory could very well serve as a base for raising spiritual fish in the future, not only to concoct healing potions but also to provide Suemo with a steady food supply. Aside from the 4 fish-headed individuals already contracted by Suemo, the remaining 56 ordinary fish-headed individuals have been divided, with Yuda and Yusan each taking 20 to explore and work. The remaining 6 fish-headed individuals, along with Yusi, will accompany Yuer in the lake, tending to the fish and learning the transition songs. The final 10 fish-headed individuals are tasked with clearing the underbrush and trees within the territory, as well as smelting or to produce tracks and iron tools. Once all arrangements have been made, Suemo opens the messaging interface to contact Chi-Yu regarding the signing of contracts. This is the only request made by Li Quan, and Suemo also intends to contract both individuals on the forum, one to establish forces and gather intelligence, while the other manages logistics to collect various necessary resources for Suemo. Furthermore, Suemo has a favorable impression of Chi-Yu, although he is unsure how 2 individuals separated by 1,000 miles became online partners. However, with the constraints of the contract, Suemo is not concerned about the 2 colluding against him. Having previously communicated with her, the signing of the contract proceeds smoothly without any hiccups. Almost as soon as the contract document reaches Chi-Yu, Suemo feels a new line of mental connection stretching across the distance of 1,000 miles. After the contract is signed, Suemo instructs Chi-Yu to handle the handover with Li Quan. From now on, any issues regarding resources will be coordinated through her. Currently, Li Quan's resource plans include only 2 projects. The first is the energy stone acquisition plan devised by Suemo yesterday, which is progressing quite smoothly. Since last night, the price of energy stones has dropped below the market rate and continues to decline towards 10 points. After all, Sumo's sudden post to purchase energy stones led many to believe that energy stones might possess special qualities akin to the previous solar stones, prompting them to stockpile extensively. However, after Suemo ceased purchasing after acquiring just a few dozen, many initially suspected he was merely feigning interest while secretly continuing to buy. Regardless of how they monitored the trading platform, there were no further records of Suemo purchasing energy stones. After a night passed, the price of energy stones fell rather than rose. Aside from a few stubborn individuals, most speculators have begun to liquidate their inventories. With the mindset of acting quickly to minimize losses, the quantity of energy stones in the trading platform surged, causing prices to plummet. That, of course, the inherent value of energy stones still imposes a limit on how low prices can go. Sumo's strategy of low price acquisition is secondary. The primary goal is to ensure that the majority of energy stones in circulation are promptly listed on the market to facilitate his own purchases. Therefore, while Suemo has not made any further purchases publicly, Li Quan has quietly acquired a significant amount behind the scenes. This is also to control the price trend, preventing energy stones from plummeting too drastically. Should prices drop far below normal expectations, many individuals might prefer to use them themselves rather than sell at a loss. Nevertheless, after a night's passage, various attribute energy stones have been quietly accumulated in the hundreds. As for the depleted energy stones, their numbers are even greater. Sumo estimates that by the time the price of energy stones rebounds from its nadir, he will likely have acquired over 1,000 units of unused attribute energy stones, amounting to approximately 5 to 6 million pieces. This is already a favorable projection, considering the recent outbreak of the fog disaster has limited overall supply. Additionally, Sumo finds it challenging to accurately predict the eventual price floor. In summary, the current acquisition plan for energy stones is proceeding very smoothly. The second plan involves the procurement of iron ore, where, benefiting from price advantages, Li Quan has swiftly rallied a group of mine owners, effectively establishing a stable source of ore. With initial efforts nearly complete, both plans can now be entrusted to Qiyu for gradual management. Meanwhile, Li Quan will focus on assembling an intelligence team, monitoring forum trends as a secondary concern, primarily to gather intelligence regarding various extraordinary resources and news from Blueprint Technology, as well as information on corrosive soil and individuals with soul-related talents capable of producing negative energy water. Regarding professions, after Yu'er successfully transitioned, his wisdom has significantly increased, allowing him to document the transition songs. Through the mental connection for communication and translation, he can directly provide the translated text to Li Quan for study, eliminating the need for Sumo to pass along the trident for exchange. Similarly, Qiyu, who has also chosen the marine elf profession, is in the same position. After addressing matters concerning Li Quan and Qiyu, Sumo turns his attention to contacting Zhang Chunsheng and the other faction leaders, intending to inquire whether their factions have any members with soul-related talents. Chapter 92. Zhang Buoqian's trade request compared to others. The most pressing matter at hand is to expedite the construction of the spiritual field cultivation pool. The corrosive soil is being sought by Yuda in the marshlands, AS for negative energy water. Sumo feels that the fastest method currently is to find an extraordinary individual with soul-related talents on the forum to assist in extracting and producing it. After all, the new world is teeming with exotic flora and fauna, and the extraordinary talents awakened through human consumption are diverse. Not to mention, after advancing to a professional level, there are also professional talents and skills. AS faction leaders, Zhang Chunsheng and others are likely aware of the general situation regarding their members. Thus, Sumo prepares to inquire if they have suitable candidates, particularly from Yang Feng's Fire Alliance, which, as the first extraordinary faction on the forum, likely gathered a substantial number of extraordinary members at that time. Messages are sent to the three individuals, inquiring about the situation. It does not take long for all three to respond. Upon reviewing the information, Sumo is somewhat surprised to find that neither Zhang Chunsheng nor Yang Feng possesses any extraordinary information related to souls. Instead, an unexpected situation arises from Zhang Buoqian. There should be no one here with soul-related skills or talents, but I do have a resource related to souls. May I ask what you intend to use it for? Do you need it? Zhang Buoqian does not keep him in suspense, directly attaching a picture to the message. It depicts a peculiar spiritual flower, radiating a black-purple glow, adorned with a ghostly visage. Soul attribute spiritual herb? Sumo pauses momentarily. He had been so focused on seeking individuals with soul-related talents and skills that he overlooked an important aspect. He could also acquire spiritual herbs related to this field. The alchemist profession gains extraordinary abilities related to various properties after transitioning, as verified by Sumo, Yuda, and Yusan. Undoubtedly, for Sumo, the most suitable course of action is to gather related spiritual herbs, concoct awakening potions, and then directly select fish-headed individuals from within the territory to transition into alchemists. This way, not only would he avoid expending personal resources to seek external assistance, but the methods for preparing negative energy water would remain undisclosed. Achieving two objectives with one action. If it weren't for Zhang Buoqian's message, I might have stumbled into a dead end. Having turned the situation around, Sumo sends a friendly response to Zhang Buoqian before quickly replying. Soul attribute spiritual herbs are also acceptable. Do you have any requirements on your end? After sending the message, Sumo reflects on his previous interactions with Zhang Buoqian. Among the three faction leaders, Zhang Buoqian is the one he knows the least. Aside from a few transactions, their interactions have been minimal, whether regarding Zhang Buoqian's scholar profession or the association he established. In Sumo's eyes, everything appeared rather enigmatic. As this thought crossed his mind, He suddenly recalled the earlier exchange of spiritual herbs between the two, during which Zhang Buqian had proposed a future arrangement to trade spiritual herbs for healing potions twice at that time. Su Mo was unaware of how many bottles of healing potions could be produced from a single spiritual herb. Hence, he did not sense anything amiss. However, from the current perspective, it seemed that Zhang Buqian had been at a disadvantage. After all, the price of healing potions had not increased since then, making Zhang Buqian's request rather moot. If needed, one could simply exchange directly. As Su Mo contemplated whether to offer Zhang Buqian some form of compensation during this transaction. He received a message from him. I can give you this spiritual herb for free. Upon reading this message, Su Mo felt an unsettling surprise. Often, what is offered for free is the most costly. Indeed, the next message revealed Zhang Buqian's true intention. Not only this spiritual herb, but I can also provide you with a special potion formula. However, I require you to exchange it for the method of your class transition to a potion master. A special potion formula? Su Mo furrowed his brows. It seemed Zhang Buqian had taken an interest in his profession. Furthermore, since he could offer a potion formula, it was highly probable that he possessed others as well. Perhaps, he even had some related to healing potions. Although Su Mo was open to trading the class transition method of the potion master, it had to be for something of extraordinary value. While spiritual herbs with soul attributes were significant to him, they were not exclusive to Zhang Buqian. As for potion formulas, the lower-tier formulas for healing potions sufficed, and he could not produce mid-tier and high-tier formulas in the short term, making them less relevant. Moreover, trading with Zhang Buqian would likely create a competitor for himself. Thus, Su Mo decisively rejected Zhang Buqian's proposal. I apologize, but the potion master class is fundamental to my existence. I do not plan to trade it at this time. After a moment's reflection, feeling that his response was rather stiff, he added, if you're interested, you might want to seek others. After all, there are many people in the forum, and it's possible that someone else has also transitioned to a potion master. Though he was unaware of the specific transition methods for other classes, the potion master class was distinctly different from the lord class, which could transition simply by acquiring the extraordinary item, the heavenly crafting stone. The aftermath of the mist calamity had led to a massive influx of resources. Some individuals had obtained the heavenly crafting stone and successfully transitioned to the lord class. Su Mo had anticipated this scenario, as the current situation was not like before. Virtually everyone was now extraordinary. Hence, one would not encounter a situation akin to Yang Donglai being overlooked by Su Mo. However, he had not expected Zhang Buqian to be one of those fortunate individuals. Did that mean the conditions I presented to him implied that I am also a lord? No. Upon further reflection, Su Mo felt something was amiss. If Zhang Buqian had indeed transitioned to a lord, he would not remain indifferent upon seeing Su Mo's conditions. He would have quickly deduced Su Mo's identity as a lord. Yet, Zhang Buqian did not mention it at all. Either he had not activated the development of extraordinary and thus could not see specific information, but Su Mo quickly dismissed this notion, for building the solar tower was not a challenge for him. Then, with a hint of suspicion, Su Mo directly probed, a contract? An extraordinary item. Indeed, it is a one-time extraordinary item I unexpectedly acquired. Once signed, it is protected by the rules of the trading post, and neither party can backtrack. Zhang Buqian responded swiftly, even sending an image shortly thereafter. Upon opening it, Su Mo realized it depicted what seemed to be a peculiar parchment. On it, square Chinese characters detailed a set of rules. Trading contract. This contract applies solely to item transactions within the trading post. Once signed, it is protected by the rules of the trading post. Violators will be prohibited from using trading post functions. Beneath the rules, there was ample blank space, clearly designated for writing the contract's content. At the very bottom, there were 2 signature lines, indicating that only 2 individuals could enter into this contract, precluding multiple parties from doing so. While it seemed that this contract was limited to item transactions, there appeared to be some operational flexibility. For instance, regarding healing potions, Su Mo could utilize a healing potion as the trading item to fulfill the contract's requirements, subsequently writing that he would exchange this potion for a certain individual working for him for 100 years. And so forth. It could easily serve as an honest contract, or even a slave contract drafted by Su Mo. Su Mo entertained this thought and directly inquired with Zhang Buqian, my dear brother, you indeed think along the same lines as I do. We are cut from the same cloth. In fact, I have tried this before, but unfortunately, not only did I fail, but I also lost a trading contract in the process. This contract can only document matters related to the trading post, such as pre-ordering certain items or signing long-term purchasing agreements. Alternatively, as I just suggested, if I trade you a potion formula, the potions you produce can only be listed for sale at the trading post for me and cannot be sold to others. Is that so? There are quite a few restrictions. Thus, it seemed that this trading contract was merely a diluted version of Sumo's contract power, limited to the trading post and being a one-time item. This was somewhat acceptable. In contrast, the contract power of the Lord class was exceedingly formidable, with no limitations and the ability to enforce signing. Moreover, Zhang Buoqian's attitude undoubtedly conveyed another piece of information. The potion formula could likely only be refined by someone of the potion master profession. Otherwise, Zhang Buoqian would have concocted it himself rather than go through the trouble of having Suemo do it. Given this, Suemo felt confident in proposing his terms. I can accept your conditions, but two matters must be clarified beforehand. First, the specific conditions and methods for providing you with the potions. Second, if I later develop the same formula, the transaction shall be void. It was evident that Zhang Buoqian possessed a potion formula with significant effects or profits. Since he could not obtain the method to transition to the potion master from Suemo, he was prepared to settle for having Suemo act as the potion producer while he restricted Sumo's trading in order to control the market as a middleman. In reality, this posed no issue for Suemo, as he could still sell the potions at the price he deemed appropriate.